This is a world where beast taming is king. The flaming dragon opened its mouth and spewed out flames, burning the mountains and rivers. The lightning bird flapped its wings and cut through the sky with thunder. Everyone will have their own awakening at the age of 18. The Heart of Talent contract, from 1 star to 9 stars, which determines the potential and quality of the monsters they can sign. Monsters are divided into levels from F to SSS+, and the higher the level, the stronger the power. Those who don't have the heart to contract can only sign the lowest level F-level monsters. These ordinary beasts cannot evolve, have low innate abilities, and are destined to be unable to transcend. And I, Chin Feng, was once a top student in an elite high school. Everyone believed that with my grades and performance, awakening a contract heart of 5 stars or above was a foregone conclusion. However, fate played a trick on me. My awakening ceremony ended in failure, and I had no intention of making a contract at all. Without the heart of contract, I can only sign an F-level monster that cannot evolve, let alone fight against the upcoming Big Brawl test. This test not only determines the team ranking, but also affects my status in school. However, what embarrassed me the most was my fiancée. She had awakened the 7-star contract heart, had amazing talent, and was recognized as a prodigy in the entire school. She is destined to be with the strong, but I am completely different from her. Seeing that she might team up with other geniuses, I was unwilling to accept it. But I have no talent, and even if I train hard, I can't even beat an ordinary F-level monster. The shadow of despair looms over my future. Just at this moment, a turning point appeared. I accidentally bound to a miraculous copy and synthesis system. I can copy any skills, abilities, and even bloodline of any monster. Not only that, this system can also integrate and upgrade similar abilities, breaking through boundaries to the limit. When I merged 10 kinds of top-grade bloodlines, a long-dormant ancient bloodline awakened in my body. My monster began to evolve infinitely and reached a peak that no one else could reach. From being unknown to becoming a famous star, I broke the shackles of fate and became the greatest beast master on Blue Star. At this moment, in the monster forest, I stared at the white light in front of me. A little fox slowly emerged from the light, snow white in color, with lively eyes. It was the first monster I signed. "Little guy, are you my friend?" I squatted down and stretched out my hand. It rubbed against me affectionately and blinked its eyes like a spoiled child. Race, little white fox. Quality, F+. Cultivation, first order intermediate. Skills, none. Introduction. This is a little white fox of ordinary quality, only slightly more sensitive than an ordinary fox. A series of words appeared on it. As I was thinking, a system notification sounded in my ears. Ding! The novice gift pack has been distributed. Top quality bloodline X10. The Unreal panel appeared in front of me, showing the compositing warehouse and an image of a little fox. It looked alive and even interacted with me. The host can synthesize by dragging items and can evolve by dragging blood to the monster. My eyes lit up, and I immediately dragged 10 top-grade bloodlines into the synthesis warehouse. In an instant, the top-grade bloodline turned into a rare ancient bloodline X1. I dragged it to the little fox without hesitation. The golden light suddenly burst out, so bright that I could hardly open my eyes. The system cheered, "Wow, golden legend." When the light faded, I took my first look at Ari. Its appearance seemed unchanged, but its panel had undergone a qualitative leap. Race, 9-tailed demon fox. Quality, A-. Skills, charm through psychological influence. The target is temporarily unconscious. The effect increases with the difference in strength. Cultivation, first order intermediate. Introduction, a gifted demon beast with the blood of a 9-tailed demon fox, more sensitive than ordinary demon foxes. 9-tailed demon fox? I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Just as I was immersed in surprise, the system prompt sounded. Latest mission, first victory. Defeat a student and be rewarded with 5 copy points. Just as he finished speaking, noisy voices were heard from the dense forest in the distance. I realized that my classmates were already searching for the target, so I quickly pulled Ari into the bushes to hide. Although Ari was now A quality, it was only A level, and most of the monsters in the class were around B level. Although I haven't awakened the heart of contract, my talent and achievements are not bad, and I am confident in completing the task. Ari's sharp talent is the biggest help at this moment. It can help me quickly find a lone target. Lurking in the bushes, I squinted my eyes and recalled the information from the class. The students of the special high school and their monsters are all extraordinary. One of them is Guo. His monster, the swift lynx, is a monster that is extremely good at reconnaissance. It is of B quality and has a cultivation level of intermediate first level. Race, swift lynx. Quality, B-. Skills, scouting, powerful scouting and tracking abilities, 1 point required to copy. Swift blade, wind blade attack, 3 points required to copy. Introduction, a medium-sized cat-like monster with excellent scouting abilities and medium combat abilities. I analyzed calmly and realized that although this lynx was not the best in combat, it was an excellent first-time target. More importantly, Guo will definitely set his eyes on my 3 scoreboards. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, Ollie pricked up his ears vigilantly, as if he had discovered something. I held my breath, and from a distance I heard Guo teasing voice. "Qin Feng, stop hiding, come out." I stood up and saw him and his swift wind lynx standing more than 10 meters away. Guo was about 170 centimeters tall, with a round face and a confident smile. The lynx was agile, with blue patterns dotted on its snow-white fur, like the incarnation of the swift wind. Your little fox is quite sharp, but unfortunately, it's just an F-level monster and can't escape my tracking. Guo smiled contemptuously, with disdain in his tone. Although I don't want to be the bad guy who kicks you out, your scoreboard is destined to be lost. If you hand it over now, you can suffer less, he said with a smug look on his face, as if he was sure of victory. However, I smiled lightly and said jokingly, "Well said. If it weren't for me, you might still have a good ranking. Now, hand over the scoreboard." Guo face froze instantly, and he asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" I didn't bother to talk nonsense, so I sneered, "Ollie, go ahead." Ari jumped out quickly, and the moment her eyes met the lynx, she used charm. The eyes of the swift lynx suddenly became blurred, and it completely lost the ability to resist. The next second, Ollie bit the lynx's neck with his sharp teeth and pressed it to the ground. Task completed. First battle victory. Gain 5 copy points. Latest task, newcomer. Copy and synthesize a new skill. Reward 10 copy points. I chose to copy the lynx's reconnaissance without hesitation. Although Wind Blade is a powerful attack skill, in this dense forest, reconnaissance is undoubtedly more practical. "Stop!" Guo face turned pale, and he shouted, trying to stop it. I looked at him coldly and said, "Hand over the scoreboard." He gritted his teeth and refused to give in, but had to compromise when Lynx was suppressed by Ari, and handed over the scorecard with trembling hands. When I took the scoreboard, I felt very happy. I had accumulated 6 points and was temporarily out of the danger of being eliminated. Ollie, retreat. I took Ollie and left quickly, but we didn't go far. Instead, we hid in the grass 100 meters away and observed. The next plan has been formed. According to the class information, Ling Lin is undoubtedly the next target. His demon beast Shadow Mantis is good at hiding and assassination, and is very suitable for field battles. And his first target must be Guo. Now, I want to use Guo as the bait to hook out Ling Lin. With Ari's reconnaissance skills, I had no fear that Guo would notice my tracking. I followed him quietly, waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of him. Hiding in the bushes, I watched Guo leave with the injured swift lynx. I laughed in my heart. This cat and mouse game has just begun. More than an hour later, I came to a small forest. The shadows of the trees were mottled, and the breeze was blowing. Guo sat under the shade of the trees, and the swift lynx curled up quietly beside him. The wound on its neck had already scabbed over. As expected, the recovery ability of B-level monsters was extraordinary, and the injuries left by Ari had long since healed. "Qin Feng, you wait." Guo fists were clenched and crackling, his eyes full of coldness. He was obviously still upset about the scoreboard being stolen. A loser at the bottom actually dared to steal his things. If this shame spread, how could he face people? At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew, making his clothes rustle. Guo face changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice, "Xiaofeng, detective technique." A soft light flashed on the forehead of the swift lynx, and Guo eyes became sharp. He looked around and instantly caught sight of a young man with an indifferent expression about 10 meters away. "Ling Lin." There was a hint of shock in his voice. Before he finished his words, the air behind him suddenly twisted, and a half-meter-long, pitch-black shadow mantis suddenly appeared. The shadow mantis's arms were as sharp as sickles, and it swung straight at Guo Zhao's neck. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, as if it really wanted to take his life. At the critical moment, a sneer appeared on Guo Zhao's face. Bah! A white light suddenly burst out. The shadow mantis was bounced away, and a broken metal ball rolled to the ground. He snorted coldly. It's a pity that the accommodating ball is not cheap. While retreating quickly, he ordered again. Xiaofeng, reconnaissance technique. As soon as the swift lynx's light appeared, a cold light was already against its neck. Ling Lin walked out of the shadows and looked at the swift lynx for a moment, as if he had discovered something. Has it been frightened? He asked with a hint of curiosity. The scoreboard is gone, Guo Xiao said, gritting his teeth. That loser Qin Feng snatched it away. Anger and humiliation intertwined. His face turned ashen. Ling Lin was startled when he heard this, and then he showed a mocking tone. A waist at the bottom? Interesting. As the two were confronting each other, a white shadow flew out from the bushes, and Ling Lin's heart tightened. He didn't notice anyone approaching, and the shadow mantis's detection technique was ineffective. He was about to call back the monster, but he was met with a pair of cold animal eyes, and his head suddenly felt dizzy. When he came to his senses, the little white fox Ollie was already standing on his shoulder, its sharp fangs emitting a cold light. Look, that's the scoreboard it stole, Guo Xiao sneered. A figure slowly walked out of the bushes. I showed my white teeth and smiled calmly. Hand over the scoreboard. Ling Lin's face flushed red, and he was shaking with anger. What a sneaky thing. Yes, it was you who stole it. I shrugged. He took a deep breath, took out the scorecard from his arms, and sneered as he handed it over. Do you think this little fox can escape my shadow tracking? I stared at him with a meaningful smile on my face. Indeed, you can't kill people during the test, but Ari can create more possibilities. Turning my gaze to Shadow Mantis, virtual data appeared in my sight. Shadow Mantis. Grade, B+. Level, First Order Advanced. Copyable. Skills, Stealth, Silent. After combining the skills, I called back Ari and whispered, Ari, come back. Ling Lin stared at me, his eyes full of anger. Qin Feng, you're dead. I will make sure you can't move right now, and will completely lose your qualification for the test. Ling Lin gritted his teeth. The double blades of the mantis beside him flashed coldly, and the atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Just as he was about to snatch my scorecard back, the figure in front of me gradually faded and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ling Lin was stunned, and Guo Xiao, who was not far away, also widened his eyes. Hidden magic? They both asked in unison, their voices full of disbelief. How can he use the art of concealment? Guo Xiao frowned, his tone filled with surprise that was difficult to conceal. Isn't that little white fox an F-level monster? There's no way it can learn these skills. Ling Lin's face turned pale. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his anger. I want to know too. The two were the most promising competitors in this jungle test, but they were defeated by the bottom-ranked students in the school, and their points were taken away. If this were to get out, how would they save their reputation? Use your reconnaissance skills, and let's get the points back together. Ling Lin said in a deep voice. Guo Xiao calmed down and shook his head. He knows how to hide, and he also has the ability to attack with the mind. It's unwise to fight him head-on. Calm down. Ling Lin was silent for a moment, his eyes dark. So, what do you think we should do? Guo Xiao raised his lips slightly, revealing a confident smile. Let's join forces to deal with the others temporarily. Since Qin Feng dared to target us, he must have made sufficient preparations. Let's stabilize first and gradually look for opportunities. No matter who wins the chance to form a CP with Ning Ruxue in the end, this revenge must be avenged. Ling Lin hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, I was running wildly with Ari. Seeing that the two men did not catch up with me, I chose a hidden cave to take shelter temporarily. As the sky gradually darkened, I sat cross-legged on the ground and sorted out the information of my classmates. None of the students at Special Beast Taming High School are easy to deal with. I have to first identify the target that poses the greatest threat to me, and then pick the easy ones to attack to get points. However, the more I sort them out, the bigger my head becomes. Everyone is a monster. What's wrong with this school? Why are there so many perverts? I couldn't help but complain, but suddenly I remembered that I was also sent here because I was labeled a monster. Just as I was daydreaming, I heard a quick gasp outside the cave. My face changed, and just as I was about to take action, a beautiful figure stumbled in. With the weak light, I saw who it was and blurted out, Lu Huidong. She is one of the best students in the class and ranks second among girls in comprehensive ranking. She is 165 centimeters tall, has short blonde hair, bright eyes, and white teeth, and has a chivalrous air. She is wearing a gray sportswear, which makes her petite figure look even more capable and cute. However, at this moment, she was covered in cold sweat, her face was pale, her right hand was tightly covering her abdomen, and blood was flowing out from between her fingers. Qin Feng, she barely raised her head and looked at me, then rolled her eyes and fell heavily to the ground. I was shocked and rushed forward to check her injury. I lifted a corner of her sportswear, and a palm-sized wound was exposed on her white belly. Wee, I didn't mean it, I said to myself as I quickly treated the wound, trying my best to ignore the soft touch. However, she suddenly let out a low groan, and I immediately came to my senses and concentrated on bandaging the wound. Just as I finished bandaging, Lu Huidong suddenly opened her eyes. I was half kneeling on her, in an awkward position. Our eyes met, and the atmosphere froze instantly. Snap! With a crisp sound, she slapped me without hesitation. Sister, I'm saving you. I sat back down aggrievedly. What did you see? Her face flushed, and her eyes were filled with shame and anger. I didn't see anything. I quickly defended myself. Bullshit. Didn't you see how you bandaged it? She gritted her teeth. I scratched my head awkwardly, laughed dryly, and said, Okay, I admit that your abs are perfect. You. Her face turned pale, and she was so angry that she almost attacked again. However, when she tried to summon the monster, she suddenly ran out of strength, and her face instantly became even paler. Don't move. I spread my hands helplessly. Your injuries are serious. If you continue like this, it will get worse. She took a deep breath, calmed down, checked her body, and found that her injuries had been treated. She whispered, Thank you, Qin Feng. It's okay. I smiled. It's just a piece of cake. Just protect me from now on. She chuckled after hearing that. And even though she wasn't in good spirits, she still exuded a heroic spirit. Could this injury of yours be caused by Ning Ruxue? I asked casually. Her expression suddenly became serious, and she shook her head. No, it's a mutated wild monster. Mutated monsters? My heart sank. Wild monsters are extremely dangerous, let alone mutated ones. Roar! A low roar suddenly came from outside the cave, and the atmosphere became tense in an instant. The threatening howling echoed in the cave, making people shudder. Lu Huidong's pretty face changed color, and her voice was full of urgency. Oh no, it's the silverback ape. It must have followed the smell of blood. She struggled to stand up, but the wound was affected. Blood slid down, staining her clothes red. Although her little face looked fragile due to the pain, she still had a bit of unyielding heroic spirit, which made people feel pity for her. Silverback? I was moved in my heart, and a strange look appeared on my face. Although the silverback monkey is a first-level monster, it is a difficult existence in this level. It has amazing strength, but its IQ is touching. What's more terrifying is that this thing is particularly interested in human women. No wonder Lu Huidong was so flustered. Seeing her sweating from the pain, I quickly stepped forward to support her. Don't move. In your current state, moving will only make those silverbacks more excited. Lu Huidong was stunned for a moment, then stared at me speechlessly. Are you comforting me? Or are you attacking me? She wanted to raise her fist to hit me, but the wound in her abdomen started to hurt again, and she gasped in pain. What should we do? She bit her lip, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. You can't just leave me to die, right? Carry me out and escape. This is our only way. I hesitated for a moment and asked, Was it the silverback monkey that hurt you? She shook her head and said in a serious tone, No, it's a peak-level, second-level wolf. Her answer made my heart sink. Wolf! I breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, That's good. At least the silverbacks won't chase us to the ends of the earth. Besides, their sense of smell is average, so they may not be able to find this place. This is a very high back mountain, on the edge of the monster forest, where normally there wouldn't be high-level monsters active. But now it seems that something is wrong with this area, which is why a peak-level, second-level monster appeared here. Lu Huidong calmed down and nodded. She understood that what I said was right, and it might be more dangerous to go out. But she was still unwilling to give up. It was just a test. How could I encounter such a thing? Seeing that she had calmed down, I summoned Ari. This nine-tailed demon fox has always been my little friend. Although it has just broken through to the first level, its hide and silent skill is definitely useful against Silverback. Ari detection. A glimmer of light flashed on Ari's forehead, and my vision instantly covered the surrounding area of 100 meters. A silverbacked ape more than 1 meter tall appeared at the entrance of the cave. Its tendon meat seemed to be made of steel, and one punch could kill a wild bull. Its eyes were red, saliva was flowing, and its face was ferocious. It was obvious that it came here because of the smell of blood. I exited the reconnaissance technique, my face grim. This guy's found us. At this moment, Silverback stepped into the cave, staring straight at Lu Huitong with excitement on his face. "It's all your fault," she suddenly said angrily with tears in her eyes. "If you had taken me away earlier, we wouldn't be stuck here." I smiled helplessly. "Big sister, the Silverback has already blocked the cave entrance. It's useless even if we leave early." While I was comforting her, I was secretly thinking of a countermeasure. Seeing the Silverback approaching step by step, I gritted my teeth and said, "Ari, go." Ari's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Silverback was stunned, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He screamed and tried to struggle, but fell to the ground a few seconds later, completely dead. Lu Huitong looked up in shock, only to see Silverback lying on the ground, blood flowing from his carotid artery. Then she looked at me, and I was squatting on the ground, scratching Ali's head with a smile, and the little guy looked very happy. "Solved," I shrugged and said with a smile. Lu Huitong pointed at Ari blankly. "Isn't it an F-level monster? How can it kill Silverback in an instant?" "Who said it's F grade? It's A grade." I stroked Ari gently, with a slight smile on my lips and a hint of confidence in my tone. "A level?" Lu Huitong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Didn't you have the heart to awaken the contract?" "Yeah." I smiled, my tone calm and calm. "Then you," I interrupted Lu Huitong before she could finish her words. "Don't forget, this is a special high school, and I am also a student of a special high school." I said lightly, but with a firm tone. "Here, everything is possible." She stared at me with a look of admiration on her face, but her heart was like a storm. To outsiders, this sentence means that the special university is full of talents and geniuses. But in my case, there is an extra shocking meaning. It is rare to see students without a sense of contract, and not only that, I have also subdued an A-level monster. It turns out that this guy has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Waste? This is clearly a true genius. Lu Huitong sighed silently in her heart, and at the same time secretly made up her mind that she must have a good relationship with Qin Feng in the future. Just as she was immersed in her thoughts, I suddenly spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. "Okay, now it's time to talk about my reward." I raised the corner of my mouth, revealing my white teeth, and spoke in a light tone. "Reward?" She was stunned, her eyes full of confusion. "Of course." I spread my hands and said as if it was a matter of course. "I helped you kill the Silverback. Shouldn't I show some appreciation?" I blinked and smiled smugly. "Don't worry, I'm not greedy. Just give me the scorecard." Her pale face froze slightly, and then turned from confusion to astonishment, and then stared at me in disbelief. Isn't it natural for a hero to save a beautiful girl? I wanted to get along well with this guy, but he was thinking about my scoreboard. Feeling a little uncomfortable with her staring at me, I stroked my chin and said frivolously, "By the way, you probably can't summon the half-emperor bird yet, right?" Lu Huitong's face turned pale as paper in an instant. She gritted her teeth and took 2 steps back, then nervously threw the scoreboard in her hand to me. "Pervert." I took the 3 scorecards but didn't stop. Instead, I calmly held out my hand. "What else?" I don't know much about her personality, but my intuition tells me that this kind of person will never surrender obediently. Sure enough, she gritted her teeth and threw 3 more scorecards. 6 in total. I knew that she, who ranked second in the class, couldn't have only this little wealth. "Congratulations on completing the task. Obtained 10 copy points. Obtained 1 novice advanced gift pack. Currently has 15 copy points. Latest task, strength improvement. Ari is promoted to the 2nd level monster and can obtain 10 copy points and 3 primary nutritional potions. Accelerate the growth of monsters and enhance physical fitness. Advanced novice gift pack detected. Do you want to open it immediately?" "Yes." I chose to confirm without hesitation. Reward: Ancient Bloodline *3. I opened the warehouse and found 3 drops of ancient blood lying quietly inside. I dragged them together and combined them, eventually forming a concentrated drop of ancient blood. Without hesitation, I injected it into Ari's body. Ari's panel changes accordingly. Race, nine-tailed demon fox. Quality, S. Cultivation, first order advanced. Skills, charm, hidden and silent. Features, the blood concentration is extremely high, and the third order form will show the 3-tailed demon fox form. Looking down at Ari, I found that it looked even more charming and seductive. I couldn't help but sigh. No wonder King Zhou was so fascinated by such a being. Okay, little guy, I've given you the scorecard. Can you leave now? Lu Huidong looked unwilling and glared at me with puffed cheeks. Don't be impatient. I chuckled. There is one thing we haven't finished discussing. Not finished yet? Her expression suddenly changed. Don't be nervous. I waved my hand, and my tone became serious. I just want to know about the mutant monster. When she mentioned this, her expression softened a little. I didn't see the monster clearly, but I'm sure its bloodline suppressed my half-emperor bird. Its level is probably far above A level. Bloodline suppression. I gasped. This is an extremely rare talent, which means that the other party's bloodline purity has reached a terrifying level. It seems that this monster is not simple. Thank you. I nodded and turned to leave. Just take care of your wounds here. I will help you clean up the monsters around you. No need to thank me. When Lu Huidong saw me leaving, she stamped her feet in anger. Damn Qin Feng. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. After leaving the cave, I started to wander around, looking for wild monsters. Knowing that there were mutant monsters, I was more eager to improve Ari's strength. The copy point can still be used, and my goal is clear. Let Ari break through to the second level as soon as possible. A few minutes later, I sensed some movement ahead. For classmates were gathered together, and I wondered if it was another chaotic fight. Thinking of this, I narrowed my eyes slightly, smiled excitedly, and approached quietly. Late at night, at the entrance of a cave halfway up the mountain, a bonfire was burning dimly. The cave entrance is backed by a huge rock. In the flickering firelight, 3 women and 1 man are sitting around it, and the atmosphere is a little tense. The only boy, Jian, had dark skin, short neat hair, and a square face with a heroic look. He threw the dead wood into the fire, patted his chest, and said confidently, "Don't worry. With me, Jian, it's absolutely safe. The 20th place in the class is not for nothing." His smug look made people laugh. Although he was only ranked 20th out of 60 people in the class, at this time, being able to have someone to lean on was enough to make people feel at ease. After hearing this, the 3 girls nearby relaxed their tense nerves a little. Ho Rongrong, who has fair skin and a mellow face, immediately agreed, her tone full of admiration. "That's right, we feel relieved with Brother Jian here." The look she gave Jian was filled with undisguised admiration, which made him unable to help but straighten his chest. Changing the subject, she continued to complain, "It's all because of that vixen Ning Ruxue. If she hadn't been causing trouble, we would have summoned the monsters long ago and wouldn't have to hide here. Fortunately, we met Brother Jian, otherwise I don't know how I would have made it through tonight." At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the bushes, and everyone was startled. "Who?" Jian stood up instantly, looking alert. Right beside him, a brown light suddenly appeared, and a golden monkey as tall as a human stood out, with muscles as hard as iron and a faint light in his eyes. A B-plus quality, powerful monkey. The bushes shook, and I walked out awkwardly with my hands raised, my face covered in dust, my clothes tattered, and I looked extremely embarrassed. "It's me, Qin Feng." Seeing that it was me, Jian frowned slightly and asked unkindly, "What are you doing here?" I scratched my head and said with a wry smile, "I was chased by a monster and had no choice but to come here when I saw the fire." My tone was a little weak, but it was full of meaning. Since I was discovered, I would just go with the flow and join the team by pretending to be pitiful, so as to get some information. Coward. Zhang Min sneered. Zhang Min, Ji An's diehard fan, looked at me with disdain and said sarcastically, "It's really embarrassing for our special high school students to be chased by ordinary monsters like this." I ignored her and just sat by the campfire, my face thick as a bullet. After all, getting information was my goal. Jian said coldly, "Let me make it clear first, I don't protect men. If you encounter danger, you can handle it yourself." I remained calm and asked, Did you run into Ning Rushue? Zhangmin got even angrier when she heard this. How dare you mention your fiancée? She's chasing people for points like a mad dog. Her words were full of resentment, but I quickly sorted out the logic in my mind. Ning Rushue's behavior was obviously to grab all the points of everyone and ensure that no one could team up with her. This woman is really straightforward and decisive. Hey, stop daydreaming. It's all because of you that we have to endure this suffering. Zhang Min refused to give in and kept accusing people. Come on, Zhang Min, stop talking. Ho Rongrong advised. He looks pretty miserable. I remained calm and continued to ask, did you encounter any mutant monsters on the road? Mutated monster? Ho Rongrong was stunned, then shook her head. No, this is just a testing ground. How could there be such a thing? Hearing this, I frowned. It seems they are lucky. Zhang Min sneered. Mutated monster? I see you can't even deal with ordinary monsters, but you still want to pretend to be powerful? Not wanting to argue with her any further, I asked her one final question directly. Have you seen Lunan? Jian clicked his tongue impatiently when he heard this. Have you said enough? If you ask again, get out. I sneered in my heart. Since I had asked all the questions I needed to ask, there was no need to stay any longer. Just as I was about to get up and leave, there was a sudden explosion in the distance, and a blue light danced among the bushes, like lightning across the night sky. Thunder Rabbit! My pupils shrank suddenly, and my heart tightened. I didn't need to think too much. Lunan was here. He might be nearby, ready to grab points. It's Lunan! Jian's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly protected the girls behind him, his tone full of nervousness. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall girl walked out slowly from the front. She was wearing sportswear and white school socks, and she looked stronger than the average girl. Standing at her feet was a long-eared white rabbit that was 3 times the size of an ordinary rabbit, with silver arcs flashing in its dark blue pupils. Then, another figure emerged from the darkness. He was a sturdy man with long hair covering his face and a stern expression. He was a top-ranked strong man in the class, and his strength should not be underestimated. Seeing the 2 top masters of the class appear at the same time, everyone was speechless. The difference in strength was too obvious, and any one of them alone would be enough to overwhelm Jian. As for me, others didn't even have any expectations at all. Lunan glanced at everyone's expressions and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Fan Ting, it seems that your guess is correct. Fan Ting nodded calmly and said calmly, Ning Rushue is grabbing signs everywhere, and people with sealed spiritual power will naturally gather together. As for whether you can find good things, it depends on luck. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved, and a white wolf appeared beside him. An A-level monster, the Moon Wolf. I stood aside, frowning. Lunan and Fan Ting joined forces, and the situation became more complicated. I originally wanted to use Lunan to consume Jian, but now it seems that my plan has failed. Facing 2 powerful monsters, we have no chance of winning, so we can only hold our ground for the time being. Lunan, what exactly do you want to do? Jian's voice was tense. He stared at the 2 of them with a little panic in his eyes. Simple. Fan Ting sneered, his tone calm but cold. Hand over the scorecard on you, so as to save time. Of course, if you think your monster can deal with my Moon Wolf, you can give it a try. Although his tone was light, it was like a biting cold wind, making Jian's face instantly ugly. Jian hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, took out the scoreboard from the space watch, and threw it on the ground. However, Fan Ting did not reach out to catch it and let the sign fall into the grass. His action stunned everyone, but I had a bad feeling in my heart. Lunan, take Thunder Rabbit and search them. Bring all their space watches here. Fan Ting said coldly. Hearing this, everyone's face changed drastically. Not only did they search their bodies, they even didn't let go of their space watches. Although the people present were unwilling, no one dared to resist. As for me, cold sweat broke out on my forehead because I had 15 scorecards hidden on my body. Jian and the others didn't know, but Fan Ting was very careful and obviously wouldn't let me go. While I was considering my options, Lunan had already stepped closer. The Thunder Rabbit at her feet moved swiftly, with a dangerous light flashing in its dark blue eyes. At this time, the system panel popped up. Race, Thunder Rabbit rank, a level cultivation, first level peak skills. Thunder, 8 points of copy value. Thunder Fire, 10 points of copy value. Faced with such a powerful monster, I chose to copy it without hesitation and gave Ari the cultivation and skill Thunderfire. The system interface immediately displayed a prompt for skill fusion and finally synthesized a new skill, Netherworld Thunderfire, which not only allows Ari to stealth but also doubles her combat power. Lunan was standing in front of me at this time. She frowned slightly, seeming a little reluctant, but still reached out to grab my space watch. "Ollie!" I shouted in a deep voice. The white light beside me suddenly lit up, and a white fox jumped out from the void. Seeing this, Lunan's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said coldly, "White light." Before he finished his words, Thunder Rabbit turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards Ollie. The Thunder Rabbit was incredibly fast, and the air was filled with the crackling sound of thunder and lightning. The powerful and overwhelming pressure made the white moon wolf growl and shrink back. Just when everyone thought that Ari was doomed to fail, an even more terrifying pressure emanated from Ari. The Thunder Rabbit instantly stopped in the air, fear showing in its dark blue eyes, while Ari's eyes shone with calmness and majesty. The powerful aura pressed down on everyone like a torrent, causing Lunan's expression to change from calm to shocked. His voice began to tremble. S level. The blood pressure suddenly spread, and the air was filled with a suffocating heaviness, shocking both humans and beasts. The pressure of an S-level monster. Only 10 people in this school year could own an S-level monster. And in this class, only Ning Rushua had a contract with an S-level Snow Emperor Eagle. However, the little white fox in front of him, which had always been regarded as F-level, was actually S-level. How is this possible? Fan Ting cried out, his voice filled with shock. He could feel his Tsang Yu wolf trembling, fear surging like a tide. How could this be possible? A useless person without a heart for a contract could actually sign a contract with an S-level monster? It was unheard of. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. Jian, Zhangmin, and the others looked ashen, with mixed feelings in their hearts. They had just been mocking Qin Feng, but they had never expected that this waste in their eyes actually had such a terrifying power. The two looked at each other, recalling their previous mockery, their faces as stiff as stone sculptures, unable to move. Ari walked out slowly from the white light, and every step was like thunder, bombarding everyone's nerves. As it approached, Fan Ting Song Yu Wolf crouched on the ground, trembling all over, while Lunan's Thunder Rabbit actually took a few steps back, terrified. This was the suppression of blood, the natural deterrent of the fox eating the rabbit. I sighed, spread my hands, and said calmly, "I originally thought that we could live in peace, but who knew that what I got in return was alienation and hostility?" Then, I raised my head and smiled calmly. "No more pretending. I'm going to show my cards. I also have an S-level monster." My voice was not loud, but it exploded in the venue like thunder from a clear sky. I hooked my finger and said in a light tone, but with irresistible majesty, "Scorecard, take it out." This sentence was like a slap in the face of Lunan. She, the class monitor, had the top A-level monster in the class, but was challenged in public by Qin Feng, who was always at the bottom. Where was her dignity? "Lunan, do it!" Fan Ting gnashed his teeth and roared. A white shadow pounced on me with the force of thunder. "White light, go!" Lunan gritted his teeth and ordered. The Thunder Rabbit turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight towards Ari, and the air was filled with scorching lightning. In a flash, a fierce battle broke out. Netherworld thunder and fire. With a loud bang, the air instantly became so hot that it was suffocating. However, the next second, the battle froze. The white light faded away, and everyone was stunned. Thunder Rabbit and Song Yu Wolf were lying on the ground twitching, but Ari was safe and sound, even licking her fur leisurely. The two A-level monsters couldn't even take Ari's attack. Lunan had a complicated expression and his fingers were trembling, and he finally threw out the scorecard. Fan Ting was unwilling, but he had to throw down his cards. I took the scoreboard and smiled. "Thanks." As soon as I finished speaking, Ollie and I disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a mess. Fan Ting was furious, clenched his fists and roared, "Lunan, if we work together, we may not have no chance. Why did you let him go?" Lunan was silent for a moment, stroked Thunder Rabbit's head, and sighed softly. "Because she is here." Before he finished speaking, the temperature dropped suddenly, and heavy snow fluttered in the wind. A blue and white snow king eagle fell from the sky, its silhouette piercing the sky like a sharp sword. On the back of the eagle stood a cold woman, Ning Rushue. She glanced at the messy battlefield and said in a cold tone, "What happened here? Did you encounter a mutant monster?" Fan Ting sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "I didn't encounter any mutant monsters, but I did meet your fiancé. His little white fox is the same level as your Snow Emperor Eagle, S level." Ning Rushue was slightly startled, and then a complex light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Qin Feng is not a waste. He actually has an S-level monster? Anger and astonishment intertwined in her heart. He thought that by hiding his strength, he could escape the engagement? Ning Rushue snorted coldly, a hint of anger flashing across her cold face. The cold wind howled, and her figure immediately disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Outside the testing area, a middle-aged teacher suddenly opened his eyes, turned to the head teacher Ling Fei, and said, "Isn't there only one S-level monster in your class?" "Old Ling, it seems that Ning is the only girl in your class who has an S-level monster?" The man frowned, his eyes fixed on Ling Fei, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Ling Fei was sitting on a rock, flipping through a book in his hand. He smiled slightly when he heard this, pushed his glasses, and replied with a little pride, "Nonsense. If there were 2 S-level monsters in the class, I would have walked with the wind." There are more than 20 classes in the first academic year of the special high school, and there are only 10 S-level monsters. It is a great honor for Ling Fei's class to have one. One more? It is simply a fantasy. But the man's expression became strange. Just now my virtual listening beast sent back a message, saying that there are indeed 2 S-level monsters in your class. 2? Ling Fei raised his head suddenly, his face full of shock, and his voice unconsciously rose a few notes. "Are you sure? We deliberately put an S-level monster in this test to create difficulty. How is it possible?" The man shook his head, his tone more serious. "Yes, there are indeed 2. One of them is a boy, and he brought an S-level white fox." Hearing this, Ling Fei jumped up with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "It seems that the human monster has evolved. These little guys are hiding deep enough. It must be Xing Rongguang. His 3-tailed fox has evolved into a 6-tailed fox." The man laughed loudly upon hearing this, patted Ling Fei on the shoulder, and joked, "Congratulations. Remember to treat me to hot pot later. That's a must." Ling Fei responded cheerfully, and their laughter and chatter echoed outside the test forest. At this time, I was in the deep forest and had no idea what was happening. Ollie and I were running through the forest at full speed, and the grass and trees made rustling sounds as we passed by. Ari's speed is as fast as lightning, and she can appear dozens of meters away like teleportation with almost every leap. In the battle just now, I have sensed the breath of the Snow Emperor Eagle. The spiritual perceptions of S-level monsters attract each other. Although they cannot accurately locate, they can sense the general direction very clearly. Suddenly, I heard a high-pitched barking sound behind me, and my heart tightened. I must not be found by Ning Rushue. If she takes my scorecard, I will have to team up with someone else. My fiancé teams up with someone else? Don't even think about it. I secretly clenched my fists, and a determination to not back down ignited in my heart. I must win this test. I must prove myself with an overwhelming result. However, as time went by, the consumption of spiritual energy began to show, and my face gradually turned pale. I gritted my teeth and persisted, but I knew in my heart that with Ari's current first-level spiritual energy, I could only hold on for a dozen minutes at most. Just when he was getting anxious, Ollie suddenly stopped, turned around, and ran excitedly in one direction, even accidentally falling into a few potholes. "Ollie!" I called it in a low voice, but it seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and rushed towards a dense bush regardless of anything. I quickly followed and pushed aside the bushes, and the scene in front of me stunned me for a moment. A canyon crack emitting fluorescent light suddenly appeared before my eyes, and there were bursts of refreshing medicinal fragrance floating in it. I whispered in surprise, "Medicine Valley." The valley was full of greenery, and precious medicinal herbs were everywhere. My heart was pounding as I quickly pulled up the herbs one by one and stuffed them into my space watch. Ari also excitedly munched on the herbs while running deeper into the cave. The canyon became wider and wider, and even several forked roads appeared. Just as I was concentrating on collecting medicinal herbs, Ollie suddenly stopped and showed a vigilant look. I held my breath and tiptoed to push aside the grass. A familiar figure came into view. It was Xing Rongguang. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The 3-tailed fox next to him was twice as big as I remembered. It was eating a fluorescent white flower with great relish. Race: three-tailed fox quality. A plus cultivation. Second level intermediate skills. See-through, wild force, immunity introduction. A nine-tailed fox with insufficient blood concentration. Due to insufficient blood concentration, it remains in the three-tail state. It likes medicinal herbs and can enhance its strength through medicinal properties. This is Xingrongguang, who ranks 8th in the class. His three-tailed fox is indeed powerful. However, my eyes are fixed on the white flower. If the three-tailed fox can improve its strength through medicinal herbs, then Ari can do it too. But at the moment, we are outnumbered, so it is obviously unrealistic to rob them by force. Just as I was thinking about a countermeasure, I heard the barking of a snow king eagle outside the canyon. I raised my lips slightly, and a sly light flashed in my eyes. There's a way. As night falls, the medicinal herb valley is shrouded in a tide of cold air. The temperature drops sharply as if winter has arrived, and an indescribable feeling of depression permeates the air. Ning Rushue stood on the Snow Emperor sculpture, her figure as straight as a sword, looking down at the crack abyss from a high position. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her sharp eyes accurately locked onto a faint aura of an S-level monster. Just as she was driving the Snow Emperor eagle towards the target, a strong spiritual power fluctuation suddenly erupted from the depths of the crack. In the darkness, a figure suddenly appeared, and his blurred outline looked extremely stern in the dim light. He slowly raised his hand and gave her a provocative thumbs-down gesture. Qin Feng? Ning Rushue snorted coldly. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, and she rode the Snow Emperor eagle straight down at a speed as fast as lightning. At this time, deep in the Medicine Valley, Xingrongguang was staring at the three-tailed fox in front of him, and he was so excited that he could not suppress his excitement. The fourth tail of the fox was looming, and the silver light was flowing, which was clearly a sign of evolution. However, just as the dazzling light was about to bloom, a powerful aura suddenly descended. The spirit fox's entire body trembled violently, and the unformed fourth tail instantly stopped, condensing into only a half-shadow. Xingrongguang's face suddenly changed, and his ecstasy instantly turned into anger. He stood up suddenly, staring at the huge figure flying in the distance, and growled, "Ning Rushue." At this moment, I was quietly lurking at the edge of the Medicine Valley, holding Ari in my arms, watching all this silently. A faint smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, but a hint of cunning appeared in my eyes. As expected, we meet each other, I whispered to myself, and taking advantage of the gap between the two people's confrontation, I quickly retreated with Ari into the depths of the crack. Ning Rushue was flying high in the sky on the Snow Emperor eagle. After hearing Xingrongguang's roar, she frowned slightly. Xingrongguang? Not Qin Feng. She re-examined the scene below and saw the three-tailed fox cowering at Xingrongguang's feet. Although its aura was strong, it was not her target. What a waste of time. Ning Rushue smiled coldly, turned and left, leaving the furious Xingrongguang there. Xingrongguang was filled with anger and had no place to vent, so he hurried back to the place where the fox evolved, only to find that the exotic flower he had been guarding had disappeared. He stood there in a daze, then flew into a rage. "Ning Rushue, you crazy woman!" His roar echoed in the valley for a long time. At this moment, in a hidden cave deep in the crack, I carefully placed the huge white exotic flower in front of Ari and whispered, "Eat it. Only by becoming stronger can we survive." Watching Ollie devouring the flower petals with relish, my thoughts were brought back to the past. In my memory, Ning Rushue's arrogant and indifferent look emerged before my eyes. She announced with no warmth, "Qin Feng, you are a waste, I can't marry you." At that moment, her withdrawal from the engagement was like a cold blade, cutting my self-esteem into pieces. I clenched my fists slightly, my eyes burning like fire. "Ning Rushue, you made me a laughingstock back then. Today I will let you witness with your own eyes who is the one who is marrying above your station." I took a deep breath, suppressed my anger, and turned my gaze back to Ari. Ari's body gradually radiated the light of evolution. I could feel the power of the contract surging in my body, and my spiritual power was rising. If Ari succeeded, I would officially enter the realm of a second-level Beastmaster. However, at this moment, a low and strange sound came from the depths of the cave, breaking the brief silence. I turned my head alertly and saw dots of light emerging from the darkness. and a chill ran up my spine. "Oh no," I whispered to myself, sweating profusely. I quickly protected Ari behind me and stared at the source of the dim light. Hiss! A low snake hissing sound echoed deep in the cave, making people feel terrified. Chapter 12. Level 2. Conquer the green snake. The hissing sound of the snake was like a bomb exploding in Qin Feng's ears, making him shiver. I'm so unlucky that even drinking water gets stuck in my teeth. He leaned against Ari nervously, thinking about waking it up if all else failed. Before reaching the 4th level, a Beastmaster has no combat capability. Only when he reaches the 4th level can he contend with some low-level monsters. Spiritual energy is revived, but the human body's ability to absorb spiritual energy is far inferior to that of monsters. It is precisely because of this that the profession of Beastmaster came into being. Of course, there are some other ancillary professions, such as nutritionist, pharmacist, and beast hunter. Beast hunters rely on technology and have some combat capabilities. There are 2 of them in the class, but unfortunately Qin Feng is not one of them. Hiss! The hissing sound of the snake was getting closer and closer, and Qin Feng felt his heart beating in his throat. Finally, a green figure slowly appeared in his sight. It was a small green snake only about 20 to 30 centimeters long, with a fiery red tongue. Its eyes were surprisingly round, and its pupils were as warm blue as the sea water, flashing with a hint of agility. It looked at him with a fierce look and was very cute. "Huh, I created the terrifying atmosphere so well, and this is all you show me?" The little green snake moved its head curiously, staring at Qin Feng intently, as if it was filled with endless confusion towards this human being. If it were someone else, they might not dare to approach easily, but Qin Feng was different. He saw an illusory panel on the little green snake's head. Race green snake. Grade F. Cultivation level. Low level 1. Skill. Clarity can increase brain activity. Introduction. This is a green snake that mutated from an F-level small white snake. It has a gentle personality and is a race that has never appeared before, with infinite possibilities. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw its panel. At the same time, attention was focused on the 4 words infinite possibilities in the introduction. He himself had no heart for contracts, so he could only sign these F-level monsters with blood. It just so happened that he was going to become a 2nd-level Beastmaster, so he could sign a 2nd monster. In the first 3 levels of Beastmaster, 1 more monster can be signed at each level, which is called the best signing period. Only 2 can be signed for levels 3 to 6, and only 1 can be signed for levels 7 to 9. If the signing is delayed, there will be many factors affecting the cultivation level. So a Beastmaster who normally reaches the 3rd level will sign 3 monsters in advance. Finding a suitable F-level monster is as difficult as finding a high-level monster, so being able to see this little green one can be considered a kind of fate. He plucked a petal from the glowing petals nearby and waved it at the green snake. Seeing him waving the petals, fascination appeared in her blue eyes. As he guessed, this thing was indeed a good one. Not only did Ari like it, but I'm afraid all the monsters liked it. He fed the green snake a little and couldn't help but smile when he saw the little creature swallowing it happily. "Follow me. I'll be indispensable to you in the future." The little guy tilted his head as he listened, as if he could understand what he said, as if he was thinking. After eating the flower petals, it also fell to the ground and fell asleep, leaving him alone to guard the 2 monsters. He felt tired from all the running around, so he closed his eyes and took a short rest on the wall of the cave. I don't know how long it was before I was awakened by the sound of the system. "Bye! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Get 10 copy points. Current copy point, 10 points. Obtain primary nutritional potion *3. Latest mission, Junior Beast Tamer. Sign a contract for the 2nd monster, and the 2 monsters fight together to kill 3 monsters. Mission reward, 20 copy points. An intermediate auxiliary skill-enhancing necklace. Enhances the strength of monster skills." He quickly opened his eyes and saw a soft light on Ari's body. Wrapped in the light, Ari's body was noticeably larger, and the panel also became like this. Species, 9-tailed demon fox. Quality, S-grade. Cultivation, 2nd level low. Skills, charm, netherworld thunder, and fire. Ari was promoted to the 2nd level, and his own spiritual energy also broke through to the level of a 2nd-level Beastmaster. Perhaps frightened by Ari's aura, the little green snake next to it was also awakened, appearing a little nervous and fearful. Qin Feng tried to comfort it, then bit his finger, touched its forehead, and recited a spell. This is the most traditional way of signing. If the monster does not resist or obeys, you will be able to feel the flow of its spiritual power. After more than 10 seconds, he felt the green snake's spiritual energy and breathed a sigh of relief. I'll just call you Qingtian. Our meeting is a fate bestowed by God. Big Brother will help you transform from a snake into a dragon. He patted his chest and said with a grin, not knowing whether Qingtian could understand him. I opened my warehouse and looked at the primary nutritional potion lying quietly inside. After hesitating for a moment, I chose to synthesize it. With a flickering golden light, all the primary nutritional potions disappeared, replaced by a bottle of intermediate potion. Intermediate nutritional potion can accelerate the evolution of monsters. The explanation was simple. He decided to give it to Ari directly. Now Ari is the main fighting force, so we must upgrade Ari first. After the potion was used, Ari's body was wrapped in golden light. 10 seconds later, he saw that Ari had an extra tail. At the same time, Ari's panel also changed. Species: nine-tailed demon fox. Quality: S grade. Cultivation: second level low. Skills: charm, netherworld thunder and fire, rage. For a short period of time, speed and agility are doubled. Seeing Ari's fighting power rising rapidly, I felt extremely happy. His current ability is at least able to rank him in the top 20 in the class. That's right, 20. The students here are all very talented, and everyone has his or her own trump card, so no one should be underestimated. In order to improve his strength as quickly as possible, he is going to team up with Ari and Tianqing to hunt monsters. It was not yet dawn outside, but it was already past midnight. This was the time when wild monsters were tired, so we could take the opportunity to go out and hunt them. He walked out of the cave with Ari, looked around vigilantly, and after making sure that no one was catching up, he walked towards the outside of the crack. The temperature around was a little low, obviously the result of Ning Rushue's Snow Emperor Eagle passing by. The Snow Emperor Eagle's strength has reached the peak of the second level, and it is only a little away from evolving to the third level. Generally, monsters will evolve when their strength reaches the third, sixth, or ninth level without any specific external force urging them. Although the Snow Emperor Eagle has not evolved, it has reached the brink of evolution, and its abilities are much stronger than those of other classmates it has encountered. Following the route the Snow Emperor Eagle had taken, he was looking for the monster. If a monster is very powerful, monsters weaker, then it will not approach it. But if this powerful monster leaves, other monsters will definitely appear where it stays. Because this is the special way of learning from monsters, and it is also to absorb the aura of some powerful monsters. Just as he was thinking, he saw a big snow-white cat crawling out from the bushes not far away. Chapter 13, The Power of Qingtian. A white figure emerged from the grass covered with a layer of white frost. It was a big cat with lush fur. From the outside, it looks like a docile, long-haired domestic cat, but its size is comparable to that of a medium-sized dog, and it can be said to be more like a small tiger. Its furry body instantly makes people let down their guard. It looks gentle and cute, and it is easy for people to ignore its size. However, in Qin Feng's eyes, this guy is a terrible guy. Race: white lynx. Grade: C+. Cultivation: low level 2. Requires 10 copy points. Skill: bewitching, can confuse the opponent's mind, making it confused and unable to think. Requires 10 copy points. Introduction: this is a solitary monster. Although its combat power is low, its survival rate is extremely high, and it is quite clever. As expected, cat-like monsters are natural hunters. If you don't have the system's reminder, it is possible that your throat will be cut by a claw. Ah! When the white lynx saw him and the white fox, it murmured softly, just like an ordinary kitten, and there was no sense of hostility from it. Ari seemed to be very interested in the white lynx. When she heard its call, she slowly moved forward, and the vigilance in her eyes was obviously relaxed. Ollie, come back, Qin Feng called out. However, the usually obedient Ari ignored him, and instead took a step closer to the white lynx, seeming to be very interested in it. Or rather, the white lynx is attracting it. Qin Feng didn't understand cat language, but he knew that this guy definitely had no good intentions. He stretched out his palm and raised it up. A white light flashed, and the blue sky appeared on his palm, wrapping around his arm. Clarity. A milky white light appeared on Qingtian's forehead, and Ari's body trembled as he walked in. Just when Qin Feng thought it was awakened by the clarity spell, Ari walked towards the white lynx again, this time at a faster speed. The distance between the two beasts was only a dozen steps, and she arrived in the blink of an eye. Careful! Qin Feng clearly saw a fierce look in by Nio's eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. As he exclaimed, the white lynx had already bared its fangs. Its docile appearance disappeared in an instant, replaced by a ferocious face. It stretched out its sharp claws that reflected cold light and stabbed Ari's neck. Qin Feng no longer cared about anything and rushed forward. But he was just a beastmaster who had just entered the second level, and it was too late for him to rescue them. At the critical moment, Ari suddenly disappeared from the spot, followed by a scream, and the white leopard fell in a pool of blood. Ari bit off the white leopard's neck directly, with agility and intelligence flashing in her eyes. This? Qin Feng stared at Ali in a daze, unable to recover. What's going on? The light on Qing Tian's forehead on his arm faded, and along with it, the wisdom in Ari's eyes. This clarity technique is so cool. Improve the IQ of monsters? What the hell? What is the name of Ari's action just now? Called to use the enemy's own trick against him? Let the opponent relax his guard, and then kill him. If it's not a fox, what is it? Seeing Qing Tian rubbing his arm as if to seek credit, he felt relieved. Qing Tian's skills are simply the strongest auxiliary, so abnormal. You should know that monsters usually fight by relying on their own wildness and the command of the Beastmaster, and there are very few monsters that can think independently. If combined with the white lynx enchantment, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, looking at the panel whereby Nio had not disappeared yet. He copied my hun. Then I opened my warehouse and dragged the enchantment to Qing Tian's clarity technique, which clearly indicated perfection. Really? Synthesis. Wow. Golden legend. The golden light faded, and the clarity spell on the panel disappeared, replaced by a brand new skill. Brain disruption. You can choose to increase or decrease the monster's brain activity, IQ. What a magical skill. Just imagine lowering the opponent's IQ and increasing our own IQ during a battle. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? Qin Feng rubbed his hands excitedly and couldn't wait to continue searching downwards with Ari. In less than 100 steps, I actually found a D-level bear monster. This guy isn't very smart and relies entirely on brute force. He directly let Qing Tian use a brain-disturbing technique on him. The big and strong bear demon just stayed where he was, clapping his hands and making ABA sounds. Seeing such a good effect, Qin Feng's mouth cracked. Although this skill has no substantial effect in the face of absolute strength, it can definitely play a big role in a lightning-fast battle. With this skill, plus Ari's current strength, killing 3 wild monsters will only take half an hour. When the third monster was successfully killed, the system's voice sounded. Bye! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Get 20 copy points. Currently has 20 copy points. Obtain an intermediate auxiliary skill-enhancing necklace, monster skill enhancement. Latest task. Obtain 30 score cards cumulatively. Mission reward. 20 copy points. Shielding device bracelet *1. Can shield the breath and energy of all monsters below SS within a 15-meter radius. Current scoreboard, 15. As the voice fell, a green necklace appeared in his palm. Put it directly on Qing Tian, and the white necklace shrank with the light and fit perfectly on its body. Just when he was satisfied, the whole ground shook. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and it was estimated that it could be heard at least several hundred meters away. At the same time, Qin Feng heard a miserable howl. Snow Emperor Eagle. Qin Feng's face changed drastically, and he looked up suddenly. There is absolutely no way that there is a monster in the class that can injure the Snow Emperor Eagle. So there is only one possibility. That is a wild monster. Ning Rushue is in danger. He wanted to turn around and leave, but for a moment, he sighed helplessly. Arigo? After all, she is his nominal fiancée. He can't just stand by and watch her die. A few hundred meters away, the Snow Emperor Eagle was lying on the ground, its wings and blood all over the ground. Ning Rushue lay on it, her pretty face pale and a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Not far from her, there stood a gigantic creature. It was a lion-headed monster that was nearly 3 meters tall, with golden mane all over its body, upright legs, and muscles all over its body twisted together like those of a coiled dragon. The palm was incredibly large, larger than half of the Snow Emperor Eagle. The palm just now smashed the Snow Emperor Eagle to the ground. With a flash of white light, the Snow Emperor Eagle turned into white light and disappeared on the ground, leaving Ning Rushue with a terrified face. On a tree trunk, not far away, a black shadow was hovering above it, like a python quietly watching everything. Next to the huge rock outside the test forest, the man sitting next to Ling Fei had his eyes closed, with an intriguing smile on his lips. How is it, old Gu? Have you found the source of the vibration just now? Ling Fei asked from the side. Hearing his question, Lao Gu opened his eyes and the smile on his face faded. Nothing happened. It was just that Ning Rushue was chasing after other students. She got irritated and hit him a little too hard. Ling Fei was stunned for a moment, and although he had some doubts, he still nodded. Real? Real? Old Gu nodded, with an imperceptible sinister look on his face. Chapter 14S Plus Level, Golden Flame Lion. Ling Fei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lao Gu's assurance. Lao Gu's virtual beast can monitor movements within a radius of nearly 10 miles, and is called a super great eye. Ling Fei naturally believed what he said. Although the one released for this test is an A-plus monster, it should not be underestimated. I hope there are no casualties, he said with a look of reluctance on his face. There are always casualties in the tests every year, although not many, but having such a risk makes Ling Fei, as the class teacher, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing him like this, Lao Gu smiled and comforted him, saying, Don't worry, they are all exceptional students. They were outstanding before they came in. Even after the school's special mutation, the strongest is only an A+. Even if it exceeds the range and becomes an S-, I'm here to observe the movements. What are you afraid of? When Elder Ling heard him say this, he became more relaxed and curious. By the way, in your detection perception, what color is S level? Old Gu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and thought briefly. How should I put it? The information sent by the virtual beast will become a light curtain in my eyes. It will form various colors according to the comprehensive strength. Above the S level, it will be like a black hole. Old Ling nodded, not quite understanding what was going on, and lay down on the rock to take a nap. I'll leave this to you. Recently, the higher-up said that some troublemakers have sneaked into the school, so you must keep a close eye on them. Lao Gu nodded, and seeing him taking a nap, he turned around and slowly closed his eyes. In his sight, the colorless light curtain gradually appeared, and where there should have been only one empty black hole, there were 4. Roar! In the dimly lit sky, the terrifying lion-headed monster roared at the JK girl. He raised his huge palm and slammed it towards her head. The terrifying wind whistled all around, and it was obvious how powerful it was. If this hit a young girl, she would be smashed to pieces. Although Ning Rushue was a genius girl, she had never seen such a scene before. She was completely frightened and stood there, staring blankly at the palm that was getting bigger and bigger in her sight, her face full of despair. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, and loud noises broke the silence of the early morning. Behind the bushes, Qin Feng was sweating profusely as he held Ning Rushue, who was already frightened silly. He turned and looked at the huge figure, his eyes flashing with solemnity and fear. Race, Golden Flame Lion. Grade, S+, 20 copy points required. Cultivation, Advanced Level 3. Requires 100 copy points. Skills, Golden Flame Fire Technique. Controls natural beast fire. Can burn. Terrible power. Requires 120 copy points. Steel Bones protects against all damage. Can withstand and fight. Requires 80 copy points. Introduction. This is a lion with a relatively strong ancient bloodline. After continuous evolution, it has become a king among monsters with a violent and impulsive personality. This attribute panel is simply a big boss. How could such a terrifying monster appear in the test forest? Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he speculated in his mind. Before entering, he also inquired about the first-year high school test. According to seniors from previous years, every test in the special high school carries certain risks, but no one has ever heard of an S-level monster appearing in the test. Could this be a mutated monster? He suddenly remembered what Lu Huitong told him, that there were mutated monsters here. For a mutant monster of this level to appear, there must be something wrong with this school test. Qin Feng, Ning Rushue in his arms came back to her senses from the fright, felt the warmth of his palm, her cheeks turned red, and she quickly struggled to break free. Why are you here? As she spoke, her tone had regained its composure. After all, she is a genius girl, and her mental quality is extremely strong. Just passing by. Qin Feng said lightly, his voice cold. Ning Ruxue was visibly stunned when she heard the coldness in the words. You have to know that Qin Feng was not like this before. Every time he spoke to her, he would smile warmly. This moment even made her feel it was not real. Put me down. Qin Feng let go, and Ning Ruxue fell heavily to the ground. Ning Ruxue claimed it. The Golden Flame Lion King in the distance had just raised his hand and was furious when he found that Ning Ruxue had disappeared. He instantly discovered the location of the two. He looked at Qin Feng solemnly and slowly opened his mouth with golden flames surging inside. Roar! This roar was accompanied by golden flames, like a golden angry dragon rushing towards the two of them. Ning Ruxue didn't expect Qin Feng to suddenly let go of her hand. She fell in pain and was about to get angry, but when she heard a roar, she turned her head and saw the golden flames. Her pretty face turned pale instantly. At the critical moment, Qin Feng picked her up and disappeared from the spot with a li. Boom! A low roar echoed in the area, burning the grass to ashes. Qin Feng, who was 20 meters away, appeared at the spot and shuddered as he looked at the barren land. Hold on tight. After saying something to Ning Ruxue, he held the soft body tightly and took Ari to perform netherworld thunder and fire again and again to avoid the golden flames. Ning Ruxue was really scared and held Qin Feng's neck tightly, fearing that she would be thrown out. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Qin Feng frowned. In the past, he would have thought that the world was beautiful, but now he feels calm. While fleeing, Ning Ruxue was extremely shocked. Now I can clearly feel the breath of his little fox. It is definitely an S-level monster. This guy's little white fox is really not F-level. It turns out that this guy Qin Feng has been lying all along and has deceived everyone. But why? Do you really not want to marry her? Thinking of this, she felt her self-esteem was hurt, and she twisted Qin Feng's chest hard with her palm. Qin Feng was concentrating on dodging, and he shuddered in pain and couldn't help feeling slightly angry. What are you doing? Others might have been startled, but Ning Ruxue stared at him angrily with her beautiful eyes. The two of them just stared at each other, and both could feel the anger in each other's hearts. If you don't want to die, just be quiet. Qin Feng took a deep breath and looked back. Although this monster is clumsy, the gap in strength is there. It is getting closer and closer to them. If this continues, both of them will die. Ning Ruxue in his arms also knew about it. She glanced at the direction of the large crack in the distance and said anxiously, Monster beasts like these have a sense of territory. Let's go back to the Herb Valley. Qin Feng felt the approaching attack, gritted his teeth, and ran towards the big crack. But the gap in strength between Ari and the opponent was too big, and the distance between them gradually shortened. If this goes on, there's no way I can run to the crack. Qin Feng, think of a way quickly. Looking at the approaching giant beast, Ning Ruxue also became anxious. Qin Feng took a deep breath when he heard that. A white light flashed on his shoulder, and Qin Tian appeared with a white light flashing on his forehead. He took a deep breath, turned around, and roared at the Golden Flame Lion in amazement. Silly, your mother is calling you to come home for dinner. Chapter 15, A Strange Conspiracy. Stupid, your mother is calling you to come home for dinner. Qin Feng's roar echoed, and Ning Ruxue in his arms opened her mouth wide and looked at him in surprise. Is it possible for a human to come up with such an amazing operation? Just as she was shocked, something even more shocking happened. He didn't know whether the Golden Flame Lion behind him really understood what he said, or was also shocked by this suffocating operation. It actually stood there, obviously stunned for a while. Qin Feng took the opportunity to create a long distance between them. When the Golden Flame Lion came to its senses, it found that he had already run dozens of meters. Finally, it roared angrily, but did not chase him. He rushed into the big crack, holding Ning Ruxue, and was relieved to see that the monster did not catch up with him. He put Ning Ruxue down and collapsed on the ground. This lion demon is so terrifying. Even if the top 10 students in the class were here, they would only get beaten. Ning Ruxue was a little dazed, having just escaped from a lion's mouth. The two of them did this in a daze for quite a while. Don't you have no intention of signing a contract? Why were you able to sign a contract with an S-level monster? Ning Ruxue brushed the dust off her body, and her expression returned to calm. This is the real Ning Ruxue, arrogant and indifferent. The danger was over, and she returned to her previous state. This is none of your business. Qin Feng stood up and stretched his muscles. Ning Ruxue's face turned cold instantly. The more Qin Feng treated her like this, the more uncomfortable she felt. This is a huge contrast to his previous attitude towards himself. You lied to me just to cancel the engagement? His eyes flashed with anger, and his voice became colder. Qin Feng understood her thoughts instantly. I didn't lie to you, but it's true that I want to cancel the engagement. However, it's not your Ning family that's going to break off the engagement, but my Qin family. Break off the engagement? Do you think I, Ning Rushue, care about you? Ning Rushue's face turned red with anger. She never expected that the loser would say something so shocking. As the daughter of a genius, there was no telling how many people were lining up to pursue her. Everyone wanted to form a couple with her. But Qin Feng actually deceived herself and wanted to ruin this fake marriage. Most importantly, this guy wants to cancel the engagement? What does this mean? To humiliate Ning Rushue and the Ning family? What would others say? They would say that the Ning family looked down on others and were humiliated by the Qin family's broken engagement. Such a thing must never happen. Our Ning family must cancel this engagement, and your Qin family must come and apologize. She looked down at Qin Feng, her words filled with anger. Qin Feng chuckled. Why? What do you have in your Ning family? Ning Rushue was speechless and couldn't answer for a while. But she immediately calmed down, thought of something, and said coldly, just because you don't have a contract heart, and just because I have a 7-star contract heart. If you do this, you will create enemies for your Qin family. Don't think that an S-level monster can change your life. When Qin Feng heard Ning Rushue threatening him like this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ning Rushue was right. It was just an S-level monster and was still not as good as her. You have to know that with Ning Rushue's 7-star contract heart, the monster sign later will all be of this quality level. Looking at Ning Rushue, whose complexion was gradually improving, he smiled provocatively at his fiancée, whom he had respected so much before. We'll see. As he spoke, his voice paused. Is your spiritual energy recovering soon? Ning Rushue was hugging her shoulders and looking at him arrogantly. She was stunned when she heard this. What you up to? Then take out your scorecard. Otherwise, I will send it back to you now. Qin Feng sneered and spoke shamelessly. The expression on Ning Rushue's face froze instantly, her face full of disbelief. What did you say? I said, give me your scorecard. Who do you think you are? Well, I'm sorry, Qin Feng said as he started to approach. Ning Rushue's face turned grim, knowing that what he said was true and not joking. Qin Feng, you will regret what you have done, she said, gritting her teeth. Through the scoreboard from the space watched to the ground, her face ashen. Keep it well. When my spiritual energy recovers, I will make you suffer. She closed her eyes tightly, her face flushed with anger, and it seemed that she didn't want to look at Qin Feng anymore. I never dreamed that one day I would be threatened by a guy like Qin Feng. You know, he's a useless beast tamer with no sense of contract. Feeling the surroundings gradually becoming unusually quiet, she looked over subconsciously. He found that there was no one around, and Qin Feng was nowhere to be found. He could only stamp his feet in anger. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng found a crack. He did not meet Xing Rongguang along the way, so he probably left, which saved him a lot of trouble. It was already completely light outside, so he found a tall tree that was relatively hidden and climbed up. As soon as he spread his palm, a row of scorecards appeared. After careful counting, there are 36 in total. Bite. Mission accomplished. Gained 20 copy points. Currently has 40 copy points. Obtain shielding device bracelet *1. Can shield the breath and energy of all monsters below SS within a 15-meter radius. Latest mission. Defeat 5 A-level monsters. Mission reward. 20 copy points. Primary evolution potion *10. Current number of A-level monsters defeated. 0. The system voice fell, and the light flashed on his arm, finally forming a gray bracelet. This bracelet seems to be made of rubber. It feels slightly cool when worn. There is a depression in the center, which should be a button. He pressed the button and felt a buzzing in his ears. At the same time, he heard a familiar barking sound, and then a blue figure soared into the sky from a crack not far away. Qin Feng quickly lay down behind a tree trunk, carefully observing the figure not far away. Ning Rushue stood on the snow emperor sculpture with a grim face, looking around and sensing the breath. After more than 10 seconds, her face became extremely ugly. Damn it, where did this guy's aura go? Because she had come into contact with Qin Feng's Ali's breath, she should have been able to feel more clearly the traces of Qin Feng's presence. but now there was nothing at all. It was as if it disappeared out of thin air. You were such a good Qin. Don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, I will skin you alive. Ning Rushue's face was gloomy. She sensed for a while again and then disappeared from the spot. At the same time, outside the test forest, Lao Gu discovered that an illusory black hole was gradually disappearing on the light screen sensed by his virtual hearing beast. In less than 10 seconds, it completely disappeared. He had his back to Ling Fei. His smile gradually widened into a strange arc, and he laughed silently. One has died, I guess. Ning Rushue. Chapter 16. Chasing the three tails, Xing Rongguang was killed. In the dense forest that was not yet fully bright, a faint white light flashed, followed by a miserable cry, and then disappeared with a bang sound of something falling to the ground. Under a poplar tree, Qin Feng looked at Ari, who killed a first-level demon wolf in seconds, and nodded with great satisfaction. With Ari's current combat capability, she would definitely be able to fight against the three-tailed fox. That's right. After walking out of the big rift, he set his sights on the three-tailed beast. He saw with his own eyes that the three-tail was clearly evolving, but he had no idea whether it had evolved completely in the end. However, judging from the angry roar at that time, it must have failed in evolution. But Qin Feng still wanted to confirm the situation of the three-tailed fox. Why? Because the three-tailed fox also has the blood of the nine-tailed fox. If it evolves successfully, it will definitely sense the existence of Ari. Even if Xing Rongguang does not take action himself, he will come to him. What's more, this guy's three-tailed fox is of A+ level and can reach S level at any time, which becomes his biggest obstacle. With the same racial bloodline, the early evolved three-tailed fox must be stronger than the not yet fully formed nine-tailed fox. Well, it's hard to say, but it's better to be careful. He thought so, and after coming out of the crack, he continued searching along the road with Ari. Along the way, he has discovered many wild monsters killed by the three-tailed fox, and the corpses of these monsters have obvious signs of burning. Who knows, the three-tailed fox may have evolved. There was a solemn look in his eyes, and he stroked Ari's forehead. Ari, detection. Ari nodded obediently, and a soft light rose on his forehead. After a few seconds, he found a direction and ran towards it in small steps. Qin Feng followed carefully behind, and after walking about 100 meters, he found the corpse of a monster. This is a black-scaled python. This guy is not an easy monster to deal with. Its strength is at least at the advanced level of the first level. Moreover, the black scales on its body are extremely hard, and the claws of ordinary second-level monsters cannot break its defense. It is called the snake brother among the first-level monsters. But even such a powerful snake brother was now charred all over and turned into a black wooden stick. If Ari hadn't been sniffing nearby, Qin Feng would have really mistaken it for charcoal. It's troublesome. The burn wounds on its body were more serious than those of the previous ones encountered. It was obvious that the three-tailed demon fox had evolved successfully. Because he has a little white fox, he is related to the bloodline of the nine-tailed demon fox. The three-tailed beast usually evolves into the six-tailed beast, but there is a small chance that it will fail in evolution and become the four-tailed beast. The so-called four-tailed fox is called the red flame spirit fox. Rumor has it that it travels with the mountain god, assisting in work, and is extremely mysterious. It can summon red flames and purify the souls of evil spirits. Judging from the injuries sustained during the chase, Xing Rongguang's three-tailed demon fox must have failed to evolve into a six-tailed fox, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise and became a four-tailed fox. In this case, he must act as soon as possible. Otherwise, when these four tails grow up, they will definitely be a powerful enemy of Ari. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. Ari has now evolved two tails, and her physical fitness is much stronger than before. She jumps and runs in the dense forest, slowly chasing after the traces left by Xing Rongguang. This is Qin Feng's idea. It can now be clearly seen that the evolved four-tail is in an excited state. Wait until its strength is almost depleted before taking action. Following the traces, Qin Feng gradually felt something unusual. It was too quiet, much quieter than he had imagined. Early morning is when all things wake up, and many creatures are still sleepy at this time. It is normal for the surroundings to be a little quiet, but this is too quiet. Only from a long distance away could one hear some rustling sounds of insects. Something must have happened here. Just as he was tense, he suddenly saw a red flame not far away. At the same time, A loud shout came from 100 meters away. "Where are you going?" "Xingrongguang." "He is fighting with someone?" The sound startled his heart, and he and Ali quickly disappeared from the spot and touched it. Xingrongguang was about 100 meters away from him. In the dim light, he could vaguely see four red-faced creatures chasing something. The speed was very fast, and Ari was able to barely keep up by using the netherworld thunder and fire. If I'm not mistaken, he is definitely a strong enemy. He can reap the benefits again. Qin Feng was excited and followed closely behind. The dew on the surrounding grass and trees had made his whole body wet, but he did not feel uncomfortable at all. Xingrongguang, who was not far away, began to slow down. After a dozen breaths, fierce flames and explosions continued. Squatting down behind a rock half a man's height, Qin Feng observed the battle in the distance. He didn't dare get too close. If he was discovered in advance, he would definitely be involved, and he didn't want to waste his energy. The red flames continued to burn, and from time to time, the roars coming from Xingrongguang could be heard. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Who can fight the Four Tails for so long? You have to know that apart from Ning Ruxue, no other monster in the class can defeat the evolved four-tailed fox. As he was thinking, the roar of battle not far away began to weaken. My heart tightened, and I sneaked up on him. Coming out from behind the rock, I saw a jumping red figure standing there from a distance. The flames weakened a lot, and it seemed that a lot of energy was consumed. Xingrongguang was leaning against a rock, probably seriously injured. "Ali, feel the other monster around," Qin Feng said solemnly. Ali used the reconnaissance technique to scout around and found that Xingrongguang was the only one there. Qin Feng was a little bit unbelieving. Was he chased away by the four-tailed fox? He tilted his head and looked at Xingrongguang's motionless silhouette leaning against the rock. His pupils shrank. "Ari!" After calling out Ali, he instantly rushed to Xingrongguang's side. However, when he saw Xingrongguang's appearance, his whole body trembled violently, and his face turned pale. Xingrongguang was seen leaning against the rock wall, his eyes full of bloodshot, holding his lower abdomen. Blood gushed out of his lower abdomen like a spring. Not only that, there were bloody holes the size of fists on his shoulders and chest. Qin Feng stared blankly at the dying Xingrongguang, his brain unable to react for a moment. "Qin, win!" Xingrongguang saw him struggling to get up and grabbed his hand, with blood oozing out of his mouth. Even Qin Feng's lips began to tremble. Xingrongguang tightly grasped his hand, like an angry ghost, and his voice was extremely weak. "Someone, give me revenge." He finished speaking in a halting manner. The bloodshot in his eyes almost coagulated into blood, and the anger and unwillingness emanating from his heart rushed straight to his face. After he finished speaking, he fell on Qin Feng. He uttered the last word with all his might. Escape. Chapter 17, Desperate Escape, dragging others into the water. When Qin Feng saw such a tragic scene, his mind went blank. He was just a student. How could he have seen such a scene? While I was still in a daze, I heard Xingrongguang's last word. Escape! This word hit him on the head like a sledgehammer, waking him up instantly. The four-tailed fox, which was also covered in scars, let out a mournful cry, and then bits of starlight began to appear on its body. When a beastmaster dies, his beast will stay for a short time, then return to the beast taming space and disappear from the human world forever. Qin Feng came back to his senses completely from the scream. He felt a chill running from the soles of his feet straight to his head. An inexplicable fear made the hairs on his body stand on end. Buzz! A sharp buzzing sound suddenly appeared, and Qin Feng saw a cold light coming towards him. It's a slave. The cold light was so fast that there was no time to dodge it. At the critical moment, flames burst out from the four-tailed fox's body and directly blocked the Changnu. Qin Feng looked in that direction and saw a dark shadow not far behind the flames. The man was holding a crossbow and aiming at him. Roar! The four-tailed fox roared angrily and then pounced towards the black shadow. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then immediately disappeared from the spot. After more than 10 seconds, the four tails turned into starlight and disappeared completely, and the figure chased in the direction of Qin Feng. In this area, only Xingrongguang's cold body was lying there. A breeze blew past, and the smell of blood filled the area. Next to the corpse, a black mantis half the height of a person gradually emerged. The mantis picked up the corpse and flew to a big tree more than 10 meters away in an instant. Under the trunk, two figures were squatting. Let's go, get out of the test forest. We must tell our class teacher about this. Guo Xiao looked at Xing Rongguang, who still had reluctance in his eyes, with a pale face and fear in his eyes. The two of them discovered Qin Feng halfway, but they didn't expect to see this scene when they caught up with him. Ling Lin on the side nodded, with fear also showing on his face. The students of the special high school are not just armchair warriors, but they are all limited to fighting monsters without life or death. It was the first time they saw a dead person, and it was their first time seeing a dead person, and it was their classmate. They couldn't help but tremble in their legs and feet. Qin Feng. Xiao shook his head when he heard his words. Someone has sneaked in here to kill people. Qin Feng is stronger than us and can hide, so he shouldn't be in danger. The delay was too great. He had to tell the class teacher that there was danger here. Otherwise, it would not be Xing Rongguang himself who would die. Ling Lin nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Let's go. Bury Rongguang in front. Don't let him be eaten by wild monsters." Guo Xiao nodded and rushed into the dense forest. The two men were completely unaware that on the trunks of the trees in the dense forest they passed by, a black shadow like a long snake was watching everything they did. The trajectory of their movements appeared in front of Lao Gu like an echo. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile, and he murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "It's almost time to close the net." His flower fell, and the long snake in the dense forest instantly crawled down from the branch and sank into the ground. At the same time, more than a mile away from the entrance to the test forest, countless black shadows crawled out and disappeared into the surroundings. There are black snakes hiding in the grass, on the ground, and even in the rocks. A wild rabbit passed by, and countless black snakes suddenly appeared on the ground and wrapped it up, then completely disappeared from the world. Test in the dense forest. Qin Feng hid in a broad-leaved tree, lowered his head, and nervously observed the black shadow moving not far away. Fortunately, he had a bracelet that could block the aura of monsters. Otherwise, the aura of monsters would have been released while he was escaping, and this terrifying killer would have definitely caught up with him. However, the other party was also alert enough, and seemed to have made sure that he would not go far, so he kept running around. This man is a beast hunter, at least level 3, otherwise he would never be a match for Xing Rongguang. The so-called beast hunter is a profession that uses technological weapons to deal with monsters. He has been trained in fighting skills since childhood and is much stronger than other beast masters of the same level. This type of people are the ones who, after the revival of spiritual energy, do not believe in monsters from the bottom of their hearts, so they rely on their own strength to compete with monsters that absorb spiritual energy faster. Although they are called beast hunters, the ones who fear them the most are beast tamers, because more often than not, they choose to kill. When people die, the monsters disappear. The man was wearing all black, a black mask and a hat, and his entire body was covered tightly. He started searching from the farthest area and slowly searched in his direction. Ari's strength is not enough to kill this man in a short period of time. If she goes out rashly, she will definitely be killed. He was distracted for a second, and when he came back to his senses, he found that the man had disappeared. It was still in my sight just now, but disappeared so quickly. With a grim look on his face, he scanned the area he could see, but couldn't find the other person. The two of them were quite far apart, so they were definitely not coming for him. They must have been hiding nearby and trying to lure him out. However, while he was speculating, two monsters emerged from the bushes. They were two large dog demons covered with manies and looked extremely strong. A-level hearing dog. Qin Feng was horrified. This monster has average combat capability, relying entirely on its muscles. It is even called A-level, which is not as good as B-level, but it has inherited the excellent tracking ability of a dog. In 10 minutes at most, I will be found. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly heard a snoring sound. That's right, snoring. Although the snoring sound is very small, it is the sound of human snoring. Where is it? He looked around and found a fat man lying in the tree trunk above him. He shuddered and slapped himself quietly. He secretly said that he had let his guard down and must not make such a mistake again next time. Looking sideways, I saw a fat man in a vest and pigtails. Even when he was fast asleep, you could see the ruffian look on his face. Xiao Qingdong? Qin Feng's face lit up with joy when he saw the fat man's appearance. Xiao Qingdong is an interesting person. He is a small-time gangster, so he has caused a lot of trouble for me in the special high school. His monster is very interesting and a very special monster. Steel-scaled dragon. Isn't the name very domineering? The bloodline is also very domineering. The dragon clan. Even though it is only stained with dragon blood, it is still a dragon. However, with such an impressive panel, the opponent's combat attack power is almost non-zero. It can be described this way. Its attack power is at most at the primary level of the first order, or even lower, but its defense capability is at least above the fourth order. If this guy helps me, let alone a man in black and two dogs. Even if the Golden Flame Lion came, it might not be able to hurt him at all. But this guy doesn't get along with me and will definitely not help me. After thinking for a while, he clapped his hands awkwardly. Oh shit. Sorry. I have to drag you into this. Chapter 18 Dragon Clan, Steel Scale Dragon. In the bushes, two sniffer dogs were searching for something in a low voice. Their pitch-black noses sniffed the ground back and forth, as if something was attracting them. In the darkness, a figure was staring at the grass beside the two monsters. Suddenly, a figure fell from a tall tree not far away and landed heavily on the ground with a bang. The two dogs that heard the sound immediately stared at the figure nervously and barked wildly. Then an angry roar was heard. Oh my god! Who the hell pushed me? I'm tired of living! Xiao Qingdong rubbed his butt, cursed, and climbed up from the ground, his face full of anger. I'm going to skin you alive! He was just having a sweet dream when he suddenly felt someone pulling him and he fell directly out of the tree hole and then came into close contact with the ground. After searching around, he not only didn't see the person who pushed him, but he did see a scent dog standing guard not far away. He was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became ferocious. Fuck you, what are you two idiots looking at? Believe it or not, I'll stew you. There was an old saying that if someone kills too many monsters, he will start to have a ruffian air. If you carry these evil spirits with you, even if you are a beast master of a low rank, you will still have a bit of evil spirit on you, and all monsters and beasts will be scared of you. Xiao Qingdong had some of this kind of ruffian temperament, and the two dogs were frightened by his shouting. But after all, it was an A-level monster. At most, it was just frightened and immediately revealed a ferocious expression. The next second, he pounced on him like a madman. When Xiao Qingdong saw how scary the two dogs were, he waved his hand and a huge figure appeared directly on the spot. It was a two-winged dragon covered in iron armor, standing on its legs, nearly 3 meters tall, about the same size as a golden flame lion, but with more developed lower limbs. Standing there, it looks like a small mountain of iron ore. Roar! The gangland dragon roared, then lay across the two dogs, spreading its wings like steel shields to block their way. He let the two dogs that heard the sound bite him, but he was not hurt at all. But at this moment, several cold lights flashed, penetrating through the gaps in the defense and piercing towards Xiao Dongqing's forehead. It's a crossbow. Xiao Dongqing was extremely confident in his steel-scale dragon and never expected a sneak attack. He had no time to dodge and could only watch the long crossbow flying towards his forehead. At the critical moment, he suddenly felt someone moving his body, just in time to avoid the fatal blow. Qin Feng? What the hell is going on with this fox? Xiao Dongsheng, who was dodging the attack, was stunned when he saw him, and then he felt Ari's blood. S-level. No one knows Qin Feng better than him. Just a few days ago, this little white fox was an F-level waste, but now he has transformed into an S-level. Evolution? How can F evolve directly into S? This is a long story. The most urgent thing now is to deal with the guy with the long crossbow. Only your steel-scale dragon can withstand these attacks. Qin Feng looked around solemnly, observing the position of the mysterious man. The attack just now was so fast that I couldn't even see the opponent's position clearly. Just when Qin Feng was about to concentrate on dealing with the mysterious man, Xiao Dongqing grabbed him by the collar. Okay, you are so familiar with this. Did you push me down just now? He stared at him, looking as if he wanted to eat him. Qin Feng was stunned by his question and couldn't help feeling ashamed. Brother, is this the time to talk about this? I also wanted to save you. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. I'm saving your uncle. Don't bother talking to me here. You're full of bad intentions. Hand over the points you have, or I'll throw them away and feed them to the dogs. He roared, looking scoundrel-like. As he said this, he actually picked Qin Feng up. What shocked Qin Feng the most was that this guy actually let the steel-scale dragon open its defense. The two dogs that heard the sound were stunned and just stared at Qin Feng. Damn lunatic! Qin Feng's face looked extremely ugly. He winked at Ollie beside him, and the next second he disappeared from the spot. Xiao Qingdong was stunned for a moment when he suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two dogs that had heard the sound pounced on him. A low thunderous sound was heard, and the invisible lightning and fire repelled it. Qin Feng appeared a few meters away, staring at Xiao Qingdong with a grim face. What a damn sin. This guy is still competing with me at this time, but he couldn't let him fall into danger. Not only was he unable to deal with the mysterious man and the two smelling dogs by himself, but while he was distracted, the mysterious man in the dark shot a crossbow arrow again, this time aiming at Qin Feng. Ari took him and dodged sideways, the anger in her heart rising. I originally thought this guy would help me, but now he's making things worse. He turned around and looked at the panel of steel scale dragon, and his heart was filled with determination. I can deal with one person or two people. I'll take care of you too. Race, steel scale dragon. Quality, grade A. Requires 10 points to make. Cultivation, second level intermediate. Requires 30 copy points. Skills, Gold Mountain. Creates a small-scale defensive barrier with amazing strength. Requires 30 points to copy. Steel Mountain, a skill of a certain realm, which enhances its own defensive ability. Requires 30 points to copy. Introduction. This monster possesses dragon blood. Its strength lies not only in its defensive capabilities, but also in its eyes that can judge the situation and perceive details. Although the copied skills are not as powerful as those used by Steel Scale Dragon himself, they are enough for him to withstand 2 attacks from the mysterious man. If I had known this would happen, I would have stayed away from this lunatic. Use copy on Kingsoft. Then he quickly pulled it to Ari, and there were only 10 copy points left on her body. Qin Feng, if you apologize to me now and give me the scoreboard, I will help you drive these people away. Xiao Qingdong said proudly, crossing his arms. In his opinion, Qin Feng had only this one path to choose. This guy's head is probably only the size of a walnut kernel. How did he get into the special high school? Qin Feng took a deep breath, rushed out of the steel scale dragon's defense range, and rushed towards the 2 hearing dogs. The 2 dogs were waiting for orders on the spot because they were afraid of the steel scale dragon, but they didn't expect Qin Feng to rush out and start barking wildly. However, when Lin Yi took off the bracelet and the unique suppression of the S-level monster was released, they clearly showed fear. And in the bushes in the distance, the mysterious man had a clear view of everything. Humph, you want to kill the monster first? Madness. He drew his crossbow instantly, his eyes flashing with coldness. No matter how hard Xiao Dongqing tries, Qin Feng will surely die from this crossbow strike. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow flew out and headed straight for Qin Feng's head. D. Chapter 19 Perfect Kill, the strength of a special high school student. The crossbow arrow was shot out, streaking through the grass like a meteor, instantly penetrating the grass and bushes along the way, which shows the power of this attack. The mysterious man looked at the flying crossbow arrow with a slight look of joy in his eyes. The angle of the crossbow arrow was very tricky, and it flew out along the bushes. Even he himself could not find its trajectory for a while after hearing the sound of the air exploding. When Xiao Qingdong heard the sound, he quickly asked Gang Linlong to protect his body tightly to prevent him from getting hurt. Qin Feng also heard the sound, but at this time all his attention was on the 2 hearing dogs. The next second, a crossbow appeared in his sight, piercing through his head. The 2 dogs that heard the sound have already pounced over. Now either Ari has to fight against the 2 dogs and then be pierced by the arrow, or Ari helps to block the crossbow arrows and then be injured by the 2 dogs. At this moment, the mysterious man in the distance let out a smug laugh. Jinshan, Qin Feng's lips moved. A golden barrier appeared on his body, and Ari disappeared instantly, and 2 screams rang out. Bah! The crossbow hit the golden barrier with a loud noise, and then fell to the ground. The A-level hearing dog was killed instantly by Ari, using netherworld thunder and fire. In a flash, Qin Feng escaped from danger. Not only that, the steel scale dragon's eyes were fixed on the bushes not far away, gathering a fierce light. Snort! The man in black suddenly groaned, and with a puff the black cloth covering his cheek was stained with blood. The spiritual power of the Beastmaster is the same as that of the monster with which he assigned a contract. So when the 2 dogs were killed, his own spiritual energy disappeared rapidly, causing his body to be unable to bear it and resulting in injuries. This is not the worst thing. When his attention was briefly distracted, Qin Feng's figure disappeared. By the time they found Qin Feng, he was only a dozen meters away from them. With such a short distance and his injuries, he couldn't run away. Qin Feng stared at the mysterious man in front of him, with a cold look in his eyes. The moment he saw the introduction of Steel Scale Dragon on its panel, he knew that this big guy would be able to find the location of the mysterious man. It is truly able to defend against powerful attacks, not only relying on the scales on its body, but also being able to instantly observe the details of the attack. From the strength to the attack weaknesses, everything can be seen clearly. With such insight, how could he not find a human hiding in the grass? So he kept paying attention to Ganglinlong's eyes and rushed out the moment he noticed it. He slowly clenched his fists, as if he saw the unwilling and angry eyes of Xing Rongguang before his death. Those eyes were filled with attachment to life and unwillingness to fight and anger. Xing Rongguang must have felt that he did not display his full strength and died at the hands of such a person, and he was unwilling to accept this. He wanted to avenge Xing Rongguang. Although the two of them didn't have much interaction, that look was already firmly imprinted in his mind. The possible reason was that a young life was entrusted to something in the blood of another life. Or maybe it was just that one sentence. Avenge me. Ari once again used the netherworld thunder and fire and took him away from the spot. The mysterious man finally panicked when he saw that he had disappeared. He raised the crossbow in his hand and shot 2 arrows randomly, but it was a waste of effort. The moment he turned to escape, Ari appeared and tore off his arm, holding the crossbow. Bang! He knocked him to the ground, and Qin Feng stepped on him. Snort! Blood gushed out of the mysterious man's mouth again, and he completely lost the ability to resist. Who are you, and why do you want to kill Xing Rongguang? Chi Funeng took out a hand knife from the space watch and put it on his neck. The mysterious man's eyes flashed with coldness, and his voice was low. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you will all die. No one will get out of here alive. Bullshit, this place is very high. Do you think a scum like you can be better than those teachers and cadres? Qin Feng sneered. Perhaps the mysterious man felt that there was no need to hide it from Qin Feng and laughed sarcastically. He shook his head, feeling as if he had heard some very funny joke. No matter how strong those teachers and cadres are, do you think you can survive? As he said this, he actually struggled to get up. Don't move! Qin Feng was frightened and exerted a little force on the knife in his hand. Have you ever killed anyone? Have you ever seen a dead person? Dare to kill someone? The man said calmly and took out a knife from his space watch and chopped at him in an instant. Qin Feng panicked. But in the moment of life and death, the knife in his hand moved. It directly cut the mysterious man's neck, and blood spurted on his body. The knife in the other person's hand also fell to the ground, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Vomit. He looked at the person lying in a pool of blood, covered his mouth as if he wanted to vomit, coughed twice, and spit out some sour water. Pooh! Qin Feng straightened up and looked at the corpse with lingering fear. This man is too cruel. If any other student had fought so hard, they might have been chopped to death by him. He thought about what the man had just said and took a deep breath. Have you ever seen a dead person? Count him in 2. And now he has killed 1 person. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Qingdong walking towards him with an aggressive look, and an ugly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without this guy, he really wouldn't be able to escape. But he still wants to snatch his own points. What a shame. After hesitating for a moment, he chose not to get entangled with this guy and immediately ran towards the exit of the test forest. According to the mysterious man, there is more than 1 killer here. Such a big thing has happened. Someone must tell the class teacher. As for this guy Xiao Qingguang, he doesn't need to worry about him at all. The mysterious man can't deal with Ganglinlong with just these 2 tricks. I guess even Ning Ruxue is not as safe as him. There must have been something wrong with this test, and he felt it was something serious. Leading Ari forward, when there were only 2 hours left to the test entrance, he heard an exclamation. Brother Jian, help! Qin Feng, who was running, paused and turned his head to look. Zhangmin! The sound was not far from here, at most 70 or 80 meters away. It was probably because we encountered a mysterious person. However, I have never had a good impression of her, and I don't know what her strength is. I don't know if she is stronger than the mysterious person I met before. Or there are 3 or 4 mysterious people. Even if I go there, I will just give away 1 more head. Instead of this, it might be better to inform the class teacher Ling Fei. Just as he was hesitating, Xing Rongguang's unwilling eyes flashed before his eyes. Well, we were classmates. Shaking his head, he and Ari rushed in the direction of the shouting. However, he didn't realize that behind him, a dark shadow, like a long snake, was following him closely. Chapter 20. Take action in time to rescue classmates. Beside the winding and fast-flowing river, two figures stood guarding the shore, staring intently at the tangled and dense forest. Brother Jian, what should we do now? Zhangmin grabbed Ji An's arm tightly, his face pale. The powerful monkey stood in front of the two of them, his body covered with wounds. Ji An's complexion was also somewhat pale, and his expression was extremely ugly. You two keep running? Why don't you run away? A figure slowly walked out of the dense forest. His facial features were tightly covered by a black veil, revealing only a fierce look in his eyes. The man was holding a crossbow and spoke in a joking voice. Behind him were two smelling dogs. When Jian saw the two dogs that heard the sound, his face became extremely ugly. His power-controlling monkey had broken through to the second level in the battles over the past few days. But the opponent had two dog monsters, and with their bows and crossbows, he could not defeat them at all. When he was distracted for a short while, the mysterious man raised the crossbow in his hand. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight toward Zhang Min's head, scaring her instantly. Careful! Puff! The crossbow arrow pierced Ji An's shoulder and knocked him to the ground. Brother Ji An, Zhang Min hugged him, her eyes instantly bursting with tears. Who could have imagined that such a situation would occur in the test jungle? Ji An was hurt, his spiritual energy was running wild, and the powerful monkey was obviously a little agitated. When the mysterious man saw this situation, he sneered and commanded two dogs to detect sounds. Go ahead and devour them till not even a bone is left. After receiving the order, the two dogs came out barking and ran straight towards the two people. Although the Yuli monster monkey is powerful in one-on-one combat, it is no match for two bites with two fists. In addition, Ji An was injured, which affected the flow of its spiritual energy. After a few rounds, large pieces of flesh and blood were torn off. Seeing that the powerful monkey couldn't hold on for much longer, Ji An's eyes turned red. He turned around and looked at the rushing river. The river flowing down hit the rocks with a loud noise, and he could vaguely see a huge black shadow moving in the river. That is a monster in the water, more powerful than the monsters on land. Brother Ji An? Her voice was already tearful. Oh! Seeing her like this, Ji An gritted his teeth and stood up. I'll clear the way for you, and you try to run out. At this moment, the Yuli monster monkey let out an angry roar and shook off the two dogs that had heard the sound. Its body was covered in blood and flesh, and it was on the verge of collapse. Finally, it fell to the ground with a bang and turned into starlight and returned to the beast taming space. Now, they don't even have their last bargaining chip left. Seeing this, Ji An took a deep breath, held Zhang Min tightly, and slowly closed his eyes. The only thing they can do now is to die together. Zhang Min grabbed his collar tightly, tears streaming down her face, and closed her eyes tightly. I'm going to take action. 3, 2. The mysterious man held a crossbow in his hand, and his voice was teasing and crazy. The men and women by the river huddled together tightly, waiting for death to come. This number is like the scythe of the god of death, already hanging on their necks. Suddenly, the sound of a struggle was heard, followed by two screams, and the world fell into silence. Ji An suddenly opened his eyes and saw Qin Feng sitting on the mysterious man with his hand on his neck. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Zhang Min opened her eyes when she heard his voice and looked at the young man not far away in disbelief. Who would have thought that at the most critical moment, it was Qin Feng, whom she had once ridiculed? Qin Feng put the knife on the man, showing his white teeth, and looked at the mysterious man with a smile. This mysterious man is not as strong as the one he encountered before. He is only at the second level. Although the two sound-detecting dogs that were killed instantly were A level, their strength was not very high. It seems that not all mysterious people are as strong as the one who killed Xingrong Wang. This is also good news. Tell me, who are you and what are you doing here? Who? The mysterious man sneered. Of course I'm here to kill you all. Phew. Qin Feng stood up with his sword in hand. This scene frightened the two people present. Ji An swallowed his saliva with an unpleasant expression, and his voice trembled a little. You killed him? What else? Wait for him to kill you. Qin Feng asked back. Zhang Min had fainted, which made him shake his head. I guess there won't be many girls left alive in this chaos. Ji An didn't say anything else, but looked at Qin Feng with complicated eyes. He still remembers what he said to Qin Feng when he first met him. He even said shamelessly that he would not care about Qin Feng's comfort if he encountered danger. Now it seems that this guy has always treated him like a clown. Thank you, Qin Feng. It was my fault for what happened before. When Zhangmin wakes up, I will ask her to apologize to you in person." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and his expression changed drastically. Ho Rongrong and the others are in danger. They're running upwards. There is a mysterious person there. Ho Rongrong? Qin Feng was stunned and looked in the direction he pointed with a serious expression. He had a good impression of Ho Rongrong. He had already hunted down 4 A-level monsters, so he could complete the task by hunting down one more. Take her to the test forest to find the class teacher. I'll go up and take a look. After taking a final look at the two of them, he rushed up. At this moment, Qin Feng was actually a little narcissistic and felt that he was quite brave, but more importantly, he felt that Xing Rongguang had influenced him. It was hard for him to imagine that a classmate who was quite young like him did not show the slightest fear when he died. What is Xing Rongguang thinking about? Qin Feng was a little dazed, but he felt that something was touching him and making his blood boil. After running about 100 to 200 meters, he saw a corpse. She's my classmate. Her name is Tianming. He was also one of Ji An's 4-member group. It seems that he is a step late. He clenched his palms slightly, making a creaking sound, and continued to run downwards. The view ahead continued to widen, and a small valley appeared at the end of the sight. Qin Feng saw a lot of blood on the ground, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Just as he was about to speed up, a familiar voice called him. Qin Feng. He shuddered and turned to look. Behind the rock, he saw an indifferent face staring at him. Ling Lin. Who is this Ling Lin, with whom he had a conflict? Qin Feng. Don't chase him anymore. You will surely die. He spoke slowly, his face full of solemnity. What exactly happened? Qin Feng did not move forward rashly and stopped. His intuition told him that there must be a reason why Ling Lin was willing to put aside the conflict and call him, and it might be the key issue. As expected, Ling Lin took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "We can't get out of the test forest now. There are killers everywhere. If we want to survive, we have to join forces." Chapter 21, Testing the Cage, Valley Rescue. You and I can only survive if we join forces with others. Ling Lin's voice was a little fearful, with fear flashing in his eyes. He knew Ling Lin's personality. He was taciturn, but decisive in his actions. What kind of enemy could make such a person feel fear? What do you mean by saying that we can't get out of the dense forest? Guo Xiao and I saw mysterious people chasing you, so we went out in advance to tell our class teacher. Not long after, just 2 miles away from here, I ran into a group of mysterious people in black, and he paused here, and the fear in his eyes could not be concealed. There is another monster. Qin Feng frowned. S level. To be able to have such a mentality, he must be at least S level, possibly even S+. However, Ling Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know, because the sky and the earth are covered with black shadows like black snakes. If you are touched, you will instantly turn into nothingness." It was because of this monster that Guo Xiao and I got separated. Qin Feng suddenly realized. No wonder those mysterious men were so arrogant. It turned out that they were intercepted in this test forest using special means. If I'm not mistaken, there should be special means to intercept them even in the sky. No matter who it is, if someone dares to kill students from the special high school in the back mountain of the special high school, his strength should not be underestimated. The only one they can rely on now is themselves. Improve your strength and find classmates to fight against the mysterious man until the school teacher rescues you. This is their only hope to survive. How long do you need to persist? The worst-case scenario would be a month of testing. Ling Lin must be very clear about this, which is why he is so afraid. In this case, we should rescue our classmates so that we can strengthen our strength and hold out until our homeroom teacher and others arrive. No, we can't deal with the people in the valley. There is a 3rd-level monster there that is at least S+. If the 2 of us go there, we will be killed. You are the only 2 S-level students in the class. If something happens to you, the chances of us escaping will be even smaller. Ling Lin calmed down and talked to him about the powerful relationship. Who is the monster chasing? Is it Ho Rongrong? Qin Feng asked. Yes, Ho Rongrong and Lu Huidong. What? Qin Feng looked surprised. Lu Huidong? I guess this kind-hearted guy want to help save people, so I should go even more. Thinking of this, he glanced at Ling Lin, who had calmed down, and said helplessly, "In this case, we must go and save people." Are you crazy? I said there is an S+ level 3 monster there, and going there would be a death sentence. Ling Lin looked grim. But Lu Huidong's half-royal bird is an A+ level demon beast and a flying bird. If we want to get out, we need her help. He paused at this point and continued, and you know Ho Rongrong's demon beast abilities. These two are important members of ours, and we cannot lose either of them. Ling Lin's face was extremely ugly, and his palms were clenched tightly. That's right. Ho Rongrong's monster is called the brain-disturbing worm. This monster is not a particularly strong monster in combat, but it has a very rare skill, which is the ability to communicate through brain waves. You can know the physical condition of the person you are connected to and occasionally obtain a small amount of information about the enemy. It was because of this that she was promoted to a special high school student. Right now we know nothing about the enemy, so Ho Rongrong is a very important part. If you are afraid, leave here and find someone else. Ling Lin's face changed when he heard this, but he finally calmed down. Then you go this way. I'll go find other people. I hope to see you again. He said, turned around and left. Although the students of the special high school are students, each of them is an elite and will remain absolutely calm when facing such things. Not going with him to rescue people is a question of courage. Qin Feng looked at his departing back, his eyes a little dazed. If it was Xingrong Wang, would he go with me? I couldn't help but chuckle. What was he thinking? The most urgent thing now was to save people. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the small valley at the end of his sight. The valley here is more like a horn surrounded by hills than a valley. There are plants and trees, countless caves and streams. It is an extremely hidden place. The entrance to the valley is also extremely narrow, and even the narrowest road is only 3 or 4 meters wide. 2 men in black, covering their entire bodies, were guarding the entrance with 2 smelling dogs. They sat cross-legged on the ground, yawning from time to time. The man on the left, who was obviously stronger than the man on the right, asked the skinny man in black, "Tell me, why didn't Lord Amo take care of these 2 elementary school students for so long? Has it been more than an hour?" The thin man in black shook his head upon hearing this and said nervously, "Don't talk nonsense. If you hear it, I'll kill you." But one of the 2 girls has a very special monster. It seems that this is the reason why we can't catch it. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flashed in the dense forest not far away. "Who?" The burly man in black stood up suddenly, his voice tense. He stared at the dense forest nervously and found that the human figure had disappeared, as if the human figure just now was an illusion. "Go and have a look." "Me?" The thin man in black was stunned for a moment and seemed a little afraid. Although he didn't want to go over to check, he still walked over slowly with his 2 smelling dogs. As the smell dog entered the dense forest to grope, the sound gradually moved away from the sight of the burly man in black. "No!" A few minutes later, the thin man in black shouted in the dense forest and poked his head out. At this moment, 2 screams suddenly sounded behind him. The man in black's face turned pale instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then a low, thunderous sound was heard, and the thin man in black seemed to be hit by some force, and the whole person flew into the air. The burly man in black's face changed drastically when he saw this. He instantly took out something from his space watch and pulled it with his hand. A red flare rushed directly into the sky. Bang! A scarlet light exploded in the air, and a young man sitting on the shoulder of the golden flame lion in the valley suddenly turned his head. The boy looked to be about 17 or 18, with white hair and eyebrows and a cold and heroic face. He stared at the red signal with a gloomy expression. Could it be that the kid who ran away has come up? His voice was a little hoarse, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved. "Bring it on. If more come, they will all die here." As he spoke, he chuckled. The murderous intent and madness in his chuckles echoed in the valley and did not subside for a long time. The golden flame lion heard the laughter and glanced at him, then walked towards the depths with a cold expression. Chapter 22, The Mysterious White-Haired Boy. At the entrance of the small valley, Qin Feng looked at the man in black lying in a pool of blood, his face turning pale. Although I've started to adapt, I still feel a bit nauseous. "Bite! Congratulations on mission accomplished. Gain 20 copy points. Obtain primary evolution potion *10. Can promote the evolution of monsters. Current copy points, 30 points. Latest mission, rescue classmates. Rescue classmates Lu Huidong and Ho Rongrong and receive a reward. Copy 50 points. Get veteran gift pack *1. Rescuing one person will only earn you copy points, and if the rescue fails, you will get no rewards." Qin Feng directly opened the system prompt and synthesized 10 primary evolution potions. Intermediate evolution potion. perfect type it can allow a monster that has never evolved to undergo a miniaturized transformation. After seeing the instructions of the medicine, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and handed it to Qing Tian. Although he needs extremely strong combat power now, he cannot always rely on Ari alone. After the continuous running around, he could already clearly feel Ari's fatigue. In this state, let alone rescuing people from an S+ level monster, she might not even be able to protect herself. Taking advantage of this potion, Qing Tian can improve his strength. The two monsters take turns fighting to avoid fatigue, which will lead to a decrease in their combat effectiveness. Qing Tian on the panel was shining with golden light, and then his appearance changed. Its body is a whole circle thicker, and its length has reached half a meter. The most important thing is the panel, as shown below. Species: blue scale python. Grade: C+. Cultivation: first level intermediate. Skills: clarity, snake whip, twitch the tail to hit the opponent violently, causing good damage. Introduction: this is an evolved green snake with better bloodline than other C-class snakes and a stable personality. Qin Feng showed joy when he saw Qing Tian's panel. This evolution not only improved the grade, but also the cultivation level. The most important thing is that a skill was also learned. It seems that the fastest way to transform a monster is to evolve. After making sure that there were no other men in black around, Qin Feng sneaked into the valley. At this time, on the cliff in the valley, in a cave behind a big tree with lush branches and leaves, Lu Huitong retreated into the cave. She groped in her arms, took out a simple black hairband, and put her hair up high, revealing her heroic and beautiful face. The flare just now should have attracted a large number of men in black. This may be our only chance to escape. A figure emerged from the darkness of the cave. It was Ho Rongrong, but the man outside is too powerful. We are no match for him. Should we wait for rescue? Who knows? The person who came might be the class teacher. She looked outside the cave worriedly and said carefully. Lu Huitong shook her head with a serious expression. It's definitely not the class teacher who came. How could they not stop the school teacher's plan by hunting you down in such a high-profile manner? Now that there are people outside, rushing out to join them is our only chance. After hearing Lu Huitong's words, Xing Rongrong hesitated. Okay, let your brain-disturbing beetle connect. I'll go out and take a look. If there's no danger, you come out. Lu Huitong smiled slightly. How can this be possible? If we want to go, let's go together. I'm afraid that won't work. Lu Huitong shook her head decisively and refused. The special nature of your monster is the only way to gather your classmates. If something happens to me, there are still many A-level and S-level students like Ning Ruxue in the class. But if anything happens to you, I'm afraid our entire class will be wiped out. Xing Rongrong calmed down after hearing her words, was silent for a few seconds, and waved her hand gently. From the depths of darkness, a beetle half a meter long flew out. He was completely black, and his shell reflected the luster of metal, looking extremely hard. As soon as the beetle appeared, a low, buzzing sound was heard around it. The sound was like the sound of an old air conditioner in the house, and it was very clear. Huitong, you must be careful. I have given you the information to connect to Xiaorao and will help you choose the route as much as possible. Lu Huitong smiled and nodded, then walked out of the cave and jumped down. Shortly after she jumped down from the cave, the young man, sitting on the shoulder of the golden flame lion, suddenly felt a slight movement. The surrounding forest darkened, and a black shadow like a long snake crawled along the body of the golden flame lion and into the palm of the white-haired boy's hand. The black shadow stayed in his palm like a puddle of muddy water, and his dark eyes flickered. He patted the golden flame lion under him, and then said something in its ear. The golden flame lion immediately took steps towards Lu Huitong. Lu Huitong came out of the cave and ran cautiously towards the outside of the valley, with Xing Rongrong's voice echoing in her head. Huitong, what's the situation outside? This is the ability of the brain-scrambling beetle, a bit like a mobile phone, but more useful than a mobile phone. There are no problems for now. I haven't seen any men in black. Lu Huitong walked close to the cover and looked left and right. When she brought Ho Rongrong in, 7 or 8 mysterious people were chasing them. Among them was a white-haired boy with a monster as big as a hill. The monster almost killed her half-emperor bird in a close encounter. Moreover, the crossbow in the opponent's hand seems to be special and has the function of blocking spiritual energy. The chances of escaping from the air are not particularly high. After all, if a monster is shot and falls from a high altitude, the result will be death. Suddenly, several men in black came running over in a panic from not far away, which made her heart tense, and she quickly hid herself. Rong Rong, someone is passing by, listen to what they say. Oh cool. The voice in her mind echoed, and Lu Huitong closed her eyes tightly. While she closed her eyes, the world suddenly became quiet. Her hearing suddenly became stronger, and the voice of the man in black in the distance became clearer and clearer. No, to be precise, it's not that her hearing has improved, but that Ho Rongrong uses her ability to receive specific voices of certain people not far away. There's so many of us. Are we all going? That's right. Master Amo said that an S-level monster has arrived. S rank. Is it that woman? I'm not sure about that. Lord Amo said it's difficult to deal with, so he asked us to deal with it. He has already found the whereabouts of those two people. Enough of the nonsense. Hurry up and act. The figure gradually went away, and Lu Huidong's face became increasingly ugly. Rong Rong, did you hear that? That person has discovered our location. You need to move quickly. I'm already transferring, but there's an S rank coming over, and I don't know if it's Ning Ruxue or Qin Feng. Lu Huitong, who was preparing to evacuate, paused and was stunned for a moment. Isn't Qin Feng A-level? The voice in my head was silent for a moment, seemed to move, and then a confusing sound came. Qin Feng is S-level. I've seen it with my own eyes before. Lu Huidong's expression froze, and she was completely confused. S-level? What is going on? How much true strength does Qin Feng hide? Chapter 23, The Power of Ho Rongrong. Huidong, what's wrong with you? Ho Rongrong's voice came again, bringing Lu Huitong back to her senses from her daze. The last time I saw Qin Feng, the little fox beside him was A-level, which was shocking enough. After all, it would be somewhat surprising and shocking for a piece of trash that was known throughout the entire ultra-high region to suddenly transform into someone with relatively strong strength. This time, when I heard Ho Rongrong say that Qin Feng was S-level, I felt different. When he was at A-level, he was not as good as herself, so even if he was shocked, he didn't feel much. But S-level was an existence that surpassed her, the half-imperial bird. You know, before this, only Ning Ruxue was better than her. Now Qin Feng suddenly pops up. How can he feel good? Huitong, be careful. I received some information. That person should be heading in your direction. Ho Rongrong's voice woke her up, and she nodded subconsciously and disappeared on the spot. At this time, at the other end of the valley, Qin Feng carefully shuttled between the bushes and rocks, looking at a man in black walking towards the direction he had just come from. His brows slightly frowned. Less than half an hour after he came in, he discovered something unusual. It was as if someone had tipped off his position, and the man in black would always find his position more accurately. Otherwise, he would have been caught if he had been moving around all the time. He subconsciously looked up at the sky, and after not finding anything unusual, he left the place again. 7 or 8 minutes later, a man in black appeared at the place where he disappeared and checked the surroundings. Ari detection. On the leafy tree, Ari nodded, a soft light emanating from his forehead. The light lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared, and it also shook its head. No. Qin Feng looked grim. This feeling is very passive. We are outnumbered by the enemy, and now we are being chased. If this continues, let alone saving others, we can't even save ourselves. It seems that we still need to find Ho Rongrong first. With her around, we can get the other party and no longer be passive. But now at least one thing can be confirmed. That is, Ho Rongrong and Lu Huitong are still safe. Otherwise, these men in black would have withdrawn from the valley long ago. Just when he was thinking about how to find Ho Rongrong, he heard a vibrating sound. The ground around him shook, and Qin Feng was startled. This familiar vibration. He looked up suddenly and narrowed his eyes slightly. Golden Flame Lion. S+. Isn't it such a coincidence? Isn't that creature wild? Could it be someone's monster? A terrible thought arose in my mind, and I clenched my fists slightly. If this Golden Flame Lion is controlled by someone, then it will be a big trouble. Not to mention him, even if all the people in the class were gathered together, they might not be able to defeat the opponent. Thinking of that horrible panel now, he still felt a lingering fear. Roar! The terrifying roar of a lion echoed, and it sounded like it was only a few hundred meters away from him. No, I must go and check it out. Maybe Ho Rongrong has been discovered. He quickly followed in the direction of the lion's roar. The distance was several hundred meters, and even if he moved forward carefully, it would only take him about 10 minutes. When he found the Golden Flame Lion, His pupils suddenly contracted when he saw the scene in front of him. I saw a golden flame lion lying in front of a cliff, opening its bloody mouth and spewing golden flames. The flames burned the cliff, and the vines and vegetation on it instantly turned into nothingness. On the shoulder of the golden flame lion stood a young man with white hair. He had his back to Qin Feng, but he could still feel the pressure coming from him. This guy is definitely an extraordinary person. He can control a monster like the golden flame lion. It is possible that he is the mastermind behind the killing of the special high school students. Hiding in the dark, he carefully observed the situation around him and suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Just a dozen meters away from him, in a bush, Lu Huitong, wearing sportswear, was lying there, staring at the cliff with an anxious look on her face. Lu Huitong stared nervously at the cliff not far away and shouted anxiously in her mind. Rong Rong, are you okay? Rong Rong. Are fine? The cave in the cliff here is quite deep. The golden flame lion is too big to get in. Ho Rong Rong spoke slowly, making her breathe a sigh of relief. But maybe the man in black will come here soon and try to save me. When Lu Huitong heard her words, her face turned ugly. Her slender hands tightly grasped the weeds, with a look of unwillingness on her face. How can they be rescued in such a situation? Her half-imperial bird is only a second-level A-grade bird. In terms of strength and bloodline, it is no match for the golden flame lion. The most likely outcome for Ho Rong Rong is death. However, just when she was extremely anxious, someone suddenly patted her on the back. The sudden change frightened her so much that she shivered and turned back suddenly, and a faint light appeared around her. Don't be nervous, it's me. The familiar voice made her pause in her action of summoning the half-emperor bird, but then she saw the familiar smiling face and relaxed. Qin Feng saw that she looked much more tired and haggard, which made people feel really distressed. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. What is the situation now? Lu Huitong relaxed a little and glared at him fiercely, looking very cute. Even in such an environment, Qin Feng couldn't help but want to pinch her cute little face, but their relationship had not reached that point yet. You can do it. Not only is his strength unfathomable, but his actions are also mysterious and elusive. She said this with a hint of complaint, but a look of joy appeared on her face. Compared to Ning Ruxue, she hoped that Qin Feng would come. After all, even if Ning Ruxue came, she might not be a match for the golden flame lion. But Qin Feng was different. This guy seemed to have a lot of secrets, which made him more reliable. Qin Feng didn't know why she complained, and could only smile awkwardly. She raised her little hand and signaled Qin Feng not to speak. Then he covered his temple and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he slowly said, Rong Rong is trapped in a cave on the cliff. If we can't rescue her immediately, we will be in trouble when the men in black come. Qin Feng's expression became serious when he heard this. Although there had been speculations for a long time, it was confirmed that Ho Rong Rong was among them, which made people feel depressed. It is impossible to face that person head-on. The only way is to rescue him without fighting with the golden flame lion. He thought of Lu Huitong's action of covering her temple just now, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ho Rong Rong, can you search for people around you? Lu Huitong nodded and explained, in a sense, it does work. I'll ask Rong Rong to connect you to the brain jammer. As she spoke, she raised her slender fingers slightly and touched his forehead with her toes. The two looked into each other's eyes and were only an arm's length apart from each other. Qin Feng felt the faint fragrance coming towards him, and his old face turned red. Etc. Why do I feel a little excited? Chapter 24. The Power of the Brain-Disturbing Beetle. She touched his forehead with her finger, and a cool feeling spread. The two looked at each other, and the air was filled with the smell of hormones. Oh? Okay, that's just his imagination. What are you looking at? Lu Huitong looked at his fiery gaze, and suddenly remembered what happened in the cave. She subconsciously touched her belly, which was still wrapped in bandages, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Qin Feng looked at her movements and quickly spoke enthusiastically. What's wrong? Is the wound recurring? Do you want me to rebandage it for you? You wish. Lu Huitong rolled her eyes at him and withdrew her hand. Qin Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Although Lu Huitong is not as good as Ning Ruxue, she is definitely not bad, and her aura makes people want to get closer to her. Qin Feng, can you hear me? Suddenly, Ho Rong Rong's voice sounded in his mind. The sound came directly from the depths of my mind. It was very clear and very comfortable. Ho Rong Rong, Qin Feng responded subconsciously in his mind, extremely curious. Although I had heard before that Ho Rongrong's monster had special abilities and was given an exceptional salary, it was truly amazing to see it with my own eyes. This is more convenient than a mobile phone, but the distance should be limited. This is the ability of Rongrong monster. Because of the brain-disturbing beetle, we can communicate directly in our consciousness. Not only that, but under Rongrong's control, you can also eavesdrop on the thoughts and conversations of people around you. But this has some limitations. Lu Huidong's voice also sounded in his consciousness. Qin Feng was even more shocked when he saw Lu Huidong, who didn't even open her mouth. This ability is simply a cheat. If you remember correctly, Ho Rongrong's monster was only a B-level monster. With such powerful abilities, it was comparable to some S-level monsters. Now that he has realized Ho Rongrong's power, he is even more determined to save people. It's like this golden flame lion is relatively large and can't hurt you, but I'm not sure if the white-haired one will go in to find you. So now there are two plans. First, before he finished speaking, the golden flame lion, not far away, stopped attacking and then slowly sat down on the ground. The young man on the shoulder also sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. The sudden scene made Qin Feng frown. What does this guy want to do? He wants to wait for you and Huitong to come and save me, and then kill you together. Ho Rongrong's voice trembled. Sit back and wait? Qin Feng stared at the young man, a smile on his face. This guy probably never dreamed that I could eavesdrop on his thoughts. If that's the case, then you just wait here foolishly. Huitong, you stay here and I'll go clear out the black-clad men around here first. Once he clears out the black-clad men around them, and there is no danger of the crossbows, and they can lure the white-haired boy away, they can escape easily. Moreover, my own strength is not good enough now, so I can use the copy points on those men in black to improve the attributes of Ari and Qingtian. Thinking of this, he left the place. Qin Feng. Lu Huidong called him, looking worried. Be careful. Qin Feng smiled confidently, revealing his white teeth. Don't worry. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any more thoughts. Just after he disappeared from the spot, the white-haired boy sitting on the shoulder of the golden flame lion raised a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. And in his palm, there was a liquid that was wriggling like muddy water. Please don't bore me too much. Qin Feng left the cliff, covered his temple with one hand, and shuttled back and forth in the valley. The hearing in both ears is gradually disappearing, replaced by increasingly clear sounds in the mind. Those tiny insect sounds, a slight sound of wind, the sound of leaves swaying, and my own footsteps and breathing gradually faded away. Instead, there are some people's trivialities and whispers. Did anyone come in? Did the kid run away after seeing the flare? He didn't even go into the valley. That's unlikely. Lord Mo has already said that black water has found traces of them right inside the valley. Then why haven't we found it yet? Qin Feng, who was running, suddenly stopped and looked in one direction. If he was not mistaken, these voices were coming from behind the dense trees about 100 meters in this direction, but the content of the conversation made him a little frightened. What is the black water they're talking about? Could it be that the other party has a monster with the same ability as Ho Rongrong? After thinking carefully, he shook his head. Even if he couldn't possibly be as good as Ho Rongrong's brain-disturbing beetle. Otherwise, he would have been discovered long ago. It's better to take action as soon as possible. Ari, start. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Ari and Qingtian appeared together under the light, and their bodies disappeared on the spot. An hour later, on this side of the cliff, Lu Huitong stared at the white-haired young man not far away. Since Qin Feng left, this guy has not moved at all, as if he was waiting for something. She even subconsciously thought that this guy would never take action before Qin Feng came back. If Qin Feng hadn't reminded her from time to time, she would have completely let her guard down. Cheer up. I'll rush back if anything happens. Qin Feng's voice sounded again, and she perked up. At this moment, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a black shadow not far away, moving rapidly towards the young man in white. The black shadow was very fast, like the shadow of a long snake. In the blink of an eye, it flew along the ground to the golden flame lion nearly 100 meters away, and then disappeared. Her beautiful pupils contracted, and she stood up immediately. Rongrong read that person's thoughts and monitored him for a while. Ho Rongrong, who was sitting at the innermost part of the cave, stood up immediately after hearing this, placed his hand on the brain-disturbing beetle beside him, and closed his eyes tightly. A humming sound echoed in the cave. There is no useful information at the moment. Continue monitoring without interruption. Good. Lu Huidong looked around nervously and soon found another black shadow flying out of the valley along the surrounding rocks and disappeared at the end of her sight. The black shadow crossed the valley, flew outwards, and finally returned to Lao Gu. After retracting the black shadow, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the lazy Ling Fei with a smile. Old Ling, I heard you say that there is a student in your class who earns an exceptionally high income. What kind of student is he? Ling Fei was enjoying the sun bath and immediately perked up when he heard his words. He sat up, looked at the smiling old Gu, and said proudly, "It's a girl. Although she only has 5 contract hearts and her monster is also B-level, it can be said that she can be compared with this extraordinary eyes. No, you never know. She could replace you." Chapter 25. The Extra High Eyes of the Void Beast. Old Gu's smile froze instantly, and he looked at Ling Fei with some surprise. "You said you could replace me?" He is the core representative of the school. He has been in the school for 10 years and has been working as an ophthalmologist for 10 years. Now it is suddenly said that there is someone who has the ability to replace him, which shows how powerful this young man is. He narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes, but a bright smile appeared on his face. "Old Ling, why have I never heard you mention this student? What's his name?" Ling Fei pushed his glasses and said proudly, "Because this student has been with me for almost a semester, and she has just shown her talent. Her name is Ho Rongrong." Old Gu nodded and murmured, "Ho Rongrong. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I still have to check on the children." He finally said hello to Ling Fei and then closed his eyes. Controlling the virtual listening beast, he began to run in all directions. Trapped in the valley, Qin Feng killed another man in black, climbed up a tall tree, and stopped. I opened my warehouse and found some copied attributes inside. A-level bloodline, *1. First level intermediate cultivation, *2. Mutation seed, *1. Has a chance of unconventional evolution, good or bad unknown. First level peak cultivation, *1. This was what he had exchanged for all his copy points. Now he was going to use it on his 2 monsters. Dragging the cultivation level to synthesize, he instantly became a 2nd-level primary cultivation level. After hesitating for a moment, he slid it directly to Ari and gave the remaining 2 attributes to Qingtian. With a flash of golden light, Ari's cultivation level advanced to the intermediate level of the 2nd stage. And Qingtian's panel changed again. Race, blue-scaled evil python. Grade B, cultivation, 1st level advanced. Skills, brain scramblers, strengthened snake whip, strengthened skills more powerful. Introduction. This is a highly mutated evil python with a strong physique. It is an evil python that has evolved twice. Don't underestimate it. Qin Feng saw the attribute panel and nodded with satisfaction. Although the 2 monsters are still unable to defeat the Golden Flame Lion, the stronger they are, the more confident they are. Now the black-clad men outside the valley have been almost cleared out, and the copy points have been completely used up. It's time to go back and lure away the white-haired boy and rescue Ho Rongrong. The white-haired young man thought that he was just waiting for the opportunity, and he never thought that he had already dealt with all his men. Just as he turned around and was about to go back, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a long black shadow in his sight. This long black shadow was moving along the shadow on the ground. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng might not be able to spot it, but there was a virtual panel above the head of this long shadow. The most important thing is that Lu Huitong just said not long ago that there was a similar black shadow fused with the gold flame lion. He squinted his eyes and stared at the illusory panel. The words gradually became clear, and the pupils suddenly contracted. Race, Void Beast branch. Grade, S-level, 100 copy points. Cultivation, advanced level 5. 3,000 copy points. Skills, 10,000 snakes. Control all branches of the Void Swallow for manipulation. 200 copy points. Imaging detection within range, 300 copy points. Blackwater, transmit image information, 80 copy points. Introduction. This is a fully mature Void Beast, able to overcome difficulties and obstacles with strong vitality. 5th level monster, Svalovinvine. Qin Feng's heart was filled with huge waves, and he was unable to recover for a moment. He didn't recognize the Black Shadow, but he had heard of the Hollow Beast, which was the teacher monster known as the Extremely High Eyes. That man's name is Gu Qingye. This guy actually planned to hunt down these students. Why? His mind went blank, and he felt as if there was an ancient ferocious beast in the darkness staring at the entire forest, and a huge conspiracy was looming over their heads. Huitong, I saw that black shadow, stay away from it. He pressed his temple, his voice extremely solemn, and rushed towards the cliff frantically with Ali. For remote control monsters like the Shutuan beast, the farther away from the main body, the weaker its combat power. The branch that just ran over may have almost no combat capability, but it can convey information and conduct reconnaissance. Although I don't know what message this branch conveyed, I was told directly that the situation was not optimistic. Lu Huitong was staring at the young man not far away. When she heard the voice in her mind, her heart skipped a beat. Qin Feng's voice was obviously a little more flustered. This was not his character. He was so nervous. There must be something wrong with the black shadow. What happened? She asked nervously, looking around for other dark shadows. Qin Feng took a deep breath while running, his voice low. That dark shadow, it's Gu Qingye's void, devouring beast. Hypomorphic beast. Lu Huitong and Ho Rongrong exclaimed at the same time. So, someone from the school is here? Lu Huitong showed joy, but immediately realized something was wrong, and her face turned pale. You mean? That's right. The man with the most tall eyes might be in cahoots with that white-haired young man. Old Ling might not know about our situation yet, Qin Feng said in a low voice. He raised his head and saw the outline at the end of his sight. And in his sight, the long black shadow had already moved a long distance away from him. It's too late. Get ready. I will lure the golden flame lion away, and you go save Ho Rongrong, Qin Feng said, speeding up with Ari and heading straight for the golden flame lion's location. By the time he arrived at the location, the golden flame lion had already slowly stood up from its original position. The white-haired boy had an indifferent expression on his face. He scattered the branch of the black void beast in his hand and looked down at him condescendingly. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng's face turned grim. Sure enough, this guy got the information from the void-devouring beast. It is estimated that Lu Huitong's position has been exposed now. The chance of luring this person away and letting Lu Huitong rescue people is slim. If I'm not mistaken, do you know something too? The white-haired boy stared at Qin Feng with a smile on his face. He just saw the conversation between Gu Qingye and Ling Fei through the Shutuan beast. But so what? She's just a little girl delivering information, not some SSS-level terrifying prehistoric monster. You don't need to take her seriously at all. None of the three people present can leave. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, with a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Is there any other solution? Think about it quickly. How can we save people? Just when he was getting anxious, the white-haired boy spoke. I'll give you a chance. 3 of you can go together and call that little girl down. This is your only chance. As he spoke, he shouted loudly towards the place where Lu Huitong was hiding. Come out over there too. Lu Huitong, who was hiding in the bushes, had an unpleasant look on her face and was communicating with Qin Feng in her mind. What to do? He seemed to know our purpose. Qin Feng took a deep breath and suddenly calmed down, because he thought of a legend, which might be a solution. You all come out first. I have a solution. Chapter 26. Qin Feng is dead. You all should come out first. Qin Feng spoke helplessly, his thoughts racing. Regardless of whether there is any way or not, we have to rescue Ho Rongrong first. As soon as she comes out, he will be able to get the reward for the mission and have a glimmer of hope. The white-haired boy in front of him was extremely arrogant, and he could use this to complete an impossible escape. A bird cry was heard, and a large red bird flew up from the bushes and picked up Ho Rongrong next to the cave. Bye! Congratulations on mission accomplished. Get 50 copy points. Current host copy points, 50 points. Get veteran gift pack, *1. Latest mission. Help 2 classmates escape successfully and escape from danger yourself. Mission reward, 50 copy points. Mission reward, rare bloodline *3. Detected 1 veteran gift pack. Do you want to open it immediately? Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining unlimited copies *1. Apothecary can create potions. Finally completed the current task, and the reward was pretty good. Thinking of this, he looked up at the half-imperial bird in the sky that looked like a peacock, and an illusory panel gradually appeared. Race, half-royal bird. Grade, A+, requires 10 copy points. Cultivation, 2nd level elementary, requires 30 copy points. Skills, pseudo 3 fires, burns everything with great power, requires 50 copy points. rebirth from the ashes, can be burned together with the Beastmaster, and then reborn and evolve after a deep sleep. Requires 999 copy points, can only be used once. Introduction. A demon beast with the blood of the phoenix. It is said that it can be consumed by lust once in its lifetime. Really? Qin Feng showed excitement. He had heard some rumors about the half-emperor bird, which was able to rise from the ashes, and thought it might have such a skill. I didn't expect that the bet was right. Perhaps even Lu Huidong herself doesn't know about this. After all, she can't see the same attribute panel as herself, and the half-emperor bird can't possibly give her the message of self-immolation. After all, such skills are life-saving skills for the monster itself. He used his infinite copy points to directly copy the skill of rebirth from the ashes, and then gave it to Ari. Ari's skill bar has been expanded to include rebirth from the ashes. In the sky, Lu Huitong took Ho Rongrong to the back of the half-emperor bird and was about to come down when Qin Feng's voice came in her mind. Take Ho Rongrong away and go find Xiao Qingdong. His steel scale dragon can guarantee your safety. Lu Huidong and the other two were stunned for a moment. What do you mean? All the men in black in this area have been dealt with. No one should be able to threaten you. Go east out of the valley. Xiao Qingdong is probably in that direction. Qin Feng's voice was calm and full of seriousness. If 3 people are here, they will all die. I have a better chance of escaping by myself. As he said this, he looked up and gave the white-haired boy a smug smile. The white-haired boy hugged his shoulders and stared at Qin Feng jokingly. When he saw his smile froze, he seemed to understand something, and his face instantly became gloomy. Why? Do you want to sacrifice yourself? He was not worried that Lu Huitong and the other person would fly away. After all, Qin Feng was still on the ground, but he underestimated Qin Feng, a student who hasn't even graduated yet has such awareness. When the golden flame lion saw his eyes, it slowly raised its head and opened its bloody mouth towards the half-emperor bird in the sky, with a hint of gold shining in its throat. Go! Qin Feng's face changed slightly when he saw this, and he roared at the dazed Lu Huitong. Awakened by the roar, she felt the power of the fire in the mouth of the golden flame lion and controlled the half-emperor bird under her to run towards the sky. Boom! A huge golden flame shot straight into the sky, but due to the distance limit, it did not hit. Qin Feng, you must come to us. Lu Huitong, sitting on the back of the half-emperor bird, looked at the figure disappearing from her sight with complicated eyes and bit her lips tightly. Then his eyes gradually became firm, and he left with Ho Rongrong. Qin Feng looked at the gradually disappearing figure, feeling a little worried. The two flew away. There was only anger in the eyes of the white-haired boy, without any worry. He should have anti-aircraft means. He hoped that the 2 people would be safe and sound. The people have flown away, and the ancient world has become silent. The young man slowly lowered his head, and the two looked at each other. Qin Feng disappeared from the spot in an instant. His white-haired face turned stern, and he waved his hand casually, and white lights suddenly appeared around him. Qin Feng ran frantically while hiding. The 5-second hiding time was enough for Ari to carry him to run 20 to 30 meters. If he could create some distance, he might not have to use the skill of rebirth from the ashes. However, the next second Qin Feng realized that he was too naive. A huge, smelling dog stood in front of him. It was bigger than any he had seen before, with a majestic mane all over its body, like a little lion. Level 3. This monster is also level 3. This sound-sensing dog blocked his path, its fierce eyes revealing confidence. It was able to find Qin Feng, who was hiding, and it was impossible for him to escape. Tell me, how do you want to die? The white-haired man approached from behind, his voice filled with endless murderous intent. Qin Feng could even feel the terrifying oppression brought by the golden flame lion. The opponent was able to bring such terrifying pressure before he even made a move. Sure enough, cultivation is the basis for the confrontation between monsters and beasts. At the same level, the one with higher grade wins. Different levels, the one with higher cultivation level wins. There are 2 third-level monsters, and he can hardly fly away even if he has wings. Is this the only way? Qin Feng smiled bitterly and put away his fighting posture. As if sensing his thoughts, Ari jumped in front of him and rubbed her head against his palm affectionately. The next second, Ari's claws turned into flames. Then came its forelimbs, body, tail, and finally the head. Qin Feng felt an extremely strong breath of death, and fear arose in his heart. But at this point, This was the only way, and he had to bite the bullet. He put his hand deep into the sea of fire, turned his head, and looked at the stunned, white-haired boy. Hatred flashed in his eyes. Although they were able to be reborn from the ashes, the fact that both Ari and himself had died once could not be changed. When the day comes that he wakes up, I will definitely teach the white-haired boy a lesson. The palm of his hand that touched the flame was instantly burned by the fire. The severe pain almost made him withdraw his palm, but when he thought that there was no way to retreat, he gritted his teeth and endured it. I could clearly feel that my palm was disappearing and transforming into another existence. Finally, with a ferocious face, he plunged into the sea of fire. Under the eyes of the young man in white, he completely turned into ashes, melted into a part of the flames, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Well, you deserve it. If I turn into ashes this time, I'm afraid even hell won't accept me. The white-haired man snorted coldly, and with a flash in his eyes, he took back the dog. At the very edge of the valley, Ho Rong Rong, who had her hands covering her ears, suddenly looked up. Qin Feng is dead. Lu Huitong, who was beside him, was stunned for a moment when she heard the words. Then she collapsed to the ground, her face pale, and she muttered to herself. Dead. Just like that, died. Chapter 27 Quality Upgrade, S+. Dark. After Qin Feng was burned by the fire, his consciousness became dark. Smell, pain, hearing. In short, all the feelings disappeared, but somewhere in the dark, there was a voice telling him, "You are alive." That's right, I'm still alive. Qin Feng was sure, but why was he still alive? Where was he? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he would lose consciousness. See, in this darkness, thinking is not allowed. In this way, he kept thinking over and over again, then lost consciousness, and then thought again. After an unknown amount of time, he felt pain and touch. This feeling gradually spread, extending to every part of my body. A light breeze blew through the small valley. In the empty valley, a streak of red flame suddenly appeared strangely in the air. This cluster of flames appeared out of nowhere in midair, then began to spread, and finally gradually formed two blurry outlines. The outline gradually became clear, and finally the flames turned into flesh and blood, becoming a young boy. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The dazzling sunlight and the long-lost perception made him stunned for a while. It was not until a light breeze blew by and made him feel the cold that he came back to his senses with a flushed face. Really alive. Really reborn from the ashes. Qin Feng was excited and called Ari out from the beast-taming space. A white light flashed, and a giant fiery red fox, over 1 meter tall, came out from the beast-controlling space. It had red fur all over its body and 4 tails. Species: 9-tailed demon fox. Grade: S+. Cultivation level: Advanced level 2. Skills: Charm, Gold Mountain, Netherworld Thunder and Fire. Fox Flame, a kind of beast fire, very powerful. Introduction. This fox with only blood was reborn and gained abilities that it should not have in evolution. It is unclear whether it is a blessing or a curse. Level 2 Advanced. Qin Feng felt the spiritual energy in his body and found that it had really reached the advanced 2nd level. I didn't expect that I could also benefit from the skill of rebirth from the ashes. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Gain 50 copy points. Current copy points, 100 points. Obtain rare bloodline, *3. Latest mission, Awakening. Defeat 3 2nd-level monsters. Gain 20 copy points. Get a pharmacist workbench. He didn't rush to get the blood, but looked around. I've been sleeping for a long time, and I don't know what the situation in the test forest is like, or whether Lu Huidong and the others are safe. Thinking of this, he found some leaves around and made a simple pair of shorts. Looking at the tattered shorts, he smiled helplessly. His space bracelet and previous equipment were all burned to ashes by the fire this time. He could only use these things to deal with it for now. After all, you can't run around naked. After he made a pair of simple pants, he began to check the surrounding plants. By watching the changes in the growth of the plants, he roughly estimated the time he had been sleeping. About 10 to 15 days. In other words, including the previous time, Ling still has about a week left to complete this test. I don't know how many classmates in the class will be able to see it. Let's go out and take a look first. He thought about it briefly and decided to test the entrance to the jungle first. If the entrance can be entered and exited normally, it proves that the school has discovered the matter and the white-haired boy and his companions have been driven away. He took Ollie out of the small valley. Since he was almost the same as when he broke out of his slumber, not much had changed. Suddenly, he saw two dark shadows moving beside the woods, and then disappeared from his sight. Void-swallowing beast. It seems that things are not over yet. Squinting his eyes slightly, he identified the direction and headed towards the east. He did not blindly try to run out of the test forest. Even though his strength had greatly increased, he was no match for the 5th-level void-devouring beast. There is no time to waste, so I reunited with my classmates. As he ran along, he did not see any men in black or his classmates. It was as if these people had evaporated into thin air. About half an hour later, he finally saw a living person. This is a man in black with the strength of the 2nd level. He is leading 2 smelling dogs, looking left and right, as if searching for something. He patted Ari beside him, and his body instantly appeared at the same place. The sound of fighting rang out in the dense forest. When the sound resumed, Qin Feng had already subdued the man in black. He stepped on the black-clad man's chest, and his voice became colder. "Tell me, what's the situation in the jungle now?" The man in black had an unsightly expression on his face. Perhaps he sensed his cold, murderous intent and actually chose to tell him the information. "The only ones left in the test forest now are tough guys like you. There are probably 3 or 4 groups left, but they were wiped out quickly. What are you doing here?" "I came here to search and found nothing left." "I didn't expect that." Before he could finish his words, his neck was bitten off by Ari. He clapped his hands, and based on the information provided by the man in black, he quickly determined the location of Lord Mo, and then disappeared from the spot. In a dense forest, a group of men in black were searching with their sniffer dogs. The leader was a man in black who looked like a small boss. The smellhound beside him was much bigger than other people's smellhounds, with fierceness flashing in its eyes, and looked extremely scary. "Search everyone. If we find a person," Lord Mo said, "there will be a huge reward." The man in black urged, and the others started searching frantically as if they were injected with chicken blood. In a dark place in the dense forest, 2 figures were hiding. One of them was Lu Nan. At this moment, she looked very miserable, covering one of her arms, which was covered with blood. Perhaps because of the pain, she took a deep breath and sweat flowed out of her bun. In just a few seconds, the barking sounds around became more and more frequent, and the dogs that had heard the sound had found her hiding place through her blood. Biting her lips tightly, a white light flashed beside her, and the Thunder Rabbit appeared. The appearance of the Thunder Rabbit brought with it a flash of lightning, which allowed the men in black who were searching not far away to instantly find her and surround her. "Found it, here it is!" The enemy's shouts filled the surroundings, and Lu Nan's face became increasingly ugly. A few minutes later, 7 or 8 men in black appeared in front of her and surrounded her tightly. Several men looked up and down at the vigilant Lu Nan and gave him malicious smiles. "This little girl is pretty good after all. She is still a virgin student. Female students, are you guys interested?" he said with a laugh. Lu Nan's face changed, and he ordered the Thunder Rabbit to attack, but even though the Thunder Rabbit was quite powerful, it was outnumbered. In just a dozen seconds, he was bitten by a dog that heard the sound and was thrown to his feet, covered in blood. Looking at the approaching crowd, Lu Nan felt despair. Chapter 28 wore a pink, girlish outfit. Lu Nan, a young girl facing 7 or 8 strong men around her, had no chance to fight back. She looked at the men in black around her with despair on her face, then at the dogs that were barking at her, and closed her eyes in pain. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I contemplated committing suicide. Suddenly, the voices of the men in black around them stopped abruptly. The solemn atmosphere made her open her eyes subconsciously, and she found a figure standing in front of her. This figure was so strangely familiar that her mind went blank. "Hey, long time no see." Qin Feng turned around and grinned at her. "Qin Feng." Lu Nan was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. "You're not dead?" After hearing her words, Qin Feng knew that Lu Nan had met Lu Huitong and the others. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's deal with these people first," he said, stroking Heli's head. "Get rid of us?" Hearing his words, one of the people stepped forward. His temperament is obviously different from others. He has some leadership qualities and should be the leader among this group of men in black. The little leader hugged his shoulders and sneered at him. "Aren't you afraid of your tongue being flicked? Just relying on you, little fox. You still want to?" He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly stopped, because an extremely terrifying pressure appeared on Ari. This terrifying pressure was like an invisible hammer, smashing hard into the hearts of everyone present. The dogs that had been barking nonstop at the sound suddenly showed expressions of fear and kept backing away. S plus. The leading man in black had a look of fear in his eyes, and his voice was trembling. S plus level monsters are easy to identify. S level monsters have a terrifying sense of oppression, but when they reach S plus, they will cause monsters below S level to feel fear. Fear and terror are two completely different concepts. Ari opened her mouth, and red flames instantly spread out, enveloping all the monsters present. A shrill scream was heard, and all the dogs present who had heard the scream were undoubtedly spared, as they were all killed instantly by him. Some of the men in black were also engulfed in flames and fled, roaring in fear. A few were even knocked unconscious by the heat waves of the flames. Withdraw! Retreat! The leading man in black turned and fled without the slightest hesitation. Qin Feng listened to the system voice in his ears, looked at the figure going away, and did not continue to chase. Bite! Mission accomplished. Get 20 copy points. Current copy points, 120 points. A pharmacist workbench. Latest mission, advance to level 3 beast tamer. Get 100 copy points. An advanced gift pack for veterans. The system voice fell, and a bracelet appeared on the arm, which should be a special storage workbench. He turned around and looked at the injured Lu Nan and asked with some concern, "Are you okay?" Lu Nan was staring at Qin Feng blankly at this time. It's so shocking. More than a dozen first and second level sound detecting dogs were all killed instantly. Even Ning Ruxue might not be able to reach such combat power. How much strength does Qin Feng hide? She stared blankly at Qin Feng's smile, felt her consciousness begin to blur, and instantly fainted. When Qin Feng saw that she had fainted, he hurried forward to check the situation and frowned. Lu Nan's condition was quite serious. Although his life was not in danger, it was obvious that his physical and spiritual energy were overconsumed. Moreover, his arm was dislocated due to an unexplained injury and the bones were broken. If he didn't receive timely treatment, he might lose his arm. After some consideration, he picked up Lu Nan and found a hidden cave. I gave her simple treatment and bandage, found some medicinal herbs nearby, and started making some simple medicines. While making the first batch, he combined all the blood rewards he had obtained and gave them to Qing Tian. On the one hand, Ari's bloodline concentration is already very high. On the other hand, Qing Tian's combat power is still too low, and the requirements for advancement to a third-level beast master are rather harsh. At least 2 monsters must reach the 3rd level at the same time to break through the 3rd-level barrier. The golden light flickered, and the Qing Tian panel finally became gorgeous, as shown below. Species, blue-striped python. Grade, A+. Cultivation, 2nd-level primary. Skills, brain disturbance, enhanced snake whip, simulated dragon roar, can emit dragon roar with dragon blood to scare other monsters. Introduction, a python that has awakened the dragon bloodline, with a bright future. This time, Qing Tian's strength was finally impressive enough. When encountering a battle, Qing Tian can also appear as a trump card. The amazing brain-disturbing ability, combined with the pseudo-dragon roar, should be able to instantly kill some monsters whose cultivation and rank are not as high as its. He collected his thoughts, extracted the last 2 medicinal herbs at work, and then poured them into a test tube. This potion looks no different from Coke, and it even keeps bubbling. This was the first medicine he developed which could restore injured bones. In terms of grade, it is probably a level 3 potion. Potions are divided into levels 1 to 10. The skill he acquired is that of a master-level pharmacist, and he can develop up to level 7 potions. You have to know that most of the instructors in the special high school can only develop to this level. You can make medicine? Lu Nan's weak voice came from behind, and Qin Feng turned his head in surprise. Lu Nan was lying on the ground, twisting her head with difficulty to look at him. When he saw the coke in her hand, her eyes flashed with curiosity. "You're awake, a little bit, but I've never told you about it. You're all top students, so it's not surprising that you have some secrets," he said as he came to Lu Nan's side and fed her the coke. Seeing the medicine at his lips, Lu Nan hesitated for a moment, then gulped it down. His face flushed, and then he closed his eyes. "I say, you are a grown man. Aren't you ashamed to dress like this?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and he realized that he was still wearing simple leaf clothes. "There's no way. My space watch is gone, and I have nothing to wear. Do you have any clothes?" Lu Nan is taller than the average girl, so it's hard to say what he can wear. The corners of Lu Nan's mouth twitched as well. He raised his hand slightly, revealing a pair of denim shorts and an extremely kawaii pink short-sleeved shirt. Qin Feng looked a little unnatural when he saw such beautiful clothes. Class monitor, it turns out you are also a little girl with a tender heart. Sissy, shut up. Lu Nan's face flushed, and he couldn't help but growl. I'm not a sissy. Just put it on. Qin Feng's face turned dark, but he felt the cool breeze coming in from outside the cave and thought that this was a dense forest, so he gritted his teeth and put on the dream suit. Although Lu Nan was a bit stronger than the girl in command, she was still a girl after all, and Qin Feng's clothes were obviously too short for her. A pink short-sleeved shirt and short jeans. This picture is so beautiful. Lu Nan tried to keep a straight face, but finally burst out laughing. When Qin Feng saw her expression of laughing until tears came out, he felt aggrieved. What a sin. Chapter 29, Meeting Ning Rushue again. In the dense forest, a pink figure was walking forward carrying a young girl on his back. It stands out in the rich green. Qin Feng carried Lu Nan on his back, with reluctance written all over his face. Lu Nan looked at Qin Feng, who had a stubborn face and couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. When Qin Feng heard such wanton laughter, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but complain. Sister, could you please tone down your laughter a little bit? Sorry, I can't. Lu Nan refused mercilessly and wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. I never thought that one day I would be so close to you. Where's the intimacy? You're all wearing my clothes, so we're not sisters anymore? Qin Feng opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and told himself to stay calm. At this time, the two of them had already passed through the dense forest. Lu Nan pointed to the side of a relatively barren valley and said seriously, They are there. I chased the black-clothed people who discovered the place and chased them out. I didn't expect to be trapped here. Qin Feng looked at the barren place and the very few places to hide and couldn't help but complain. Choosing a place like this to hide people, isn't this telling them where you are hiding? You know what? The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. We hid for a whole week and no one found us. The man in black who was found yesterday was the first one. Lu Nan pinched his face with both hands and laughed. Why didn't I realize you were so cute before? Cute? The muscles on Qin Feng's face twitched, and he muttered to himself. A good man does not fight with a woman. In fact, his relationship with most of his classmates is not that strained. Because although many people looked down on him for being only an F-level monster at the time, they were all top students and few people took their anger out on him. There are actually not many idiots who bully others every day in reality. Most people will not interact with you because of moral constraints. Especially for female students, there are even fewer. By the way, do you know the survival situation of the class? Qin Feng couldn't help asking while walking. When he asked this question, Lu Nan fell silent. Qin Feng did not urge them. He knew that this kind of thing was hard to say. They were classmates in the same class, but suddenly they were in a life and death battle during the test. For these flowers in the greenhouse, the impact is still quite great. I'm not sure, but I know that 7 or 8 people lost their lives. No one wants to talk about these things. There are 7 of us, including me, at the place we are going to. Lu Nan spoke slowly, his voice becoming heavier. Lu Huidong and Ho Rongrong are both here? Yeah. Lu Nan nodded. Qin Feng said no more and started to hurry on his way. In less than 2 hours, he arrived at the place Lu Nan mentioned. The two stopped in front of a tree hollow. Lu Nan suffered a lot of injuries from the impact, and when he got off him, he was still grimacing in pain. It's right here. As he said this, he knocked on the trunk of the giant tree, and there was indeed a sound of stones hitting each other. Wang Song. Qin Feng was stunned. This is obviously a trick. There is only one man in the class who has this ability, and that is Wang Song. This guy usually goes out of the dormitory early and comes back late. He is a real night owl. I don't know how many times he was punished by the head teacher to stand during theoretical classes. Now, in the midst of a real life and death battle, he realized that he was a special high school student. Every student with special high school skills is an extremely outstanding person in the real battlefield. Even the teenager who stays up late in the internet cafe all day is an absolutely reliable teammate. Oh, Lu Nan. There was a sound of rocks moving, but the tree hole did not change at all. Lu Nan signaled him to follow her, and then the two of them went into the tree hole. Once you enter the tree hole, the surrounding scenery changes instantly. The firelight illuminated the surrounding darkness. It was obvious that this was a newly opened cave. This was the real appearance of this place. The giant trees outside were just a decoy. A skinny boy with black eyes and dressed in trendy brands stood at the entrance of the cave. He was about to talk to Lu Nan when he saw Qin Feng stunned for a moment. Then he smiled excitedly. Qin Feng? I heard your monster is S level. Qin Feng didn't have much friendship with him, but seeing how excited and enthusiastic he was, he couldn't help but smile. Sort of. I said, when I see you being sneaky on weekdays, you definitely don't want others to find out how powerful you are. Wang Song said with a smile, looking like he really enjoys joining in the fun. But why are you dressed like this? Wang Song looked at him with a strange expression. This? Qin Feng chuckled and felt very embarrassed. His eyes dodged and he subconsciously looked inside the cave. He happened to see a pretty figure of a JK. His expression froze and the smile on his face disappeared. Ning Rushue also stared at him with strange eyes, but there was something else in her eyes. A week ago, she met up with Lu Huitong and others, and heard about Qin Feng's situation. She felt extremely complicated. She suddenly realized that the man whom she once looked down upon had begun to become a stranger. Possess an S-level monster. Save people without hesitation, even at the cost of one's own life to protect others. Strength and sense of responsibility. He is even more manly than his peers. However, when she felt Qin Feng's somewhat cold gaze, she woke up from her imagination. I don't know why, but a trace of anger rose in my heart. Why are you here? Wasn't he dead? She spoke lightly, her voice cold. I didn't die. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Qin Feng looked at Ning Rushue indifferently, with a little more displeasure in his heart. It seemed that ever since he met Ning Rushue, she had always had this cold attitude, and her words had never sounded pleasant to him. The more Qin Feng's attitude was like this, the more uncomfortable Ning Rushue felt. Her fiancé could die to protect another woman, but when he saw her, he behaved like this. Moreover, a month ago, Qin Feng was still full of enthusiasm towards himself. The more I thought about it, the more jealous I became. I didn't know what to say. I could only stare angrily at this indifferent man, my rage burning like a prairie fire. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Wang Song quickly came out to smooth things over. All right, now is not the time to quarrel. We need to save our energy to deal with those men in black. He paused. When Huidong comes back, we just need to stay here until our class teacher and the others come to rescue us. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and his voice sounded anxious. What? She went out? Where did she go? The man in black just discovered Lu Nan, and it would be troublesome if he met him now. Who would have thought that when these words were spoken, Ning Rushue, who was not far away, was completely furious. Ning Rushue was already feeling a little resentful, and she felt uncomfortable when she thought about Qin Feng protecting Lu Huitong. This time, Qin Feng was worrying about another woman in front of her, and she really couldn't help it. If Qin Feng doesn't marry her, that's her business. But what does it mean to use such an attitude in front of her? Doesn't this mean he is completely ignoring her? And how am I inferior to Lu Huitong? In terms of appearance, family background, and talent, how is she inferior to Lu Huitong? The most hateful thing was that she could see that Qin Feng was not pretending and she really cared about Lu Huitong. Because of this, she herself did not even notice the jealousy she was feeling. Because in this life and death test, Qin Feng had never worried about himself like this. Why? Are you going to find a new lover? Ning Rushue asked with a hint of teasing in her voice. Qin Feng looked up at her when he heard that, and then ignored her. That's right. He has now reached the point where he is too lazy to pay attention to Ning Rushue. This woman has never said anything nice to him, and her words are always so unpleasant to hear. Always so high above. This is just right, as it will save me from feeling guilty when I go to the Ning family to cancel the engagement. Everything she does now is to give him more leverage. The more chips you have, the more ruthless you can be and the less guilt you will feel. Seeing that Qin Feng actually ignored her, Ning Rushue's face became even uglier, and Wang Song and the other person beside her also looked embarrassed. Now that the couple was arguing, they couldn't get a word in, and the atmosphere felt a bit heavy. Wang Song, you just said that Lu Huitong went out. Where did she go? Qin Feng asked Wang Song with a serious expression. It might be less dangerous for others to go, but if Lu Huitong goes, the risk factor is higher. After all, the half-emperor bird has such a big posture. Once it fights, it can easily attract many men in black. This? Wang Song glanced at Ning Rushue, and not far away. I really don't know. She just went out to look for Lu Nan. I don't know where she is now. She went to the west, which is exactly where the black-clad troops passed by a few days ago, and there were S-plus monsters there. Ning Rushua suddenly spoke with an icy voice. When talking about the man in black and S-plus, he deliberately emphasized the tone. She wanted to see whether Qin Feng could rescue them in the face of such danger. As long as Qin Feng showed the slightest hesitation or retreat, she could laugh at him and feel comforted. She had seen Qin Feng's cowardice before. She still remembered how cowardly and helpless he looked when he failed to awaken the heart of the contract. However, she didn't know Qin Feng well enough. No, to be precise, she had never understood Qin Feng. He was cowardly for a while, but it was not because he was afraid of others' toughness, but because he could not face his own insignificance. He is now who he truly is. He is a passionate man like Xing Rongguang, who was roaring with bloodshot eyes at the end of his life. Wang Song, lend me some clothes. Qin Feng patted his shoulder and smiled slightly. Wang Song was stunned for a moment, looking embarrassed. The West is so vast, you may not be able to find it even if you go there. You are one of the few S-rank ones. Qin Feng responded to him with an extremely firm look, which seemed to have something unshakable in it, which made Wang Song stunned. In Qin Feng's eyes, he felt something in his blood calling him. Without further ado, he took out a set of clothes from his space watch and showed hesitation when handing it to his hand. Brother, come back alive. Holding the clothes, Qin Feng went out. Looking at his disappearing back, Ning Rushua felt a mad wildfire burning in her heart. She stomped her feet in anger, then turned around and crawled into the cave. After leaving the cave, Qin Feng changed his clothes and then headed west. He did not see Ho Rongrong because the brain-disturbing beetle also has a range. He had tested it last time in the valley. With Ho Rongrong's current ability, it could only affect an area within 5 miles at most. So even if I gave it to disturb the brain, it didn't have much effect. Ari, detection. Ari at the side nodded, and then a light appeared on his forehead. In my perception, the surroundings gradually became clearer, but the range was only about 1 mile. Disappointment flashed across his face, and he shook his head. After experiencing Ho Rongrong's investigative abilities, I felt a little uncomfortable using my own. However, he had no way to copy this ability because it was the natural talent and skill combination of the brain-disturbing beetle. Even if he copied it himself, the effect would not be better than if Ho Rongrong used it. Moreover, every time Ho Rongrong performed it, she would be exhausted and it was not suitable for him to use it all. Only someone like her who is responsible for reconnaissance can use such skills. Searching along the west, he finally found some clues. The dead trees around clearly showed signs of being burned, which was obviously caused by the flames of the half-emperor bird. Lu Huidong must have fought with someone here. But just as he was about to continue moving towards the trace, he saw several branches of the void-devouring beast running in another deviated direction. There were signs of people passing by in this deviated direction, but it was obviously not as tragic as the place burned by the fire. After hesitating for a moment, he followed in the direction of the void beast. A few miles away from the river, a young man wearing a bamboo hat was sitting on a rock beside the stream, and less than 10 meters away from him was a small bridge. This small bridge is the only usable bridge, but the young man sitting on the rock exudes a murderous aura. It's like saying, this bridge cannot be crossed. Several men in black were standing in front of the small bridge, less than 10 meters away from the boy, with a group of scent dogs. You looked at me, and I looked at you. Finally, a tall man in black with a cultivation level of intermediate second level stood up. Kid, if you know what's best for you, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Hearing his threatening words, the boy slowly raised his head, revealing a one-eyed face under his hat, and chuckled. The bridge is right there, and I didn't stop you at first, so go ahead and cross it if you want. If you don't want to, it has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, he pulled down his hat, and the stream behind him was covered with a faint layer of mist. The leading man seemed to be angered by his words, and rushed onto the bridge angrily. However, the moment he stepped onto the bridge, his whole body suddenly trembled, and then he fell straight to the ground. A cloud of mist rose from the water, and then the man's body disappeared. The remaining men in black looked at each other with fear in their eyes, and then fled in panic. When the man in the bamboo hat saw them leave, he raised his head and smiled. But before his smile completely disappeared, a figure with a red fox slowly appeared in his sight. Chapter 31, Multi-Generational Demon Beast Luoyan. The young man in the bamboo hat held the hat with one hand, revealing his face and looking over carefully, as if he was confirming something. When the figure gradually became clear, surprise appeared in his single eye. Qin Feng. Qin Feng was moving forward and was startled when he heard the voice. The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember who it was for a moment. I squinted my eyes to look, but there was a layer of fog in front of me that blocked my view. Blurredly, I could only see a man wearing a bamboo hat sitting by the stream. After hesitating for a moment, he stopped and did not walk into the fog. "Who is it?" "Kun Feng, it's me, Gon Sunyun." A voice came from the other side, and Qin Feng's hand trembled. Perhaps he felt it was not enough, so he took a few steps back with a hint of fear in his eyes. That's right, fear. If you ask them who has the highest talent, the greatest potential, and the best overall quality in their class, it would be Ning Rushue. But if you ask who is the one that you can't mess with the most, it's Gong Sun Yun. Because Gong Sun Yun's monster is a companion monster and a multi-generation monster. Companion monsters are easy to understand, as they are monsters that accompany one at birth. But this multi-generational monster is extraordinary. As we all know, when the host dies, the monster will be trapped in the monster space. Normally, there are only two outcomes for monsters trapped in the monster space. The first one is that the monster chose to break off by itself and dissipated in the space. The second way is to wait. This kind of waiting is endless, because in the monster space, the life of the monster will not disappear. All they face every day is endless darkness and silence. The reason these monsters are waiting is that they can't bear to leave their masters, and would rather wait endlessly just for the hope that their masters will come back one day. They cannot wait for their master to appear, but they can wait for their master's descendants. Such a monster will possess a special power, which is to carry karma. They will not die. Their power is far beyond imagination, and they will possess mysterious abilities that are difficult to explain and understand, all for the purpose of protecting their new masters. Until now, no one has been able to figure out the power of Gong Sun Sheng's monster. But there is one thing Qin Feng is clear about, that is, if Gong Sun Sheng is involved, you should never get involved lightly. Because there is a possibility of sudden death at any time, the kind of sudden death without any reason. You're so strong. I thought you had turned into a pile of bones. Gong Sun Yun said with a smile, without any nervousness. It seemed that for him, testing what happened in the jungle was just like a normal game. I do have a trick up my sleeve, but I don't dare to compete with you. Qin Feng smiled helplessly and pointed his palm at the fog in front of him. The voice was solemn. "Can I get through?" "I'm afraid not. If you come here, I can't guarantee your life or death. I have no way to control Luo Yun's power. If it doesn't want to, it can only stay away. Luo Yun is Gon Sun Yun's monster." Until now, Qin Feng has never seen its appearance. Seeing that he couldn't get through, he asked instead, "What are you doing here? Have you seen Lu Huidong?" Gong Sun Yun was silent for a while, as if he was scratching his head, his voice full of helplessness. "I'm sitting here because of her. Half a day ago, a white-haired man chased her here. In order to save her, I had to call Luo Yun out, so it became like this now." Qin Feng was startled when he heard this, and asked hurriedly, "Then where is she now?" "We've crossed the bridge." They both crossed. Luo Yun let them cross. I couldn't do anything about it. Qin Feng stopped crying and asked, "Are you the master, or is Luo Yun the master?" But after the complaints, there was worry and nervousness, because he said that both of them had crossed the bridge. "I want to cross the bridge too. How can I do that?" Gong Sun Yun was also silent. He did not say anything, but he was not in a hurry. He just waited for the answer. It was nearly 5 minutes before Gong Sun Yun spoke again. "Come here to me." Qin Feng didn't hesitate and walked directly into the fog. He finally saw the surrounding environment clearly. Gong Sun Yun was sitting on a rock beside the stream, with a bridge not far away. Behind him, a lot of clouds were rolling on the water. Vaguely, he could see a panel, but he couldn't make it out clearly. If I'm not mistaken, Luo Yun is in the clouds. Gong Sun Yun took off his hat, revealing a more British face. He closed one eye tightly, and only his left eye could see people. He stared at Qin Feng with a serious expression. "Are you sure you want to go?" "We have to go." Gong Sun Yun took a deep breath and looked back at the clouds and the bridge. "Luo Yun is a demon beast that followed my great-grandfather. It carries the karma of 3 generations of my life, so its abilities are beyond imagination." As he spoke, he pointed to the bridge not far away and said slowly, "The clouds and mist you see around this bridge are all Luo Yun's spiritual energy." Qin Feng took a deep breath. This cloud and mist, What a terrifying amount of energy. He believed it when people said Luo Yun was a 5th or 6th level monster. This cloud is filled with karma. If you hesitate even a little bit when you pass by, you will be attacked and die instantly. At this point, he paused and looked at him solemnly. Lu Huidong wanted to escape without any hesitation. The white-haired young man had to go, and he did not hesitate. But you are going there to save people. Can you guarantee your firmness? If you even think in your heart that if I can't save you, I'll try my best, you will die suddenly. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Luo Yun was so powerful. While hesitating, he asked himself if he was firm enough. Recalling the scenes of his contact with Lu Huitong, the words she warned him before he died echoed in his mind, and his eyes gradually became firm. Do you need a reason to save people? Suddenly, Xing Rongguang's face appeared in front of my eyes, and his voice came to my ears. Avenge me. At this moment, his eyes were extremely firm. I want to cross the bridge. Hearing his firm voice, Gong Sun Yun was stunned for a moment, as if he saw the shadow of someone else in him. Since you have made up your mind, just go ahead and don't look back. Qin Feng nodded, stood up without hesitation, and walked towards the bridge. He put his hat back on, raised his head slightly, and looked at the figure gradually disappearing on the bridge with a complicated look in his eyes. Qin Feng, I am really underestimated. Until his figure completely disappeared, the clouds and mist on the bridge gradually dissipated. A wisp of white smoke floated down from the stream, wrapped around his body, and finally entered his clothes, making him look like an immortal. He walked slowly onto the bridge, a low humming sound coming from all around him. Luo Yun, is it true that he has a karmic obstacle that even you are afraid of? Chapter 32 Men in Black Cadres. After crossing the bridge over the stream, Qin Feng felt the fog around him gradually disappear. After leaving Gongsun Yun's territory, he ran quickly towards the distance, letting Ari spread the detection skill to the maximum. He had not been to this area since he entered the test forest. I guess there should be a lot of classmates there, and I heard from Lu Nan that there are several groups of classmates swimming around. I hope Lu Huitong can meet them. At least this way, he wouldn't be killed by the white-haired boy. Worried in his heart, he suddenly heard a bird singing. Half-upper bird, right nearby. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and he rushed towards the direction of the sound. Although Ari's cultivation is only at the 2nd level now, they have a full 120 copy points, so it is not impossible to save people. It's a pity that he couldn't see Gongsun Yunluin's panel, otherwise he would have directly copied its skills. Even the Golden Flame Lion would have to avoid him when it saw him. Thinking that he must copy Luo Yun's skills when he had a chance, he quickly moved in the direction of the half-emperor bird's cry. At this time, a few miles away, in the chaotic rocky cliffs of Hengxing, Lu Huitong looked at the spider silk around her with an unpleasant expression, and there was a solemn look in her eyes. At this moment, she was sitting on the half-emperor bird, surrounded by white spider silk. These spider silks reflect a shining luster, and just by looking at them, they seem extremely strong and hard. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The half-emperor bird let out an angry cry, and flames began to burst out of its body, burning the spider silk. However, the flames distorted the surrounding air and did not ignite the remaining spider silk. Instead, they bound the body of the half-emperor bird more securely. Damn it! Lu Huitong seemed a little anxious. The spider silk spit out by my Wanyu spider cannot be burned through by your flames, not even the 3 flames true fire. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from behind the rock, followed by smug teasing. Lu Huidong looked down in midair and saw a man with shifty eyes holding onto the rocky cliff with half of his face visible. He stared at Lu Huitong, whose skin was flushed due to the temperature of the flames, and licked his lips. That guy Mo finally did a good thing by giving me such a beautiful girl. Jie. Hearing the man's obscene words, her face became even uglier. Hidden in the rocks, Qin Feng heard the man's voice and frowned slightly. He had arrived here for several minutes. During these few minutes, he did not act rashly, but instead surveyed the information. The person who fought with Lu Huidong was not the guy named Mo. Although he had never seen this man, he could tell he was a creep by his voice. In front of Qin Feng's face, there was a spider silk as thick as his wrist. The silk was shining, as if there were gems inside. It was the first time he had seen such spider silk. Even the flames of the half-imperial bird could not burn it. It was really strange. If I can't deal with this spider silk, I'll just be giving away my life if I go out. While he was thinking, Lu Huidong's voice came again from not far away. Asshole, don't use such despicable means. Hey girl, just yell. When you get tired of screaming, it will be my turn to enjoy. The obscene voice was full of greasy smell. When Qin Feng heard the conversation between the two, his eyes lit up. From what he said, it seemed that this man's monster was not suitable for head-on combat, and the man himself was also extremely cautious. I hope to use this spider silk to consume Lu Huidong's physical strength first, and then easily defeat her. Unfortunately, he never dreamed that there was another person in the dark. Ari detection. Whispering instructions to Ari, he led Ari to move among the rocks. Since the guy named Wang Yu Spider can use spider silk, it proves that he is hiding nearby, just because he is afraid that Lu Huitong will fight back desperately. As long as I can catch it by surprise, it will be much easier to rescue Lu Huitong. If he wasn't worried that this wretched man had more than one monster, his target now would not be the spider, but the man himself. While he was looking for Wang Yu Spider, the man was unaware of his situation. Instead, he sat on the rock, stroking his chin, staring at Lu Huitong in the sky in an obscene manner. His lustful eyes scanned back and forth over her abs and sexy figure, and he was almost drooling. Feeling the evil gaze, Lu Huitong became angry and controlled the half-emperor bird under her to spray flames at him. The flame was like an angry dragon, with a low dragon roar and instantly reached the man's head. If a flame of such power really hits the man, he will be killed on the spot. But the man didn't look panicked at all. Instead, he twitched the corner of his mouth towards the oncoming dragon. Boom! The flames hit the man, but lasted for a few seconds before slowly receding, revealing a pangolin monster that was more than 1 meter tall. The pangolin stood in front of the man and completely neutralized the flames fired by the half-emperor bird. Although wisps of smoke rose from its body, that was all. It was not even a bit burnt. This scene made Lu Huidong's heart sink completely. Fire is a powerful means of attack among monsters, but it is also the lowest level means. As we all know, monsters are naturally afraid of natural forces, fire being the most common one. So most monsters have evolved means to resist fire. This girl is hot enough, I like her. The man laughed proudly. Lu Huidong's face was gloomy. She wanted to continue attacking, but suddenly she saw a figure behind a rock not far away. The figure was standing in the blind spot of the man's sight, waving at her with a smile. She was stunned for a moment and rubbed her eyes. Lu Huidong felt that she must be hallucinating. How could she see Qin Feng's figure? Could it be that Qin Feng from hell knew that she was dying and came to pick her up? When she looked again, she found that the figure was indeed Qin Feng. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and Lu Huitong smiled with relief. But the next second, her smile froze, because she saw Qin Feng speaking to him silently, and she could clearly understand what he meant from his mouth shape. Hold on! In an instant, a layer of mist surged in her beautiful eyes. This is true. Qin Feng is not dead. I am saved. She took a deep breath, patted the half-emperor bird beneath her, lowered her head, and said something. The man below felt that something seemed to be wrong. As he was thinking about it, the angry snake flames came again, but this time the half-emperor bird's attack was more violent and fierce. Chapter 33 Defeat. Boom! Above the chaotic rocky area, fierce flames bombarded the huge rocks, smoke rose, and rocks flew everywhere. The angry dragon of fire hit the location again and again. The huge roar echoed in the area, covering up all the noise. Mad woman! The wretched man's arm was scratched by the flying rocks. He looked at the crazy Lu Huitong with an ugly face and couldn't help cursing. This woman has gone crazy since the beginning. She is pouring out all the spiritual power in her body and constantly controlling the half-emperor bird to attack him. If Lu Huitong had not launched such an attack, he would have easily achieved his goal. Attacking randomly, like she did, would put him in danger of getting hurt. But even though he had suffered a minor injury, it made him completely relax his guard, and this was clearly his final madness. Such a crazy attack will quickly consume his own physical strength and spiritual energy. He thought that in 15 minutes at most, the little girl's monster would return to the monster space. By then, wouldn't she let him play with her? Thinking of such a wonderful scene and result, the corners of his mouth curled up in excitement, and then became more and more exaggerated, and finally, he burst into laughter. Ha! The laughter seemed to be mocking Lu Huidong's impotent rage, but also seemed to be mocking her. Get lost, you beast. His laughter made Lu Huitong unable to help but curse. Her expression was very angry, but she could do nothing about him. This feeling brings great satisfaction to men. However, when he was feeling extremely proud, he did not notice that Lu Huitong had a subtle smile on her lips and a bright look flashed in her eyes. Qin Feng, who was below, was shuttling between the rocks and couldn't help but secretly give Lu Huitong a thumbs up. Such acting skills do not feel out of place at all. If she were not an animal tamer, she might be a super beautiful idol. While thinking, he stopped and looked at the last area in front that was still being searched with a solemn expression. Through the reconnaissance data perception shared with him by Ari, he could already sense the presence of the Wang Yu spider, which was less than 20 to 30 meters away. Blue sky. He spoke softly, and a white light appeared on his shoulders. Qing Tian crawled out from it, entered into his right sleeve, and hid himself. Only by looking at the faint red tongue between the cuffs could one discover that there was a python hidden in the cuffs. After a slight stroke, Qing Tian took Ari and moved towards the location he sensed. Less than 10 meters away, Ali and his figure disappeared together, accompanied by a low roar. A black spider as big as a calf, with a sparkling gem on its back. No one knew whether it grew on its own or was embedded by external force. Race: Jade King Spider. Grade: A. Cultivation: Peak of Level 2, requires 20 copy points. Skills: Silk, controls one's own super tough spider silk, requires 30 copy points. Venom, can paralyze the opponent's nerves, requires 20 copy points. Introduction: a monster with relatively low combat power, but it does surpass its class in certain aspects of controlling and blocking the enemy. At this time, Wang Yu spider was hanging under a rock more than 2 meters high. There were many spider webs gathered together under his body, extending in all directions. In the few seconds that Qin Feng was observing, he had used his many tentacles to move the spider's silk more than once. The spider silk that was moved trembled slightly, extending infinitely downwards, and when it reached a place 1 year away in front of Qin Feng, it had already turned into a violent tremor. He could clearly feel the power contained in it. If this force extends all the way to where Lu Huitong is trapped, not to mention her, even the golden flame lion will not be able to break free as long as the spider silk is tough enough. Fortunately, the monster's combat power is not strong, as long as it is not controlled by the spider silk controlled by him. According to Ari's current rank and cultivation, she can definitely kill it. Whether it can stop it from spitting out spider silk depends entirely on you. He stretched out his left hand and stroked the blue sky in the sleeve of his right hand. He lowered his head and muttered something, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. The next second, he rushed out. Boom! In her confused eyes, the huge explosion sound once again infected Lu Huitong's little face. Pale sweat flowed from her forehead, across her cheeks, and finally fell on the body of the half-emperor bird. The continuous and crazy attacks caused her physical strength and abilities to decline rapidly. The attack power of the half-emperor bird was also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until now, it can only launch 3 attacks at most. The man below also felt the attack gradually weakening, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. Girl, I think you'd better surrender obediently. This way, my brother can be gentler on you. Otherwise, as he spoke, the corners of his mouth flew to his ears, and he began to laugh, unable to contain his excitement. But his smile only lasted less than 3 seconds before it came to an abrupt end. It was like a drake whose neck was stepped on. Its expression turned ugly and green, and it stared in the direction of Wang Yu spider. When Lu Huitong heard the laughter stop, she looked over nervously. The man's face became increasingly ugly, and finally his iron blue face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, then to red, and finally he spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The blood directly dyed his clothes red, and his breath quickly shrank like a deflated ball. At the same time, the half-emperor bird let out a joyful cry and directly broke free from the spider silk on its body, successfully freeing itself. Success! She excitedly flew into the air and flew towards Qin Feng. Looking at her gradually receding back, the man covered his chest with his hands, his face grim, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. Hateful! Damn it! I'm going to kill you. The roar echoed, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. Qin Feng had just killed the Wang Yu spider when he heard a familiar bird song. He looked up and saw Lu Huitong's graceful figure running towards him. Before he could come to his senses, The other party grabbed his arms, and his beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. I thought you were dead. Where on earth have you been? I went back several times but didn't see your body, so I guessed that you were okay, but I couldn't be sure. The more she spoke, the more excited and choked up her voice became, and it was obvious that she was truly worried about herself. A warm current flowed through his heart. Qin Feng smiled slightly, and his voice became unusually gentle. Don't worry, I'm back, right? Well, this is not the place to reminisce about the past. Come with me to see that man. With a serious expression, he chased after him with Lu Huitong. The man must have been traumatized by the loss of a monster. Now is the best opportunity. This man is not a man in black. He must be a cadre-level official. If we catch him, we can get a lot of information. When he reappeared in the area, he saw the man lying on the ground with a look of surprise on his face. This guy, has he fainted? Chapter 34 Jealous Ning Rushue. The cave was silent late at night. Wang Song leaned against the cave entrance, hugged his shoulders, and yawned. Qin Feng has been gone for so long. I don't know if he has found Lu Huidong. He muttered as he glanced at the beautiful figure deep in the cave. Ning Rushue was sitting about 10 meters away from him, cross-legged on the ground, leaning against the wall of the cave, with her eyes closed. Hearing his muttering, her eyebrows raised slightly, but then she regained her composure. I say, class beauty, I am enough for this place. What are you doing here? Wang Song looked at her with interest, rubbing his palms constantly. It seems that this can provide some warmth and resist the cold and damp air in the cave. Ning Rushue closed her eyes tightly, not wanting to pay any attention to him. Seeing her attitude, Wang Song couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked tentatively, Are you waiting for Qin Feng? Unexpectedly, when Qin Feng was mentioned, Ning Rushue actually spoke, but still with her eyes closed, she said coldly, You talk too much nonsense. Perhaps because he didn't like her attitude, Wang Song curled his lips. I really don't understand. You two are obviously engaged, but why are you like enemies? Are you not going to get married? Unexpectedly, as soon as Ning Rushue finished speaking, she suddenly opened her eyes and was furious. It's none of your business. Just look after the door. Frightened by Ning Rushue's sudden cry, he subconsciously shrank back and smiled awkwardly. Why are you so fierce? Without me, you wouldn't be able to find such a safe place. Just as he was about to guard the cave, he suddenly heard the sound of rocks colliding outside the cave. They were both startled when they heard the sound of rocks colliding. Who? Qin Feng. Hearing Qin Feng's voice, Wang Song quickly stood up and casually pointed at the stone wall in front of him. 10 seconds later, Qin Feng came in with Lu Huitong, carrying a man who was tied up. Ning Rushue, who was not far away, saw the two of them entering the cave together. Her brows immediately raised, and the anger in her peach blossom eyes was obviously visible. That's right, Ning Rushue was very angry. But even she herself didn't know why she was so angry. But when she saw Qin Feng coming back with another woman, she felt a little unwilling and jealous. But more of it was anger. Maybe it was because Qin Feng originally belonged to her, but now he abandoned her and found a woman whose conditions were not much different from hers. Well, that must be the case. It must be caused by my competitive mentality. Ning Rushue thought so and tried to calm herself down. Qin Feng, you are finally back. I have read your fortunes one after another, and they are all auspicious. But you guys just haven't replied yet, and I'm really anxious. Wang Song said with a smile, his face full of excitement and joy. Whatever the reason, it was obvious that they were genuinely happy and not just being perfunctory. Qin Feng was amused by him and burst out laughing. Do you think you were Gongsun? Tell me your fortune. Gongsun, have you seen him? It is said that this guy is protected by many generations of monsters, so he seems to have no worries. He sighed with envy and jealousy on his face. I didn't expect Wang Song to have such a good attitude. Qin Feng was infected by his good attitude and wanted to continue chatting with him, but he felt a cold gaze. Ning Rushue was sitting cross-legged in the place where he had just come out, staring at him intently with flames dancing in her eyes. Feeling her gaze, Qin Feng frowned. Do I have a grudge against you? Lu Huitong, who was standing by, looked a little embarrassed when she saw her like this. Okay, let's not stay here anymore. You guys go in first. There's only 1 week left before the test. Wang Song interrupted the conversation of several people and set his sights on the man Qin Feng was carrying. This should be a cadre of those mysterious people. We can interrogate him and get more important information. Qin Feng spoke while holding the man in his arms, his voice full of solemnity. He had so many questions he wanted to figure out that he couldn't wait for the test to be over. And this must be clarified before the test is over, as it concerns their safety. Wang Song nodded. Then you guys go in first. There's only 1 week left. As long as we stay here, there won't be any danger. The two of them stopped talking and walked into the cave. When they passed by Ning Ruxue, Qin Feng and the other man looked at each other. Both sides could feel the obvious anger in their hearts, even though no words were spoken. The two walked one after the other and gradually disappeared outside the cave. In the dark night, in the dark cave, the man woke up drowsily, looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, was stunned at first, and then immediately mobilized his spiritual power to try to summon the monster. But the moment he drew out the spiritual energy, his face turned pale, and the beast controlling space did not respond. Don't waste your energy. Your spiritual energy won't be able to recover in 3 days. A lamp was lit in the darkness. Qin Feng walked in slowly and squatted in front of him. The spirit dispersing potion is a relatively rare thing. It does no harm to the person who takes it, but it cannot gather spiritual energy. This thing is used more often by killers. I don't know if you have heard of it. The man's face changed slightly. Then he immediately calmed down and let out a sneering laugh. Don't even think about finding out anything from me. I won't tell you. Qin Feng nodded when he heard this, and his expression did not seem to show any disappointment, but rather excitement. He took out a tube of reagent from his arms, his eyes full of anticipation. What are you going to do? When the man saw the reagent, he panicked because it looked so scary. The fluorescent green liquid kept wriggling like a living thing, with bubbles and smoke as it rolled around, a deadly poison. Nothing, I knew you would say that. But there is no loss for me. Since you don't say what I want to hear, I will use you to try the potion I made. Qin Feng smiled and said softly, don't worry too much. This medicine will only burn your organs, but it's not very powerful. It definitely won't burn you to death. And I have other healing potions. Just give them to you. Your life will not be in danger at all. The man shuddered when he heard his words, and deep fear appeared in his eyes. This is clearly treating him as a guinea pig. You stop scaring me. I will never tell you. Don't even think about it. Okay, that's great. Come on, buddy, do it. Let's not stop until we're drunk tonight. Qin Feng grabbed his chin and sent the potion to the edge of his mouth, laughing wildly. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't seem to be trying to scare him at all, the man finally got scared and his voice trembled. I said, what the hell? I said it. Chapter 35, the opposite of the extremely high, the black group. No, I said. The man's voice was trembling and he was almost in tears. After hearing his words, Qin Feng put down the medicine in his hand and acted awkwardly. But you said that I can't poison you with the potion, and I can't test the effect of this freshly made potion. You have to understand that I did this on a whim, and I might not be able to configure it the second time. This made the man's face even paler, and his lips trembled. You're not sure about the toxicity of this thing? If you really drink it, won't you go to heaven directly? He gasped, his smile faltering. No. You still have a chance to reconfigure your potion. If I die, no one will tell you about the black group. Qin Feng pretended to think for a moment. Okay, then tell me. If what you say doesn't interest me, you might as well drink it. The man's mouth twitched, and his face was full of black lines. Are you still a human being? I told you. You have to drink even if you're not interested? However, he didn't dare to say this out loud. He could only smile stiffly and nod, then think for a moment and speak slowly. Is there anything you want to know? Tell me about the black mass in your mouth. The Black Group is an organization that is opposed to the Special High School. What kind of existence is the Special High School? Qin Feng was a little confused. He had almost no idea about being in opposition to the Special High Academy and did not understand it at all. The man looked at him strangely, as if he thought Qin Feng had cerebellar atrophy, but he didn't know whether Qin Feng had any evidence to support his idea. Graduates from the Special High School either become officers sent to fight at the border with monsters, or go to extremely poor areas to become leaders. Overall, it can be described in another way. That's what being a hero is. Qin Feng nodded as if he understood what he said. He could still understand this. After all, every student who graduates from the Special High School is an elite among the elites. Such people will make a difference wherever they go and eventually become heroic figures. What on earth is that black mass? The man looked helpless when he heard this. I don't really know. I just know that they are here to deal with your Special High School. I joined just for some benefits, so I'm not a real core member. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Qin Feng didn't question it. Okay, next question. There are some of your people among the teachers in our school, right? Who are they? Qin Feng stared at the man and pricked up his ears. This question is very important because even when the test time comes, the people who come may not be teachers from the real school. If he was unaware and did not take precautions in advance, his life would still be in danger. This question made the man's face change drastically. He obviously didn't expect Qin Feng to ask such a question. Since you asked, it proves that Qin Feng has already discovered someone. Of course, if you don't want to talk, I can also treat you to a potion. The man looked fearful. But like he said, he joined the gang because of the benefits, so he was not so firm in the face of threats and insults. After a few seconds of silence, he uttered a name. Gu Qingye. Really? Qin Feng's eyes burst into fierceness and sharpness, and he secretly clenched his hands. This is a very high eye. Even he has joined the so-called black group. I wonder how many teachers in the school are members of the black group. Who could have thought that the situation at Ultra High could be so critical? What else? I don't know the rest. Our operation this time is coordinated with Gu Qingye. I don't know anything about the rest. The man shook his head helplessly without giving any clues. But what? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. However, Mo should know that he is a relatively important cadre of the black group and knows much more than I do. Silent. Qin Feng thought of the white-haired young man. To be able to reach the third-level Beastmaster at this age, he is indeed gifted. Generally, only the second-year special high school students can reach the third level. After questioning the man again, it was of no avail. He could only choose to give up temporarily and exit the small secret room. How about it? As soon as I left the secret room, Lu Huitong came up to me and asked me questions. Qin Feng raised his head solemnly and looked at the people waiting there. Ho Rongrong, Lu Nan, Fan Ting, Xiao Qingdong, Ning Ruxue. Including Lu Huidong and Wang Song, there were 6 people in total. Ho Rongrong said there were originally 7 people, but that person left before he arrived. They are called the Black Group. We do have undercover agents in our school. Black Ball! Xiao Qingdong exclaimed in surprise when he heard it. You know? Everyone looked at him curiously. He nodded and said with a somewhat disdainful expression, I know. They approached me before I joined the special high school, but I thought they were some idiots and didn't listen much. I just knew they hated the special high school. That's right. All we know now is that they are an organization that specializes in dealing with special forces. If you want to know more, you can only ask their cadres. You said there are undercover agents in our school. Who are they? Ning Ruxue asked. Glancing at her indifferently, Qin Feng nodded. Right now, we only know one undercover agent, Gu Qingye. After these words were spoken, the entire cave fell silent and everyone's faces looked extremely grim. Gu Qingye? Who is Gu Qingye? Extra high eyes. Rumor has it that it is because of his presence that so many casualties are reduced on the front line of the battle against monsters. This person made a lot of contributions in the confrontation between humans and monsters. Finally, he was injured and retired, and then returned to the special high school to become a teacher. As an exceptional teacher, he has nurtured countless talents. Such a person can be said to be a hero-level person, but how could he be a member of the Black Group? Did you make a mistake? Xiao Qingdong asked questioningly. Such a thing was hard for him to accept, as he was so stubborn. That's right. Huidong, Rongrong, and I have all seen the Shutuan beast with our own eyes. Qin Feng said seriously. The Void Beast. He was stunned. That's right. Those monsters that look like long, snake-like black shadows are the Shutuan beasts. Qin Feng explained to everyone. After all, almost no one present knew what the Void Beast looked like. If it weren't for the panel, he wouldn't know either. Fan Ting, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. I think so too. Haven't you noticed that our every move can be easily discovered by the men in black? He's a meticulous person and probably noticed something was wrong a long time ago. Everyone looked grim and fell silent again for a moment. At this moment, Wang Song slowly walked in from the cave outside with a man. Everyone looked up and saw a bald dwarf. This classmate is called Li Ming. There is no special monster. He is the one who left the cave at the beginning. He must have encountered some trouble on the way. Qin Feng was about to say hello when he suddenly saw a long, dark snake lying on the cave wall behind Li Ming. Chapter 36. Surrounded by the Black Group. Qin Feng was thinking about saying hello to his classmates, but he saw a long black snake shadow on the wall behind Li Ming. The long black shadow was tightly attached to the wall, hidden in the darkness. If it weren't for Li Ming's bald face reflecting the firelight, it would have been difficult to spot. It turns out that people without hair are very strong. It even has anti-reconnaissance capabilities. His face suddenly darkened, and his smile towards Li Ming became stiff and ugly. Li Ming looked at his ugly face, and his expression was a little unnatural. Qin Feng, we didn't have any conflicts before, right? Qin Feng pointed behind him helplessly, and everyone looked subconsciously. The long black shadow slipped away in an instant, but even so, they still saw it vaguely. Everyone's face changed in shock. What is that? The void beast. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. That's good, there's still 1 week left. I guess we can't stay here for a whole day. All the members of the black group will come here in 2 hours at most. Everyone also understood what was happening. Their faces turned extremely ugly, and they didn't know what to do for a moment. Leave quickly, find a new location, and let my phantom tiger create a new hiding place. Wang Song was a little anxious. It's useless. The Void Devourer has already set its sights on you. Even if you create one, they will catch up with you. What should I do then? He was a little anxious. Qin Feng looked at the people present and took a deep breath. The best way now is to split up and look for other students. Only if they act separately and disperse their personnel completely will they have a chance to escape. Otherwise, the probability of survival is the lowest if they gather together. After saying this, he paused and continued. Of course, we can't be too scattered, or we will be defeated one by one. So the best way is to look for people separately. Try to group them in groups of 3 or 4, so that you won't be wiped out completely, nor will you be defeated one by one. When everyone heard his words, they nodded in agreement. Xiao Qingdong took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a windlass lighter, took a deep breath, and exhaled smoke rings. That's the only way. Let's pack up and form a team. This Shutuan beast might not be the first one. It might have followed Qin Feng when he came back. Damn it, I can't even encounter such a thing in school. He put out the cigarette in his hand and cursed. Qin Feng was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, the Void Swallow beasts were scattered throughout the entire area. Perhaps they had followed him to the cave from the very beginning, but he had not discovered them. If this is true, boom! At this moment, the earth suddenly shook. There was a loud roar, and countless rocks fell from the cave. Some of them even hit Xiao Qingdong's head with a bang. What the hell? Xiao Qingdong rubbed his head frantically with a ferocious expression, and it was obvious that he was in real pain. Boom! Boom! The entire cave was shaking. Countless rocks fell, and everyone's bodies were shaking uncontrollably, and it was difficult to keep their feet steady. Oh no! They're really catching up? Qin Feng's face changed. I was really too careless. Since I already knew that the other party had a reconnaissance monster like the Shutuan beast, why didn't I think of this kind of thing? Even Xiao Qingdong could imagine something, but he didn't think of it. It seems that I must think more when I encounter things in the future. Let's talk about the dispersion first when we get out. Now everyone gather together and break out first. Xiao Qingdong threw away the cigarette but in his hand, turned around and led the charge outside. Wang Song saw him rushing out and hurriedly followed him. Everyone knew that the matter was urgent, so they followed without saying anything. At this time, outside the giant tree, a group of men in black surrounded the area tightly. Closest to the giant tree, there were 3 guys who clearly looked like leaders. A white-haired boy, a hot woman, and a thick-browed man who looks very immature. The white-haired boy was sitting on the shoulder of the golden flame lion, looking down at the giant tree and patting the golden flame lion under him. Roar! A terrifying lion roar sounded instantly, and it raised its fist as big as a mountain and smashed it on the giant tree with a breaking whistle. Boom! There were vibrations and roars. It was obviously a giant tree, but a lot of fragments and rocks flew out. The violent vibration made the man and woman behind him subconsciously cover their ears, with displeasure showing on their faces. I say, this guy Mo, can't he tell his cat to keep his voice down? If you don't yell, you won't have the strength to do it. The hot beauty frowned and said in an extremely unhappy voice, glaring at the man beside her fiercely. The man gave a very stiff smile upon hearing this, as if the muscles on his face were constantly being used. Then what's the point of telling him and me? As he spoke, his voice paused, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the golden flame lion, who raised his fist again. Get ready, it's time to work. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of golden flame appeared on the golden flame lion's raised arm. The flames condensed, like golden minerals attached to the fist, looking majestic. Buzz! The fist smashed down hard at the giant tree, and a buzzing sound was heard in the air. If this fist hit the tree, even a rock several meters high would be crushed into powder. However, just as it was about to hit the giant tree, a low dragon roar was heard. A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant tree and then took the punch. Boom! The huge explosion and impact force directly blew away some lower-ranking men in black, and the wind and waves continued for waves. The steel-scale dragon stood in front of the giant tree, with a cold light flashing in its eyes. The shadow of the giant tree behind gradually faded and finally turned into a small hill. Behind the steel-scale dragon was a cave. Roar! When the golden flame lion saw the steel-scale dragon, a trace of solemnity appeared in its eyes, and it let out a startling roar. The S+ level aura spread out, instantly covering the sky and the earth. Although the steel-scale dragon has amazing defense, it is only an A-level monster after all. Feeling the pressure of the big S+ level, a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. The fear lasted for a second and turned into terror, because a white light flashed around the hot girl not far away, and a rabbit man monster appeared, more than 2 meters tall, and also burst out the unique oppressive feeling of S-level. The two terrifying feelings of oppression directly shook Gang Linlong's will. From his aura, one could feel that his defensive ability had obviously declined. However, at the critical moment, a stunning bird song was heard. The temperature around suddenly dropped, and the snow emperor eagle shone in the air. Just a little girl. The hot girl snorted coldly with a look of sarcasm on her face. The sarcasm lasted less than 3 seconds before it turned into shock. Because along with a strange dragon roar, a terrifying S-level aura came from the cave again, more terrifying than the golden flame lion, more intense. Chapter 37 Synthesize New Fire. The sense of oppression from monsters also has different levels. It is divided into the distinction of bloodline and strength quality. In terms of quality and strength, the S-level oppression can affect the state of battle and the display of strength. The greater the difference in rank and strength, the more obvious this feeling is, but it is a kind that can be resisted. Even though I know I can't win, and I'm afraid, I can still resist. But pure bloodline suppression is another matter. It affects the desire to fight. The greater the bloodline gap, the less desire there is to fight with him. For example, ordinary monsters nowadays, when faced with monsters with pure ancient blood flowing in their bodies, can only stand where they are and wait to be slaughtered, without any courage to resist. In this dragon roar is the oppression on blood. Qin Feng brought Ollie out of the cave, and everyone present was shocked, especially the white-haired young man. His brows almost intertwined when he saw Qin Feng coming out. Shocking. I was shocked that Qin Feng was actually alive. Shock. What changes had occurred in the monster that shocked Qin Feng? He met Qin Feng 3 times, each time more terrifying than the last. The first time he did not order the golden flame lion to kill, he just watched from a distance. At that time, Ari was still a little white fox. Although she was S-level, she was far inferior to her own golden flame lion in terms of bloodline or cultivation. The second time was the last time, when he thought he had killed him. Ari is still a little white fox. Although her bloodline and cultivation have been improved, there is still a lot of gap. It can only be measured by whether she will not be killed instantly. This third time is now. Ari has completely exceeded his imagination. Not only has she evolved in form, her cultivation has also approached the 3rd level. The oppressive feeling coming from her thick bloodline is already faintly overwhelming that of the golden flame lion. That's right, even more terrifying than his golden flame lion. Qin Feng's Ari was right beside him, and the terrifying sense of oppression emanating from his body shocked everyone. Even Xiao Qingdong, who once wanted to snatch some points from Qin Feng, looked shocked. How can this be a monster? It's clearly a pressure bomb. That's right. This kind of nuclear-like feeling of oppression can only be described by the word bomb. Ning Ruxue, who was in midair, saw Qin Feng, who shocked the whole audience, and her eyes were extremely complicated. This man on the battlefield was radiating a brilliance that no other man had. Biting her lips slightly, her slender hands clenched slightly. Qin Feng felt the fear of the people present. He glanced into the cave, and there was a hint of worry between his brows. The reason why such a terrifying aura can burst out has a lot to do with Qing Tian's simulated dragon roar. The blood suppression brought by the pseudo-dragon roar will make other monsters feel impressed, and combined with Ari's S+ bloodline, it will put them in a bad situation. The illusion is that Ari's bloodline far exceeds that of any monster present. This illusion can't last long as it takes action, or if a monster or Ari takes action, it will collapse immediately. But this is enough. What he is fighting for now is time. I didn't expect you were still alive. Mo stared down at him, his hoarse voice particularly clear. Qin Feng grinned at him, his white teeth reflecting confidence. Not only am I alive, but I'm also going to settle accounts with you this time. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the panel of the golden flame lion in front of him. Race, golden flame lion. Grade, S+, 100 copy points. Cultivation, peak level 3, 300 copy points. Skills, golden flame fire, 100 copy points. Steel bones, 80 copy points. Flame gold armor, flame armor, power bonus, 100 copy points. The changes in its panel allowed Qin Feng to thoroughly understand the rules regarding the copy points. During the battle, he found that when copying the cultivation level and grade, the skill points fluctuated greatly, even unreasonable, but as time went by, he discovered some rules. That is, the copy point is related to the current status and number of his monsters. The greater the difference between Ari and Qingtian's current status and that of the other party, the more copy points are needed to copy the attributes. And when you have Ari yourself, you need to copy fewer attribute points. To confirm this, he turned around and looked at Steel Scale Dragon's panel. The copy points required for his cultivation and rank were indeed decreasing. In other words, the strength and grade of one's own monster are not as high as the others. Then more replication points will be needed. If there is only one, fewer will be needed. I copied the Golden Flame technique instantly and opened my warehouse. He had personally experienced the flames of the Golden Flame Lion. Compared to the flames of Lu Huidong's half-imperial bird, this Golden Flame fire technique was simply at the Big Brother level. Burning the sea and melting the rocks are definitely possible, if it is combined with Ari's fire magic. As he thought about it, he combined the two skills together. The golden light shines brightly, and after it recedes, a radiant glow emerges. Golden Burning Flame, a mixed flame. It is the best in fire magic, able to burn most defensive skills, and has the function of removing impurities and purifying the undead. After synthesizing his skills, he looked up at the white-haired boy, whose eyes were becoming increasingly cold, with a gleam of provocation in his eyes. Mo stared at him intently, flames dancing in his eyes. It was obvious that to him, Qin Feng was just an ant, and he only escaped death because of one accident after another. How could such a defeated clown dare to provoke him like this? King Jin, kill him. He spoke lightly to the Golden Flame Lion, and then the Golden Flame Lion opened its bloody mouth. Facing Qin Feng and Gang Linlong, the golden light in his mouth flickered and surged, and in the blink of an eye it gathered into a fireball. The radius of the fireball was nearly 2 meters, causing the temperature of the surrounding area, which had dropped due to the Snow Emperor sculpture, to instantly warm up. Not only that, a burning sensation also came towards him. The hot girl behind him chuckled and said to the man next to him, he's anxious. The man's expression twitched, and he smiled awkwardly. Keep an eye on them. Don't let these guys get away. Roar! Feeling the temperature of the golden flame, Gang Linlong's eyes showed fear, and he was obviously afraid of the flame. Qin Feng estimated that even if it could take it, it would probably be seriously injured. This is it. If any other monster were here, it would probably be in great danger. No, maybe it's also more ominous than good. The steel scale dragon was obviously retreating, so Qin Feng and Ari went forward to block it. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Ning Rushua's angry voice suddenly sounded in her mind. If the steel scale dragons retreat, anyone else going forward will be courting death. Qin Feng is back. Xiao Qingdong was also surprised. Looking for death. Mo's voice was cold and sarcastic. Facing everyone's doubts and disdain, Qin Feng's eyes were very clear. Looking at Ari, whose eyes were equally clear, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Compared to fire? Ari, let them see how powerful you are. Chapter 38, Gold Burning Flame. Breakout. The scorching golden flames rolled over, and the dazzling golden light made people squint their eyes. Storm! Ning Rushua gave a delicate cry. The Snow Emperor Eagle let out a bark, and Feng Yu was wrapped in the golden flames. However, the expected blocking effect was completely ineffective, as Feng Yu completely evaporated before he could even touch the golden flame. Ning Rushua bit her lips tightly. Her pretty face quickly turned pale as her spiritual power was drained away. Finally, she snorted coldly, with blood spilling from the corners of her mouth. Xiao Chengdong bit his teeth hard, his expression changing. Ganglin Long kept growling, as if communicating something. Just when the two were getting nervous about this attack, crimson flames suddenly burst out from Ari's body. The flames centered on its shone with golden color, while the edge of the firework was crimson. The scorching temperature instantly turned the surrounding flowers and plants into ashes, and then formed an illusory fox shape and crashed into the fireball. When the two sides collided, the golden flame Lion King's fireball disappeared instantly, as if it had been swallowed up. The expression on Mo's face changed from sneer to horror, and the aloof attitude just now disappeared without a trace, replaced by disbelief. Boom! The red flames roared and engulfed Mo and the two cadres behind him, breaking through the encirclement of the men in black and forming a small sea of fire. The steel scale dragon, which had been growling due to anxiety, stopped shouting, and deep fear flashed in its eyes. Ning Rushue in the sky also had a frozen expression on her face, full of disbelief. Run! Qin Feng's voice exploded in all of their minds, waking her and Xiao Qingdong up. Amid the noisy roar of flames, a low thunder sounded, and Lunan's thunder rabbit rushed out first. Immediately afterwards, the sound of birds singing was heard, and the half-emperor bird rushed out of the sea of fire directly against the flames. Everyone showed their unique abilities and tried to break through to the outside. When the flames gradually subsided, there was no figure under the giant tree. Only the ruined cave told everyone. Just now, the special high school student was here. Mo's face turned pale and veins bulged on his forehead. However, when he turned around and found that the hot girl and the man had disappeared, his expression returned to calm, and even a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A few meters in the air, the Snow Emperor Eagle and the Half-Emperor Bird were flying side by side. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from the surrounding air, and the whole space seemed to be shaking. The two flying monsters seemed to be stimulated by something and began to descend rapidly. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the Half-Emperor Bird, felt a black shadow passing by in an instant and flew towards the Snow Emperor Eagle behind him. Bah! The sound of flesh colliding was heard, and Xiao Qingdong on the Snow Emperor Eagle was hit by something, and Ning Rushue was thrown onto the Half-Emperor Bird. The two flying monsters in the air stopped at the same time, as if they were stimulated by something and were struggling frantically. Qin Feng was shocked. The opponent did have anti-aircraft weapons. He roared at Lu Huitong behind him, but the roaring sound obviously turned into a buzzing vibration sound. This situation stunned him. He turned to look at Ning Rushue and saw her face full of pain. What's going on? He looked around but couldn't see any monster. He asked Ari to use detection skills, but it seemed that the monster was out of his control. Just when he was extremely anxious, he saw the black shadow again. The black shadow was still flying at an incredible speed. It came up from the ground and directly passed through his body, causing a whistling sound. Ning Rushue and Lu Huitong seemed to be swept away by some invisible force and fell straight out of the body of the Half-Emperor Bird. Qin Feng was anxious and grabbed them one by one. At this moment, he felt a huge force coming from his back, as if trying to push him down, but fortunately Ari grabbed him. The owner of this thrust must be a monster, because the buzzing sound around is obviously becoming more intense. This voice affected his thinking and judgment, and he thought that if he continued like this, he would be in great danger. The two girls who were held back wanted to help, but their expressions were extremely painful, and the sound seemed to have a greater impact on them. The thrust was getting stronger and stronger, and he would definitely fall down in a few seconds. Without the help of the flying monster, all three of them would die. In extreme anxiety, Qing Tian came out from his sleeves and made a simulated dragon roar. Roar! Qin Feng felt something light behind him, and a black shadow fell from over his head, but before falling, it grabbed Ning Rushue's leg. He finally saw the black shadow clearly. It was the monster that the hot girl had just seen. Race: high-frequency rabbit. Grade: S-, 30 points of copying. Cultivation: level 3, primary. Skills: high frequency, can affect all monsters through sound. Double for flying monsters, 80 replication points. Bounce, jump 15 meters, 50 replication points. Introduction: this is a monster that specializes in air combat. Although it has no wings, it has wings in its heart. Before he could take a second look at the illusory panel, the horrifying buzzing sound increased in intensity again. He held Ning Rushue's hand tightly, and blood began to appear from his eyes and clothes. Ning Rushue stared at him nervously, her eyes extremely complicated, full of fear and some prayer. If she fell down, she would not be able to fight even if she didn't die. From this angle, Qin Feng had already seen a large number of men in black rushing up, with a white-haired Emo following behind them. If Ning Rushue fell down, she would definitely fall into the tiger's mouth. But the strong audio was almost too much for him to hold on. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure and was stunned for a moment. Just below the center, a young man wearing a bamboo hat looked up at him with a relaxed smile. Gong Sun Yun, let go, you go first. Luo Yun can handle this. You are just causing trouble here. Gong Sun Yun's voice suddenly appeared in his mind, not affected by the buzzing sound at all. Qin Feng looked at Ning Rushue, whose eyes were tense and hesitant. Ning Rushue and Lu Huidong's 7 orifices have begun to bleed, and if they continue like this, they will be injured. Luo Yun's strength is extraordinary, and this is the only way. Thinking of this, he made up his mind and let go of Ning Rushue's hand. At the moment of falling, he clearly saw the unwillingness and anger in Ning Rushue's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. If I'm not mistaken, she is safe and sound under Luo Yun's protection, and there is absolutely no chance for the two of them to be together. You never know, they might even become your enemies. Qin Feng felt a little uncomfortable, but this was the only way to get out of the predicament. The buzzing sound around him disappeared, and he pulled Lu Huitong up. Walk! Gong Sun Yin is down there, don't worry. Lu Huitong was originally shocked by Qin Feng's behavior, but she instantly came to her senses after hearing his words and quickly controlled the half-emperor bird to disappear into the sky. But at the last moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but look back. Chapter 39, Entering the Real Monster Forest. After flying for a distance of 1 or 2 miles, Qin Feng asked Lu Huitong to land. The opponent has anti-aircraft means, so we will be used as targets in the sky. Instead of doing this, it is better to land and hide. There is only 1 week left before the end of the test. As long as we can hold on until that time, the school will be able to discover what is happening in this testing jungle. The test lasted for a month and was extremely brutal. No one knows how many students will survive in the end. He looked back in the direction of the exit of the test forest, his brows tightly furrowed. I'm afraid even the principal of the high school can't imagine the crisis this time. I guess everyone thinks that as long as Gu Qingye, the Special Eye, is there, nothing will happen to Special Eye. But who could have thought that the opposite was true, and that it was this extra high eye that had problems? While I was thinking, a figure appeared at the end of my sight. As the figure moved forward, thick smoke billowed and Qin Feng's pupils contracted. This person was the one next to the black hot girl. He was riding a green-haired leopard and was running towards the two of them quickly. Although the distance was far, the illusory panel appeared directly in the field of vision. Race, Nether Cheetah. Grade, A+. Cultivation, peak of the 2nd stage. 30 copy points. Skills, Ghost, can temporarily pass through all forms of attack. 80 copy points. Fire, body turns into flames, burning everything, strong power, 100 copy points. Introduction. For a cheetah that hunts demons in hell, death and duels are nothing more than commonplace. What should I do? Lu Huitong looked at the figure chasing after her with a grim expression. Run in different directions. Qin Feng shouted and ran in another direction with Ali. He was sure that the other party would pursue him. Sure enough, the nether cheetah at the end of his sight saw 2 people running away in different directions, and after hesitating, they ran towards him. It was because of their own reasons that their mission failed this time. If not on themselves, who else could they take their anger out on? And since the black group has already said that they are the opposite of Special High, they will definitely kill those difficult and powerful students first. Students with average strength and ability are relatively safe. The Nether Cheetah is very fast, but Ari's Nether Thunderfire inherits the skills of the Thunder Rabbit and is not inferior. The two of them followed one after the other and rushed straight to the deepest part of the test forest. Qin Feng even saw the mountains reaching into the clouds and the primitive forest that stretched beyond his reach. If he ran further down, he would truly enter the monster forest connected to the back mountain of the school. As they were about to leave the forest that covered the Special High School, the man behind them looked increasingly unhappy. Madman! If the test forest bordering the Special High Academy is a testing site with wild monsters, then the monster forest after passing through this area is the kingdom of monsters. Only there can one find truly powerful, cunning, and scheming monsters. They are born with a thirst for blood and fight against their own terrifying and weird counterparts every day. Their combat power far exceeds that of their peers. Qin Feng glanced at the man who was chasing him, hesitated for a moment, and then disappeared and continued to move forward. Even with the blessing of the netherworld thunder and fire, its speed is not as fast as the netherworld cheetah. Even if he didn't go in, he would be caught up sooner or later. Instead of that, it would be better for him to enter the primeval forest and wait until the other party left before coming out. The surrounding vegetation began to grow noticeably denser, and the surroundings became unusually quiet. As expected, he has already entered the real monster forest. The man behind saw him rushing in and stopped the nether cheetah he was controlling. He looked at Qin Feng's gradually disappearing figure, lowered his head, and spit. Unlucky. He controlled the nether cheetah to turn around and disappear from the area. After entering the real monster forest, Qin Feng did not stop, but walked forward 2 or 3 miles before slowly stopping. He breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that the nether cheetah behind him did not catch up. I only need to stay here for a week, and then I can go back. I don't know what happened to my classmates who escaped. While he was thinking, suddenly a black shadow flashed and came straight towards him. Ari dodged instantly and intercepted the black shadow, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. A black python rolled in Ari's mouth, and the next moment it turned into a roasted snake. Qin Feng, who was frightened out of his wits, sat down on the ground and sighed with lingering fear. After being reborn from the ashes, Ari's strength has reached the advanced second level. With her excellent bloodline and quality, any second-level peak monster that is not too outstanding is not her opponent. This place was just the edge of the monster forest. Most of the monsters were level 2 and posed no danger to him. Let Ari and Qin Tian practice their fighting abilities here, especially Qin Tian, as his trump card. It has hardly ever fought. Let it fight more, and I will be able to become a third-level Beastmaster sooner. He started hunting around with Qin Tian and Ari, and on the first day, he calmed down Ari's impetuous aura caused by her rapid leveling up. The next day, Qin Tian's combat capability was significantly improved. On the third day, still relying mainly on Qin Tian to fight, Qin Feng began to collect some medicinal herbs. He is now at the level of a master pharmacist and can make quite a few potions, which makes him very interested. On the fourth day, Qin Tian was able to handle battles of the same level with ease. His combat power was also quite strong, and he could quickly determine the winner among opponents of the same level. This is all thanks to its own brain-disturbing skills. Many monsters even become dazed when they see it. Qin Feng prepared a lot of potions for restoring spiritual power, as well as some potions for enhancing status, all of which were prepared for the 2 monsters. Of course, he also prepared some for himself in case he ran out of spiritual energy. On the 5th day, Qin Tian's spiritual energy increased significantly. It was estimated that he would be promoted to the intermediate level of the 2nd stage in a week at most. On the 6th day, just when Qin Feng thought he could wait safely for the black group to retreat, he discovered some abnormalities. These past few days, he could always smell the stench of corpses in the dense forest. At first, he thought it was the corpse of a wild monster. After all, this was a monster forest. But as time went by, he found that the stench of the corpses did not disappear, but became stronger and stronger. Especially today, the smell was too strong, as if the corpse was right in front of me. Not only that, the forest was exceptionally quiet today. It had been 2 full hours, and he hadn't seen any trace of any monsters. It felt like all the monsters had gone into hiding. Detection technique. During the joint exploration, Qin Feng instantly felt the presence of some monster 100 meters away. I was startled and quietly approached with Ari. Chapter 40. The Greedy Corpse Ghost Sheephead. Qin Feng pulled aside the broad-leaved branches in front of him and sniffed the increasingly strong stench of corpse with a serious expression. At a distance of 100 meters, the monster in perception did not move at all. He even suspected that the other party was a dead body emitting a foul odor, but the anxious look of Ali next to him told him that this guy was definitely not a dead body. The unbearable stench of the corpse went straight into my nose. I suppressed the urge to vomit and walked through more than 10 miles of broad-leaved trees before finally seeing the other person. I saw a hairy figure crawling under a tree and wriggling on the ground pile about 10 meters away, with the help of the morning light. It looked a bit like a werewolf, but it is definitely not a wolf. Crack! I saw the figure suddenly exerting force, and there was a sound of bones breaking, followed by a creepy chewing sound. In the dim light of early morning, in this extremely silent and rotten place, a monster was chewing some flesh and bones with its back to people. Such a scene made Qin Feng's whole body covered with goosebumps and his hair stand on end. And above that back, a panel gradually emerged. Race, ghoul sheephead. Grade, S. Cultivation level, level 2, elementary. Skills, ghost. Use the ability after devouring the corpse of a monster, 100 copy points. Undying, will not die, 300 copy points. Enchantment, paralyze the living and send them to hell, 5,000 copy points. Introduction, a demon reborn from resentment, immortal, and able to survive by devouring corpses. If you smell the stench of corpses late at night, please stay away. Corpse ghost sheephead. Qin Feng took a deep breath and covered his mouth tightly, afraid of making any sound. The corpse greedy ghost has a sheep's head, the corpse identifying soul has a cow's face, and the blood-licking corpse has a civet cat. These are the key points that have been mentioned countless times in the textbooks. These three kinds of monsters are called monsters other than monsters and are classified into a separate category. Why? Because they have their own survival system. They do things for both humans and monsters, and eat both humans and monsters. For example, the greedy corpse ghost sheephead in front of you. Rumor has it that no matter what kind of creature it is, if it dies in the suburbs or dies with resentment, it will never be reborn. The corpses eaten by the corpse greedy ghost will allow them to successfully go to the underworld. And when the king of hell sees them, he will allow them to be reborn. Of course, these are just legends. But there is indeed a lot of metaphysics in these three monsters. He could even brag about it when he got back after seeing such a monster. After calming down his anxiety, he prepared to retreat. According to the records of this monster, you will never be attacked as long as you don't make eye contact with it. But when people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in their teeth. When he took a step back, he actually stepped on a dead tree. Crack! The sound of the break was particularly clear in the silent environment, as abrupt as if a piece of music was suddenly played in a silent world. The greedy corpse ghost sheep-headed suddenly turned its head, without moving its body at all, and turned its head with 180 poisons. It was a face with a three-quarter human appearance. Two empty eyes on the shriveled skin were staring at Qin Feng, with only the pupils completely white. Gulp! Qin Feng could clearly hear the sound of his throat rolling. Although the opponent was only at the beginner level of the second stage, his intuition told him that this guy should not be provoked. The greedy corpse ghost stood up quickly and backed away towards him. That's right, it's a step backwards. It was nearly 3 meters tall, and its body did not turn around at all. Instead, it moved straight backwards, with its head twisted 180 degrees. It looked extremely weird and strange, madly impacting the bottom line and nerves in people's hearts. Qin Feng felt his scalp tighten, and subconsciously took Ari and retreated. Wow! Ha ha! The greedy corpse ghost sheephead suddenly opened its mouth and let out a sound, hoarse and sharp, like someone laughing. Dragon roar! Qin Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. He just lifted up his sleeves and made Qing Tian let out a simulated dragon roar. Roar! A low dragon roar appeared, instantly drowning out the strange laughter, and at the same time causing the advancing greedy corpse ghost to instantly stop chasing. Just when Qin Feng thought that the simulated dragon roar had a miraculous effect, the greedy corpse ghost sheephead twisted its body 180 times and faced him head-on. It would have been fine if it hadn't turned, but as soon as it turned, Qin Feng's brain buzzed. On the chest of the greedy corpse ghost sheephead, the muscles on the chest are twisted to form the outline of a human face. What's even more terrifying is that the outlines of these human faces are all his classmates' faces. Even Qin Feng was stunned by this horrifying scene. He finally understood why there was the greedy corpse demon sheephead here, because a large number of people died in this test, and every special high school student was like Xing Rongguang, full of resentment. This attracted the greedy corpse ghost sheephead. Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng. The voice of the greedy corpse ghost sheephead suddenly turned into a human voice, which was the voice of his former classmate. This voice seemed to have some kind of magical power, which made the fear in his heart more intense, and even his mind began to become blurred. He tried his best to restrain himself and wake up, but found that it was impossible. It was like an irresistible sleepiness that was eating away at his sanity bit by bit. At the last moment before his consciousness was about to disappear, a voice uttered again from the sheep-headed mouth of the greedy corpse ghost, which was somewhat deep and exceptionally clear. Qin Feng, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, shuddered and instantly regained his sanity. Xingrongguang. That's right, this last voice was Xingrongguang. According to the normal progress, this last sound would definitely make him lose consciousness completely. But what a coincidence. The voice turned out to be Xingrongguang's voice. His voice woke me up immediately. Ari, Golden Brahma Flame. He woke up, and Ari also returned to normal. Flames appeared on the red figure, and it instantly turned into a flaming snake that swept towards the greedy corpse ghost. The flames ignited the entire body of the greedy corpse ghost, and the hair on his body also burst into flames, and his body gradually disappeared. It is indeed immortal, but spiritually, after the corpse is burned, it is dead in a sense. Only the soul. No, it's probably gone forever. Ari's golden flame is different from other flames and can destroy evolved undead. The textbooks say that ghouls are a type of undead, so Ari's fire is a natural nemesis. When the corpse-greedy ghost completely disappeared, the stench of corpses around it gradually subsided, and it became much lighter in a few seconds. Not only that, green gas was gathering in the surrounding air, and the color changed from light to dark, and finally the entire area turned green. This is... Seeing such a magical scenery for the first time, Qin Feng was curious and wary. These green gases began to flow and condense slowly, and finally formed a gas vortex with the location where the greedy corpse ghost sheep head disappeared as the center, like a substance. There was no wind in this gas vortex, but the green gas became more and more condensed, and the color became brighter and brighter. Under Qin Feng's astonished gaze, it slowly drilled into the ground and gradually disappeared. When the last wisp of green gas disappeared, the ground began to wriggle. Chapter 41: Flowers that Inspire Potential. When the last trace of green gas sank into the ground, the area fell into a brief silence. The ground submerged in the green gas began to wriggle, as if some creature was born underground and wanted to break out of the ground. Qin Feng's muscles tensed, and he stared at the ground. Finally, a bright green color broke through the soil, and green shoots emerged from the ground, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it grew to 1/2 meter, like an extremely lush spider plant. He had never seen such bright leaves. It was as if they were filtered through a layer of green, and the green made people feel happy. Suddenly, he saw a pure white color in the center of the big spider plant, and when he looked closely, he found that it was a flower bud. Qin Feng felt dry in his mouth and remembered the records about the greedy corpse ghost sheephead. It is a demon beast that lingers on the other side of life, sending people across without a purpose, until it ends its journey in some form, and a new glory will be born in the dust. When the greedy corpse ghost sheephead dies, a kind of flower will be born in the place where it dies. This flower is extremely gorgeous and pure. It can purify the surrounding air. It is full of vitality, can heal injuries, and stimulate the potential of monsters. While he was thinking, the white buds had already bloomed. The palm-sized white flowers had a refreshing fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. He excitedly came to the flower, picked it carefully, and was extremely excited. Why? He still remembers the last line of Qing Tian's introduction when he first conquered him. It has endless possibilities. Doesn't this prove that there is unlimited potential? If it is given to Qing Tian to use, can he get a super powerful monster? Anna couldn't contain his excitement. He looked around while holding the flowers, and finally disappeared on the spot. At this time, in a rocky area in the testing forest, Gong Sun Yun sat cross-legged on the rock, looking lazily at the cold figure not far away, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching. Ning Rushua sat cross-legged on the rock with her eyes closed. The anger between her brows was like a raging fire, and one felt as if an invisible flame was hovering above her. Although his brows were burning, the aura he exuded was icy cold, keeping people away. He hesitated, then slowly said, "The reason why Qin Feng put you. You've said it countless times." Ning Rushua interrupted him, slowly opened her eyes, and resentment filled her eyes. He slowly clenched his palms, which turned red due to the excitement, and a hint of blue veins appeared on his smooth forehead. Until now, whenever she closed her eyes, she could still see the scene of Qin Feng abandoning her and flying away with Lu Huitong. Although she didn't know what she was thinking, she must make this man pay the price. Feeling the deep resentment in her, Gong Sun Yin smiled awkwardly, pushed the bamboo hat on his head, and said helplessly, "The day after tomorrow morning, that is when the test will end." At that time, even if he has very high eyesight, he will choose to evacuate, otherwise the teachers in the school will arrest him. Before that, we should proceed with caution. I am not completely sure that I can defeat that white-haired boy. Ning Rushua nodded when she heard that and slowly closed her eyes. Well, thank you for saving me. Gong San Yin smiled awkwardly when he heard her words, then lay down on the rock and narrowed his eyes slightly. Clouds of mist kept floating out from his collar and passing before his eyes. Luo Yun, are you sure this is a good fate with Qin Feng? Not a bad fate? As he finished speaking, the clouds and mist began to swirl abnormally, as if responding to his question. Oh, forget it. Ning Rushue, who was not far away, was looking at the dense forest at the end of her sight under the sky, her eyes becoming more and more fierce. Qin Feng, you actually dared to abandon me. You will regret it. Hey! Qin Feng, who had just found a hidden cave, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, his head full of confusion. Why did he suddenly sneeze when he was fine? Forget it, I don't want to think about it too much. He signaled Ari to block the entrance of the cave with huge rocks, and then lit a fire in the dark cave. Use the workbench to simply refine the flower of life, and then get a tube of potion. There were only about a dozen drops of this medicine. Qin Feng gestured to Qin Tian to open his mouth and dripped a few drops into it. The blue sky, having eaten the sweet potion, spit out red letters happily and seemed to be very happy. But after a few seconds, its body began to shake, just like a drunk snake. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and let it sleep inside his sleeve. He also speculated that this flower was a legendary flower, but its specific effects still need to be verified. If Qin Tian was put back into the beast taming space and something happened, he would not be able to rescue him in time, so it would be better to keep him by his side. If there is any problem, he can solve it immediately. Seeing Qin Tian fell into a deep sleep, he also closed his eyes and rested. If I'm not mistaken, the test will end at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. At that time, not only Ling Fei would enter the testing forest, but the grade director and other school leaders would also come here to witness the test results. Throughout the whole process, unless all the teachers are members of the black group, there will definitely be a result. Until then, he just had to wait here quietly. After thinking for a while, he moved out the workbench for making potions and began to make the potion. Because I realized a very serious problem. That is, if the black group retreats, where will they retreat to? There are only two exits in the test forest. One is the exit leading to the interior of the super high place, and the other one, this is the area where I am, the real monster forest. If this is true, there will be a large number of black people passing by here, and the probability of meeting me along the way is not very high. But 100%. So he had to prepare some auxiliary potions that could be used in battle, so as to avoid being swept into the torn battlefield by the fleeing black group. An hour later, the blue sky in his sleeve moved, and then he woke up. After waking up, Qing Tian's eyes became brighter and his temperament changed, but his face panel remained the same as before. Qin Feng was not nervous, knowing that this was normal. It is estimated that the potential will only be instantly stimulated after all the medicine is swallowed. He dripped a few drops of reagent potion into Qin Tian again, and then continued to busy himself with his own things. In this way, he continued to develop the potion, and when Qin Tian woke up, he would give him the potion again. He repeated this process, and time flew by. No one knew how long it had been before he gave the last dose of potion to Qin Tian to drink, and then he sat down on the ground exhausted. Before he could rest for a while, a burst of green liquid burst out from Qin Tian's body, and then a lusty green liquid began to float out of his body. Chapter 42, Evolution. Life Dragon, SS level. Just as he was about to take a break, a dark green liquid appeared on Qin Tian's body. These liquids are just like the green light gases that were real when the flower was first created. The liquid completely enveloped Qin Tian's body, emitting a faint green light. Qin Feng was so scared that he quickly stood up to check. After careful observation, he confirmed that Qin Tian was not in any danger of life, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happens, this layer of liquid on the outside is the cocoon during evolution. This proves that the blue sky inside is about to evolve again. This flower really has the effect of inspiring potential. Qin Feng rubbed his palms excitedly and paced around the cocoon. It took him more than 10 minutes to calm down completely. It was hard to tell how long the evolution would take, and he was still a little tired, so he fell asleep. During the time I was testing the jungle, I couldn't get a good night's sleep. Now I was so tired that I fell into sleep unconsciously. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight from the west shines into the test forest, the huge explosion directly shook the dew on the branches to the ground, followed by the amazing sound of fighting. Tremors, flames, and strong winds. A shocking battle broke out, with countless sounds of fighting and noise audible. At the very edge of the test forest, Ling Fei stood on a giant toad with a gloomy expression. Gu Qingye, why did you join the black group? Have you forgotten your identity? Not far away, countless virtual swallowing beasts gathered together to form a huge black snake that was more than 5 or 6 meters long. Gu Qingye's half-body was trapped in the black snake, and he stared at Ling Fei indifferently from its head. I, Gu Qingye, have always done things with a clear conscience. I was a teacher in school, and now I am a cadre of the black group. As he spoke, he paused and said firmly, "The black group is my final destination. Old Ling, stop talking nonsense and do it." Hearing his words, Ling Fei's face turned pale. Who could have thought? The highly respected special high school students turned out to be a black group and directly betrayed them during the first-year high school test, causing the loss of countless lives of the special high school students. Seeing that things had reached the whole point, Ling Fei knew that it was unnecessary to say anything more. With a wave of his hand, the remaining giant toad monsters rushed towards him. At this time, there was a group of extremely talented students in the test forest. They were obviously a few years older than Qin Feng and the others, and were fighting against the men in black. Each of their monsters was extraordinary, and their fighting power was terrifyingly strong. Except for those extremely outstanding men in black who could resist for a while, the rest were almost killed instantly. They gathered together and were forced into a desperate situation. At this moment, a lion's roar that shook the earth broke the deadlock on the battlefield. Roar! The golden flame lion suddenly appeared behind the men in black and roared at those tall students, causing many of them to show fear. As an S+ level golden flame lion, the pressure it brings is indeed extraordinary. The most important point is that it is a complete combat monster. People like Ho Rongrong, Guashao, and Gu Qingye are more auxiliary monsters, and their combat capabilities are not at the same level at all. The white-haired Mo sat on the golden flame lion, looking at those senior special high school students with a gloomy and solemn expression. The hot girl and the man riding the nether cheetah were next to the golden flame lion, and the former looked up at him. What should we do now? This is much more difficult than we thought. Gu Qingye didn't even withdraw at the first opportunity. Then let's retreat first. If he dies here, it will prove that he is a waste. Mo's voice was cold, and he was merciless when he spoke harshly. It is hard to imagine that such words came out of the mouth of a teenager of 17 or 18 years old. You retreat first, I'll cover you, Mo said, patting the golden flame lion under him. The golden flame lion instantly understood what he meant and opened its bloody mouth with golden flames dancing inside. Among the students of the special high school, there is a young man with a white voice. The young man was tall and looked gentle. People around him felt threatened and involuntarily moved closer to him. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is the backbone. Baifa Mo could also see it, so he ordered the golden flame lion to aim at this person. The golden flames formed a huge fireball in the blink of an eye and smashed towards the leading young man in white with a terrifying and scorching breath. The golden fireball seemed to encounter some invisible attack in midair, erupting with terrifying waves, burning half the sky. When all the flames died down, the only ones left on the side of the men in black were the Golden Flame Lion King and Bai Emo himself, while in the distance, the rest of the people all fled towards the deepest part of the monster forest. The young man in white had a grim expression on his face. He looked at the Golden Flame Lion that was like a small mountain and took a deep breath. Take this first. Many students with special high school grades nodded one after another, and countless attacks followed in an instant. In the cave, Qin Feng, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt an extremely dazzling light and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, every corner of the cave was filled with bright green light full of life, and the whole place looked full of vitality. Qin Feng was surprised to find that the green liquid covering the blue sky had completely solidified, and many small cracks appeared faintly on it. Crack! Along with the sound of cracking, the cracks on it became bigger and bigger, and finally became like a spider web. Finally, a small hole appeared in the hard liquid shell on the outside, as if the sky was about to come out from it. Qin Feng felt that the air around him became extremely vibrant. It felt like he was standing in a garden after the rain, with the rhythm of life overwhelming him. Suddenly, he discovered that green sprouts were squeezing out of the cracks in the rocks in the cave. Countless green sprouts suddenly grew out of the cracks in the rocks and on the ground. They grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally covered the entire cave. Snap! The shell that covered the blue sky finally shattered completely, and a creature nearly half a meter long slowly rose up. It is still the same size as Tian, but the difference is that its eyes are more lively, it has grown limbs, and its back is covered with scales. There were two horns suddenly appearing on its forehead. Tian's eyes revealed confusion as he floated in the air. Then he saw him, his eyes lit up slightly, and he flew in front of him and rubbed his cheek affectionately. At this moment, Qin Feng was completely stunned as he looked at Tian's shocking panel. Race, Life Dragon. Grade, SS level. Cultivation, Level 3, Primary. Skills, Enhanced Brain Disturbance, highly controls the activity of the monster's brain. Breeding, relies on repairing cells to heal injuries. Vine of Life, giant trees and vines grow underground, a control skill. Introduction. This is a dragon that is loved by all life. Although it has not fully evolved into a dragon, it is already considered a dragon. Chapter 43, Sniper the Black Group. Qin Tian rubbed his cheek affectionately, and Qin Feng's brain was a little dazed. This little guy actually became a dragon? Still SS dash. You know, he had no SS rank in the entire school year. He stroked the blue sky excitedly. His emotions were surging. However, just as he was excited, he suddenly heard a huge explosion. Boom! Along with the explosions, there were also many roars and shouts. These sounds were not far away from him, probably only about 100 meters away, and should be very close to the cave. Qin Feng quickly pushed away the rocks in the cave and looked up. I saw a lot of people in black fleeing in the distance, and a group of senior students wearing special high school uniforms were fighting with the people in black. It seems that the school has discovered the problem with the test, and now the man in black should be trying to escape. Just as he was about to retreat back into the cave and wait for the battle to end before leaving, a pool of floating ghost fire caught his attention. The flames seemed to have a spirit, extending towards the depths little by little, and vaguely, a figure could be seen inside. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a narrow road the enemies meet. This guy dared to come here to escape, and now he is escaping here again. This is simply destined. Motioning Qin Tian to enter his sleeve, he took Ari and chased after the will-o'-the-wisp. In the dense forest, the speed of the will-o'-the-wisp suddenly increased. It traveled nearly a mile in a dozen breaths, and then stopped floating under a big tree. The ghost fire began to condense, and finally turned into a man and a monster. He rode on the nether cheetah, listened to the sounds of fighting in the distance, and laughed. I am Fu Hanlon, but I am smart. If you want to catch me, wait until next life. After spitting out the words, he sneered and patted the netherworld cheetah under him. Let's go home. But just as he turned around and was about to leave, his smile froze and he looked a little gloomy. On the small road about 10 meters away from him, Qin Feng stroked Ollie beside him, staring at him with a teasing smile. Hey, long time no see. When Fu Hanlon heard his words, his face became even gloomier. He looked back at the pursuers and took a deep breath. Are you sure you want to stop me? Qin Feng didn't say anything, but deep red flames were already rising from Ari's body, and the scorching temperature filled the air between the two of them with the smell of fire. Feeling the burning sensation on Ari's body, his face turned grim. Who could have imagined that just a short while ago, he was still chasing Qin Feng? It had only been 2 days, and Qin Feng was blocking his escape route. If you continue to pursue them, you will definitely be caught up by the pursuers behind you. He thought briefly, and the gloom on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by an attentive smile. He took out a tube of medicine from the space in his watch, handed it over with both hands with a smile, and said carefully, "There is no great hatred between us, why not turn enemies into friends? This is my treasured potion, which can increase the strength of monsters by 1 level. As long as you let me pass, it will be yours." Qin Feng looked at the potion in his hand with interest and asked curiously, "What level of potion is this?" Fu Hanlon was stunned for a moment. "Level 4. Qin Feng immediately showed a teasing smile and said meaningfully, "Sorry, I'm a level 7 pharmacist." His face froze and his smile disappeared in an instant. "Are you kidding me? Sorry, I'm just playing with you, but it's impossible to get through here." Qin Feng grinned. Do you really think I killed you? Fu Hanlon was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, the nether cheetah instantly turned into a shadow and pounced towards Qin Feng's face. The speed surpassed thunder and was several times faster than when he was chasing Qin Feng before. Sure enough, when people are pushed into a desperate situation, their potential will be stimulated. However, Qin Feng slowly raised his arm, and a low dragon roar came out from his sleeves. Roar! The dragon's roar was so loud that it shook the earth, and even Qin Feng himself was frightened. Sure enough, there is a reason why the dragon is the king of all beasts. With just this roar, it can weaken the combat effectiveness of most monsters by half. The netherworld cheetah that was rushing towards him was startled by the sudden dragon roar, and his body froze, and it was obvious that his momentum had weakened a lot. Ari was silent, with the golden flames covering her body, and she charged straight forward. Screams were heard, and Nether Cheetah and Fu Hanlon fell heavily, their bodies wrapped in flames, rolling on the ground. Qin Feng took the opportunity to ride on Fu Hanlon and gave him a canna potion. Then the Nether Cheetah returned to the beast taming space. They tied up Fu Hanlon and dragged him towards the test forest. This guy killed so many people in school, we can't let him off so easily. The sounds of fighting in this area have disappeared. If nothing unexpected happens, the battle is nearing its end. Now, as long as we return to school, everything will be over. Thinking this in my mind, I walked down the mountain. After only a few hundred meters, he stopped and pulled down again. Not far from him, a white-haired young man in a loose short-sleeved shirt stood there, looking depressed and a little embarrassed. Mo looked up at him, his eyes filled with anger. Leaving the unconscious Fu Hanlon aside, Qin Feng stared down at Mo with an extremely serious expression. I told you last time that I would beat you up if we meet again. I didn't expect it to be realized so soon. Even now, he has no chance of winning against Mo in his prime, but Mo is now obviously exhausted, and the Golden Flame Lion usually follows him around, but now it is nowhere to be seen, so he is probably seriously injured. After all, the Special High Academy has no shortage of strong people and geniuses. Mo stared at him calmly, but the anger in his eyes was obvious. With a wave of his hand, white light flashed around him, and a two-headed giant python appeared in sight. Race, Twin Snakes Python. Grade S. Cultivation. Level 3 Intermediate. Skill. Dragon Transformation. Awakens dragon blood in a short time. Introduction. This is a descendant of a dragon with relatively intact bloodline. The moment he saw the twin snakes and giant pythons appear, Qin Feng became more certain of his guess. Now Mo no longer has any more spiritual power to control the Golden Flame Lion, so he released another monster. Get out of the way! Mo stared at him with a cold face and a chill in his voice. The twin snake python was nearly 4 meters long. It stood up and roared at him. There was a hint of dragon's roar in that voice, which relaxed Mo's tense nerves a little. With dragon blood and third-level strength, it should be enough to deal with Qin Feng. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a small snake only half a meter long crawling out from Qin Feng's sleeve. Chapter 44. Qin Feng will not die. Mo knew very well in his heart that the gap between him and Qin Feng was not small. So even in his current state, he can easily defeat the little fox Qin Feng. After all, the little fox hasn't reached the 3rd level yet, and he hasn't seen it for just a few days. How could it possibly surpass his twin snake python? But the next second, he knew he was wrong. Totally wrong. Qin Feng's little fox was indeed still at the peak of the 2nd level, and was indeed no match for him. But he never expected that there was another monster. A creature that looked like a snake, but was not a snake, slowly emerged from Qin Feng's sleeve. 2 horns on the head, scales on the body, and 4 limbs. If this isn't a dragon, then what is it? One-stop service. The king of all monsters. He stared at the blue sky in shock, his mind going blank. Suddenly, the faint dragon roar coming from Qin Feng's body when he broke through was heard. It was probably this monster. The twin snake python was roaring, but the moment Qin Tian appeared, its voice stopped abruptly. There was fear flashing in the eyes of the 2 snakes. It was a feeling of oppression that came from their blood, which made it impossible for them to disobey. Mo's face finally couldn't remain calm anymore. He stared at the blue sky in the air with his hands clenched. Why? Why can you control dragons? He roared unwillingly, his face full of ferociousness. As long as it is not of the dragon bloodline, any monster of any bloodline will not affect the twin snake python, and he will have a chance to escape from here. But unfortunately, Qin Feng's monster happened to be a dragon. Qin Feng knew what he was thinking, but he didn't have any mercy on him. After all, in a sense, Mo had killed him once. How can you show mercy to the enemy who once killed you? I'll give you a choice. Drink my potion and surrender, or I'll beat you into submission. These words completely infuriated Mo and strongly stimulated his arrogant nature. For times, he only met Qin Feng 4 times. In just less than a month, Qin Feng went from being chased by himself to being looked down upon by himself. The most important thing is that he is unwilling to accept this, because Qin Feng is still not his opponent in the true sense. But the reality was right before his eyes, and he couldn't accept it. How could he not be furious? Go to hell? He roared angrily and controlled the 2 giant snakes to attack Qin Feng. Although the twin snake pythons were unwilling to take action, they were forced to do so because they were controlled by him. However, facing its attack, Qin Tian only used the power of a dragon, and the attack of the double snake python instantly became weak and powerless. Before it reached Qin Feng, it had already lost its original power. The next second, the ground began to wriggle. Countless tall trees and vines grew out from the ground, trapping the twin snakes, the python, and Mo firmly in place. Especially Mo, who was suspended in midair by a branch, with vines locking his hands and feet tightly, leaving only his head exposed. After finishing all this, Qin Tian returned to his sleeves, seeming a little tired. Qin Feng walked up to him, looked into those eyes full of fire, and grinned. The feud between the two was finally resolved in this situation. There were noisy shouts coming from not far away, and then a young man in white appeared in front of him with a few people. Looking at the trapped twin snakes, Python and Mo, a hint of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes. You controlled this person? Although Qin Feng didn't know who the other person was, he knew he was a senior from a high school, so he nodded. Seeing him nod, shock flashed in the young man's eyes. He was well aware of how powerful this white-haired boy was, but it was hard to believe that he was subdued by a high school student. However, when he turned his gaze back to Mo and saw how miserable he looked, he could somewhat understand. It must be that Mo's spiritual power was almost exhausted, allowing Qin Feng to take advantage of the situation. Well done. I am the senior who led the team this time, Lu Changqing. What's your name? I'll tell the school when I get back. This time you have made a great contribution to the fight against the black group, and the school will reward you. The young man nodded and smiled approvingly. Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled respectfully, but there was shock in his eyes. Lu Changqing. This guy is a real character. At the special high school, there is a school-wide ranking list. Those on the list are truly monsters among monsters. The list ranks the top 100 students of the Special High Academy based on their comprehensive ranking strength. You have to know that there are nearly 3,000 to 4,000 people in the Special High Academy, all of whom are monsters and geniuses from all over the place. Standing out among these people, you can imagine the value of this list. If you remember correctly, Lu Changqing was in the middle of the list. Because he had not yet entered the 3rd year of high school, his grades were already very good, so he was quite famous among the lower grades and left a deep impression on him. Qin Feng. Lu Changqing was stunned. He looked him up and down in disbelief, with an extremely strange expression. Are you in the same class as Ning Ruxue? Qin Feng nodded without feeling embarrassed at all. After all, he had been famous in school for a long time. When Lu Changqing saw him nod, he smiled awkwardly and patted his shoulder. I don't mean anything else. All those worldly things you care about will seem insignificant next year. Your contribution this time is huge, and you will probably get a lot of resources, and then no one will look down on you. Qin Feng didn't expect this guy to be so talkative. He probably thought that he cared a lot about being called a waste. But there was no need to explain. Okay, you can follow your seniors back to school. Lu Changqing signaled him that he could follow the other senior students back to campus, while he continued to chase them. Qin Feng glanced at the disappearing Lu Changqing and showed some anticipation. What kind of person is number 1 on the list? Without thinking any more, I followed the team. At this moment, at the entrance of the test forest, Ling Fei stood at the entrance with a guilty look on his face. He pushed his eye with a broken lens, his face full of sadness. This test was a huge dereliction of duty on his part. Looking at the 20 or so students coming out beside him, he clenched his palms tightly and blood flowed from them. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man with a serious face. Seeing him like this, he sighed helplessly. Another group of senior students came out and shook their heads when they saw him. Ling Fei turned his head unwillingly to look at the students who were safe and sound, his voice hoarse. Do you know any information about other students? After he said this, he seemed to have aged several years. In fact, he knew that the place had been searched almost thoroughly and the chance of survival was too small. But this is his last hope, and it will feel better if he says it out loud. As soon as the words fell, an extremely firm and cold voice responded. Qin Feng is still alive. He looked in surprise and saw Ning Ruxue in the center of the team with a determined look on her face. Chapter 45 shocked the whole audience. Ling Fei turned his head and looked at Ning Ruxue and the team with a surprised expression. Qin Feng? Qin Feng, who has no sense of contract? When he first learned that a black group had infiltrated the test forest, he never imagined that Qin Feng was still alive. In his imagination, those who survived should be people with good strength or ability. People like Qin Feng have little ability and are just an F-level little white fox. How did he survive? That's right, Qin Feng must still be alive. He just hasn't come out yet. Gong Sun Yun echoed with an awkward smile. Are you two kidding me again? Ling Fei looked at Gong Sun Yun in surprise. Ning Ruxue said that he thought it might be because they were engaged after all. What Gong Sun Yun said next seems to make this matter somewhat strange. Qin Feng is definitely alive. The one who answered him was Ning Ruxue, her voice extremely firm. There was hatred and anger in Tao Yuan's eyes, and his voice was somewhat cold. He stared at the entrance to the test forest. She was waiting for the figure she had always dreamed of seeing. Lu Huidong, who was not far away, heard her voice and had a complicated look in her eyes. I wanted to say something, but swallowed it back in the end. She was not a weak girl, quite the opposite, but she felt she had no right to do this. In any case, Ning Ruxue and Qin Feng are engaged. Her identity was caught in the middle, which was difficult and embarrassing. It's out. Senior brothers are coming out. A group of students wearing the uniforms of the special high school walked out of the entrance and gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Ling Fei squinted his eyes and looked, trying to find the figure he wanted to see inside. But unexpectedly, he really saw a young man. Qin Feng. It's really Qin Feng. His mind went blank for a moment. His mouth opened wide, and he didn't know how to express himself for a moment. Just when he was distracted, the air around him suddenly dropped and a bird's cry rang out. Ning Ruxue was seen acting as the Snow Emperor statue, rushing towards the crowd aggressively. No one expected such a situation to happen, but when they came to their senses, Ning Ruxue had already rushed over. Those senior students felt the horror of the Snow Emperor eagle. Their faces changed, and they rushed to avoid it. Only Qin Feng looked up and stared at the oncoming monster without changing his expression, with a complicated look in his eyes. He had already guessed the situation before he came out. With Ning Ruxue's personality, she will definitely seek revenge on me. But you said you owed her, and Qin Feng felt that you didn't owe her anything. You said you didn't owe her anything, but you felt a little guilty inside. He felt that he must be too young to handle these interpersonal situations well, but he never regretted any action he took. Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Ling Fei finally came back to his senses and looked at the aggressive Ning Ruxue with a changed expression. Are you going to kill him? The feeling Ning Ruxue gives people now is that she wants to kill Qin Feng. However, Ning Ruxue no longer wanted anything else at this moment. She just wanted Qin Feng to pay the price. The Snow Emperor eagle let out a bark, and then an ice cone more than 1 meter long formed in front of it and smashed towards Qin Feng, the center of the team. No one thought that she could be so cruel. Some of the seniors around Qin Feng just froze in place. Ling Fei's face changed drastically. He waved his hand, and a white light began to appear in the air. Just when everyone was nervous about the ice cone, a red four-tailed fox suddenly appeared beside Qin Feng. Then it raised its head and sprayed out a deep red flame with a golden core. The huge ice cone melted away in an instant, as if it had never existed. The white light around Ling Fei stopped increasing and then disappeared completely. His eyes widened, and he kept pointing at Ali with his mouth open, unable to utter a word. The middle-aged man next to him also had a look of surprise on his face, and he unconsciously put down his hands that were around his shoulders. The senior student beside, Qin Feng, stared at Ali in a daze, in silence. "S extreme." The middle-aged man came back to his senses, exclaimed, and then asked Ling Fei in disbelief. "If you don't tell me, there is only one S rank in your class?" Ling Fei had no intention of paying attention to him at this moment, but instead focused all his attention on Qin Feng. S level. As the class teacher, he was sure that the aura and oppressive feeling of Ari was S-level. Qin Feng, who has no heart for the contract, actually has an S-level monster. Why? What's going on? He felt that this was beyond his understanding, and the only explanation was that the little white fox Qin Feng had before had evolved. Evolved from F-class to S-class? Isn't this too outrageous? Based on the collision just now, S-level is a conservative estimate. It might be S+ level. Qin Feng, give me your life. Ning Rushue saw that she had no way to deal with him and could only roar. People around who didn't know the situation speculated what was going on. Looking at Ning Rushue's appearance, it seemed like something had been done to her. But don't they have an engagement? Then doesn't it require a license to drive at 360 miles per hour? Sorry, my life is precious. Qin Feng said lightly, and then walked out of the team. Is there anything else? If nothing, can I go back to the dormitory? Ling Fei came back to his senses from the shock. No, nothing happened. Go back and have a good rest for 2 days, and come back to class when you were notified. I don't know why, but in just 1 month, Qin Feng seemed like a different person. No. Ling Fei pushed his glasses and stared at the unusually calm Qin Feng through the lenses, feeling a little emotional. This kid seems to have always been this calm. It's not that he has changed, but that I have never looked at him straight in the eye. Although no one knows what happened inside. After this time, Qin Feng will become an unimaginable existence. Qin Feng nodded and walked towards the special high school. When Ning Rushue saw him about to leave, she immediately shouted, "Stop! Is there something?" Qin Feng looked at her indifferently, frowning. Ning Rushue was being too unreasonable, and she was the one who wanted to cancel the engagement in the first place. But now she was blaming herself. Treat him, Qin Feng, as an object? A woman who has given up on him once is not worthy of being his woman again. But when he saw Ning Rushue's eyes, he knew he was overthinking. A pair of peach blossom eyes flashed with anger and hatred as they stared at him intently. This matter is not over yet. There must be a result before graduation. It's up to you, Qin Feng said lightly, squeezed out of the crowd, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Lu Huidong looked at Qin Feng's gradually disappearing back with a complicated look in her eyes. A look of struggle flashed across his face, but he did not chase after him. Ling Fei looked at Ning Rushue in midair, then cast his gaze on Gong Sun Yun, who had an unnatural expression on the side, and felt bad. This kid Qin Feng actually deceived even his class teacher. S-level. Hidden too deeply. Chapter 46 Roommate, Xiao Qingguang's follower. When I returned to the dormitory, it was already noon. The school has 2 male dormitory buildings, both of which are 4-person dormitories, and students are randomly assigned to their years. Fortunately, his roommates were not his classmates. Otherwise, some people like Xing Rongguang did not come back, and they must be feeling very bad. Thinking of Xing Rongguang, Qin Feng felt a little grateful. Because of his existence, a lot of invisible help was provided in the test forest. I wonder if his spirit in heaven can hear it. There is no one in the dormitory. Probably everyone is in class. He threw himself down on his bed and began to sleep soundly. I slept very soundly, and when I opened my eyes again, it was already dark. He was awakened by a loud bang outside the door. The dormitory door was kicked open, and a tall, strong, flat-headed young man who reeked of alcohol walked in. This guy's name is Ma Yulin. He is Xiao Qingdong's loyal follower. Before the test, this guy often caused trouble for him in the dormitory. As to whether it was Xiao Qingdong who ordered it, Qin Feng really didn't know. Oh, Brother Qingquai is back? Ma Yulin was stunned for a moment when he saw him, and then said in a sarcastic tone, "This guy always rolls around on his bed, drinks and eats a lot, and every time he makes Qin Feng's bed very dirty. When his Ari was still at level F, he was no match for this guy, so he was too lazy to bother with him and could only helplessly do the hard work of dealing with him. Over time, this guy called himself the diligent brother. Although the word diligent is used, it goes without saying how much sarcasm is contained in it. Qin Feng didn't like him, so he ignored him. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored him, Ma Yulin didn't get angry, but just sat down on his bed. The smell of alcohol instantly filled Qin Feng's face, causing him to frown. Go down. The voice was extremely cold and contained a hint of murderous intent. He had actually killed someone in the test jungle. The murderous aura on his body was something Ma Yulin had never seen before. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak for a moment. Didn't you hear me telling you to go down? Qin Feng's voice became even colder when he saw that he didn't move. This time Ma Yulin was even more panicked, but also angry. He usually bullied Qin Feng without saying a word, but this time Qin Feng dared to do this to him, and suddenly a surge of anger rushed to his head. You say another fucking word? Qin Feng shook his hand, revealing a black space watch. This was what he found on the man in black, replacing his lost watch. A sharp dagger instantly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into his thigh. Phew! Ah! Ma Yulin let out a scream and looked at Qin Feng with a pale face and terrified eyes. You're fucking crazy. He didn't understand why Qin Feng suddenly became so scary, like a murderer. Go down! Qin Feng shouted again. This time Ma Yulin didn't dare to say a word. He endured the severe pain and sat on the bed trembling. But when he calmed down, the anger in his heart rose, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly pointed at Qin Feng and roared. You're so brave. If you don't agree, come out and fight me. If I don't kill you, I'll share the same surname with you. His voice was so loud, and because of his excessive anger, it echoed in the dormitory. The door of the dormitory was not closed when he came in, which immediately attracted the attention of people in the surrounding dormitories, and they all looked inside. People in adjacent dormitories in school generally have good relationships with each other, and there are many people who are familiar to each other. Seeing this, Ma Yulin was completely embarrassed. Qin Feng, aren't you awesome? Beast fighting is not allowed in the dormitory. If you have the guts, come out and fight me now. He pointed at Qin Feng's nose with a red face and a ferocious look on his face. Qin Feng's ears hurt from his roar, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. Some people were already standing at the door, watching blatantly, with expressions of gloating on their faces. Qin Feng has gone crazy and angered Ma Yulin. This is going to be a good show. Is Yulin injured? Fuck, it's true. Qin Feng is dead this time. Hearing the various voices talking at once, Ma Yulin felt even more embarrassed. Qin Feng, if you don't dare, kneel down and apologize to me. And this leg, you will have to pay for the medical expenses for the next 3 years. Before he could finish his words, Qin Feng suddenly stood up, scaring him. If I remember correctly, your eldest brother is Xiao Qingdong. You call him and ask him to come over, otherwise no one can protect you. Qin Feng said lightly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The cold, murderous intent made Ma Yulin feel as if he was falling into an ice cellar, and he shuddered. You're my uncle. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. As he said this, he called Xiao Qingdong, but the call didn't go through. Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Ma Yulin threw the phone away, took out a hemostatic medicine from his space watch to stop the bleeding, then stood up and pointed at Lin Qinfeng's nose. Let's go out and fight. He now has only one idea in his mind, which is to deal with Qin Feng. I must make this kid pay the price. Qin Feng didn't waste any words, stood up, and walked out with him. Now that his strength has greatly increased, everything he did before must be repaid double. The news that the two were going to duel spread throughout the boys' dormitory in an instant, and people in the dormitory followed out curiously to watch the show. Wang Song, who was lying in the dormitory, was soaking his feet comfortably, looking up at the ceiling, recalling what happened in the test forest, feeling melancholy. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. His roommate rushed in excitedly and shouted to him, "What a show! There's something interesting to watch. Stop soaking your feet. Come with me and take a look." Qin Feng, who has no heart for the contract, actually wants to fight someone in a duel. The opponent seems to be Xiao Qingdong's younger brother. Wang Song was stunned at first when he heard this, and then his expression changed slightly. A madman, anyone dares to mess with him. Yeah, he's Xiao Qingdong's younger brother. Qin Feng really doesn't know his own weight. The roommate echoed, "I'm talking about that fucking guy." Wang Song cursed, jumped out of the basin, rushed out in his slippers, leaving his roommate with a confused look on his face. In another dormitory, Gong Sun Yun heard the noise outside and opened his eyes slightly. There were faint clouds and mist rolling around him, and it seemed that some low humming was echoing. There was a complex light flashing in his eyes. He wanted to say something but stopped, and finally could only sigh helplessly. Luo Yun, you are right. Some people's fate is like this. Even if various factors try their best to control it, it is completely impossible to control it. He said this and slowly closed his eyes again. In another boys' dormitory building, Xiao Qingdong, who had just finished smoking, returned to his bed shirtless and sat on it facing the group of people downstairs in the dormitory, frowning slightly. He picked up his phone thoughtfully and saw a missed call. Ma Yulin shone above. He put his phone down and fell directly on the bed, thinking about taking a nap. Suddenly, he remembered something and sat up abruptly from the bed. Is this kid Ma Yulin in the same dormitory as Qin Feng? Looking at the crowd in the distance, he was shocked and rushed out of the dormitory. Chapter 47, Are They All Afraid of Qin Feng? Downstairs in the men's dormitory, Qin Feng and Ma Yulin were standing about 10 meters apart, surrounded by onlookers. Is Qin Feng this kid fucking sick in the head? He's really crazy. Don't you know what your level is? I hope Ma Yulin doesn't do anything stupid. The people around were constantly talking, but they were all sarcastic remarks. Qin Feng chose to ignore what they said and stared at the pile of Ma Yulin. Ma Yulin's monster is a B-level wrestling maniac, which is a close-range combat type monster. Qin Feng now looks down upon such monsters. Ma Yulin crossed his arms, looked at him smugly, and said sarcastically, Qin Feng, it's too late for you to kneel down now. Boom! Before he finished speaking, an S-level pressure instantly enveloped everyone. Ma Yulin's words stopped abruptly, his face full of shock and horror. Beside Qin Feng, there was a red fox with 4 tails. This fox just stood there looking very comfortable, but the quality and blood suppression emanating from its body were enough to kill 90% of the students present in seconds. S+. No one knew who it was, but a trembling voice shouted out, and everyone present paused in breathing. S+. In the entire first year of high school, there were only 3 S+ level students. But Qin Feng is a recognized waste. How could he own an S+ level monster? Come on, a fight to the death. We can only make it back alive. Qin Feng stared at Ma Yulin, who was already showing a terrified expression, and his voice was full of murderous intent. Everyone present shuddered, and there was still deep fear in their eyes when they looked at Qin Feng. They could all feel the seriousness in Qin Feng's words, and their intuition told them that this guy was definitely not pretending. That's what he thought. A fight to the death. Ma Yulin panicked, and he began to regret it now. I regret why I provoked Qin Feng. This guy is clearly a living devil. If you don't do it, I'm going to kill you, Qin Feng said lightly. Ma Yulin's body began to tremble uncontrollably, with despair in his eyes. He wanted to speak, but found that he didn't even have the courage to do so. Qin Feng is so scary. He doesn't look like a student at all. He looks like a desperado. The people around did not dare to step forward to dissuade him. They were completely frightened by Qin Feng. Just when Ma Yulin thought he was doomed, a deep voice suddenly appeared. Wait a moment. Everyone looked up and saw Xiao Qingguang, with a cigarette in his mouth and a face full of flesh, walking out from the back of the crowd. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him, and Ma Yulin was almost crying. Brother! It was not until now that people around him realized that Xiao Qingguang, the guy they were usually afraid of, was much kinder than Qin Feng at this moment. But at the same time, he held his breath and stared at him and Qin Feng nervously. One is the recognized big bully in the school, and the other is a new ruthless person. Who will win between the two? While thinking, everyone was surprised to find that what they hoped was that Xiao Qingguang would win. Because Qin Feng is too scary. It feels like this person will drag them into bloodshed at any time. Seeing him coming towards him, Ma Yulin and I breathed a sigh of relief and said in a tearful voice, Brother, he wants to kill me. Go call the teacher. Xiao Qingguang didn't say a word. He just walked up to him and slapped him in the face. Bang! The clear and loud voice echoed throughout the dormitory building. Everyone's mouth opened into an O shape, looking at Xiao Qingguang in astonishment. Xiao Qingguang looked at Qin Feng with complicated eyes and sighed helplessly. This guy is indeed a bastard. I apologize to you on his behalf. Let's forget it. He really didn't want to offend Qin Feng, because when they were testing outside the dense forest, after Qin Feng left first, everyone present received a very shocking news. Bai Fa Mo was actually caught by Qin Feng. They had all seen Mo's strength, and he was definitely able to crush them. If people like this were dealt with by Qin Feng, how could he be Qin Feng's opponent? He's just a gangster, and he values loyalty. Ma Yulin is his follower, and he can't just let him go, so he came. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they heard that Xiao Qingguang actually gave in. He looked at Qin Feng in shock, confused for a moment. What's going on? The gang leader actually surrendered to Qin Feng? Oh my god! Did he hear it right? Ma Yulin was even more dumbfounded. He looked at Xiao Qingguang with a sincere expression and finally understood. No matter what happened, one thing is certain, that is, he cannot afford to offend Qin Feng now. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Qingguang with a sincere expression and frowned slightly. He wanted to deal with Ma Yulin, not just because this guy bullied him in the past. However, Xiao Qingdong was a stubborn guy and might not be able to understand his idea. So, this matter cannot be left like this. Then go ahead and do it. If no one falls here today, the problem cannot be solved. Qin Feng said lightly, without giving him any face. The people present gasped and felt the tense atmosphere. Xiao Qingguang didn't expect Qin Feng to have this attitude, and his face looked a little ugly. But the more Qin Feng showed this attitude, the more he was certain that Qin Feng's strength had reached an unimaginable level, and he was even more unwilling to fight him. Qin Feng, forget it. Suddenly, Wang Song walked out from the crowd. He pointed at Xiao Qingguang, who had an unpleasant look on his face, and said helplessly, "You can't really kill them." It would have been better if Wang Song hadn't said anything. After he said this, Qin Feng's murderous intent became even stronger, causing some of the students around him who had lower cultivation levels to panic and retreat. Some people who are concerned find Wang Song's words extremely scary if you think about them carefully. It's impossible to actually kill them? Does that mean I have the ability to kill them? What on earth happened to Qin Feng that he suddenly became so terrifying? Are you really going to do this? A hint of anger flashed across Xiao Qingguang's face, and his voice was a little displeased. Qin Feng did not answer, but was responded with a cold look. Good. Xiao Qingguang gritted his teeth and was about to take action when another voice rang out. Qin Feng, we are all classmates, so forget it. How about this? I'll apologize to you on their behalf. When everyone heard the voice, their faces changed drastically and they turned around in disbelief. At a window on the second floor of the dormitory, Gong Sun Yin was looking at the situation below with a serious expression. Beside his window, there were faint clouds of mist and what seemed to be the outline of a monster. Gong Sun Yin, this is a celebrity of the school year. Even some class teachers, when they met Gong Sun Yin, regarded him as a peer, and some teachers even called him a brother. Such a person actually came out to stop Qin Feng. At this moment, an absurd thought arose in everyone's mind. These celebrities, afraid of Qin Feng. Chapter 48 Test Results. Are these people who are so powerful at their age afraid of Qin Feng? The moment this thought came into their mind, they confirmed it. That's right, these people must be afraid of Qin Feng's anger. Will there be any terrible consequences if Qin Feng gets angry? Everyone has started to speculate, pushing Qin Feng to the highest peak in their imagination. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Gong Sun Yin on the second floor, feeling a little surprised. Sure enough, this guy and Wang Song are both smart people. That's right, he didn't really want to do anything, but he wanted to solve a big problem. His reputation in school was already well known. Waste Qin Feng has no sense of contract and will always be an F-level person. Although he doesn't care what people say about him, he hates being bothered by the same thing over and over again. When he thought about the troubles his previous identity had brought him, he felt extremely irritated. So, he decided to take action against Ma Yulin. It's impossible to really kill him because the school doesn't allow it. He just wanted to make things bigger the better. He wants everyone to know that Qin Feng is not easy to mess with, and Qin Feng cannot be messed with. Only in this way can he enjoy his campus life comfortably in the next 3 years at Taegeo. But Xiao Qingguang was stubborn and really wanted to duel with him. Thanks to Wang Song for adding fuel to the fire, this matter became a hot topic. However, I did not expect that Gong Sun Yin would help me. He raised his head, staring at Gong Sun Yun's cloud, and saw Luo Yun's panel for the first time. Race, Cloud Beast. Grade, A+. Cultivation, peak of level 3. 200 copy points. Skill, Karma. Can see Karma and use Judgment to fight. 300 copy points. Introduction. This is a 200-year-old Sheyun beast. It possesses power that you can't imagine. Its peak strength is level 8, and it can break through the seal according to the host situation. Peak strength level 8. No wonder he was so fearless when facing the black group. As long as Luo Yun was willing, no one could hurt him. Qin Feng, let's just leave it at that. Gong Sun Yin looked at him and spoke again. This time Qin Feng didn't say anything, but let Ari return to the beast taming space, and then walked out of the crowd. After his figure completely disappeared, the entire boys' dormitory was in an uproar. I believe that in just one night, Qin Feng's affairs will spread throughout the entire school. After leaving the dormitory building, he received a call from his class teacher Ling Fei. Ling Fei on the phone told him to keep the news of the dense forest test confidential, and said that the school would deal with the aftermath of the incident as soon as possible. The test results would be retained, and a large amount of resources would be allocated to every student who survived. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng stood at the door of the supermarket on campus, a little dazed. I bought a dozen bottles of light island beer and some spicy food from the duck shop nearby, and then came to a wasteland very close to the test forest. He cut off the collar at the neck with a dagger and buried it, then opened a can of beer. He drank it by himself. He had few friends in the special high school and had little contact with Xing Rongwang, but in his heart, the two were already friends. I don't know how long it took before a gentle voice came from behind me. Qin Feng. Lu Huidong walked over cautiously. She had changed into a short skirt, looking youthful and beautiful, with a heroic smile, which made people want to conquer her. What are you doing here? As she spoke, she also looked at the things on the ground and the small mound of earth. He was stunned for a moment and seemed to understand something. She came to his side and sat down, hugging her long, beautiful legs. Who is this commemorating? Qin Feng glanced at her, hesitated, then raised his head and took a big gulp. Are you familiar with Xing Rongwang? Xing Rongwang, do you two keep in touch regularly? Lu Huidong was obviously a little surprised. Seeing that Qin Feng did not answer, she hesitated for a moment and said slowly, we haven't had much contact, but he is quite similar to you. Yeah, it's quite similar to you now. Qin Feng didn't expect to get such an answer. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Xing Rongwang is quite a character. He usually keeps to himself. We don't spend much time together, but it seems Rongrong has a pretty good relationship with him. I didn't expect that he didn't come out. Lu Huidong showed regret on her face. Her words made Qin Feng crush the can in his hand, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Black group, what are you doing here? Qin Feng looked at her curiously. Same as you. By the way, there is something I want to ask you. Lu Huidong said hesitantly. What is it? She turned and looked at Qin Feng with an extremely serious look in her eyes, which made Qin Feng's old face blush. Why are you staring at me? Speak if you have something to say. Lu Huitong stared at him for a while, her cheeks slightly flushed. She opened her mouth several times, but didn't say anything. Finally, she stood up. Nothing, I don't want to ask. Qin Feng was stunned as he looked at the beautiful figure that gradually disappeared from his sight. He took 2 more sips of wine, then stood up and left, returning to his dormitory. Late at night, on the lawn outside the girls' dormitory, Ning Rushua held the phone and saw the incoming call notification. Her face turned grim. After hesitating for a long time, she picked up the phone. Hello? Xiaoxue, I heard something happened in school? A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Yeah, it's okay, bro, it's over. I'm glad you're okay, but be careful. I've already contacted my friends at school and will contact you soon. By the way, how is the discussion between you and Qin Feng going? The man remembered something and spoke slowly. Hearing the other party's question, Ning Rushue's expression froze obviously. What's wrong? Is that kid being shameless? Without. Then why are you hesitating? Did he bully you? The man spoke again, his voice filled with anger. No, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Ning Rushue hung up the phone directly. A complicated look flashed across her face. What are you talking about, whether you are willing or not? Now Qin Feng doesn't want her. If her family knew about this, how would she still have the face to do it? After wandering for a while, she returned to the dormitory. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the next few days, she attended classes as usual, but there were many fewer classmates in the class. There seemed to be no atmosphere of learning in the whole class, and everyone seemed to have something on their mind. However, the figure she had always wanted to see never appeared. Qin Feng hasn't come to class for 3 days, and no one knows what he is doing. He asked his class teacher Ling Fei, but did not get a satisfactory answer. Just when she was thinking about whether she should go and inquire about Qin Feng's news, Qin Feng suddenly appeared in the classroom. He came during the class break, and Qin Feng lay directly on his seat, reeking of alcohol. Ling Fei pushed his glasses and looked at the drunken man with a serious expression. He seemed to want to say something, but gave up in the end. There was only 10 minutes between classes. Qin Feng had just laid down on the table when the bell rang. Ling Fei coughed, attracting everyone's attention. Now let's talk about something very serious, which is about the test rankings. After intense discussion, we decided that this time the ranking will be determined based on various aspects. However, despite the ranking this time, everyone will be given subsidized resources, and our class will be reformed into a special combat class, so I will not be the one to lead you. He said this, and it was just a chance for everyone to ask questions. He started reading out the names directly. Number 27, Lu Kuan. 26th, Su Shan. 25. Soon, the ranking reached the top 10. Ling Fei pushed his own and read slowly. 10th place, Li Ming. 9th place, Ho Rongrong. 8th place, Fan Ting. 7th place, Lu Nan. 6th place, Wang Song. 5th place, Lu Huitong. 4th place, Xiao Qingdong. 3rd place, Ning Ruxue. 2nd place, Qin Feng. Chapter 49, Fierce Qin Feng. 2nd place, Qin Feng. When Ling Fei read Qin Feng's name, the whole classroom fell silent. He raised his head and pushed up his glasses, looking at Qin Feng, who was lying on the table with complicated eyes. Who would have thought that a person without a sense of contract could survive such a brutal battle? And he made many contributions and was ranked 2nd. Everyone in the class looked at the prone figure with awe in their eyes. Ahem, the 1st place in our class is Gong Sun Yun. Ling Fei came back to his senses and announced it with a cough. It can be said that Gong Sun Yun played a crucial role in this black group invasion. If it weren't for him, people like Lu Huidong and Ning Ruxue would have died. Moreover, without his presence, when everyone finally broke through, even if Qin Feng led everyone out, I'm afraid not many people would survive. This time the black group's invasion caused indelible damage to our class. The school has decided to give each of you the best resources. His voice paused as he spoke, a hint of darkness flashing in his eyes. All of you will be assigned to 2 special study groups, each led by a school teacher for the next 3 years. As soon as these words were spoken, the people present who were not very elegant suddenly felt a little more expectant. Title teacher. Only the top teachers in the special high school or those who have made some great contributions will be given the title. For example, Gu Qingye once led the human race to recapture 3 cities in the war 10 years ago. Although we are separated, we are still teacher and student after all. You can still come to me if you have any problems in the future. That's all for today. Let's all go. Ling Fei sighed, stood up, and walked out of the classroom. Everyone dispersed, and Ning Ruxue walked up to Qin Feng, who was sleeping soundly. Looking at Qin Feng, who smelled of alcohol, she frowned. Without hesitation, he slammed the table, and a loud bang echoed throughout the classroom. Get up! Qin Feng was sleeping soundly and was suddenly awakened. Fire suddenly started burning in his heart. What's up with you? The cold voice sounded like an emotionless executioner, but the anger in it was clear. Ning Ruxue was stunned by his attitude, and then became even more angry. If you're a man, come out and fight me. A fight to the death. She stared at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with hatred and anger. Qin Feng frowned and turned his head. It is impossible to fight with Ning Ruxue. Although he abandoned Ning Ruxue in order to save her, as a man, he felt somewhat guilty for abandoning a woman. However, the situation at that time forced me to do so. I didn't expect Ning Ruxue to be so persistent. Speak! Seeing that he didn't speak, Ning Ruxue spoke again angrily. What on earth are you going to do? If I fight you, you will kill me if I lose, and if I win, you will be hunted down by the Ning family and be branded as the wife killer. I will not fight for you. Qin Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up suddenly, and the 2 of them looked at each other. Can you please stop pestering me? I said I would cancel the engagement. Isn't this what you want? Now it's not over again. Do you really want to marry me? When Ning Ruxue heard his words, a flash of panic appeared on her face. She herself didn't know why she was panicking, but she just felt a little less confident and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Nothing. Just stop bothering me. Qin Feng's expression returned to being cold. He walked past her and headed out of the classroom. He didn't want to be with this crazy woman for a moment and just wanted to get away and have some peace and quiet. However, just as he walked to the classroom door and was about to step out, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw a short-haired man who was 2 or 3 years older than him. He was wearing a black shorts and a shirt. His face was cold and arrogant, and he was staring down at him. Apologize. The man's voice was cold, and there was chill in his eyes. Because he didn't know the other person, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. What did you say? The short-haired man glanced at Ning Ruxue, whose face was red with anger, slowly raised his finger and stared at him with increasingly cold eyes. I'll only say this once, apologize to her. Now Qin Feng understood that this guy knew Ning Ruxue and wanted to help prevent her anger. Ning Ruxue in the class also saw the man at this time and said nervously, Brother Xiaoma, I can handle this matter myself. Xiaoma Gu ignored her and stared at Qin Feng with a ferocious smile. I'm Ma Feng. Never say what I say a second time. I'm giving you the last 3 seconds. Otherwise, don't blame me. Before he could finish, the voice stopped abruptly because there was a longbow crossbow on his face, right in front of his eyes. Qin Feng's expression was equally cold. He stared at Ma Feng indifferently, holding a longbow in both hands and exuding an astonishing murderous aura. With a crossbow pointing at his head, the fierce Ma Feng was obviously dazed. But after a few seconds, he burst into laughter, lowered his head, and raised his longbow with a ferocious expression. Boy, who do you think I Ma Feng am? If you have the guts, do it and pierce my head, otherwise. Click. Qin Feng's fingers slightly hooked. The trigger for firing had already moved, and the crossbow arrow was obviously tense and gathering momentum. Now, as long as Qin Feng exerts a little more force, Ma Feng will definitely be killed. Qin Feng, how dare you? Ning Rushue's face changed when she saw this, and she shouted anxiously. Wang Song, Xiao Qingdong, and others in the class all looked pale and felt it was becoming difficult to breathe. No one dared to make a sound, for fear that Qin Feng would get excited and shoot Ma Feng to death. Why shouldn't I dare? Qin Feng stared at Ma Feng, whose smile was gradually becoming stiff, and spoke in a calm voice. His words made Ning Rushue's pretty face turn pale, and she swallowed the words back several times when she wanted to speak. Yes. Why does she do that? She has no relationship with Qin Feng now, and she cannot even think of restraining him morally. After all, he had killed quite a few members of the black group in the test forest. Kill? There is no psychological burden for him. The whole classroom fell into silence. Everyone was on edge, staring at the crossbow in Qin Feng's hand with fear and trepidation. Ma Feng, please go. If Qin Feng really dares to kill you, I will only say this once, don't seek death. The first person to speak was Gong Sun Yun. He looked at the deadlock at the scene helplessly and couldn't help but speak out. He was really afraid that if it was any later, Ma Feng would not have a chance to leave. When Ma Feng heard his voice, his throat rolled and the stiff smile on his face completely disappeared. He stepped down from the crossbow and stared at Qin Feng with threatening eyes. Boy, you were so cruel. Ma Feng, will remember this. Qin Feng looked at him and uttered a word lightly. Oh. His pupils contracted, his face turned pale, he snorted coldly, and left with a flick of his sleeves. After he completely disappeared, Qin Feng also walked out, but before leaving, he glanced at Ma Shuowei and left a slightly teasing remark, which made her look extremely ugly. Stop giving me trouble. It will only make me hate you more. Chapter 50, Get Resources. Qin Feng turned around and left the classroom. Ning Rushua looked at his disappearing figure with an extremely ugly expression on her face. The slender fingers clenched tightly. Why? It was obviously me who started to dislike Qin Feng and wanted to cancel the engagement, but now it is Qin Feng who can't wait to cancel it. Why? Why was her original intention to cancel the engagement with Qin Feng? But when it came to this, she felt unwilling to do so. Why are you not reconciled? What are you not reconciled to? She didn't know. She just knew she felt uncomfortable. The desire in her heart told her that Qin Feng could not treat her like this. He left the classroom with a grim face and disappeared from everyone's sight. Gong Sun Yun, who had just spoken, looked at the door of the classroom and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Qin Feng is in trouble now. Lu Huitong, who was right beside him, had a trace of worry on her face when she heard this and asked a little embarrassedly, "Why do you say that?" Gong Sun Yun glanced at her and said solemnly, "The man just now is called Ma Feng, a troublemaker in the second year of high school, a tough guy, and has many friends. As the name suggests, he is like a hornet's nest. Once you mess with him, you will be in trouble." At this point, he paused and continued. Qin Feng just made him lose face in front of so many people. This guy will definitely not let Qin Feng go easily. Not only that, we have to be careful too. If we leak what happened today, we might be targeted by Ma Feng. Is it so serious? Lu Huitong showed some fear on her face. Gong Sun Yun nodded. This place is very high. No one can mess with it, and it's much more chaotic than you think. We've only been here for a few months and don't know this place very well yet. Before I came here, I heard from some friends about some of the things here, which are much more terrible than you can imagine. Lu Huitong fell into a brief thought after hearing this, and then hurriedly ran out of the classroom. After leaving the classroom, Qin Feng went straight to the school's resources department. This is where school resources are distributed. If you have won any award or reward, the resources will be allocated here. I won the second place and was able to get a lot of resources. With this batch of resources, you can quickly advance to level 3 and get the rewards for the mission. Although he didn't know Ma Feng, he knew from the aura he exuded that he was not an easy guy to deal with. If you point a crossbow at someone's forehead, I believe that it won't be long before he comes back to cause trouble for you. After what happened in the testing forest, he understood one thing. That is, only when you become strong enough, others can no longer threaten you. The people in the black group are not a threat. Ma Feng, just now, was not a threat either. The Ning family, who wanted to cancel the engagement, could not be threatened. Dignity, right, and life, all of which are earned with strength. In this era of spiritual revival, only strength can truly change one's destiny. And he wants to make sure that no one can influence him through public opinion. As he was thinking, he had already arrived in front of the resources department. It is almost noon now, and most people are in class, so the entire resource office is very quiet. If it weren't for the special circumstances of their class, he probably wouldn't be standing here now. After hesitating for a moment, he knocked on the door of the resources department and then walked in. The moment you enter the room, you are greeted by the smell of medicine and a metallic scent. He looked up and found some students in the room. They were of mixed grades, ranging from freshman to senior year, and there were more females, about a dozen in total. Everyone was staring at him with strange expressions. Qin Feng touched the stubble on his face, raised his arm to sniff the smell of alcohol on his body, then touched his fluffy and messy hair and smiled helplessly. My current appearance does attract some attention, but it should be a look of disgust. Too smelly and too filthy. But he no longer cared. He now has only one thing on his mind. That's power. Power is like money. Everything else seems insignificant before that. Classmate, are you here to collect resources? Among those classmates, there was a young female teacher sitting there. She was not very old and should be a recent graduate. She was staring at him and speaking in a rather unfriendly way. Well, yes. Qin Feng nodded. Students, the resources here are all recorded by the school. If there is no resource record, they will not be distributed. It is impossible to issue advance payment, prepayment, or unverified payment, no matter what the reason. The female teacher said this, pushing up her gold-rimmed glasses. Her little face was full of doubt, and she looked superior. As she spoke, some people around her began to look like they were enjoying the show. Qin Feng frowned. It seems that these people think that they are students with some problems, or that the word liar is written on their faces. There are indeed many people who take advantage of loopholes in the school, but no one expected that one day they would be suspected. He walked straight towards the female teacher, and when he passed by the surrounding students, they all stepped back with looks of disgust on their faces. The female teacher smelled the alcohol coming from her face. Her nose wrinkled slightly, and the displeasure on her face became more obvious. Classmate, are you here to collect resources? Class 3, Grade 1, Qin Feng. Qin Feng said lightly. Qin Feng? Isn't this guy the useless guy who has no heart for contracts as mentioned in the legend? No wonder he looks like this. I heard he was bullied. He must be a little mentally ill. When the students around him heard his name, they immediately started whispering, completely not caring whether he was there or not. However, just when they all thought that Qin Feng would be kicked out on the spot by the female teacher, an incredible scene happened. The female teacher, who had a look of dissatisfaction on her face, was stunned at first when she heard Qin Feng's name, and then she showed a very friendly smile. It turns out to be classmate Qin Feng. Why did you come here to get the resources by yourself? I was going to deliver them to you personally. The female teacher's attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant, and there was even a hint of fondness in her eyes. Such an attitude petrified everyone present, and they looked at the female teacher with a face full of lust and shock. What's going on? Qin Feng himself was a little dazed, but he quickly calmed down. It was normal for the teachers in the resources department to have heard about my story, so I showed such an attitude because of my potential. I want to get the resources quickly. Can I do that now? The female teacher nodded immediately, rummaged through the drawer, and handed him a space watch. Here, my name is Mu Ying. Just call me if you have any questions about resources. She handed him a business card and smiled warmly. Qin Feng picked up the business card, nodded, and then disappeared into the resources department under everyone's shocked gazes. Chapter 51. Prepare to make the potion. 3 bottles of tunneling powder, which can increase the blood circulation of monster beasts and achieve a perfect state of cultivation. This thing should be a level 4 potion. Level 4 soft armor can protect against attacks from 4th order monsters and resist 40% of attribute attacks. Warming potion increases the concentration of spiritual energy in the tamer's body. This should also be a level 4 potion. Level 4 attack grenade. Wow, there are 10 of them. Let me see if there is anything else. In the secret room, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, checking the resources distributed by the school one by one, and couldn't help but smacking his lips. These things were what he had always dreamed of. You should know that for a freshman who enters a special high school normally, the resources he normally obtains will definitely not exceed level 2. For level 3 items, you need to make some efforts on your own to exchange them. This time he got a good result of second place in the overall ranking, which was really unexpected given him so much. He put the soft armor and grenades into a new black space watch, and then threw the other medicinal materials into an old watch that served as a warehouse. That's right, he doesn't know how to use these things, because it's not rare anymore. He is now a level 7 potion master. What is the concept? If this matter gets out, even Ling Fei will come to curry favor with him and call him Brother Feng. He straightened up, stretched his body, and walked to the wall. There is a blue screen on it that looks like a movie screen. This is an imaginary screen, and this secret room is also an imaginary room. As the name suggests, you can imagine any monster appearing in this secret room and practice fighting against it. There are only 20 secret rooms like this one in ordinary colleges and universities, but there are as many as 300 in special high schools. Taking a deep breath, he placed his palms on top and closed his eyes. A tingling electric current passed through his palms and spread throughout his body, and he began to determine in his mind all the information about the upcoming enemy. 10 seconds later, the center of the secret room slowly lit up. He let go of her hand and turned his head to look. The secret room is not big, but it is nearly 50 square meters in size, which should be enough for that guy to show up. As he thought this, the light slowly formed the shadow of a huge monster. Golden Flame Lion. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, causing Ari to appear in the secret room. He walked to the corner, sat down, and prepared to watch the fight. Although Ari's current strength is only at the advanced second level, after evolving, her reaction ability and other qualities far exceed those of monsters of the same level. I believe that any monster that is not higher than S level will definitely not be its opponent unless it reaches the 3rd level. Ari lasted less than 10 minutes under the illusory shadow of the Golden Flame Lion before being hit by the shadow. The moment it was hit, the Golden Flame Lion and its attack disappeared at the same time, and the entire secret room became dark. The ending condition can be set in the imagination. The ending condition set by Qin Feng is that it will be reset when attacked. Ari, come here. After the simulated battle, he touched Ari's little head and began to think. The purpose of his coming to the imaginary room this time was to improve his own strength, and at the same time he also wanted to figure out a problem. That is, when he was with the captain of Bifa Mo and others, he clearly felt that the Golden Flame Lion and the High-Frequency Rabbit were not on the same level as their monsters. It's not a problem of cultivation or rank. The two monsters give people a very strong sense of oppression. Since they are monsters of the same level, they can easily win. That's how it feels. He had always wondered why this was happening, and from the battle with the Phantom just now, he finally understood. It's combat experience. Ari's combat experience is not as rich as that of the Golden Flame Lion. Monsters like the Golden Flame Lion have followed Mo through countless battles, but Ari, on the other hand, had hardly ever fought before. This can be reflected from Xiao Qingdong's Steel Scale Dragon. He is stronger than any monster of the same age, although he is only in a level 1. Knowing your problem is the time to solve it. First, set 2 plans for yourself. The first one is to practice imaginary training here every day and have a chance to find a powerful monster to compete with. The second is to improve your cultivation. He was going to make a level 5 potion, a level up pill. This elixir, as the name suggests, is used to improve one's rank. It is only useful for those below level 3 and can improve one's cultivation by one small stage. A monster can only take it once in its lifetime. This kind of potion that improves cultivation is relatively rare, so the materials used are also relatively precious. The hardest things to get are the Fa Ling grass and the Wenxue fruit. He rubbed his head and thought of someone. After rummaging through the space watch, he took out a note. Muyi? After hesitating for a moment, he dialed the number directly. 3 seconds later, the other party picked up the phone. Hello, is this Qin Feng? It's me. Can I buy materials from the resources department? Qin Feng hesitated and spoke slowly. Buy materials? I'll show you what materials you want, and if there's any extra, I can give it to you. We have plenty in stock anyway. Mu Yingying's attitude was very enthusiastic. Spiritual grass, warm snow fruit. Is there? He asked expectantly. These two kinds of medicinal herbs are relatively rare, but according to the school's inventory, there is still a chance of seeing them. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then someone said, these two kinds of medicinal materials are not simple matters, they're quite serious. Well, it's almost time for lunch break. Wait for me at the Yiddy Indian milk tea shop in the school. We'll meet and talk. Chin Feng hesitated for a moment, agreed, and hung up the phone. I hope it goes well. With a sigh, he walked towards the door of the secret room. At this time, outside the secret room where he was, on a lounge chair more than 20 meters away, Ma Feng and a man wearing sunglasses and printed trendy clothes were sitting on it. Are you sure this guy is here? The man couldn't help but speak as he looked at Ma Feng, who had a cold face. Hearing this, Ma Feng glanced at him and then nodded. Yes, I asked someone to follow him. There is no mistake. He is in this imaginary room. As he spoke, his expression became even gloomier and colder, with flames of anger flashing in his eyes. This guy is the first person who dares to point a weapon at my head. Today, I will let him get to know me, Ma Feng. The man curled his lips and smiled in agreement when he heard this. This kid is really tired of living. Don't worry, I will help you solve it. Ma Feng looked much better and nodded. Then you have to do it. It's not convenient for my monster to fight in such an occasion. After the mission is accomplished, I will not treat you unfairly. As he spoke, the man wanted to say something, but saw his expression change slightly. It's out. It's out. That's the guy. Chapter 52, The Power of Level 4 Blasting Mind. It's this guy. Ma Feng pointed at the figure who had just walked out of the secret room, not far away, and spoke quickly. The man looked up and frowned. Just him. Chin Feng was hunched over at this time, looking dirty and messy. He was in a daze because he was thinking about the medicine. From this perspective, he doesn't seem to be a very powerful character at all. Such a character was actually able to force Ma Feng to retreat. Yes, it's this kid. Don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. He's just as ruthless as me, and I've asked around. He seems to have an S+ level monster. When the man heard what he said, he was stunned and a little surprised. S+. There are only a few monsters of this level in the whole school, and how could a crazy boy like this own such a monster? That's right, but your cultivation level is not high. You can still deal with it. The man nodded when he heard this, looked at Chin Feng, who was about to leave the imaginary room, and hurriedly chased after him. Okay, don't worry. I'll go over first. Just wait for my good news. Let's go to the usual place to order some food and wait for me to come over and have a couple of bottles. Ma Feng nodded and smiled. He was very relieved about this, and his monsters could not be released unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. He took one last look and finally turned away. The area of the special highland is very large. It takes 2 hours to cross it on foot, and it takes nearly 40 minutes to walk from the imaginary room to the cafeteria. Chin Feng walked all the way to the small garden in the campus. This is a holy place for those who show off their love for each other, and it is also a must-pass place when passing the cafeteria. He had been thinking about the problem of potions. As a level 7 potion master, he felt that the original formula could be modified. If the core point can be found, the modified potion can definitely be upgraded to a significantly higher level. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt that the surroundings became quiet. He frowned and looked up, only to find a man dressed in trendy brands standing in front of him. It should be a senior student standing in front of me, and I feel he is not friendly. It was precisely because of this aura that the people around them stayed away from them and stared at this place vigilantly, so it felt quiet. Chin Feng, right? Call out your monster, and don't blame me, Wan Liang, for not giving you a chance. The man bared his teeth. Wan Liang? Oh my god! Is he that Wan Liang? It should be Wan Liang who almost killed someone. I met him once before. Who is this kid? Why is he so unlucky? 2 pairs of men and women not far away were immediately surprised when they heard Wan Liang's words. When Wan Liang heard the flattery from others, he became even more smug and arrogant. When Chin Feng heard the word Wan Liang, he was obviously stunned. He had actually heard of this person. He had just entered the 2nd year of high school and started challenging people of the same age as him. Every time he attacked, he was extremely ruthless and many people's monsters were almost killed by him. Before he entered the test, this guy had just entered the school ranked 100th and is now a 3rd level beastmaster. Boy, I think you are really ambitious. You even dare to offend my brother Ma Feng. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll learn it here. Before he could finish his words, he heard a ding sound and the crisp metal fell to the ground. His arrogant expression turned into fear. Because at this time, Qin Feng calmly opened the level for explosive grenade. According to what he had learned, it would explode in 6 seconds. 5, 4. Qin Feng calmly grasped the grenade, staring at Wan Liang, whose expression was becoming increasingly terrified, and shouted for his life. Two couples who saw this scene, not far away, were so frightened that they ran away. Wan Liang was completely dumbfounded. This damn Qin Feng is a lunatic. Which student carries explosives with him? Which student would throw explosive bombs when he disagrees with something? But it was too late for him to think about it, so he just ran away. Qin Feng stared calmly at the receding figure, then took a running start and threw the explosive bomb out. Almost killed someone? What is this? Whoever causes trouble will be killed. My ambition is not to play around with these primary school students who are always trying to make a name for themselves. While running, Wan Liang subconsciously turned his head and happened to see the flying explosive bomb. He was instantly frightened to death. A flash of white light appeared beside him, and the vague outline of a monster appeared. But before the monster could fully appear, the flames of the explosion had already erupted. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, and debris flew everywhere. The huge explosion had a range of nearly 5 meters, and all the students in the garden heard it. The two couples who witnessed the whole process felt a chill down their spines when they looked at Qin Feng, whose expression was calm behind the smoke. Is this person really a student of the school? Ahem! A cough was heard in the smoke, and the vision gradually became clear. Wan Liang's clothes had been blown to pieces. He had suffered minor injuries in many places, and his whole body was blackened by the thick smoke. In front of him was a turtle that was 2 meters long. The turtle's limbs were visible. Its head was hideous, and its back was covered with rocks, but they had been blown black. The blood flowed down the cracks in the rocks and dripped onto the ground. Wan Liang stared at Qin Feng with anger, his face flushed. He is a strong man on the school ranking list, but he was made so embarrassed by an unknown junior, and in such a public place. Where is his dignity? You're dead. He squeezed out the words from between his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Bite! Qin Feng responded with the safety pin of another explosive bomb. I can't leave unless I blow you up, right? Although Wan Liang's expression was still ferocious, his pupils were obviously contracted. He now had only one idea. Why does this kid have so many bombs and the power seems to be like that of level 4 bombs? Isn't he just an ordinary high school student? Boom! Boom! There was another explosion in the garden and thick smoke rose. What followed was an angry and unwilling roar. Just wait for me. I will kill you sooner or later. Mu Yingying, who was passing by the garden, was attracted by the explosion and roar. She looked inside in confusion and was shocked to see Wan Liang covered in blood. Wan Liang, Teacher Mu. Wan Liang was stunned when he saw Mu Yingying. Why are you like this? Mu Yingying looked at him with curiosity. This kid can be considered as her student, but he is a real troublemaker. She has experienced a lot when teaching their class. How could such a troublemaker end up like this one day? Who is he? When Wan Liang heard this, he was about to answer when he heard the sound of running behind him. His face suddenly changed, and he turned around and ran. She looked in the direction of Wan Liang's figure and was stunned. Qin Feng was seen holding the level 4 explosive bomb he received from her, looking very aggressive. Chapter 53, Expensive Medicinal Materials. Mu Yingying was frightened when she saw the aggressive Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng was originally chasing Wan Liang to the end. After all, he still hadn't figured out who asked him to come. Hearing Mu Yingying scream, he stopped and gave up chasing. After all, it is more important to do something. The most delayed thing now is to collect herbs and upgrade to a 3rd level Beastmaster. Now that the test is over, once the new class is established, the Ning family will probably know about his current situation. The most likely outcome at that time would not be for the two to get married, but to find ways to make Ning Rushua cancel the engagement. If you want to take the initiative, you must have exciting strength and talent. The explosion just now was caused by you and Wan Liang? Mu Yingying stared at him scrutinizingly. Qin Feng hesitated, took back the explosive bomb, and nodded. Why did you provoke these people? Both he and Ma Feng are not good guys. Ma Feng and the other two know each other? Qin Feng was a little surprised. Of course, these two are notorious troublemakers in the 2nd year of high school. You should try to stay away from them in the future, otherwise you will get into trouble. As she said this, she looked in the direction where Wan Liang disappeared, with worry on her face. As a teacher, She naturally hopes that every student is good, but students like Wan Liang are really difficult to discipline. Really? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although I had guessed it in my mind, hearing with my own ears that it was Ma Feng's fault was another matter. Ma Feng was a person who had never been seen before and had no dealings with Ning Ruxue. Now this man is actually pestering me for Ning Ruxue. Who knows, he may be related to the Ning family. Okay, don't you want to ask about the medicinal herbs? Come with me to the cafeteria. I will tell you on the way that my lunch break is not long, and this is not something that can be explained in a few words. Qin Feng nodded and followed. The two of them walked together on campus, attracting a lot of strange looks. Mu Yingying is the type that is pleasing to the eye, and because of the weather, she was wearing shorts, revealing a pair of long, beautiful legs. She exudes the charm of a mature woman. On the other hand, Qin Feng was dressed in ordinary clothes and his body was in a mess. Those who don't know would think that he is a special poor student in the school. Such a student walking with a beautiful teacher is bound to attract hatred. Facing the hostile gazes around him, Qin Finka didn't care at all. He followed Mu Yingying without being affected at all and listened to what she said to him. Seeing that Qin Feng could face such external situations so calmly, Mu Yingying showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. This young man was not as the rumored one at first in the school. Almost every teacher in special high school has heard of the name Qin Feng. A student with such a high school degree actually had no sense of contract, which caused a lot of discussion in the school at that time. After fermenting for several months, this matter had just come to an end, but unexpectedly, this teenager once again sparked heated discussions among teachers. There is no contract heart, but there is an S-level monster. Such a shocking thing even became a course studied by these teachers. Whoever could figure out the reason would be promoted and get a raise. It is precisely because of this that she is so enthusiastic towards Qin Feng. The two walked and talked, entered the cafeteria, and sat down in a corner. You don't want to eat? Seeing that he didn't get any food, Mu Yingying became curious. Do you have those two medicinal herbs? Qin Feng did not answer her question and went straight to the point. Mu Yingying smiled helplessly. She felt that Qin Feng was a little stubborn and seemed to have no interest in anything other than what he wanted to do. This was not what a 16 or 17-year-old boy should be like. There are spirit herbs, but they are quite precious. If you want to take them, you must purchase them according to the school's procedures. How much do you need? Mu Yingying glanced at him and said, 20,000 Beastmaster coins. 20,000? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, his expression a little ugly. Since the revival of spiritual energy, we have entered the era of beast taming, and all currencies are unified as beast taming coins. 20,000 Beastmaster coins is not a small number. Normally speaking, this is 2 years of extremely high tuition and most of his food expenses for half a year. Because he had not awakened the heart of the contract, the Qin family had stopped providing him with living expenses, and he now had only 2,000 yuan on him. Seeing his ugly expression, Mu Yingying also put down the chopsticks in her hand. What do you want this herb for? At your current level, you can't get access to such herbs, right? Although she is not a pharmacist, she can judge the quality of medicinal materials by their rarity. What did Qin Feng want him to do with such expensive medicinal materials? If he wanted to give it as a gift, it would be too extravagant. I want to use it to make some potions. Qin Feng said hesitantly. Refined potions. Do you know this too? I know a little. I learned a little when I was at home. Oh, do you know where to find the other herb? Mu Yingying nodded when she heard that. I'm in charge of organizing the resources, so sometimes when the school sends medicinal herbs over, I'll chat with them for a few minutes. The Wenxue fruit you mentioned is in the back mountain. It seems that this thing cannot be preserved away from where it grows, so it has always been in the back mountain. Only Teacher Liu from the pharmacy department knows its exact location. Qin Feng nodded when he heard this, with some anticipation in his heart. Although it is difficult to obtain both medicinal herbs, there is hope. Although the herb is expensive, he can make a fortune with his own hands. Just develop some cheap medicines and resell them. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to develop the medicine. He took out a pen and paper from his space watch, wrote down the names of some medicinal herbs on it, and then handed it to Mu Yingying, who looked confused. What do you mean? The herbs here are all common ones. The resources department should have them. Teacher Mu, please give me a 30% discount. Qin Feng spoke without blushing or beating his heart. Mu Yingying's pretty face froze when she heard this, and she looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This little girl is so shameless. She asked for a 30% discount right away. Do you think she runs the school's resource department? A 30% discount is impossible. These are the school's medicinal herbs. I can only give them to you at cost. But you are using these herbs to make medicine? What level of pharmacist are you? She stared at Qin Feng curiously. You know, pharmacy is a popular profession. I never thought that Qin Feng is actually a pharmacist. Level 2. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. I'm sorry to bother you with these herbs. I have something to do here, so I'll leave first. He said slowly, standing up, because at the entrance of the cafeteria, he saw Ning Ruxue and Ma Feng, and he didn't want to be entangled by the two of them. Mu Yingying wanted to say something, but Qin Feng had already disappeared from her sight. Chapter 54, Ma Feng's Conspiracy. Ruxue, your brother asked me to help you deal with that guy. What do you mean by stopping me now? In the cafeteria, Ma Feng sat opposite Ning Ruxue with an ugly look on his face. It's meaningless. I said, this is my own business. You don't have to care about it. Ning Ruxue's voice was a little cold, and more of it was impatience. He was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Ning Ruxue to have this attitude. However, he knew best what kind of person Ning Ruxue's brother was, and he had to do what he promised. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Okay, you don't have to worry about this matter. Anyway, I have already promised your brother, and Wan Liang's kid has already gone to find him, so this should be over now. Hearing his words, Ning Ruxue's face suddenly changed. Have you sent anyone to look for him? Wan Liang's strength has improved greatly recently, and he has already made it onto the ranking list. This matter will definitely be handled very smoothly. Ma Feng nodded, his face full of confidence. It's just S level. For those students who have just touched the threshold of special high school, they may be like geniuses, but compared to people like Wan Liang, they are still very ordinary. It was estimated that by now, Qin Feng had been beaten to his knees and begged for mercy, begging not to provoke them and Ning Ruxue again. Wan Liang. Is this the Wan Liang who recently entered the list? Ning Ruxue stood up suddenly, her voice anxious. Seeing her so anxious and worried, Ma Feng looked confused. What are you worried about? He is more than capable of dealing with that kid. Being questioned by him like this, Ning Ruxue didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yes, what are you worried about? If Qin Feng was dealt with by Wan Liang and did not go against him and cancel their engagement, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? Nothing. I just hope to solve the problem myself. Since someone else has already solved it, then so be it. She forced herself to calm down and try to look like she didn't care about it. He got himself a meal, sat down, took a few bites, and asked tentatively, how long has Wan Liang been gone? About half an hour? It's about time. Ma Feng was lazily picking up the food in front of him with a look of disgust on his face. If Ning Ruxue hadn't called him halfway and told him about Qin Feng, he would have been grilling marbled beef now. Half an hour? Do you think it is possible that Wan Liang cannot deal with Qin Feng? After all, Qin Feng's monster is S+. Ma Feng chuckled when he heard this, as if he had heard something funny. Impossible. I've already sent him a message and he's already on his way here. Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion not far away, and the two looked over curiously. In the center of the cafeteria, Wan Liang, covered in blood, was seen limping towards the two of them, his clothes torn to shreds by the explosion. When the people around him saw how miserable he was, they all made way in panic, fearing that this guy would lose his temper and implicate them. Ma Feng stood up immediately and hurriedly went to meet him. He said with some concern, Lao Liang, how did you become like this? He held Wan Liang in disbelief, his mind going blank. Wan Liang is also a ruthless man. Even with such an injury, he still looks calm and motions for him to help him sit down. He sat down opposite Ning Ruxue, glanced at her, and then slowly said, this is so damn unlucky. This kid is a lunatic. Could it be that you lost? Ma Feng widened his eyes and said in disbelief. He knew Wan Liang quite well. He was one of the best in the entire second year of high school. How could he lose to a little Qin Feng? Hearing his question, Ma Xuewei looked at Wan Liang anxiously. Somehow, my heartbeat quickened. Under the complicated gazes of the two, Wan Liang's expression looked somewhat ferocious. Defeat? Will Wan Liang, lose? It's just that this guy was too crazy and didn't give me any chance at all. He wanted to kill me directly with a level 4 explosive mine. He probably found it hard to believe what he said, his voice full of anger and disbelief, and he repeated it again. He wanted to blow me to death with a blasting bomb in the school. He can still recall Qin Feng chasing him with a grenade in his hand and a murderous look on his face. I'm sure the guy wants to kill someone. Absurd. This is ridiculous. We are all students who have just reached adulthood, Every day, we quietly learn the knowledge of animal tamers and talk about everything. Who could possibly want to kill someone just because of a disagreement? He originally thought that hooligans like himself and Ma Fong, who had the belief that they could survive without dying, were already considered bullies in school. But he didn't expect that there were even more ruthless ones. If it weren't for the fact that his monster's strength absolutely crushed Qin Feng, he would never dare to contact this kid again. So scary. His words made Ning Ruxue and Ma Feng's expressions freeze. Especially Ma Feng. His expression was extremely wonderful. Level for blasting mine? If this thing really explodes someone, even if they don't die, they will be disabled. He suddenly remembered that Qin Feng had pointed a crossbow at his forehead. If he left immediately, that guy would not really shoot him, right? He couldn't believe it, but Qin Feng suddenly gained more weight in his heart. But he was a well-known figure in the school. How could he be so cowardly? What's more, Ning Ruxue was still here. After calming down, his expression turned sinister. Okay, let's eat first. I will go meet this guy in the evening. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Ning Ruxue beside him and saw a smile on the corner of her mouth. Thinking that she was laughing at the two of them, his expression became even uglier. Ning Ruxue was indeed somewhat happy, and she didn't know why. Just by hearing how Ma Feng and the other man suffered a defeat at the hands of Qin Feng, the initial nervousness disappeared without a trace. I said, I can handle this matter myself, and you don't need to get involved. If my brother really comes to you, just tell him that this is all my idea. Ning Ruxue said this, picked up the plate in her hand, turned around and left, while Ma Feng, who was sitting at his seat, had a gloomy face. Bang! A fist slammed on the table, startling Wan Liang. He's just a little lunatic from the first year of high school. I'm Ma Feng. Can't cure him. I'll take you to the infirmary after dinner and find a way to stop this kid at night. I want this kid to regret what he did. The school is so big. Where are you going to gamble? Wan Liang glanced at him. I've already found out which dormitory he lives in. I've asked his roommate to trick him into going to the back hill for the test. I'm going to do it this time. Just watch. Hearing that he was going to take action, Wan Liang's expression changed slightly, and he nodded quietly. Not far from the two of them, Lu Huitong, with her back to them, had a worried look in her eyes. Chapter 55, Refining Room. Intern Su Bing. 2 p.m. Qin Feng took the medicinal materials from Mu Yingying and came to the school's shared refining room. The refining room was just 100 meters away from the pharmacy department. He planned to refine the medicine here while waiting for Lu Qingjun. Lu Qingjun is the teacher Lu that Mu Yingying talked about. He's a backbone of the pharmacy department and an associate professor level figure. It is said that his pharmacy level has reached level 7, so he only arrives at 4 p.m. every day. I just don't know how valuable the level 7 alchemy master given to him by the mission is compared to him. Pulling his thoughts back to his senses, he stood at the pharmacy workbench, a little dazed. The potion he was going to make was called Quick Gun. This is not an existing potion, but a restorative potion that I have improved upon called Quick Bullet. Quick Bullet is a top-grade potion at level 1 that can restore a large amount of spiritual power within 5 minutes. The specific amount is roughly 1/3 of that of a first-level peak beast tamer. Even though it is only 1/3, it is really a top-quality product on the market because it is only a first-level pill. 29.9 taming coins. At this price, it instantly beats all restorative potions above level 2. You should know that the cheapest level 2 pill costs nearly 100. Moreover, this medicine has a history. It was developed by Lu Qingjun and has been said to have been popular on campus for 3 years. As long as he can create a medicine that surpasses this popular product, he will be able to make a fortune and definitely earn 20,000. Hey kid, you're new here. It hasn't even started yet, and you're already feeling bad about the money? Suddenly, he was awakened by the sound of laughter. He turned his head and saw a boy in loose gray linen clothes standing next to his workbench. He was the same age as me, but he actually had a mustache. He exuded an invisible arrogance, and his eyes were somewhat playful. Are you new here? I've never seen you before. If you're new to this, I advise you not to try it. After all, not everyone can be a pharmacist. It requires talent. As he spoke, his face became more arrogant, and he straightened his chest. Qin Feng originally didn't want to pay attention to this kind of person who was seeking for attention, but he suddenly found that there was a badge on the person's chest. Intern pharmacist? He recited it subconsciously. Yes, I am an intern in the pharmacy department. Let me tell you a secret. I am an intern following teacher Lu Qingjun. The boy's face was full of pride, and his face almost reached the sky. Qin Feng was indeed surprised. so his expression was also surprised. Lu Qingjuan's in turn must be very talented. But he soon returned to normal and began to refine the herbs in his hand. He examined the herbs in front of him, already thinking about how to perfect the herbs he had developed. Compared with Fast Gun and Fast Bullet, he felt that this Fast Gun was much better. It was also a top-level first-level potion, and its recovery ability was the same as that of a Fast Bullet. The only difference was that it only took 1 minute to recover. That's right. Compared in this way, it can definitely crush Lu Qingjuan's medicine. He focused and started working on it. His surprised expression, just now, made the intern even more complacent. Looking at Qin Feng, who was refining medicinal materials, he did not do his own thing, but watched with relish. It didn't matter if I saw it, but within a minute, this guy started muttering to himself. Huh? What kind of potion did you make? Why have I never seen such a mixture of herbs before? He looked at the herbs in Qin Feng's hand and couldn't help but speak. Qin Feng still ignored him and continued with his actions. The intern watched his refining process with a serious expression, which gradually turned into astonishment. You're going to make a restorative potion. Why have I never seen this kind of recipe before? Level 1 or level 2? This time, he glanced at the intern with some surprise. A normal intern cannot tell what kind of potion he is going to make. This is not a problem of the grade of the potion, but because the intern has no ability to distinguish and can only follow the potion formula step by step. He was able to tell the type of medicine he was refining during his internship, and could even tell that it was a new medicine. This guy is worthy of being an intern under Lu Qingjun. Why don't you speak? Seeing that he didn't say anything, the intern chased him and beat him up. Speak? What the hell is going on with you? This is not a formula you have come across. This is a potion I made myself. Unable to bear this guy's chattering, he answered helplessly, hoping that the other party would shut up. If I didn't have to ask Lu Qingjun for help later, I would have killed him with a grenade. A new potion? The intern was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. Instead, he fell into deep thought, but his eyes were still fixed on his movements. No one knew what he was thinking about. His expression gradually changed from contemplation to shock, and finally, obvious anger appeared on his face. You thief! He roared, instantly attracting the attention of the people in the refining room. Because of his roar, Qin Feng stopped his hand and destroyed a medicinal herb. His brows furrowed, a fire burning in his heart. You thief! You actually stole my teacher's prescription. The intern had come in front of him, pointing his finger at his nose, his face full of anger. Who stole your medicine formula? Qin Feng's eyes were cold. He was almost unable to control his inner anger. His hand was already on the space watch, ready to draw his bow and crossbow at any time. Who stole it? Your medicinal formula is clearly the quick bullet of my teacher, Lu Qingjun. Tell me how you got this formula. The intern shouted angrily, with a face full of anger. When the people around heard his roar, they started talking about it. Is this true? How dare someone steal teacher Lu's potion formula? It should be true. That guy is Su Bing, an intern of teacher Lu. He should know the formula. Oh my god! Is there really someone so bold? How is that impossible? Didn't you hear what Su Bing said? That's the formula for the fast bullet. The noises around him continued, and Qin Feng finally woke up. The previous steps of my quick gun are similar to those of the quick bullet. After all, it is an improvement and update based on the quick bullet. I didn't steal anything. This is a potion I developed myself, and quick bullet is just a level 1 potion. Even without looking at the formula, it can be mixed. Qin Feng calmed down and spoke lightly. There is really no need to be angry with such people. Unexpectedly, when Su Bing heard his words, she was furious. What did you say? You are so arrogant. If I don't send you, the thief, to the school law enforcement department to be expelled today, I won't dispense the medicine. Everyone help me take this guy to the law enforcement office. Chapter 56, What reason do I have to steal? Everyone come and help. Take him to law enforcement. You said that teacher Lu's medicine can be easily developed. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue, you thief? Su Bing shouted, and the people around him gathered around. Lu Qingjuan's status in the pharmacy department is not high. Most of these people have received some guidance. Even if they have not, they want to take advantage of this opportunity and use Su Bing to squeeze in, so they appear to be very active. Qin Feng looked at the people who gathered around him, his face looking a little gloomy. I didn't expect that just making a potion would cause so much trouble. Just as everyone was about to gather around him, he suddenly laughed. It started as a low laugh, then it grew louder and louder, and finally turned into a loud laugh, as if he had heard some funny joke. Su Bing stared at him in confusion and vigilance and scolded him. Thief, what are you laughing at? Qin Feng's laughter slowly stopped, but there was still a smile on his face. What am I laughing at? I laugh at your stupidity. That fast bullet is just a level 1 potion. I can easily make a potion that surpasses it. Why would you steal it? What nonsense! This quick bullet has been a best-selling drug for 3 years. You are qualified to make a better potion than this one. Su Bing suddenly got angry and said angrily. It can be seen that Su Bing will explode as soon as he mentions anything about Teacher Lu. If I'm not mistaken, this guy must be someone who admires Lu Qingjun very much. Qin Feng understood his character and immediately laughed and shook his head, saying lightly, If you don't believe me, wait until I refine it and send it to Teacher Lu in person, so that he can judge for himself, right? Su Bing was stunned for a moment when he heard this and couldn't help sneering. Okay. You're a person with corrupt character. Today, I, Su Bing, will make you die with a sincere heart. Prepare it for me now, and as soon as the result comes out, I will immediately hand you over to the school's law enforcement department, so that you can never touch medicine again. We will then jointly report you and force you to quit Tegeo completely. Right, people like this are scum. Get him out completely. The special high school doesn't need people like this. There was a chorus of voices all around, and Qin Feng calmly looked at these people criticizing him. When the sound became a little quieter, his lips moved slightly. What if what I said is true? The sound was not loud, but it was extremely clear and entered everyone's ears. Real? If you are serious, I, Su Bing, will quit the pharmacy department immediately. Su Bing said with sarcasm. Real? How is that possible? Who developed this fast bullet? Lu Qingjun, level 7 pharmacist. There are only 3 of them in the whole school, and their knowledge of alchemy has reached the pinnacle. Although the level 1 pills they refine are still level 1, no other potion of the same level can compare to them. The best-selling record in the past 3 years is proof of this. Even now, some students will buy a batch to take home as gifts before graduation, which shows how classic this potion is. Qin Feng, a student, actually dreamed that he could concoct a potion that surpassed Lu Qingjun's? Arrogant. Madness. Idiot. So, there was no way he could lose this bet. Okay, then everyone present here can help to prove it so that you won't have to deny it later. Qin Feng looked at everyone with a smile. However, he was responded with a burst of laughter. Obviously, no one thought that Su Bing would lose. Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth, stopped talking nonsense, turned back to his workbench, and started refining. Smelting, refining, and blending. He was very careful in everything he did, not because he was afraid of failure, but because he wanted to pursue perfection. This was the first potion he created in his life, and he wanted it to have a perfect ending. In just 10 minutes, he had finished refining it. However, he did not stop but continued to refine. Anyway, it will take a long time for Lu Qingjun to return to the pharmacy, so he might as well make more potions. When everyone saw him continue, no one stopped him because they all knew that teacher Lu Qingjun had not arrived yet, so they let him go on. Until 4 o'clock. Su Bing called for a stop. Let's go. You can't escape this disaster today, no matter what. He stared at Qin Feng, his voice full of teasing. He wanted to see the boy's expression later. Given teacher Lu Qingjun's status in the school, if he knew about this matter, even if he couldn't expel the boy, he would at least give him a severe punishment. The school's resources and honors will all be gone by then. Qin Feng tidied up his workbench, and then, under the gaze of everyone, he followed Su Bing out of the refining room. The crowd marched toward the pharmacy department in a mighty procession, attracting a lot of people's attention along the way. Some people even joined the team just to join in the fun. The team of about 20 people originally swelled to about 40 or 50, blocking the door of the pharmacy department. When the people in the pharmacy department saw the large crowd of people outside, they hurriedly walked out. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was a little thin, with neat short hair, and stood straight like a spear, with a sharp look in his eyes. This person is Lu Qingjun. Whenever Qin Feng passed by the school building, he could see his poster photo in the center. Although the eyes on it were also sharp, they were not as impactful as the real person. Lu Qingjun gives people a very strange illusion that the potions he makes must be very powerful. It's this sense of illusion. What's wrong? What are so many people doing standing here? Lu Qingjun's voice was slightly raised, full of majesty and sharpness. Some of the more timid students were actually forced to retreat after being scolded by him. Su Bing was his intern. He didn't look too scared. He took a step forward, pointed at Qin Feng, and said, "Teacher, I caught him stealing your bullet formula." "Oh, is there such a thing?" Lu Qingjuan's eyes were like sharp knives, only missing Qin Feng. Facing his gaze, Qin Feng remained calm and said, "I didn't steal it. It's just that the potion I prepared myself is somewhat similar to your bullet." This was much better than the murderous eyes of those men in black, and had no effect on him at all. "Yes, yes, yes. Teacher, not only did this guy not admit it, he even boasted that he could easily make a potion that was more powerful than a bullet. How could he steal it?" As soon as Su Bing mentioned this, his face was filled with anger. He had already determined in his heart that Qin Feng was a thief. So everything he said now was just an excuse. "Boy, didn't you say you would let Teacher Lu check it personally? Now you can take out your medicine and identify it." Su Bing supported his shoulders and looked at him proudly. Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him, but took out his quick gun from the space watch and handed it to Lu Qingjun. "Teacher, please check it. Chapter 57. This potion is perfect." Lu Qingjun glanced at Qin Feng, looked him up and down, and frowned slightly. It was obvious that he was a little angry. A professor-level pharmacist is very busy every day, teaching students and researching his own pharmaceutical subjects, all of which are very energy-consuming tasks. How can I be happy when my time is wasted on such ridiculous things? It wouldn't matter if Qin Feng was a handsome man, but the way he was dressed made him look like a naughty child who was trying to attract attention. But now that things have come to this, there seems to be no other way except to resolve it quickly. He took the potion somewhat reluctantly, put it next to his nose nonchalantly, and sniffed it. This is the most common method used by pharmacists to identify medicines: smelling. Pharmacists like Lu Qingjun can know the ingredients and effects of many medicines just by smelling them. A faint and mellow fragrance entered his nose, and Lu Qingjun was stunned for a moment. "Huh." He looked at Qin Feng in surprise, sniffed again for a while. His expression gradually turned into surprise, and then solemn. "Did you really make this potion?" Lu Qingjun stared at Qin Feng, his voice sounding serious. "That's right, this is what this kid did. I saw it with my own eyes." Su Bing continued, with a gloating expression. In his opinion, this meant that Lu Qingjun was angry. This kid must have been stupid enough to just use Teacher Lu's recipe and simply mix it with some other things, allowing Lu Qingtian to see through it at a glance. What is this called? This is like showing off one's skills in front of an expert. In front of a true master of pharmacy, any little tricks can be seen through. But just when he thought that Lu Qingjun would be furious, an unexpected scene occurred. Lu Qingjun took the medicine in his hand and examined it carefully. He couldn't help but smacked his lips and said, "Great, I never thought of such an idea. Compared with the fast bullet, this is the best among the real level 1 potions. I admire you so much." The praise petrified everyone present, and Su Bing's smile froze on her face. What vicious words did Teacher Lu say? Could it be that he heard it wrong? Yes, I must have heard it wrong. How could he praise a thief's potion? "Teacher, what are you talking about?" he asked in disbelief with a stiff expression on his face. Lu Qingjuan's attention was now entirely on Qin Feng and the potion. He held the potion in his hand lovingly and said very seriously, "The preparation of this potion can be said to be a stroke of genius. Even I can't prepare it like this. It's really admirable." So shocking. Everyone present widened their eyes, staring at Qin Feng in the center, and felt their breathing slow down a few times. This guy really didn't lie. The medicine he prepared is really more powerful than Lu Qingjuan's bullets. Who exactly is this person? Lu Qingjun looked at Qin Feng excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. "Student, are you willing to be my student? I will teach you all the knowledge without reservation." Hiss! Everyone gasped. Lu Qingjun took the initiative to accept a disciple. Isn't this a direct disciple? This is something that many people have dreamed of, and it has actually been seen come true. Su Bing, in particular, looked extremely ugly, his palms slightly clenched, his face full of jealousy and unwillingness. You should know that his talent for preparation is really good. He is the only intern who was promoted to Lu Qingjuan's side in the first year of high school. After following Teacher Lu for 3 months, his progress can be said to be rapid. But even so, he still didn't get any praise from Lu Qingjun. He dared to ask about becoming a regular employee, but the answer he got was just a cold, "It's too early for you." And Qin Feng was actually intended to be accepted as a personal disciple. Some students from the pharmacy department around them also had red eyes and faces full of jealousy and envy. Just when everyone thought Qin Feng would agree, he shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Liu, but I'm a lazy person and don't like to study topics every day, so forget it." Everyone opened their mouths wide with extremely exaggerated expressions, as if the word fuck was just written on their faces. Rejected. Someone rejected Lu Qingjuan's invitation to become a disciple. Oh shit. Lu Qingjun himself didn't expect this and was a little confused for a moment. Su Bing's face turned completely dark and his fists were clenched red. The thing he had always dreamed of was actually rejected by this thief. The huge gap hurt his self-esteem and veins bulged on his forehead, but he had no right to speak at all now. Qin Feng smiled at Lu Qingjun apologetically. "Teacher, I came here today to ask for something. It was not my intention to make such a fuss." As he said this, he glanced at Su Bing beside him. Although this kid brought him trouble, he also brought some opportunities. He was still worried about how to get the location of the medicinal materials from Lu Qingjun. After all, this was a school secret. This time, with Lu Qingjun's appreciation, it will be easier to discuss this matter. Su Bing felt his gaze and her face turned pale. Thinking that Qin Feng was urging him to fulfill his promise, his face changed color. With so many people watching here, how is he going to survive in the future? But when he thought about the loss of face, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Good. I keep my promise and quit the pharmacy department from today." He snorted coldly, waved his hand, and rushed out of the crowd, but when he passed by Qin Feng, he glared at him fiercely. "Just wait. We are not done with this matter yet." Qin Feng smiled helplessly, speechless. Why does everyone like to say harsh words? But he is obviously living a comfortable life now. "Men, you can't just talk. You have to take action." Lu Qingjun saw him leave the crowd and did not say anything. In his opinion, this was just a child throwing a tantrum, and there was no need to pay attention to it. He was a little confused now, wondering what Qin Feng wanted to ask him for. He waved his hand to disperse the crowd and invited Qin Feng into an office in the pharmacy department. "Take a seat. Tell me, what's the matter?" Lu Qingjun asked him curiously while sitting on the sofa. Qin Feng considered his words for a moment before slowly saying, "Teacher, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng, and Teacher Mu Ying asked me to come to see you." Lu Qingjun was drinking tea and almost choked, so he put it down immediately. "Are you Qin Feng?" This name has been very popular recently. The fact that he had subdued an S-level monster without any contract had already spread among the insiders. He even received a notification asking if it might be related to some kind of medicine. Qin Feng nodded. "I came here for the potion, and secondly," he slowly placed the rifle on the coffee table, then slowly raised his head, his voice firm. "I came here for a medicinal herb." Chapter 58, When Shuai was location. "I came here for a medicinal herb. Teacher Mu said that only Teacher Lu knows about it." "Are you talking about the Wenxue fruit?" Lu Qingjun spoke immediately with a serious expression. "Yes, that's it. I wonder if I can go and get the next one." Qin Feng's eyes showed anticipation. As long as Wenxue is dealt with, everything else will be easy, and there will be hope for the upgraded pill. Feeling his excitement, Lu Qingjun did not say anything, but tapped the table with his fingers and thought silently. The office fell into silence in an instant, and Qin Feng felt that the sound of fingers tapping on the table seemed to be driving his heartbeat wildly. After a long time, Lu Qingjun finally spoke. "Although the conditions for obtaining this Wenxue fruit are very strict, you can still get it if you really want it, but this is not the most important issue right now." Qin Feng laughed happily when he heard the first half of his sentence, but became serious again when he heard the second half. "What's the problem?" Lu Qingjun looked up at him, took a deep breath, and said, "You just said that you came here for another reason, which is to sell the medicine you showed me on campus reasonably, right?" "That's right." Qin Feng nodded. Before he came, he had thought that having such a potion on campus would definitely cause a sensation. The school has to investigate such a big commotion. Although suppressing the fast-moving ammunition can bring short-term benefits, Lu Qingjun will not allow it. No, to be precise, the school will not allow the existence of suppressed tachyon munitions. This is all hard-earned money. So instead of the school coming to him, it would be better for him to get vaccinated in advance. If you want to make money under someone else's roof, you must understand the rules. Of course, the same logic still applies. As long as he is strong enough, there would be no need for this, but it is obvious that he is not qualified yet. "Okay, you make so much money from selling potions, and now you want to get Wenxue fruit. What are you going to do?" Lu Qingjun suddenly became serious. The aura in the entire room suddenly became weird. The temperature began to drop, and Qin Feng felt it was becoming difficult to breathe. In the dim light, he seemed to see a transparent shadow flash across the room. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed the desire to release Ari and took a deep breath. Feeling the solemn atmosphere, he hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "It's like this. I want to use the warm snow flower to make a rank-enhancing pill." "Level up pill? You refine it." Lu Qingjun was stunned. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, "It's not me, but I can't reveal it." "How old is he?" "For someone of my age, being a level 2 pharmacist is already a genius. If I tell others that I am a pharmacist before level 5, I will definitely be caught and studied. Even if not, his freedom would probably be restricted, and he would probably have to research medicine endlessly in the future. There is basically no hope of getting involved in a fight between monsters again, and I don't want that to happen yet." Lu Qingjun stared at him for a long time, and then he seemed to feel that he was not talking, and his whole demeanor dropped. At this second, the transparent figure in the room seemed to disappear instantly. Qin Feng felt the pressure lessening, and then he suddenly realized that it was definitely Lu Qingjun who summoned the monster just now, but this monster was too special, and he couldn't tell it apart. A smile appeared on his serious face. "I can't believe you hid it so well. Would you mind revealing his identity?" Qin Feng looked at Lu Qingjun, who was very attentive, calmly, and felt relieved. It seems that he guessed that he had a teacher or an elder who was testing him. He is used to living a carefree life and doesn't like to be disturbed. He even specifically told me not to reveal any information about him. Qin Feng continued with his words and smiled slightly. Lu Qingjun nodded and did not ask any further questions. "You can take care of the potion business with peace of mind, but the profits need to be divided into 4 parts. This is the school's share, not mine personally." "No problem." Qin Feng readily agreed, thinking that it was just as he thought. How could the school let Lu Qingjun make a fortune on his own? He probably shared the profits from the fast bullets he was selling with the school. "As for the one Shuegwa you mentioned," Lu Qingjun paused. "It is indeed in the back mountain. You can go directly there, but whether you can get it depends on your luck." "What do you mean?" He heard that Lu Qingjun had something else in his words. "The Wenshua fruit is quite special. It is a kind of fruit that will rot in a very short time if it is picked from the branch, so we only know the location of that tree. As for relying on luck, since it is a thing of heaven and earth after all, it is difficult to be sure whether there will be other monsters and humans to collect it." Qin Feng suddenly came to his senses. Yes, the back mountain is connected to the monster forest, so there is nothing that can be done about it. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I'll leave first." Lu Qingjun nodded and watched him leave. But at the last second before he left, she called him back. "Are you really not interested in coming to the pharmacy department?" "Teacher Lu, you know my situation? Are you kidding me?" Lu Qingjun laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Yes, go ahead." After Qin Feng opened the door and left, Lu Qingjun was silent for a long time and picked up the quick gun on the table. He hurried to the workbench and began to analyze the ingredients of the potion. It was more than 10 minutes before he put down his tools. He sighed deeply and stared at the remaining half bottle of potion in a daze. It can't be said to be flawless. It is beyond perfection. Could such a medicine be prepared by Qin Feng? He muttered to himself, took off his white disposable gloves, and paced on the spot. Circle after circle. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and a golden light burst out from his eyes. "I want to see who you are." As he said this, he rushed out of the pharmacy department. After Qin Feng left the pharmacy department, he did not go directly to the back mountain, but sent a message to Wang Song. 10 minutes later, the two met in the school's small garden. "It's rare that you can take the initiative to give me news." Wang Song looked at him with a smile and a teasing look on his face. He really didn't expect that this mysterious guy would actually take the initiative to contact him. Qin Feng didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. He planned to ask Wang Song to help him sell medicine and give him 20% of the profits. The trafficking business was too complicated and he didn't want to get involved, but Wang Song was smart enough, so he planned to let Wang Song help him. After hearing his explanation, Wang Song, holding a bottle of quick shot, was shocked. "Are you sure this thing is what you say it is?" No one answered. He looked up and saw Qin Feng's figure had gone into the distance. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched and his face was full of black lines. "Good job. He is really a hands-off boss." Chapter 59. Encounter the duo by chance and learn a lesson. After Qin Feng and Wang Song finished explaining, he went straight to the back mountain. When we arrived at the back mountain, it was already late, and the light around us gradually dimmed. He was about to enter the dense forest when he suddenly saw two figures swaying not far away. He immediately summoned Ari and hid in the bushes. "Are you sure that boy can come, Brother Ma Feng?" Wan Liang's familiar voice came into Qin Feng's ears, making him stunned. "It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. It's really unexpected that I can meet these two guys in such a place." Curious about what they were doing here, I pricked up my ears and listened. But the more I listened, the gloomier their faces became. "No problem, I've already asked that kid Zhang Liang. He said that Qin Feng comes here to drink almost every day. Even if he doesn't come today, he will find a way to persuade him to come when he returns to the dormitory." Lying in the grass, Qin Feng's face gradually turned cold. He never expected that these two people actually came to ambush him, and this kid Zhang Liang actually colluded with these two guys to harm me. Zhang Liang was his other roommate from class 2. He communicated with him more often on weekdays. Even during the time when he was rumored to be a waste, this guy's attitude towards him was still pretty good. Who could have thought that a guy who usually smiled at him and was polite to him would do such a thing? It's true, you can't judge a person by his face. Taking a deep breath, he leaned over behind the two of them, his eyes flickering. He was wondering whether to take action. He was wondering whether he should teach them both a bloody lesson. After thinking carefully for a while, he decided to go into the dense forest to look for Wen Xuehua. Ma Feng and his partner are two people, so there is no need for him to fight head-on. Let's do the important things first, and as for teaching those two people a lesson, let's put it aside for now. Thinking of this, he slowly took out a crossbow from his space watch and aimed in secret. Closing his eyes, he aimed at Ma Feng. Although he was not going to compete with these two now, he planned to teach them a lesson. Where to hit? After thinking it over, he aimed at Ma Feng's butt. The aim is not good, and where the needle will hit depends on the boy's luck. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth gradually curved up. Ma Feng was talking to Wan Liang when suddenly a sound cutting through the air was heard. He and Wan Liang were both stunned. He felt a cold breeze on his buttocks, and before he could come to his senses, he felt a sharp pain. Puff! In the silent night, the sound of metal penetrating into flesh was very clear, and Ma Feng immediately let out a scream. He immediately fell to the ground, holding his butt, wailing in pain. Look what it is." His voice was nervous and fearful, and Wan Liang hurried to check. "Brother Feng, it's a crossbow arrow." As he spoke, a white light flashed around him, and a spirited horse with flames all over its body appeared beside him. The moment the horse appeared, the dim light brightened, and accompanied by a hoarse neigh, a tongue of flame illuminated the sky. Faintly, he could see a figure jumping, and the back looked familiar. "It's Qin Feng." Ma Feng, who was lying on the ground, roared and covered his butt in pain. If this arrow had been shot accurately, it would have hit the center of the bull's eye. This Qin Feng is so hateful. He has gone deep into the cave. Should we chase him? Wan Liang also recognized that the figure was Qin Feng. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke slowly. "Behind the school is the monster forest, which is something everyone knows. Night is the best time for monsters to appear, so it is very risky to enter now. What are you going in for?" "My butt is injured. How can I get in?" Ma Feng was extremely speechless. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his palm, then gritted his teeth and pulled out the crossbow arrow with force, bringing out some blood and flesh. Hiss! He took a deep breath and took a bottle of medicine from his space watch. "Let's just wait here. I don't believe that this kid won't come out today. When he comes out, we'll avenge this arrow." Wan Liang nodded and took out some things for outdoor accommodation from his space watch. The two of them stared into the depths of the darkness and began to stake out. On a tree 100 meters away, Qin Feng grabbed a branch, looking at the bonfire rising not far away, with a smile on his face. "Wait, I'll deal with you when I come back." As he spoke, he looked towards the depths of the monster forest. The sky has almost completely darkened. Only the outline of the dense forest in the distance can be seen in the darkness. It is estimated that it will be completely dark in 20 minutes at most. Entering the monster forest after dark and staying there for a night is something that every special high school student has thought about in their hearts, but so far no one has ever heard of anyone doing this. He will be the first to conquer the night. With some excitement in his heart, he took Ollie down the tree and walked into the deepest part of the forest. Downstairs in the men's dormitory, Lu Huidong stared nervously at the people passing by, looking for Qin Feng on the way. Suddenly, Ma Yulin ran out of the building. "Sister Huitong." After taking a quick look, He ran straight towards Lu Huitong. Just now, she was waiting anxiously for Qin Feng to return to the dormitory, but then she received a call from Xiao Qingguang, asking her whether Qin Feng had returned and asking him to go downstairs and tell Lu Huitong. Is Qin Feng in the dormitory? Have you seen him in the afternoon? Lu Huitong's face was full of worry. Now Ma Yulin is her only hope. She hasn't seen Qin Feng the whole afternoon. Ever since she heard the conversation between Ma Feng and the others, she went back to the dormitory building to wait for Qin Feng. It was already evening, and he still hadn't come back. No one in the class has Qin Feng's phone number, so they can only contact his roommate. No, I haven't seen him. Did something happen to Qin Feng? Ma Yulin shook his head with a hint of joy in his eyes. Lu Huitong became even more nervous when she heard his words. She suddenly remembered something, woke up abruptly, and ran towards the back mountain. At this time, Qin Feng was controlling Ari to kill the monster. After killing another monster, he took out a bottle of quick gun from his space watch and then recited it all. The spiritual power in his body was surging rapidly, and the spiritual energy from the surrounding heaven and earth was also pouring into his body. In just 1 minute, he recovered to his peak. He touched Ali's head, identified the surroundings, and headed towards the depths of the monster forest. According to the location, Lu Qingjun said, when Shuehua's location was already outside the special high school, but not very far beyond it, only 2 or 3 miles away. After about half an hour, he followed the stream to a deep pool. The cold air was rising from the deep pool, and at the edge of the pool, a tall, lush and green tree stood there. Chapter 60. Whipping the corpse under the warm, snow tree. White mist rises from the deep pool, surrounding it like a fairyland. Just to one side of it, there is a tall green tree with lush branches and leaves standing next to it, and the blue tone of the moonlight is quite impactful. On its branches hang many ice blue fruits that look like apples and emit a faint white gas. Warm snow fruit. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance. This is the Wenxue fruit, and it really has fruit. This trip was not in vain. Calming down, he began to look around. There are many medicinal herbs in the world with unique effects, and Wenxue fruit is one of them. It only grows on the warm snow tree under the erosion of long-term cold air. The whole body is ice blue, but it is a fruit with fire attribute aura. It's just that this kind of fire attribute is called Yin fire, because it's not hot but rather icy cold. Yin fire is a relatively special existence. To use mysterious language, it is within the 5 elements but does not belong to the 5 elements. Such properties will attract many bizarre monsters, so you have to be extra careful. Detection technique. Ari used his skills, his senses connected with him, and he heaved a sigh of relief after realizing that there were indeed no monsters around. He ran excitedly to the Wenhui tree and stroked the trunk with his hands. This was the first time he had touched such a rare wonder. Feeling a slightly cool touch, he climbed onto a lower branch, stared at the fruit glowing white, and took out a transparent test tube of medicine from his space watch. It was recorded in the book that the fruit on the Wenxue tree was the most unique. It could not leave the Wenxue tree because if it was away from the erosion of the Yin fire, it would rot within 5 minutes at most. However, although this thing cannot be taken away, it can be directly refined. The refined medicine liquid can be stored for up to a week. Therefore, he planned to refine the Wenxue fruit directly on the spot. Thinking of this, he picked a Wenxue fruit with his hand. The comfortable brightness spread from his fingertips to his entire body's senses, making him shiver in comfort. It feels like touching the girl's cool skin, and an electric current runs through my body, and all my pores open up. However, what he did not notice was that at the root of the Wenxue fruit, a strange blue flame penetrated into the skin of his palm. He picked 3 Wenxue fruits in a row, and then dropped them to the ground. The strange feeling of warmth and coolness disappeared, and Qin Feng felt inexplicably lost in his heart. He looked at his pale palms for several minutes in a daze, until the Wenxue fruit in his palms began to rot. Shivering, Qin Feng lightly slapped himself on the mouth. What's wrong with me? He quickly climbed up the tree again and picked a few more fruits. Every time he touched Wenxue, the tingling electric sensation became stronger, filling his heart with desire. Qin Feng felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. He quickly jumped down from the tree, released the workbench, and then extracted 2 bottles of Wenxue fruit. When the last bit of Wenxue fruit liquid was extracted, he put it back into the space watch with trembling hands. I was thinking about leaving quickly, but a voice in my heart told me to continue picking fruit. He turned around and looked up at the remaining Wenshua fruits on the Wenshua tree, his eyes burning with heat. His breathing became heavier, and he took a deep breath of cool air, his body involuntarily climbing up the warm snow tree. He picked a Wenshua fruit, looked at its bright and shiny color, and his mouth couldn't help but drool. What's going on? Qin Feng knew something was wrong, and a sense of crisis arose in his heart, but he had no way to convince his reason and body. I can only recall when Shui was knowledge over and over again. In fire. Precious. Cannot save. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of any information that was harmful to the human body, nor had he heard of or recorded that when Shui fruit could harm people. With a strong desire in his heart, he simply gave up thinking, opened his mouth, and swallowed the fruit. There is no taste, but the warm and cool stimulating feeling makes him feel extremely comfortable. As he munched on the Wenshua fruit, he felt the spiritual power in his body increasing. He looked at Ari under the tree and found that its eyes were a little intoxicated. This Wenshua fruit can directly enhance one's spiritual power. Improving spiritual power and increasing spiritual energy are two different concepts. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth enters one's body or the body of a monster and needs to be filtered and refined into spiritual power before it can become one's own existence. Spiritual power is something that can be directly used to improve or improve. Simply put, aura is spiritual power full of impurities. On Blue Star, medicinal herbs that can directly enhance spiritual power are rare and are extremely precious. Unknowingly, the spiritual power in his body had reached the peak of the second level. Looking around, all the Wenshua fruits that were counted had disappeared. Strangely enough, when all the Wenshua fruits were swallowed by himself, the desire and longing in his heart disappeared without a trace. After standing on the tall tree in a daze for a while, Qin Feng climbed down from it with fear in his heart. Looking up at the snow-warming tree, his mind went blank and cold sweat soaked his clothes. My actions just now were very much like those of some drug addicts. There must be something wrong with the Wenshua on this number, but I just don't know it yet. Ollie was rubbing against him, and Qin Feng came back to his senses. Come on, let's go back now. Just as he was about to take Ollie away, he suddenly heard a very low mow sound. The sound of the cow's roar was like a low doorbell ringing in the heart, which made people feel creepy and uncomfortable. A heavy bell rings in my heart, and the corpse is whipped at midnight. Qin Feng's hair stood on end instantly, remembering the record about the ox-faced ghost whipping the corpse. Because he had just seen the corpse-greedy ghost with a sheep's head not long ago, and it was a dark night in the wilderness, he couldn't help but think of the bull-faced monster, which was also a monster. Mao! The sound of Niu Mao was heard again, this time closer, right behind him. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He suppressed his fear and turned his head away. The scene he saw made him stunned for a moment. Near the edge of the Wenshua tree, a group of figures with scars all over their bodies were seen walking towards the center of the deep pool. These people were all wearing very high school uniforms, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but he could vaguely tell that they were his classmates. They floated on the water and walked towards the center one by one in an orderly manner. Behind these people, a bull-faced man in a black robe followed behind with a black and bloody whip in his hand, his whole body filled with the breath of death. This was the first time he saw the appearance of the ox-faced corpse-whipping spirit. Although it had an ox head, it had a mouth full of fangs. Even with its mouth tightly closed, some of the irregularly grown fangs were exposed. Its expression was ferocious, and its eyes were bloodshot. It ignored Qin Feng and just followed behind those special high school students, as if driving them away. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd and called out subconsciously. Xing Rongguang. Chapter 61 Weird in Fire. At the end of the team, there was a girl with an artistic ponytail. The material on her black vest had rolled up, and the knife marks on her abdomen were very clear. Xing Rongguang. Qin Feng called out subconsciously, but immediately regretted it. When Xing Rongguang heard the shout, he turned his head suddenly. The blurry face gradually became clear. The pale complexion still had the expression before death, but after seeing him, he gradually became peaceful, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng stared blankly, somewhat dazed. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sense of being stared at. Looking in the direction he looked, he saw a cow-faced demon with only white eyes staring at him. The entire queue on the deep pool also stopped, and the atmosphere was extremely weird. The bull-faced whipping soul is responsible for sending away normal souls and will not affect normal humans. These are all the contents of the relevant records about it. So theoretically speaking, if you're lucky enough to encounter it, there is no need to be nervous. But Qin Feng shuddered, and his collar was instantly wet with sweat. Because in his sight, there was a large panel on the head of the corpse whipping spirit ox-faced. Race, whipping corpse soul ox-face. Grade, S-grade. Cultivation, level 3 intermediate. Skills, whip soul, control the consciousness soul, 100 copy points. Whip control, suppress the opponent, block spiritual power, 150 copy points. Introduction. This is an unimaginable monster that needs to eat for a long time to survive. It is only one kind of food, the consciousness collection, also called soul. This is not about taking the souls of the dead away. It is clearly about devouring the souls of the dead. All the records in the school are false. Mao! The corpse-whipping ghost ox-faced let out a low sound and gently swung the whip in his hand, and the long black whip flew strangely in the air. Before Qin Feng could react, the whip was directly put on Ali's body. Ari sprayed golden flames from her mouth, burning the whip directly. The corpse-whipping ghost let out a scream, then turned into starlight and slowly disappeared from Qin Feng's sight. Not only did it disappear from Qin Feng's sight, but those tall classmates also disappeared as well, turning into starlight and disappearing in front of him one by one. Qin Feng looked at his disappearing classmates with mixed feelings, and when he saw Xing Rongguang, he opened his mouth. There is no need to commemorate the dead too much. He comforted himself like this and was about to look away, but suddenly his body was shaken. Xing Rongguang, who was fading away and about to become nothingness, slowly raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up from a distance. His heart was shaken, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. He did not come to his senses until Xing Rongguang completely disappeared into the deep pool. He was awakened only by Ari's low cry of fear. It was seen rolling on the ground with black gas entwining its neck and body, as if it was sticking to it. Ari roared softly and rolled over, trying to bite off the black air, but after trying for a long time, there was no effect. Qin Feng was a little anxious, but he couldn't help and could only watch. Fortunately, Ari's roar lasted for a while, then gradually quieted down, and her rolling body also stopped. Judging from its appearance, it seems that the black gas is just entangled around its body and does not cause any substantial harm. He squatted down and observed the black air carefully. After careful observation, he realized that the black gas should be the whip in the hand of the ox-faced ghost who whipped the corpse just now. However, due to the distance, he did not see it clearly just now. The black gas looked like ordinary smoke, tied into black lines that trapped Ari's body. Ari looked a little frightened, but there was nothing wrong with her. Ari stared at him, with a look of grievance in the fox's eyes. It looked like he was saying, "I've become like this working for you. You have to take responsibility." He scratched his head, observed for a while again, then slowly stretched out his hand. This black gas doesn't seem to be harmful. It's just something like a cloud. For Ari's own sake, I can only give it a try. When my palm touched the black fog, I felt nothing, as if it had never existed. He stirred it twice out of curiosity and found that although the black air seemed to be flowing on Ari's body, it would not leave its original position no matter how it was stirred. After trying a few more times and finding it still didn't work, he had no choice but to give up and pull his hand back. It seems that I can only go back to school to find it. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng's face changed drastically. Black air. There was a black air on the palm of his hand. The black gas spread little by little and instantly covered the entire arm. What the hell is this? Qin Feng's face suddenly changed and he shook his head in fear, but it was in vain. At this moment, Ali suddenly let out a few screams of fear. He had never heard Ali make such a terrified cry. He looked up almost subconsciously and saw it with its hair standing on end towards the deep pool. Looking into the deep pool, I found that there was nothing except dim light and calm water surface. As he was confused, he suddenly felt that the sky was getting darker. He shook his head, startled. It's not the sky that's getting dark. It's my vision that's getting darker. Am I going blind? This was Qin Feng's first reaction, but then he thought of another possibility. The reason for the black energy on your body. It is impossible for a person to become blind for no reason. It must be caused by the black energy. As I was thinking, something suddenly appeared in the dark vision. Giant. A black shadow at least several dozen meters long was crawling over the deep pool, its outline vague and emitting a faint light. The brightness of the light was just right. Although I couldn't see what kind of monster it was, I could see its overall outline. The black shadow was wriggling, and there was an oppressive feeling filled with the breath of death. His heart was beating nonstop. He felt it was becoming difficult to breathe, and a sense of fear spread within him. What the hell is this? Just when the solidified feeling of oppression was about to make him faint, he suddenly heard a bang sound on the palm of his hand. In the darkness, an ice-blue flame slowly rose from his palm, instantly breaking the silence. He was startled when the flames rose, and subconsciously tried to shake his hand away, but found that the world around him suddenly became a little brighter, and he did not feel any burning sensation. In just a few seconds of thinking, his vision became brighter and brighter, and the surrounding scenery began to return to its normal dark outline. The illusory, huge black shadow gradually disappeared from his sight. When his vision returned to normal, the huge monster on the deep pool in front of him also completely disappeared. A gust of cold wind blew past his face, causing Qin Feng to shiver out of his daze. Was that an illusion just now? He subconsciously lowered his head and found that the flame was still on his palm. Chapter 62. Unexpected surprise, promotion to level 3. The ice blue flame was still burning on his hand, but he could not feel any temperature even though it was a flame. While he was distracted, the flame actually burned upwards along his arm, instantly covering his entire arm and heading straight for the black air that was wrapped around his body. The black gas that had been unable to be fanned up, when it came into contact with the flames, began to float as if it had encountered some natural enemy. But its speed was not as fast as the flame, and it was wrapped and swallowed in the blink of an eye. That's right, devour. The black gas was eliminated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flames became increasingly icy blue, looking extremely beautiful in the darkness. He stared at the flames on his body nervously, worried that the growing flames would cause harm to him. People are like this, full of fear of unknown things, even if it can't bring you harm. Suddenly, an illusory panel appeared on the ice-blue flame. Qin Feng's pupils contracted and his expression became stiff. This horse is a monster. Isn't the panel above that is gradually becoming clear the panel that only monsters have? Race, Een Fire Beast. Grade, S. Cultivation level, low level 3rd level. Skills, invisibility, Een generated flame body, immune to physical attacks. Dark fire, capable of burning the medium of the gate leading to the virtual world. Attachment, attached to other monsters. Generate Een fire properties and attach body skills. Introduction. The Een fire spirit. It looks like just a flame, but it is the only monster that can affect the path to the virtual world. Immune to physics. Comes with Een fire. What kind of attribute is this? It's too abnormal, right? And what is this virtual world? Qin Feng suddenly remembered the huge monster he saw and the dim light. As he calmed down, his heartbeat quickened. There is no copy point displayed on the panel of this monster. So far, he has seen only 2 situations where no copyable prompt was displayed on the panel. The first one is that all the attributes of your monsters are higher than those of the monsters on the panel. The second type is your own monster, which will not show as replicable. The first case is definitely not the case. As for the second case, just as he was about to lean forward, he suddenly felt the spiritual power in his body gradually rising. The spiritual power of 2 3rd-level monsters can upgrade the tamer to a 3rd-level monster. This Een Fire Beast has really become his own monster. But why? Where does it come from? Qin Feng was both surprised and happy, and his mind went blank. The spirit of Een Fire. His pupils contracted, and he suddenly understood something. He looked up at the One-Ling tree abruptly, remembering the addictive warm and cool feeling. I must have eaten all the One-Ling fruits, and the Enhwa beast hidden in them entered my body, forming some kind of symbiosis similar to a contract. His 3rd demon beast was just handed over in such an unclear manner? Or a fire? He watched the Een Fire Beast devour all the black energy on his body, and then run to Ari, his expression becoming increasingly ugly. What combat capabilities can this ball of fire have? Although the skill sounds scary, it seems that it can't do anything, right? Is it a support monster? You know, Qin Tian is just an auxiliary monster. If there is another auxiliary monster, the battle will depend entirely on Ari. Never mind. After being depressed for a while, he straightened up and prepared to try the power of the Een Fire Beast. It was at this moment that the spiritual power in his body finally broke through the 3rd level. 3rd level Beast Master. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Get reward, 100 copy points. Veteran Advanced Gift Pack *1. Current copy points, 120 points. Latest mission, show your talents. All the host's monsters advance to level 3 and gain 100 replication points. Obtain one-time evolution seed. Can be used for one selective evolution. Veteran Gift Pack detected. Do you want to open it immediately? Open. Congratulations to the host. Get rewards and upgrade the panel prompts. Get rewards, ability enhancement potions. All-round improvement of basic attributes. When the prompt sounded, he opened the panel directly. I found that there is an additional evolution direction option in Ari's panel. Evolution direction. Melee type. Please integrate the main body's attack skills or attributes. He looked at the blue sky and the evil fire again. Demonic fire is the name he gave to the Een fire beast. Qing Tian evolution direction. Group attack type. Please integrate range attack or auxiliary skills or attributes. Evolution direction of demon fire. Blessing type. Please integrate your own blessing or the skills or attributes of blessing other demon beasts. Is this the evolution of the panel? Even the directions suitable for evolution are listed, which is really convenient. After looking at the virtual panel, he gave the monster to Ari. The interface flashed with golden light, and it was discovered that there were no major changes to Ari, either in terms of panel or appearance. The only difference is that its temperament is more like that of a terrifying monster. Qin Feng guessed that his agility and strength must have been enhanced. He searched the area with Ari and soon found a suitable sparring partner by a stream. It was a huge black bear that was more than 2 meters tall, with tendons all over its body, and looked extremely ferocious and brutal. At this time, the black bear was drinking water by the stream and had no idea that Qin Feng was behind him. Species, black bear. Grade, C+. Evolution direction, melee. Cultivation, second level intermediate. Skills, infinite strength, triple strength, 60 replica points. Thick skin, double defense, 40 replica points. Introduction. This monster has good basic attributes, but that's all. Attachment. Qin Feng let out a low roar, and the Een fire beast directly attached itself to Ari's body. Ari was instantly covered in ice blue flames. The entire monster grew a whole circle larger under the blessing of the flames, and its surroundings were also dyed by the light of the flames. Ari herself is only 2 meters long, including her tail, but with the power of the flames, she is more than 3 meters long and looks very majestic. The point is, the aura Ari exudes at this time is the primary 3rd level. Ari's aura and the Een fire beast's aura have completely merged together. Now even Qin Feng himself can't tell whether the aura is the former or the latter. It is also possible that it is a new atmosphere that is a fusion of the two. The light emitted by the flames instantly attracted the black bear, which roared at him and Ari and rushed over. The IQ of these monsters is not very high, but they also know that since there is no way to retreat, the only chance is to fight. Ari rushed out with the Een fire beast at a speed far exceeding her usual speed. The next second, she used her flaming body to hit the black bear, causing damage. The powerful black bear was actually knocked directly into the stream. The flaming shell can actually have the same effect as the entity. Qin Feng was shocked. Bless your cultivation. Increase size. This does not even include the various unique properties of Een fire itself. This time he made a lot of money. Chapter 63 returned to Tegeo to fight against Ma Feng and the other two. I made a lot of money this time. Originally, I didn't know how to deal with Ma Feng and the other two who were guarding outside the dense forest. But now it seems that it is not impossible. But it's just past midnight, and I guess the two people outside are in good spirits, so I just want to leave them alone. By the early morning, they were exhausted and went out. Thinking of this, he randomly found a tree hole and took a short rest. A few hours later, I woke up and walked out of the forest. He quietly followed the brush to the edge and looked out. At the entrance to the monster forest, a faint fire was lit, and 2 figures were standing in front of the fire. When Qin Feng saw the figure's appearance, he was stunned for a moment, with a strange look on his face. These 2 people, one is Ma Feng, and the other is actually Lu Huidong. Ma Feng, who was sitting in front of the campfire, yawned, and the tiredness in his eyes was obvious. He looked at Lu Huidong, who was also dozing off, and smiled helplessly. School sister, I told you Qin Feng is not here. Wan Liang and I are here to camp and experience the excitement of the wild. Lu Huitong rubbed her eyes when she heard this, her face full of coldness. Do you think I'm a fool? Who would come here to experience life for no reason? And why not experience it earlier or later? But when Qin Feng lost contact, there was anger written all over her little face, and she couldn't help but scold. Ma Feng was speechless after hearing what she said and sighed. Okay, if you don't believe me, just wait here. Lu Huidong had a stubborn look on her face and took a sip of Hongyo to refresh herself. She had been unable to contact Qin Feng, and then she remembered the conversation between Ma Feng and the other man, so she rushed over. However, these two people insisted that Qin Feng had never come here, but she always felt that they were hiding something, so she got close to them here. Qin Feng, who was in the dark, heard the conversation between the two clearly and couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. Although he didn't know how Lu Huitong found this place, he was really touched that someone was so worried about him. Compared to Ning Ruxue, who hired people to surround him, Lu Huitong was more like his fiancée, who cared about him every day. Ari was already beside him, ready to attack at any time, but he was not in a hurry. He just kept stroking Ari's fur to soothe her emotions. Don't be impatient. In a one-on-two situation, you must seize the opportunity. Ma Feng's strength is unclear, but Wan Liang's monsters are all level 3, so he is at least level 3 too. According to the worst-case scenario, Wan Liang and Ma Feng may each have 3 monsters. Until now, he has only seen Wan Liang's turtle and flame horse, and the combat effectiveness of these 2 monsters is no worse than that of Ari. If they confronted each other head-on, he would definitely be defeated by the 2 of them. As for other methods, after looking around, I didn't find Wan Liang, but there was a vague figure in the tent, which should be Wan Liang, who was resting. It seems that the 2 of them should take turns to keep watch. He sat there and thought, 1 against 2, there's not much hope. One solution is to control Wan Liang, who is sleeping first. But if she failed to control herself, she would be at the mercy of others, and Lu Huitong was still by Ma Feng's side. This silly girl had no idea that by doing this she was being taken hostage. So we have to separate Lu Huitong and Ma Feng. Thinking of this, he slowly raised his palm, and with a flash of white light, an ice-blue flame appeared on his hand, and then slowly floated towards the campfire. Ma Feng was dozing off when he suddenly noticed a cluster of ice-blue flames in his sight. The flame twisted strangely and seemed to be jumping faintly. In his sight, it floated towards the inside of the tent. In the dead of night, a strange flame suddenly appeared in the air, which made people shudder. Ma Feng stood up suddenly and ran towards the tent. He ran while muttering in a low voice, "Wan Liang, Wan Liang." The more he shouted, the faster the flames spread, and in just a few seconds they had penetrated the tent. Now Ma Feng was anxious and rushed in hurriedly. But when he rushed into the tent, he was dumbfounded, because the strange flame suddenly disappeared completely. Wan Liang rubbed his eyes, stood up nervously, and his face was full of confusion. What's wrong, so nervous? Could it be that Qin Feng has already appeared? Ma Feng did not answer him. His mind was a little confused. He looked around carefully for the flame, but he searched the entire tent and could not find the ice-blue flame. What are you looking for? Wan Liang was confused. It's okay, maybe I'm dazzled. Ma Feng rubbed his eyes and turned around to open the tent. He thought he was dazzled. After all, he was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes, so it was not impossible. But when he walked out of the tent again, he saw the fire again. The flame fluttered up and down in front of the tent, drifting away little by little. I looked in the direction of the flame until it reached midair. When he saw clearly the direction where the cold ghost fire was going, his whole body trembled and his expression suddenly became ferocious. In midair, Qin Feng was standing on the half-emperor bird, looking down at him with a playful smile on his face. The ice-blue flame gradually floated to Qin Feng's side, then turned into white light and disappeared. Senior Ma Feng, long time no see. He Feng greeted him with a smile, but Ma Feng's face became even more ferocious and angry. I didn't expect that after guarding for a whole night, Qin Feng flew away without me noticing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he suddenly started to roar. Qin Feng, you can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. As long as you are still in school, I will never let you go. The roar echoed in the area. Qin Feng's smile gradually faded, and the eyes staring at him also burst into cold light. Qin Feng, let's go. I have inquired about it. Ma Feng's demon beast is a giant dragon, Song Xiang, and I heard that it has a trace of dragon blood. Lu Huitong said with some concern. However, Qin Feng ignored her and instead shouted at Ma Feng below. Well said, but I didn't try to hide. As he spoke, he took out the crossbow from the space watch and aimed it at Ma Feng. Now he is in the sky and Ma Feng is the target. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the arrow was heading straight for Ma Feng's forehead. Bang! A turtle covered with rocks stood in front of Ma Feng and directly blocked the arrow. Wan Liang also walked out of the tent. Qin Feng, if you are a man, come down and let's fight it out. He pointed to the sky, and before he finished speaking, he saw a very terrifying scene. Qin Feng directly took out 5 or 6 explosive bombs from his space watch and threw them directly at the two of them. Without any hesitation, I just wanted to blow them up. Ma Feng's face turned pale for a moment, but then returned to normal. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand violently. In an instant, a bright white light appeared on the open space. Chapter 64, Giant Dragon and White Elephant. Wan Liang, who was originally arrogant, suddenly narrowed his eyes and immediately closed his mouth. Ma Feng on the side simply waved his hand, and a bright white light shone on the open space. A few seconds later, a huge noise rang out. Boom! Boom! The power of 5 or 6 level for explosive bombs was beyond imagination. Fire shot up into the sky directly on the open ground, and it was estimated that it could be heard within several miles. Fortunately, this is the very high edge bordering the monster forest, otherwise it would definitely cause a sensation. Lu Huitong beside Qin Feng was already scared silly. It was the first time she saw someone using explosives to blow up people without hesitation. Isn't this a scene that can only be seen on the battlefield? Qin Feng looked at the smoke rising from below, squinted his eyes, and stared at the bottom. The sound of the explosion was wrong. It must have been intercepted by something halfway. When the smoke cleared, a huge monster appeared in sight. A giant elephant that was nearly 10 meters long and 3 or 4 meters tall appeared in the open space. Its skin was rough and thick, looking like it was wearing a layer of black armor. Its 2 tusks pointed toward the sky, and its eyes revealed ferocity and brutality. This monster was filled with a deep sense of wildness from head to toe. Just standing there, the overwhelming sense of oppression made it difficult for people to breathe. The half-emperor bird let out a low cry of fear, and its aura became noticeably weaker. This giant elephant is definitely not an ordinary monster, as it can make the A+ half-emperor bird feel so fearful. Qin Feng lowered his head and gazed, and a huge panel appeared in his sight. Race, Dragon, White Elephant. Grade, A+. Cultivation, Level 3 Intermediate 50 copy points. Skills, Immovable as a mountain, the fierce savagery of the cause, a kind of existence of momentum, reduces 70% of the damage, 100 replication points. Giant Elephant Stomping, Violent Stomping, amazing damage, 50 replication points. Dragon Elephant Sound, Sound Wave Skill, with the roar of dragon energy, damages the mental state with blood suppression, 50 replication points. No, run. Just as he was staring, Lu Huidong suddenly let out a panic cry. The cry instantly brought him back, and he saw the giant white dragon elephant below slowly raised its head and opened its mouth. This guy is going to attack with sonic waves. If hit at this distance, the half-emperor bird will definitely fall. In a hurry, he copied all his cultivation and dragon elephant sound. Drag the dragon elephant sound and the blue sky's dragon power to merge. Dragon roar power emits the true power of a dragon's roar, with bloodline suppression. There was a flash of white light, and Qing Tian appeared on his arm. Ma Feng below could not see what was happening above. He looked at the giant white dragon elephant that slowly raised its head with a hint of pride on his lips. The biggest feature of Sonic Attack is that it is unexpected and has a fast attack speed. It is impossible to control the half-emperor bird to turn around and escape at this distance. As long as the half-emperor bird falls, Qin Feng will be unable to escape. When he thought of Qin Feng's every move towards him in just a few days, he became filled with anger. He has been in a special high school for 2 years. Who dares to play tricks on him like this? Teaching Qin Feng a lesson now is not only to help Ning Ruxue, but also to vent his anger. He wants to let this ignorant kid know how powerful he is. Doesn't this kid have no heart for the contract? Kill his monster and make him a complete waste. While I was imagining, the giant elephant had already made the first sounds of a roar. A sharp sound rang out in the area, and the smile on Ma Feng's face widened completely. Get down! He roared along, seemingly declaring victory. However, roar! The roar of a dragon struck deep into his soul, directly drowning out the previous sound of the giant dragon white elephant, causing his brain to boom. The giant white dragon elephant showed a look of fear and instantly knelt on the ground. Although the voice was low, its power could only be described in 4 words. That is to shock the world. When the dragon's roar disappeared, Qin Feng immediately let Qing Tian return to the beast-controlling space. During the whole process, he was lying sideways, and Lu Huitong did not notice its existence at all. Qing Tian is an SS-level monster and can be said to be his trump card. He will not let him be exposed unless it is absolutely necessary. Until now, only Baifa Mo has seen his own blue sky, and no one else knows about it. Let's go. Sitting on the ground and stroking the ollie, he spoke to Lu Huitong behind him without turning his head. Lu Huitong's expression was still a little dazed. After hearing his words, she slowly came back to her senses and nodded. The dragon roar, just now, was it? Controlling the half-emperor bird to leave, she glanced at Ari, who was squinting comfortably, and asked in disbelief. She seemed to have never heard of a fox with dragon blood. However, Ari was still F-level a month ago. Without dragon blood, she probably wouldn't be able to be promoted to S-level. Maybe she is some special existence. This can also explain why Qin Feng was able to sign a contract with an S-level monster, even though he clearly had no intention of signing a contract. After all, the Dragon Clan is the king of all monsters, and everything is possible. Below them, Ma Feng looked at the trembling giant white dragon elephant with an ugly pale face. Dragon roar? The roar of a real dragon. This roar was many times stronger than the roar of the giant white elephant. Qin Feng's monster actually has so much dragon blood. Brother Feng, is this kid really a freshman in high school? Wan Liang, who was standing beside him, was choking and looking at the figure gradually disappearing in the sky with lingering fear. His voice was filled with fear. Just this roar alone is comparable to those top 50 beings, right? Ma Feng's face turned ugly when he heard his words. An S-class warrior who can emit such a dragon roar is definitely a leader in battles of the same level. He did not participate in the school rankings, but his strength was at least in the top 80. Even so, his giant dragon white elephant lost the battle before it even started, which shows how powerful Qin Feng's monster is. Let's go back first. This is completely different from what Brother Rushu has said. This kid seems to have a powerful monster, which is not something we can deal with. Ma Feng said, and the two of them walked towards the campus of the special high school. Donghai City, Spring Court. The lights are bright. Sitting in the living room was a man in his late 30s, wearing a casual suit. He looked 70% similar to Ning Rushue and was extremely handsome. S-level bloodline, pure dragon bloodline. To be able to rank among the top 100. The man muttered, a gloomy look in his eyes. This Qin Feng is quite capable of making trouble. As he spoke, he straightened up and stretched his muscles. He was silent for a while, talking to himself. Forget it. Just ignore him for now. So what if there's a mutant monster? My sister absolutely cannot marry a loser who has no heart for the contract. As he spoke, he lay down on the sofa, picked up his phone, and sent a message to someone. Then the corners of his mouth curved up. It's just a monster. It can't change your fate. Chapter 65. Deal with Zhang Liang. Early morning. The morning light squeezed out from the window. Ning Rushue, who was lying on the bed, yawned and sat up in her pajamas. He rubbed his head, which was aching from lack of sleep, and groaned in pain. I don't know what happened during this short period of time, but every day all I thought about was the engagement and Qin Feng, and my sleep quality seriously deteriorated. The relationship between Qin Feng and her now can be said to be extremely stiff. Especially after her brother asked Ma Feng to help deal with Qin Feng, she felt that this was not going to work. Although Qin Feng has no intention of breaking the contract, he is not a waste. If Ma Feng and others really cause him harm, the Qin family will probably not give up easily when they find out about it. I'd better talk to my family. She lay on the edge of the bed, muttering to herself while looking at the dormitory window. Even if the engagement is canceled, there is no need to cause loss to both parties. And Qin Feng is no longer the Qin Feng he used to be. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard someone whispering downstairs. Her dormitory was on the 2nd floor, and it was relatively quiet in the early morning, so it immediately attracted her attention. Out of curiosity, she went to the window and looked down. The morning light around was just beginning to brighten when 2 figures walked downstairs. Qin Feng, you must be careful. Lu Huidong stood downstairs of the girls' dormitory, her face full of worry. Qin Feng is indeed not as weak as he used to be. He is even ridiculously strong. He is full of a mysterious aura, and it is impossible to guess how many cards he has up his sleeve. But even so, it is difficult to protect oneself in an academy like Special High School where there are many hidden talents. After this time, those two people will definitely not give up. If it really doesn't work, you can go find your class teacher. Next week, after we assign classes, you can find a new head teacher to solve this problem. She spoke again, her tone more worried. Qin Feng smiled with emotion. No, I can handle it myself. By the way, thank you very much for this time. I will treat you to hot pot when you are free. This time, without Lu Huidong's half-emperor bird, it would take some effort to escape. Then it's a deal. Lu Huidong smiled slightly. She looked cute despite her heroic spirit, as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. No problem. Go ahead, I want to go back too. Qin Feng responded, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. His location was exposed by his roommate Zhang Liang. This guy was probably lying on his bed in the dormitory and sleeping leisurely at this moment. It's a deal. Lu Huitong emphasized again, and then walked into the dormitory. Qin Feng took one last look and turned away. All of this was seen by Ning Ruxue, who was on the second floor. She looked at Qin Feng's gradually disappearing figure, with resentment and anger flashing in her eyes. Qin Feng, you will regret making such a choice. In the men's dormitory, Zhang Liang, who was sleeping soundly, turned over, yawned, and curled up. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, he suddenly felt something pressing against his head. He thought it was someone who came back from the toilet and was playing a joke on him, so he pushed it away. Stop it. But this push did not move him forward. He felt the object against his forehead was extremely cold, and the opponent's hand was extremely strong, so he could not retreat at all. Then a bone-chilling gaze was staring at him, causing him to shiver in his half-asleep state. I slowly opened my eyes and was almost scared to death. Qin Feng held a crossbow against his head, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Qin Feng, he called out subconsciously, and Ma Yulin, who was a light sleeper, woke up immediately. With the help of the dim light in the early morning, he saw Qin Feng holding the crossbow in his hand like the god of death, full of murderous aura. He was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. Qin Feng, I was forced into a corner. I can't afford to offend Ma Feng and the others. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Liang's voice began to tremble. He stared at him nervously with his hands raised high. He could clearly feel that the murderous intent in Qin Feng was real. If he said anything wrong, he would be shot through the brain by a crossbow arrow. Ma Yulin, who was standing behind him, didn't dare to breathe and sweat was already pouring down his face. Feeling Qin Feng's murderous aura once again, he realized how terrifying this man was. We all come to the special high school to study, but this guy wants to kill people at every turn. It's really scary. Qin Feng did not speak, but used the crossbow against Zhang Liang's forehead again. At the same time, the murderous aura on his body filled the entire dormitory. It felt like he was about to take action. Zhang Liang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Gulp! Ma Yulin's throat rolled, and his heart beat into his throat. Just when he thought Qin Feng would stop and look at him, a scream rang out. Qin Feng fired a crossbow directly at Zhang Liang's palm, waking him up from his coma and causing him to scream. The sound was so loud that he felt his roommate on the upper bunk shudder. He should have woken up, but he probably sensed the murderous aura in the room and didn't dare to act rashly. Qin Feng? No, Brother Feng. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. When Zhang Liang woke up, his face was pale and terrified, and his voice began to tremble. He was really scared. This was the first time he had seen Qin Feng since his test. He doesn't recognize the current Qin Feng at all. Both his temperament and the way he does things are obviously completely different. If Qin Feng was a weak waste in the past, then Qin Feng now is a killer god full of murderous aura. Blood was flowing from his legs, but he couldn't care less about anything else at this moment and just wanted to save his own life. He thought that if he begged, Qin Feng would let him go. But, there was another scream, and Qin Feng pierced his other palm. Ma Feng and his gang are here to kill me. It's not too much to ask for your 2 hands, right? Qin Feng said calmly. It must be very high. Otherwise, I would never keep someone who betrays me like this. This was because he was able to escape from Ma Feng and the other 2. If he hadn't been able to escape, his fate would probably have been no better than having his palm pierced. It is even possible that his own Ari might be killed. No, It's not too much. Zhang Liang was about to cry. Now he only hopes that Qin Feng can let him go. I'm giving you two choices. First, find out for me the relationships among all the people on Ma Feng, as well as the detailed information. Second, I will torture you every day for the next 3 years. Of course, you can also choose the third option of dropping out. Qin Feng's voice was cold. Zhang Liang's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He couldn't afford to offend Qin Feng, nor could he afford to offend Ma Feng. Dropping out of school was definitely not an option, so I had no choice but to agree to it. Brother Feng, I promise you, I promise you. Qin Feng stared at him and said meaningfully, Okay, I advise you not to play any tricks otherwise. D. As he spoke, an ice blue flame suddenly burned on his body, illuminating the entire room. The flames were burning, and Qin Feng stood in the middle, like a devil crawling out of hell. Chapter 66. Is there anyone who wants to become my sworn brother? In the silent dormitory, Qin Feng was wrapped in ice blue flames, which looked extremely weird. Coupled with a murderous aura all over his body, it was really creepy. The three people in the dormitory were completely frightened and didn't dare to breathe too heavily. I understand, Brother Qin. Zhang Liang's voice was full of fear. He now had only one thought, which was to get rid of this madman in front of him as soon as possible. Compared to those school bullies like Ma Feng, Qin Feng is more terrifying and can take his life at any time. After hearing his answer, Qin Feng let the demon fire return to his beast-controlling space. It seems that this evil fire can be used for bluffing and can still be very effective. However, it is just bluffing. It still has some benefits for him, but it only increases his physical fitness a little and cannot play a crucial role in battle. I'll give you one day. If I don't hear the answers you want tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude. His voice was cold, and he threw himself down on his bed. Although the spiritual energy converted into spiritual power in the body can help people eat less and sleep less, it cannot completely replace the spiritual power, as the legend says. The continuous fighting tonight really made him a little tired, and he needed a good rest. When Zhang Liang saw him lying there defenseless, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. However, this hesitation was soon replaced by fear. Tremblingly, he took out medicine and gauze from his space watch and bandaged the wound. Qin Feng was snoring defenselessly, and he didn't dare to do anything. He was really frightened by Qin Feng. Before it was fully light, he tiptoed out of the dormitory. When Qin Feng woke up, it was already noon. Everyone in the dormitory was gone, and he was the only one left. After a quick wash, he sent a message to Wang Song. Wang Song was the only person in his address book with whom he had phone calls. Qin Feng had a good impression of this person, so he was more willing to get in touch with him. Wang Song lived in room 303. Because he was too concerned about the medicinal materials, he didn't pay attention when he arrived. Seeing that the door was open, he just walked in. But I didn't pay attention and bumped into a boy who was entering the door with me. The boy looks a bit tough with big muscles all over his body. I was bumped by him, and the toiletries in my hand fell directly to the ground. Boy, are you blind? The boy's face suddenly turned gloomy and his voice was filled with anger. Qin Feng rubbed his aching head and looked up at him. It seems to be Wang Song's roommate. Neither of them was paying attention just now, so they bumped into each other. Sorry, I'm looking for Wang Song. He didn't bother to argue with this guy. Now he just wanted to make the level up pill as soon as possible. As he said this, he was about to continue walking into the dormitory, but was blocked by the other party. The other person stood across the door, staring at him with his hair standing on end and his eyes as big as copper bells. You knocked over all my stuff, and all you have to do is say sorry. When Qin Feng saw the aggressive man, his brows furrowed and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Originally, both of them were responsible for this matter, but looking at this guy's attitude, he just wanted to vent his anger on him. At this time, Wang Song was lying on his bed looking at his mobile phone, scratching his head constantly, as if he had encountered some difficulties. Hearing the boy's roar, he showed a helpless expression. This is his roommate Shirley, who loves fitness on weekdays and people in the surrounding dormitories are afraid of him. I was wondering which unlucky guy had offended this guy again. It looked like it would be another one-sided fight. After all, the school dormitories have regulations that it is not allowed to use monsters to fight in the dormitory building. If you are found doing so, you will be punished immediately. You should know that if you are given a warning more than 3 times, you will be expelled from school directly. Besides, who in their right mind would do this? The monsters are so powerful that they will be required to pay compensation for anything they break. Just as I was thinking about it, a sound came from the dormitory door again. Just say it once. Get out of my way. Wang Song, who was concentrating, was startled and wondered why the voice sounded so familiar. Boy, you've completely pissed me off. No matter whether you know Wang Song or not, I will loosen your bones today and let you see how powerful I surely am. Shirley's angry roar reached his ears, and Wang Song sat up with a start. Meet Wang Song. Qin Feng just sent him a message. Don't tell me it's Qin Feng coming. The younger generation was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and he rolled and crawled to his feet. Etc. Etc. Shirley was about to make a move, but paused when he heard Wang Song's voice. Although he is a little bully in this film, he is still a little afraid of Wang Song. After all, although the dormitory rules prohibit the use of monsters, this thing can only be used against those with strong destructive power. A more special monster like Wang Song's monster is not affected by the regulations. After all, when you are walking down the stairs, you suddenly see some kind of illusion and fall, and you have no evidence. So he stopped. Wang Song ran out in a hurry and saw Qin Feng with a gloomy face at a glance, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Almost. Shirley was just about to provoke this madman. Wang Song, this is your friend. This is really rude. Who is he? Qin Feng is not good enough. Shirley's face turned pale, and it can be seen that he was very unhappy. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard his name. What does this person mean? He turned his head to look at Wang Song, who was walking over, and saw that he had a very strange expression on his face. Wang Song pointed at Shirley and said, "This guy wasn't there during the last duel downstairs in the dormitory, but when he heard about that incident, he admired him very much. He said he always said that the more patient a person is, the more terrible they are when they get angry. He said he had good vision." Qin Feng's expression froze when he heard this. He felt very embarrassed, and his old face even turned red. Shirley on the other side heard what Wang Song said, and still shouted at Qin Feng with some anger. "I hate people who are rude. It's fine if you can beat me. You look so polite, but you can't withstand a punch from me. What are you pretending for? If Wang Song wasn't here, I would have taught you what politeness is." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, making a crackling sound. It can be seen that this guy is a straightforward person and has no ulterior motives. When Wang Song heard his words, his expression became even weirder. He touched Shirley, earning him a dissatisfied look and a low growl. "Fuck you. Does that mean that if Qin Feng is here, he doesn't have to be polite to you?" Wang Song said helplessly. Shirley frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? By the way, last time you promised to introduce Qin Feng to me, but there has been no news so far. Can you please do it? I want to become his sworn brother." When Wang Song heard this, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Pointing at Qin Feng, who was standing aside with an extremely embarrassed look on his face. "Isn't he right here?" Chapter 67. Upgrading Pill. "Isn't he right here?" Wang Song pointed at Qin Feng, standing beside him, with a wonderful expression. When Shirley heard his words, he opened his mouth wide with an expression of extreme surprise. The dormitory fell silent in an instant, and the atmosphere was extremely playful and awkward. You are Qin Feng?" Shirley pointed at him, his face full of disbelief. This sloppy-looking, yet gentle boy turned out to be the Qin Feng who had been making headlines recently. Qin Feng nodded and pointed at Wang Song. "If you were talking about his classmate Qin Feng, then it should be me." "Bang!" Shirley grabbed his hand and said excitedly, "Great, I finally meet you in person, Brother Qin. I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Qin Feng's smile was a little unnatural, and he didn't know how to welcome the other party's enthusiasm. Forehead. Who would have thought that the person who had just scolded him would change his attitude 180 degrees after hearing his name? You have to know that before the incident with the man in black, when people in school heard his name, they would immediately show a look of disgust on their faces. He was a little flattered to be treated like this. "I'm sorry for offending you just now. I'm going to treat you today. How about we go out for a drink?" Shirley stared at him with shining eyes. "Not today. We have important things to do. Shirley, please don't make trouble." Seeing him so embarrassed, Wang Song hurried to help smooth things over. Shirley is also a straightforward person, and he immediately laughed when he heard that. That's fine. Since you have something important to do, let's do it another day, but please don't stand me up." Qin Feng took over and said, "No problem." He didn't dislike Shirley's straightforward personality. "Let's go. Let's talk while we walk." Wang Song pulled him away, and the two went to the playground. "You are here to ask about your potion. he said with a beaming look on his face. Let me tell you, this potion of yours is so amazing that it was sold out as soon as it was put on sale. The price I ordered is 38 per bottle of medicine. After calculating the cost, Qin Feng raised his hand to interrupt his conversation, rubbed his head, which was beginning to hurt, and said calmly, I only have one question, that is whether this medicine is easy to sell and whether it can bring big profits. Wang Song was interrupted and was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled carefully. Let me tell you, it's definitely a huge profit. His eyes were shining with excitement, and his face was red. Qin Feng could agree to give him 20% of the benefits. This thing is definitely a star product that can replace Fast Bullet. 20% profit may not sound like much, but it can definitely make him a wealthy man on campus. Things like hot pot and barbecue. All kinds of brand-name clothes have become his daily routine. It's so grand. It's so cool. However, just as he was immersed in the world of imagination, Qin Feng slowly stretched out his hand towards him. What is this? He looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Qin Feng stared at him, the smile on his face gradually widening. Since this thing makes so much money, then since I got you into such a good project, there shouldn't be any problem in giving you a little advance, right? Advance? How much do you want? Wang Song was frightened by his smile and had a bad feeling in his heart. Not much, just 20,000, which is small money. 20,000? Wang Song's facial muscles trembled and he shouted out subconsciously. My fucking monthly food allowance is only over 3,000. Where can I get you 20,000? Qin Feng immediately put his hands in his pockets arrogantly. I don't care. Anyway, this project is so good. If you don't want to do it, I can find someone else. Wang Song's face was filled with black lines, and he looked at him in disbelief. Qin Feng, I guess right, you were 17 years old this year, right? Yeah. How did you know? I know you were born in the year of the dog. I calculated it. Please help me think of a solution. I'm really in urgent need of money. Qin Feng calmed down and spoke seriously. Seeing his serious expression, I nodded. This is easy. I'll lend you some money from Shirley. He's a rich second generation, and he doesn't drink muscle-building powder for more than a week. Wang Song patted his chest. Qin Feng, no, it's you who lend it, not me. You are really a dog. An hour later, Qin Feng got the herbs he wanted from Mu Yingying with satisfaction. Now the raw materials for the enhanced pills have been prepared, and all that remains is refining. Everything is ready. Towards the afternoon, he took the materials and went into a secret training room. That's right, a secret training room. If a potion like the advanced level pill were to be made in the refining room, he would be put in a cage and sent to the monster garden for display tomorrow. So in order to avoid trouble, it can only be refined in such a place. After confirming that there was no problem with the door of the secret room, he walked to the middle of the secret room, took a deep breath, then lightly tapped the space bracelet, and the workbench provided by the system appeared. Workbenches are also divided into different levels, and the equipment and quality of workbenches of different levels are completely different. They are entry-level, advanced, top-level, and luxury. His workbench is of advanced level and can refine pills of up to level 5. To refine pills higher than that, many instruments may not be available. He first placed the liquid extracted from the wenxue fruit aside, and then took out the fouling grass purchased from the resources department. With a flip of his hand, a special spiritual herb the size of 3 or 4 palms appeared. Its appearance looks no different from ordinary weeds, but the green itself emits a faint fluorescence. When you touch it with your palm, you can feel the coolness and the surge of spiritual energy. This is the spiritual grass, which can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and expand it. Many wealthy people use this thing as an air freshener. He once saw in a video that someone had placed a circle of toilets in front of their own toilets. How much would 20,000 be? Coming to his senses, he boiled the diluted medicine in the crucible on the workbench and then threw the herbs into it. The space watch counted 15 seconds, and it was immediately fished out and drained, then put into the prepared medicine solution. When the spiritual grass entered the blue liquid, it began to produce a large number of bubbles and then began to dissolve. The blue liquid turned into fluorescent green at a speed visible to the naked eye. The green liquid began to gradually shrink and became only the size of a palm. Pour the medicinal liquid into the prepared large test tube. Then pour the wenxue fruit medicinal liquid into it and wait for it to blend. The fusion time is less than a minute, and it is poured into the mold before it completely solidifies. The liquid solidified very quickly, and it solidified successfully in 3 to 5 minutes. Qin Feng picked up the container, opened both sides, and an emerald green pill rolled out. The moment the elixir came into contact with the air, the fragrance instantly filled the entire secret training room. This level-up pill that I improved finally succeeded. Chapter 68, Prepare to take the enhancement pill. Finally succeeded. Qin Feng looked at the thumb-sized pill in his hand, his face full of excitement. After my improvement, this pill can already be considered a level 5 potion. Normal level-up pills can only increase the level by one small stage, which means that after taking it, Ari will reach the peak of the second stage. But after his own improvements, not only the efficacy of the medicine is greatly improved, but it will also further stimulate Ari's potential. As for whether he can break through to the third level, that depends on Ari's luck and his own efforts. After putting away the pill, he straightened his clothes and prepared to leave the secret room. This medicine can only be used best when Ari is in peak condition. The so-called peak is not just the spiritual power in the body, but the state of being in perfect physical and mental state, reaching a state of extreme relaxation of body and mind. So what he has to do now is to wait for this period. It just so happens that the class assignments will be completed in 2 days, so take a rest during this time. When the door of the secret room was opened, the fragrance of medicine flew out, attracting many eyes from people around. With a wave of his hand, Ari appeared beside him. As an S-level monster, it had a vague sense of oppression, and people passing by cast surprised glances at it. The reward for the mission to shield his breath was destroyed when it was burned by Bifa IMO. It seems that he needs to buy such a device. If I remember correctly, it was only a few $100s. Looks like I have to go to the Beast Tamer shop. He sighed and walked towards the extra-high gate. Extra-high door. A row of golden words were written on the European-style, simple iron gate. A special elite high school. Although it only has 6 characters, if someone outside hears this name, they will definitely be shocked. The number of students enrolled each year is only between 500 and 1,000, and these people are the elites of the country, so you can imagine how valuable this is. A few hundred meters away from the gate, there is a beast taming equipment store of nearly 100 square meters. The big words on it are also shining. Special beast equipment store. Any store in the special high school is very different from that in ordinary universities. In ordinary colleges and universities, whether it is food, drinks, or supplies, they may be extremely expensive, but of very poor quality. And inside Tegeo, all things and commodities reflect those 2 words. Very high. Not only are all the products of high quality and low price, but they are also absolutely cheaper than similar products outside. In fact, many products cannot be compared with them outside. For example, Fast Bullet. Qin Feng walked to the school gate, patted his pockets, and smiled confidently. He is a person who doesn't like adventures, and a person who likes to take things as they come. So when he asked Wang Song for money for the medicinal materials again, he asked for an extra 10,000. Wang Song originally disagreed, but since the sales of the quick gun were so good, he gritted his teeth and agreed to it. Rich and powerful. That sense of confidence that comes naturally is simply amazing. He looked at the people coming and going with mixed feelings. Because he had not awakened the heart of contract, his family stopped giving him living expenses before he entered the test. The Qin family is a large family. His grandfather was a martyr who fought against rebellious monsters in the early years. His father was his grandfather's successor. He followed the beast taming era and was very powerful. When he was not in the special high school, he had excellent grades and was expected to be the successor of the Qin family, so he was taken seriously. Now that I haven't awakened the heart of contract, I naturally have no living expenses. If it weren't for his mother's strong support, he would probably have been retired by now. Thinking of his mother, he couldn't help but sigh and clenched his fists slightly. My mother came from an ordinary family. Her strength was only at level 3, and her monster was only level C, so she had no say and no status in the family. I guess she's having a hard time now because of her situation. He also thought about calling home, but after thinking about it, there is no need for that. He knew it in his heart. Just like Ning Rushua said at the beginning, an S-level monster cannot change the family's opinion of him. After all, a beast master will encounter many monsters in his lifetime. Without the heart of contract, normally you can only sign an F-level monster. When they reach a high level, other people's monsters are all gifted with extraordinary talents, and the gap will gradually widen. Therefore, he is not yet qualified to be valued by the family members. Only by showing achievements and strength can you prove yourself. Coming to his senses, he walked into the store and began looking for what he wanted on the shelves. A few minutes later, he found what he wanted on the shelf. In the center of the shelf, the only thing labeled as a jammer was placed on the shelf. Breath-blocking stickers. This is a shield that looks like a sticker. It is only the size of a palm. Although it is pasted on, it is very strong and can even withstand minor water and fire. This type of jammer is a more advanced type and is priced at $22.98. Under normal circumstances, he would never be willing to buy it at such a price, but now he can splurge at will. Thinking of this, he picked up the blocker. I walked around again and saw that there was really nothing I wanted, so I went back to the counter and prepared to check out. But when he arrived at the counter, he found that no one was there. He looked around and found that there was no one around, so he could only call out twice. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? No one paid any attention to it, as if the people here had just gone out. Qin Feng looked at the shielding sticker in his hand, hesitated, and stood there waiting. This thing is often out of stock. If it is not in stock, he may have to wait for a long time, so he decided not to leave. After about 10 minutes, someone finally showed up, but it was not the owner of the store, but Ma Feng. When Ma Feng entered the store, he was stunned when he saw him, and his face immediately became gloomy. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to meet him here. What a narrow road for enemies. But this guy couldn't summon the monster in the store, so he didn't need to be nervous. Is your butt okay? He hesitated, baring his teeth. Ma Feng, who already had a gloomy face, became even more cloudy and gloomy when he heard his words. But he regained his composure immediately. You don't have to be so proud. I can't cure you, but there are people who can. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in shorts walked in from behind him. The uncle had a kind face and smiled at them. What are you buying, boys? Qin Feng knew that the uncle was the owner of the store, so he raised the things in his hand. But before he could open his mouth, Ma Feng beside him spoke first. Uncle, I want to buy a beast shield sticker. Chapter 69, Lu Qingjun, a gift for your master. Uncle, I want to buy some beast blocking stickers. Ma Feng spoke directly, looking a little anxious. Beast blocking sticker. The uncle scratched his head, walked to the computer, and typed on the keyboard, then showed a look of joy. Got it? You're lucky. There's only one beast shield left in the entire store. He stopped talking halfway, because when he looked up, he happened to see the beast-controlling shielding sticker in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng felt his gaze and tightened his grip on the plastic packaging slightly, his face determined. Uncle, first come, first served. I saw this thing first, so I'll pass it to you right away. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the counter. However, the next second, a palm blocked the payment code above. Ma Feng stared at him with a gloomy face and stood in front of him, blocking the counter behind him. Since ancient times, the highest bidder wins when buying things. As he said that, he turned his head to look at the dazed uncle behind him and said seriously, Uncle, I'll give you 3,000 yuan. I'll give you 10,000. Qin Feng spoke immediately. 10,000. You are crazy. Ma Feng was stunned at first, his face looked grim. $10,000 to buy a beast shield sticker? He originally thought that he could get this thing securely by paying a little more money, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to be so crazy. 10,000. This is already a huge sum of money for students who are still in school. Although Qin Feng changed into new clothes, he looked like just an ordinary freshman in high school. He actually spent 10,000 yuan on a product that made money with him. Although the amount of money is a bit outrageous, it is not impossible if Qin Feng offers the price. This kid has always been crazy. Well, this guy has been pretty crazy since the first time we met. What do you two think this place is? This is a special high school. There are rules here. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just by spending a few more dollars? The uncle stood at the counter. His voice was a little high, and his expression was extremely stern. It can be seen that the uncle was also an upright person when he was young, and he was full of righteousness when he spoke. After being scolded like this, both of them fell silent. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and his grip in his palm indeed tightened. Anyway, this thing is in his hand. He will never let go. There was a brief silence in the store, and both of them looked at the uncle nervously. It could be seen that Ma Feng also wanted the shielding sticker very badly. The uncle scratched his head, looking distressed, not knowing what to do with this thing. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the store, and a figure with a fierce aura walked in. Lu Qingjun was wearing a gray research suit, with his back straight and looking anxious. As soon as he walked into the store, he felt the stillness in the air, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Teacher Lu. When Ma Feng saw him come in, he immediately went up to him with a warm and enthusiastic smile, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Although the shop owners in this special high school have no friendship with these students, they are acquainted with the teachers in the school. Even some store owners are close friends with school teachers. Although it is not known whether the store manager and teacher Lu here know each other, Lu Qingjuan's reputation is known to the entire school, and there is no one who will not greet him with a smile. That's the pharmacy professor. Maybe a random potion can greatly increase the abilities of a monster. I am a famous student in the second year of high school, and I'm also somewhat familiar with Lu Qingjuan. The boss might buy it for me just for Lu Qingjuan's sake. Lu Qingjuan glanced at him, his eyes showing a thoughtful look, which then gradually became clear. "It's Ma Feng," he said lightly, greeting him. He is usually very strict with his students, so it is already very good that he can have the same attitude as Ma Feng. Thinking of this, Ma Feng showed a proud look on his face. "Teacher Lu, why did you come here in person? What would you like to order?" The owner of the shop really smiled ingratiatingly and became very amiable. The righteousness he had just shown was completely gone, and he looked like a kind old man next door. The muscles on Qin Feng's face twitched. "Do you really need to be so powerful? You are full of righteousness. Uncle, I'm here to buy some beast-blocking stickers." Lu Qingjun spoke slowly. "You want to buy the Beast Guardian Shield stickers too? What do you mean?" The uncle smiled and pointed at the beast-controlling shielding sticker in Qin Feng's hand. "Young man, you should respect your teachers. Let Teacher Lu take over the last beast-controlling shield." His voice had a somewhat commanding tone. It was as if he was saying to Qin Feng, "This is my store, and it is my decision who I want to sell my products to." This vivid face really made Qin Feng dumbfounded. Not that it's strange, but when I came to Tegeo, I came into contact with more and more different kinds of people, and the people who changed their faces became more and more diverse. This made him more determined to become the strongest. If I were Lu Qingjun, I might not even have to pay for the things in my hand today. Just as he was thinking, Lu Qingjun finally discovered Qin Feng. When he saw the beast-controlling shielding sticker in Qin Feng's hand, he was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. "Qin Feng, you are here too. I was thinking of going to see you." His tone was not like that of a teacher and a student at all, but more like that of a peer, or even an old friend. The enthusiasm in his tone could be clearly felt by the two people present. Ma Feng stared, thinking there was something wrong with his ears. The smile on the uncle's face froze, and he looked at Lu Qingjun in disbelief. Is this still the Lu Qingjun that students described as extremely strict? Isn't Lu Qingjun famous for his poker face? I heard that when he was leading students to do drug experiments, this guy was roaring and scolding the whole time. Such an extremely majestic teacher is so enthusiastic towards a student. He looked at Qin Feng again and found nothing special. He had met many of the top students in the school and had no impression of this boy at all. "Teacher Lu, thank you for what happened last time. I came here to buy this thing. Do you need it too?" Qin Feng said this and raised the shielding sticker in his hand. Lu Qingjun looked at the shielding sticker in his hand and frowned slightly. He had just heard what the shop owner said. There was only one beast taming shielding sticker left, so only one of them could buy it. Just a moment of hesitation. He spoke immediately. "Shopkeeper, please pay for this item." Ma Feng on the side breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Feng with a gloating smile. "I can't buy it. Don't even think about buying it." But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. "Qin Feng, consider this as a gift to you. Don't forget to say hello to your master next time." Lu Qingjun spoke calmly, with a smile on his face. Chapter 70 shocked Lu Qingjun. There were only 3 people in the store, and Lu Qingjun's words were clearly heard by everyone. Ma Feng widened his eyes, looking shocked. Who is Lu Qingjun? The only 2 pharmacy professors in the school. This is a person who even the titled teachers have to bow and nod when they see him. And even the vice president dare not offend him easily. Such a person actually needs to actively show his courtesy to others. Who is Qin Feng's master? There is such a grand ceremony. He stared at Qin Feng blankly, then suddenly came to his senses. No wonder this kid has no heart for the contract, but can possess an S-level monster. It seems that he has a very powerful mentor who helped him become like this. It seems that I can't get involved in this matter anymore, so I'd better leave it to the Ning family to handle it. Thinking of this, he quietly left the store. "Boss, I'll pay for the money, just give him the things." Lu Qingjun said to the uncle, who was also extremely surprised. "This?" The uncle came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feng, who was holding the beast taming shielding sticker, his expression slightly embarrassed. However, this trace of embarrassment disappeared in the blink of an eye and was replaced by a warm smile. At this moment, The way he looked at Qin Feng was as if he was looking at his beloved younger generation. He waved his hands and said generously, "Hey, you are all Mr. Liu's students. Why would I charge you money? Child, you can use it and introduce more business to your uncle in the future." Qin Feng was originally preparing to scan the product code with the beast tamer blocker in his hand, but when he heard his words, he was stunned for a moment and stopped. I looked at the smiling uncle in astonishment, and a strange feeling arose in my heart. Is this the convenience that comes with power? Because of a person like Lu Qingjun, this uncle deliberately tried to curry favor with him and didn't even have to pay for the things he bought. Looking at his smiling face, he gradually calmed down. He simply opened the package of the beast taming shielding sticker and stuck it on Ari. The vague pressure on Ari disappeared completely in an instant, and it seemed that she had returned to the aura of the little white fox she once was. It's worth mentioning that this thing costs more than 2,000 yuan. It's really useful. He thought so and rubbed Ali's head with a smile. Until the end, he never looked at the uncle directly, nor did he say thank you. Because a seed was planted in his heart. Strength. It is the greatest dignity in this world. Lu Qingjun showed his friendliness because of the non-existent teacher behind him, and the uncle gave him equipment for free because of Lu Qingjun. This is a matter of course, and there is no need for him to be polite. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't even say thank you after he gave away the things, the uncle's expression was a little unhappy, but it disappeared in a moment. After all, Professor Liu is still here, so we have to save face. My friend, don't forget to introduce your friends. He spoke again with a smile on his face. How could he feel good when such good goods were given away for free without even a thank you? Qin Feng turned his head to look at him when he heard that, then nodded. Seeing Qin Feng so cold, his attitude was completely different from what he had imagined, and the uncle's face showed obvious unnaturalness. In his impression, a child as old as Qin Feng would definitely show a youthful smile and say thank you with great gratitude. In this way, he gained gratitude and favor. In this way, every time Professor Liu sees this kid, he will remember that he has done such a big favor. Damn boy. It broke all his thoughts. What a nasty boy. Qin Feng didn't know what he was thinking, but when he saw his ugly face, he knew that he probably didn't make him feel comfortable. I couldn't help but smile. Just when he was distracted, Lu Qingjun suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Qin Feng, you seem to be in a good mood. Could it be that your teacher has already refined the level-enhancing pill? Lu Qingjun stared at him with excitement in his eyes. He's a professor of alchemy and can tell the level of the maker from a pill or a potion. If it is really refined, I can use this pill to see the level of the person behind Qin Feng. When you reach your current level and want to continue to climb higher, you don't need to work in isolation, but instead exchange experiences with people who are at the same or higher level. It's been refined. Qin Feng nodded. There is no need to hide such things. Lu Qingjun is a professor-level figure. It is impossible for him to be greedy for a small promotion, right? However, Lu Qingjun was extremely excited. Can I see it? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He didn't think too much about it. After all, he didn't know much about academic issues. All his pharmacological knowledge was forced into his head by the system. He took out the pill from his space watch. The moment the pill came out of the white jade bottle, a faint fragrance spread out. The moment the fragrance spread, Lu Qingjun's eyes suddenly burst into light. He seemed a little excited, slowly dragging the pill into his own hand, with surprise flashing in his eyes. The surprise lasted for a few seconds and gradually turned into astonishment. Isn't it a level-up pill? He looked at Qin Feng in shock and raised his voice. Qin Feng had expected him to ask such a question and said calmly, "This is the level-up pill, but the teacher said that he made some improvements to it, and the effect should be much better than the level-up pill." A lot better. Do you know how difficult it is to improve an inherent elixir? Every elixir that has been passed down to the present day has been verified countless times and can be said to be almost perfect. Especially for pills like the enhancement pill, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lu Qingjun exclaimed. Even he can only transform level 3 potions. He simply couldn't make potions like the enhancement pill. Forehead? I don't know about this either. It was done by the master. Qin Feng scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. But it's not as exaggerated as you say, right? This was the truth in his heart. He didn't think it was that difficult. I am a level 7 pharmacist, and so is Lu Qingjun. I think he can do what I can do. The medicine I made myself must be more effective. That's why I was so surprised. Not that exaggerated? Lu Qingjun's mouth twitched. At the same time, I was speechless. What do you know, kid? If you have the ability, try to improve a few pills with your own ability. The quick gun last time was indeed powerful. At first I thought it was made by Qin Feng, and later I suspected it was made by teacher Qin Feng. But this time when I saw the level-enhancing pill, I could finally confirm it. Didn't you see the quick shot last time? Qin Feng said helplessly. You didn't do that yourself. So what's there to brag about? Lu Qingjun rolled his eyes at him. I just did it myself. Lu Qingjun was stunned for a moment, looking at his serious expression. His eyes gradually filled with shock, because he could feel that the little guy was not lying. Chapter 71. Someone from the Ning family comes and takes the level-up pill. Lu Qingjun looked at Qin Feng in shock, his mouth wide open and his heart surging with fear. He had seen countless people, so he could naturally tell that Qin Feng didn't look like he was lying. However, a potion like Quick Gun was actually made independently by a pharmacist who had just reached adulthood. What kind of talent is this? Or rather, what kind of pharmacist can train such an outstanding young man? Looking at the serious-looking young man, Lu Qingjun's expression was serious, and he became more curious about the person behind Qin Feng. No, I have to see him no matter what. Qin Feng, is your teacher from the school? Yes. Qin Feng didn't know how to answer. After all, the pill in his hand was completed so quickly, it would be a little abnormal to say that it is no longer in the school. As expected, Lu Qingjun looked as if it was just as expected. I had previously guessed that the master behind Qin Feng was someone in the school, but after it was confirmed, I was still quite shocked. He knew all the pharmacists in Tago. There are really not many people who can reach this level. Apart from another professor-level pharmacist, there is only that guy left. If Qin Feng is really that guy's apprentice, it would be really amazing. He returned the pill to Qin Feng and said, I have some important things to do here, so I'll leave first. Please say hello to your teacher for me. After he finished speaking, he disappeared from his sight in a hurry. Qin Feng looked at the hurried figure, was stunned for a moment, glanced at the uncle in the store, whose face had returned to its cold state, and left. The things have been bought, and now it's just a matter of time. Originally, he should have just waited obediently, but after meeting such a snobbish uncle, he now had other ideas. Go to the imagination room and train the blue sky. Although Ari is his main fighting force, when it comes to going online, the strongest is still the SS level Qingtian. Qingtian, who is of dragon blood, possesses super strong range control ability, which is his real trump card. However, it still has too little combat experience and needs rich combat capabilities. Thinking of this, his eyes showed unusual determination, and his figure gradually disappeared in front of the beast taming equipment store. 3 days later, the gate of the special high school. In front of the animal equipment store, Ning Rushue was wearing a refreshing white skirt and a ponytail. She stared at the door with a hint of panic in her eyes. 10 minutes later, a figure slowly appeared in front of the gate. He was a young man in his mid-20s, wearing a gray casual suit. He looked 70% similar to Ma Xiuwei, extremely handsome, with pride in his eyes and confidence all over his body. The best. This is the first impression that young people give people. Elder brother. When Ning Rushue saw the young man, she couldn't help but call out and hurried to greet him. This person is her brother, Ning Yun. Seeing her, a smile appeared on Ning Yun's indifferent face. Xiaoxue, you've grown a lot taller. Ning Rushue also showed a happy smile, but then showed a hint of uneasiness. Brother, this is a very high place. You can't mess around. I can handle the matter between Qin Feng and I myself. Hearing the name Qin Feng, Ning Yun's expression immediately turned cold. You're right, but I heard from Ma Feng that the boy actually has an S-level monster. If he really deceived the elders of the clan with 1 or 2 monsters, then wouldn't you really have to marry him? As he spoke, there was a hint of anger on his face. If you really marry such a loser because of this little change, wouldn't you be ruined? Ning Yun's eyes flashed with sharpness and determination. Being asked like this, Ning Rushue felt panic for some reason, and her eyes were a little evasive. She didn't know what was wrong. She actually didn't want Ning Yun to go to Qin Feng to solve the problem. She knew Ning Yun's character very well. He would never solve problems peacefully. If he really went to find Qin Feng, it would definitely be in the way that was most beneficial to him. Her brother has always respected the strong and looked down on the weak. He admires the strong, but does not fear them. He despises the weak and shows no mercy to them. And to him, Qin Feng is a weakling. In the eyes of the outside world, the Ning family has 2 geniuses. One of them is her, Ning Rushue. Enter the super high level, awaken the level 7 contract heart, and capture the S-level monster. But even so, there is a huge difference between him and his brother. At the age of 15, he awakened the 8th level contract heart and captured an SS level monster. At the age of 20, he was promoted to a 4th level Beastmaster. Now at the age of 25, he has become a 5th level Beastmaster. Compared to this, Qin Feng is simply as weak as it can be. What? Are you really going to marry a loser? Seeing her showing such an expression, Ning Yun's eyes showed disbelief. No, no. I just think that with the status of the Ning family, there is no need to embarrass Qin Feng at school, and when we graduate, we can just cancel the engagement directly. Ning Rushua said with a lack of confidence. When she said this, she felt that it was not like herself. What's wrong with me? Snort. Ning Yun snorted coldly and stared at her with an extremely stern expression. How could he not know what his own sister was thinking? You've really lost your mind. Even if he really has a demon beast, the fact that he has no contract heart cannot be changed. Ning Rushua's pretty face looked ugly after being scolded. She lowered her head and didn't know what to say. When Ning Yun saw her like this, a fierce and sharp light flashed in his eyes. It seems that I really came to the right place this time. If I remember correctly, today is the day to report to the new class, right? Come on, I'll go with you, he said, ignoring Ning Rushua's increasingly ugly expression, and walked towards the school with his arms around his shoulders. Ning Rushua tried to speak several times with a struggling expression, but finally her eyes gradually became firm. Yes. So what if Qin Feng changed? So what if there is an S-level monster? Beastmaster is a profession that relies on potential. The higher the potential, the stronger the strength will be as time goes by. Even if the difference in the heart of contract is only one level, the gap will become larger and larger later on. She and Qin Feng were destined to be people from 2 different worlds. After figuring this out, she took a deep breath. Her eyes regained their calmness and followed Ning Yun. Imagine interior, the vine of life. Suddenly, a green light burst out from the darkness. Countless vines and giant trees rose up in the imaginary room, covering the entire room in the blink of an eye. Roar! The imaginary giant dragon, white elephant, was trapped and unable to move at all, and let out a painful roar. The blue sky floated on Qin Feng's shoulders, wandering happily. Boom! With a huge explosion, the figure of the giant dragon white elephant was completely squeezed and exploded by the vines, and then the entire fantasy room returned to calm. Qin Feng curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile and looked down at the time on the space table. It's time. With a flip of his hand, the upgrading pill suddenly appeared in his hand. Chapter 72 successfully advanced. The terrifying Ning Yun. With a flip of his hand, the upgrading pill suddenly appeared in his hand. During these 3 days of fighting in the imagination room, Qin Qian's combat experience has improved a lot, which can be considered a small achievement. Ari's condition also reached its best. When she saw Qin Tian fighting, she was always eager to try. It's time to take this pill. I looked at my phone again and saw that there was still more than an hour before I had to report to my new class, which should be enough time. He took Qin Tian back to his beast-controlling space, stroked the excited Ari, and put the level-up pill directly into its mouth. Ari tilted his head and began to chew, looking like he was enjoying it very much. After swallowing the pill, it lay directly on the ground, with a faint glow emanating from its body. Qin Feng also felt the spiritual power in his body increasing little by little. He sat cross-legged on the ground, helping Ari digest the pill. His spiritual power gradually increased, and he leaned against the wall of the imaginary room and slowly closed his eyes. An hour later, Grade 1 Special Classroom. This is the new classroom that has been vacated in the past few days. At this time, there were a dozen or so people scattered in the classroom, all of whom were former classmates. Ning Grupue, Wang Song, Lu Huitong. Everyone sat in the classroom, waiting for the new teacher to arrive. Lu Huitong sat next to Ho Rongrong, glanced at the man next to Ning Rushue in the front row of the classroom, and frowned slightly. Rongrong, who is that person? Do you know him? Could it be Ning Rushue's boyfriend? When Ho Rongrong heard her words, she looked up at Ning Yun not far away and shook her head. He said cautiously, I don't know, but he looks very fierce. I don't think he is here just to accompany her. He might be Ning Yun. Gong Sun Yun suddenly spoke behind the two of them, holding up his hat with his hands, his eyes solemn. Ning Yun, they both said in unison. He nodded. That's right, Ning Yun, the genius of the Ning family. At the age of 15, he awakened the 8th level contract heart, captured SS level monsters, and directly participated in the front line against monsters abroad. At the age of 20, he was promoted to a 4th level Beastmaster. Now at the age of 25, I heard that he has become a 5th level Beastmaster. He spoke lightly, with solemnity and admiration flashing in his eyes. Ning Yun is a role model in every young person's heart, and no one does not want to become such a person. Hiss! The two of them gasped at the same time. Shock flashed in their eyes, and their expressions were stunned. A 25-year-old 5th level Beastmaster. What does this mean? To possess 3 5th level monsters at the same time. Only with such a concentration of spiritual power can one advance successfully. What is a guy like this doing in our school? Is he here to visit Ning Ruxue? Lu Huidong looked at Ning Yun and had a bad feeling in her heart. Gong Sun Yun shook his head. I'm afraid he came here for Qin Feng. Everyone knew what happened between Qin Feng and Ning Yun, and he also witnessed the grievances and hatreds during the test with his own eyes. This time, Ning Yun should have come just for Qin Feng. Lu Huitong was silent. She looked up at Ning Yun in the distance, her eyes flickering and her palms slightly clenched. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. As she spoke, she stood up and walked out of the classroom. Not long after she walked out of the classroom, a little monk in yellow training clothes walked in. He looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, with strong muscles and a warm smile on his face. As soon as he came in, the whole classroom fell silent, and everyone was attracted by his peculiar appearance. Well, introduce yourself. I'm a new teacher in the school, and will be your class teacher for the next 3 years. Beast Fighting Master Qian Lin. The little monk's voice was full of magnetism. Standing at the top of the podium, his voice was hearty. Everyone looked at the little monk on the podium with their mouths wide open and faces full of surprise. This little monk is actually their new teacher? It turned out to be a title teacher. Have you heard of the title of Beast Fighting Master? Gong Sun Yin discussed with the people around him. Ho Rongrong shook her head. Wang Song shook his head. Ning Ruxue in front also looked confused and looked at Ning Yun beside her. Elder brother? I haven't heard of it, but anyone who can get the title is not a simple person. Ning Jun Sai Lichtli. Tian Shang, Qian Lin heard their whispers and burst into laughter, attracting everyone's attention. I think no one has heard of my name, but it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect our courses. Since this is our first meeting, I need to get to know you all. As he spoke, his space watch emitted a faint light, and a crystal ball the size of a basketball appeared in his palm. There seemed to be water wriggling in the crystal ball, making a gurgling sound. Qian Lin smiled and pointed at the crystal ball, saying, "This is a crystal ball that can test your spiritual power and contract heart. From now on, everyone must come up to take the test, and then say their name." As he spoke, his eyes focused on Ning Yun. "You're not a student in this class, are you? Could you please come up and help with the demonstration?" Ning Yun nodded when he heard this and stood up immediately. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly placed his hand on the crystal ball. The water in the crystal ball twisted, and then a bright red number slowly emerged. 8. Level 8 Contract Heart. Qian Lin was stunned for a moment, horror flashing in his eyes. Not only him, everyone present had the same expression. Level 8. There is no Level 8 Contract Heart in the entire Special High. You are Ning Yun, right? The one over there is Ning Ruxue. Qian Lin quickly returned to normal and smiled at Ning Yun. He had seen the list before coming, so he could guess a little. Ning Yun nodded respectfully. Release your spiritual power. Qian Lin did as he was told, and the water began to turn colorful, and finally a capital-colored 5 appeared. A 5th-level primary Beastmaster. Indeed, he is just as the legend says. Qian Lin smiled. Okay, from now on, everyone I call will come up for the test. The first one is Guoxiao. Buzz. There was a sudden vibration in the imaginary room. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Ollie lying on the ground excitedly. There was a large amount of spiritual energy surrounding Ari, which was madly poured into her forehead, and her own spiritual power was also rising madly. A few seconds later, he felt a boom in his body, and then the whole room became quiet. Ari slowly opened her eyes, with shock gleaming in her eyes. Although his appearance has not changed, his cultivation has reached the initial level of the 3rd stage. Finally succeeded. 3 third-level monsters. This is a level that can only be achieved in the 2nd year of high school. Ding dong. The vibration of his cell phone woke him up from his excitement. He turned on his phone and saw several missed calls and messages. It was sent by Lu Huitong. Looking at the content above and the approaching reporting time, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Has someone from the Ning family finally arrived? Then let you see if I, Qin Feng, am a piece of trash that you can mess around with as you please. Chapter 73 Mission completed. Qin Feng's test. Congratulations on mission accomplished. Get 100 copy points. Get time, evolution seed, *1. Current copy points, 120 points. Latest mission. Show your brilliance. Fight a higher level battle and win. Gain 300 copy points. Get advanced evolution potion *1. Can make monsters plan once in stages. Can be synthesized with time, evolution seed. The system task completion prompt sounded. Qin Feng patted the dust off his body and walked out of the secret room. In the Grade 1 special classroom, Gong Sun Yun came to Shui Jing, touched his hat with his middle finger, and grinned. Gong Sun Yun. When you place your palm on the crystal, a bright white light will appear. A bright red 6 appeared in the crystal ball, causing a commotion among the crowd. Is it only level 6? Ning Rushue's voice sounded a little more confused. Gong Sun Yun can be said to be the most unknown person in the class, and the monster is also extremely mysterious. So far, no one knows his situation except the teacher. Today's test can be said to be the first time to understand it. Ning Yun, who was beside her, heard her voice and his eyes gradually became solemn. This person is the owner of the multi-generational demon beast you mentioned, right? Don't be fooled by appearances. The multi-generational demon beast and the owner are two different branches. Even if the owner is very weak, it will not affect the strength of the monster itself. Ning Rushua nodded, not quite understanding. During the conversation, Gong Sun Yun's strength appeared on the crystal ball, a colorful 2. Gong Sun Yun, intermediate level 2. There was a flash of surprise in Qinlin's eyes, and he spoke slowly. Looking at Gong Sun Yun, who returned to his original position, there was a smile on his face. It is already very difficult for the master to maintain his strength at a level that does not fall behind after so many generations of demon beasts. As far as he knew, it was very difficult for anyone who owned multiple generations of monsters to improve their strength. So Gong Sun Yun was already very powerful. You have to know that before Gong Sun Yun, the highest strength was only at the intermediate level of the second rank. As the master of many generations of demon beasts, he is a crushing existence among those of the same level and is considered to have the highest cultivation level among those present. Next, Lu Huitong. Qinlin spoke, and everyone turned their eyes to Lu Huitong, who had returned from the door. This person had always been ranked second in comprehensive strength before the test. Of course, this was excluding Gong Sun Yun. After all, Gong Sun Yun's overall strength has always been a mystery. As the master of multiple generations of monsters, he cannot be compared with ordinary beast masters. Hearing her name, Lu Huitong slowly walked up to the podium. Ning Rushue stared at Lu Huitong as she walked up to the podium. Thinking of the scene a few days ago when she saw Qin Feng sending her back to the dormitory, she was extremely angry. No matter what, Qin Feng was still her fiancé in name. No one would feel comfortable seeing her fiancé seeing off the girl back to the dormitory in the early morning. The question that has appeared in my mind countless times once again surfaced. Why? In what way am I inferior to Lu Huitong? Level 6, intermediate level 2. Qian Lin's voice interrupted her. Looking up, I saw Qian Lin's face full of satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It seems that after experiencing the life and death struggle, everyone's strength has improved significantly. That's right, for the elite high school students, the first level is as easy as drinking water for them. In addition, everyone's monster talent is not low, and when forced by the threat of life and death, their strength has made a qualitative leap. But after the second level, it will no longer be as easy as Qin Feng's upgrade. Lu Huitong slowly retracted her palm and subconsciously glanced at Ning Rushue, who had a bad look on her face. Her eyes were a little more displeased and sharp. When she faced Ning Rushue before, she had always had an inexplicable lack of self-confidence. But after hearing that Ning Rushue was unfavorable to Qin Feng several times, this feeling gradually disappeared. She knew what she was thinking, but she wasn't sure. After all, she didn't want to accept that such a bloody thing would really happen to her. But it turns out that I have to face the problem now. Feeling the sharp gaze, Ning Rushue was slightly startled, and then also showed sharpness. Even beyond the fierceness, there is more anger. Qin Feng is obviously her fiancé. What's wrong? Ning Yun felt her irritability and raised his eyebrows. Do you have a conflict with her? Do you need your brother to help you solve it? He stared at Lu Huidong on the stage with a cold voice. Ning Rushue shook her head. No need. This is a matter between us. That's right. This is a matter between her, Lu Huitong and Qin Feng, and no one else needs to interfere. Moreover, the conflict between the two is very strange, which others cannot understand. Qinlin on the podium also happened to call out that name. Qin Feng. As soon as Qin Feng's name came out, the classroom suddenly became quiet. It seems that this name has some kind of magic that makes people calm down involuntarily. Qin Feng. Qinlin called out again and looked around. What's going on? Report to the teacher. Qin Feng has not arrived yet. Wang Song slowly raised his hand and spoke helplessly. Ever since the jungle test, I have completely let myself go. Not only do I do what I want, and I am not in a rush about many things, I don't look like a student at all. I look more like a wanderer who is temporarily staying in the school. Qian Lin was a little surprised when he heard that Qin Feng had not arrived yet. Then let the next person go first, Ning Rushue. He looked at Ning Rushue with anticipation in his eyes. This girl has been very famous in the school, and now that she is a student, he is of course looking forward to seeing how capable she is. Ning Rushue was thinking about Qin Feng. When she heard that she should be tested first, she nodded. I had originally thought that since Qin Feng was here, I could prove to him how good I was and let him see who was qualified to cancel this marriage. But it seems that there is no chance now, and we can only wait until later. Thinking of this, she slowly walked to the podium. However, just as she slowly stretched out her hand, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the classroom. The footsteps were very heavy. Even if you hadn't seen the person, you could feel the owner's steadiness and calmness. Footsteps approached, and Qin Feng appeared from the classroom door. He was full of extraordinary self-confidence, and his aura was almost exactly the same as Ning Yun's, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Well, what to do? Test. Qin Feng looked at Qian Lin on the podium and asked in confusion. Qin Feng? Yes, this is a small test to get to know you better. Qian Lin answered his question with a smile. Wait until Xiao Ning finishes the test, then it will be your turn. As he spoke, he motioned Ning Rushue to continue the test. Ning Rushue looked at Qin Feng with a smile on her lips. You came just in time to show you the difference between us. Chapter 74 Release Spiritual Power and Test. You're back just in time. This time I'll let you see the gap between us. Ning Rushue's lips curled up into a smug smile, and the look on her face as she stared at him showed a hint of smugness and provocation. Qin Feng frowned when he felt her gaze, then raised his head slightly and looked at her. A brief eye contact. He then understood Ning Rushue's thoughts. Although the two are an engaged couple, they have no feelings for each other, only hatred. It probably feels like this. The person who knows you best is your enemy. He also knew Ning Rushue's personality, proud and confident. Perhaps she wanted to use her superior status to declare to the Qin and Ning families that she was the one who dumped them. Didn't he also want to use the same thing to prove it to those people in the two families who looked down on him? You can't afford him, Qin Feng. Taking a deep breath, he hugged his shoulders and looked indifferently at the person on the podium and the crystal ball. The little bald monk should be their new class teacher. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be a titled teacher, but he racked his brains and could not imagine that there was such a person in the school. He should be a newly promoted title teacher. The teachers at the special high school come from all over the world. Some of them may be very famous in their local area, but because the area is remote, they are not well known. Or maybe the people who were at the forefront of fighting against monsters have retreated to the second line and are not very famous. The new class teacher should be one of the two. He looked at the crystal again. Although he had never seen it before, he thought it should be something to test one's strength. Never mind, we'll know everything soon anyway. Putting aside his messy thoughts, he crossed his arms and looked towards the podium. Ning Rushue slowly raised her palm and placed it on the test crystal. The water in the crystal flows, gradually forming the number 7. The bright red number 7 was so dazzling that it made the classmates in the class look envious. Especially people like Xiao Qingguang, who possess a level 6 contractual heart, are both envious and jealous. Although there is only one level difference, it is indeed a world of difference. Because the difference between A-grade and S-grade monsters is not small. The former can be understood as the highest point of the hardworking type, and the latter can be understood as the starting point of the talented type. The peak of hard work is the lowest point of talent. Such a gap is like the gap between them and Ning Rushue. Lu Huitong, who was sitting in the first row, had a look of unwillingness on her heroic little face, and her slender palms clenched slightly. She glanced at Qin Feng, who was frowning at the door of the classroom, and her beautiful eyes flickered. Qin Feng looked at the bright red number 7 and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The direct information impact of the level 7 contract heart is indeed terrifying enough. But that's all. Feeling Qin Feng's gaze, Ning Rushua felt proud. See it? With my status and talent, the gap between you and me will only grow, so she is the only one who despises Qin Feng. Taking a deep breath, she began to release her spiritual power. The colorful light on the crystal ball was brilliant. After surging several times, it stopped at word 2. Qianlin looked at the numbers above, smiled appreciatively, nodded and said affirmatively. Not bad, not bad. He's only in the first year of high school, but he's already reached the advanced level of the second stage, and is even faintly touching the peak realm. Xiao Ning is truly the best in the class. Ning Rushua smiled excitedly when she heard his praise. Ever since the incident with the men in black, she has been working extremely hard. She never wants to feel that her fate is controlled by others again. With his talent and strength, it is not impossible to reach the third level when he enters the sophomore year. Thinking of this, she glanced at Qin Feng at the door. Seeing that his expression was calm, completely different from the ugly expression she had expected, she couldn't help but sneer. Just pretend. I'm afraid it's too late to regret now. After all, he should be aware of the gap between them, and he is probably already worried about the marriage after graduation. When she thought about how she had developed some vague feelings for such a powerless man, she felt stupid. Feeling the strangeness in her eyes, Qin Feng raised a smile. Okay, Qin Feng, it's your turn this time. Qian Lin smiled at him. When Qin Feng came in front of him, he touched his smooth head and chuckled. If I remember correctly, you were the second in the test, right? When I came here, Ling Fei specifically asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Qin Feng was about to raise his hand when he was stunned, a little confused. Apologize? Qianlin put down his palm and nodded seriously. Yes, he said he apologized for his previous attitude towards you, and said that you were still very talented. He hopes that I can take good care of you on his behalf, and that you will remember him as a teacher. Qin Feng felt mixed emotions. He didn't expect Ling Fei to be so resentful towards him. But all this is over. After calming down, he placed his palm on the crystal, and the water began to flow. All the students in the class held their breath and stared upwards nervously. They had fought side by side in the test forest, and they all knew that he now had an S-level monster. Because it's so incredible, everyone has had an idea. Has Qin Feng been hiding himself all this time? And is it true that he does not have a sense of contract? Under the gaze of everyone, the water flow formed the number 0. Level 0. No sense of contract. Qian Lin looked at the number on the crystal, touched his bald head helplessly, and smiled with relief. The legend is true. I thought it was a lie. I didn't expect you really don't have the heart to keep the contract. It is amazing that one can tame an S-quality monster without a contract. Everyone sat in their seats with strange looks on their faces, and Ning Rushua breathed a sigh of relief. She was also afraid that Qin Feng was really hiding his strength. Ning Yun, who was standing by, saw her relieved, and his expression turned sarcastic as he stared at Qin Feng. Don't be nervous. You are not on the same level. You are not only a genius of the Ning family, but also an exceptionally high genius. There is no way a piece of trash like this can surpass you, even if a miracle happens. Ning Rushua nodded, her expression becoming more confident. I don't know what his current strength is. During the test, the fighter was extremely powerful, and he even won a fight with a cadre of the black group. She said with some concern, if Qin Feng happened to reach the advanced second level because of that S-level monster, then the purpose of showing the gap between the two of them would not be achieved today. Don't worry, you are the only level 7. Ning Yin comforted again. The heart of contract also indicates the degree of talent. Although it can be compensated a little by hard work, how can it be compensated without the heart of contract? While the two were talking, Qin Feng had already placed his hands on the crystal ball. Qin Feng stared at the crystal, took a deep breath, and under Qian Lin's gaze, he drew out all the spiritual power in his body and poured it into it in an instant. Qian Lin, who was standing by, was smiling. The moment the colorful light appeared, he immediately felt something. His eyes widened suddenly, and his voice was surprised. This kid, Chapter 75, Level 3, shocked the whole audience. The dazzling, colorful light shone brightly, and Qianlin's expression was stunned. Level 3. Could it be that I was feeling wrong? Stare at the brilliant light and wait for the colorful words to form. Everyone subconsciously averted their gaze or covered their eyes to avoid the sting of the light. Only Ningyan squinted his eyes, seemingly not afraid of the dazzling colors. The light lasted only a little over 10 seconds before gradually dimming. Ningyan stared at the dimming light, his pupils shrinking as if he saw some shocking words. How is that possible? He couldn't help but lose his voice, attracting the attention of Ning Rushue beside him. What's wrong? Her cultivation was not high enough, so she had no way of seeing the colorful words that had not completely faded away, so she could only ask anxiously. Ning Yun's stunned expression turned into gloomy. He stared at the young man on the podium with an icy voice. Qin Feng has broken through to the 3rd level. What did you say? Ning Rushue's brain buzzed. I stared blankly at the podium, the light just bright enough for me to see clearly. The colorful lights gathered together to form a large, dancing Chinese character 3. Level 3. Qin Feng is at level 3. All the students present were dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. Wang Song rubbed his eyes lazily. Xiao Qingguang and Lu Huitong had dull expressions. Gong Sun Yun, holding up his hat with his hands, said stupidly, "Good guy. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible." Ning Rushue shook her head with a firm face. To advance to the 3rd level, you need 2 monsters of the 3rd level or above. How could he? The voice stopped abruptly, and she suddenly realized. From the very beginning, Qin Feng never said that he had a monster. This guy actually has 2 monsters. Gong Sun Yun, who was not far away, had a strange look on his face and couldn't help but complain. Is he still a human being? Wang Song's face turned pale. Everyone thought that Qin Feng only had 1 monster. After all, when he faced by FAMO and the others, it was a matter of life and death. I didn't expect that at that time. Qin Feng still had some strength reserved. How deep is this guy hiding? The same question arose in everyone's mind, including Ning Rushue. These 3 colorful words instantly disrupted all her mood. Qin Feng is actually stronger than her. A person without a contract heart is actually stronger than her who has a level 7 contract heart. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that Qin Feng is at level 3. That's level 3. This proves that he has a 3rd level monster that has never appeared before. What grade is it? F level? This is a mystery. If it wasn't an F grade, it would be scary. How can someone without a heart for contract sign a contract with a monster that exceeds F level? This is simply unprecedented and will never be repeated. She looked at the indifferent person on the podium with a grim expression. When I think about the attitude I displayed when he came in, I felt like a funny clown. Qin Feng, low level 3rd level. Qianlin came back to his senses and spoke quickly. The whole classroom fell into silence. No one could have imagined that the final test result would be that Qin Feng would get 1st place. Not to mention them, even Qianlin, a titled teacher, couldn't even imagine it. As a student who performed well in the test, he naturally heard about it from Ling Fei. Since he was told that the situation was special, he didn't care. Because of the low-level contract heart, the probability of signing a high-quality monster is low, but it is not impossible. There is no sense of contract, and although it is rare to sign an S-level contract, it still exists. However, this was the first time he had ever met someone who had no intention of signing a contract, but was able to sign the contract successfully and become a 3rd-level Beastmaster at this age. This Qin Feng is not simple. He looked at the calm Qin Feng with approval in his eyes. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, has extraordinary abilities, and is a good candidate. Qin Feng slowly withdrew his hand, turned his head to look at Ning Rushue, who had an unpleasant expression, and showed his white teeth. This smile seemed to tell her that he was still more skilled. Just this smile was enough to make Ning Rushue completely unable to bear the blow. Her pretty face turned red with anger, and her tightly clenched hands began to tremble. She had never thought that one day she would be humiliated like this by Qin Feng. She, Ning Rushue, was actually humiliated by someone who had no sense of contract. The most hateful thing is that this person is her abandoned fiancé. She clenched her palms tightly, feeling extremely unwilling and resigned. Her body began to tremble. When Ning Yun saw her like this, she looked at Qin Feng on the podium, her face full of emotions. The terrifying spiritual power instantly spread from his body and permeated the entire class. The aura of a fifth-level Beastmaster made everyone except Qian Lin look terrified. What is this guy going to do? Wang Song stared at Ning Yun with a trembling voice. Fifth-level Beastmaster. If he really gets angry, even if there are titled teachers present, they may not be able to stop him from hurting them who are not strong enough. Gong San Yun lifted up his hat with his fingers. His expression was extremely solemn, and there was already a faint trace of smoke rising from his hat. The smile on Qian Lin's face gradually disappeared, and he stared at Ning Yun with a serious expression. Ning Yun, this is not the Ning family, it's Tegeo. He shouted loudly, and the atmosphere froze. Lu Huitong clenched her fingers nervously, looking at the tit-for-tat situation, her beautiful eyes filled with unwillingness. If only I had the power to stop this meaningless fight. No, my strength is too weak, so weak that I'm not even as strong as Ning Rushue. Just as she was daydreaming, Ning Yun, who was full of energy, finally spoke. He stared at Qian Lin on the podium. Fear flashed in his eyes, and gradually withdrew the spiritual power in his body. His expression was calm, and his voice was cold. Teacher Qian Lin, don't worry. Ning Yun is free and measured. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Qin Feng. The cold light in his eyes was as sharp and aggressive as two sharp knives. Qin Feng looked at Ning Yun, who looked similar to Ning Rushue, and had already guessed the other person's identity. Fifth-level Ning Yun. But so what? He met the gaze fearlessly and straightened his back. I just want everyone in the Ning family to know that Ning Rushue is not worthy of me. Don't mention Ning Yun is here. Even if the head of the Ning family came, Qin Feng would not retreat even a single step. Qin Feng, I am Ning Yun. I believe you also know the purpose of my visit. Ning Yun said lichtly. If you really have the guts to prove something, stand up like a man and fight me. I won't bully you. I will make myself as strong as you. If you can hold on for 10 minutes, I will leave here immediately and never interfere in your affairs again before graduation. But if you lose, you must immediately kneel down and apologize to my sister and tell everyone that you, Qin Feng, are unworthy. Qian Lin frowned when he heard this and was about to persuade Qin Feng not to be impulsive, but Qin Feng did not say a word. No problem, it's a deal. Chapter 76 RE, SS level? No problem, I agree. Qian Lin was about to speak when Qin Feng spoke first. What did you say? Qian Lin looked at him in disbelief. Is this kid crazy? He wants to fight a fifth-level Beastmaster? You have to know that even if the strength is suppressed, the fifth level can still beat the third level. Not to mention Qin Feng, even if you fight across levels, your chances of winning are slim. I said, I accept his challenge. Qin Feng stared at Ning Yun with sharp eyes, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. My strength has greatly increased now, and I want to show off my skills. Moreover, the latest mission is to fight across levels. I don't know if this counts. Of course, it doesn't matter even if it doesn't count. He wanted to let the Ning family who looked down on him see who he, Qin Feng, really was. Qian Lin wanted to speak again, but when he saw the fanaticism in Qin Feng's eyes, he immediately swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Are you serious? He looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This is the first time I have seen such a crazy boy. It seems that I will have a lot of fun in the next 3 years. Qin Feng nodded and slowly said to Ning Yun, who was standing below, just as you said, you suppress your spiritual power to the same level as mine, and then we'll have a fight. Having said that, he turned around and walked out of the classroom. Ning Yun gave him an icy smile and quickly followed him out. The people in the classroom no longer doubted Qin Feng's words, but they all took a breath of cold air. Madman! Absolute lunatic. I told you this kid is mentally ill, but you didn't believe it. The muscles on Wang Song's face twisted, and he couldn't help but complain to the people around him. Xiao Qingguang, who was folding his arms behind him, had his eyelids twitching and his voice was a little weak. I've always thought this guy was a lunatic. I felt the same way after what happened in Yulin last time. The people around were silent after hearing this. They had been in school for 3 months, and they had just discovered that there was a lunatic in their class. So scary. Everyone followed Qian Lin and chased after him. Although they knew Qin Feng had no chance of winning, they were still full of curiosity. Everyone followed Qin Feng and Ning Yun to an open space outside the classroom and saw the two standing opposite each other. They did not attack immediately, but looked at each other with sparks in the air. Teacher Qian, does Qin Feng have a chance of winning? Lu Huidong is now beside Qian Lin, very nervous. Ning Rushue was also standing by, and when she heard her words, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Seeing that Lu Huidong was so worried about Qin Feng, a flame suddenly rose in her heart. The more she tried to suppress it, the more it burned. So, she spoke. She snorted coldly and sneered. You are ranked second in the overall results. My brother has just returned from the battlefield, and his strength is still at the 5th level. How can he win? She almost gritted her teeth when she said this. Do we have a chance of winning? Not even 1%. Lu Huidong's face changed color, but she still closed her mouth, clenched her palms slightly, and a look of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Qianlin was now standing between the two of them. He suddenly chuckled, touched his shiny head, and spoke in a comforting tone. What Rushua said is indeed right, but it doesn't mean that Qin Feng has no hope. After all, hasn't Qin Feng already created a miracle? Who knows, another miracle might happen. Although he said this, everyone present knew it clearly in their hearts that it was not too difficult for Qin Feng to win, but it was simply impossible. Unless a miracle happens, of course. Thinking of this, everyone stopped talking nonsense and looked up at the two people in the center of the open space. Qin Feng stared at Ning Yun with his brows tightly furrowed. Just now in the classroom, he didn't feel anything, but now that they were really in a hostile relationship, he felt how terrifying the oppression from this guy was. Like a monster, Ning Yun stood there, feeling as oppressive as the white dragon or the giant elephant. The overwhelming aura of wildness made it hard to imagine that this was a human being rather than a monster. Suddenly, Ning Yun smiled at him. The white teeth were revealed, making people feel creepy, and then a huge amount of breath came over. Boom! Spiritual power spread, and a white light appeared around him. A few seconds later, a white spirit ape appeared in front of everyone. This ape is about the same size as Ari, and its fur is bright white, as if it had been bleached. There was a gleam of intelligence in his eyes, but the aura of oppression and danger on his body was not ambiguous at all. Qin Feng had only felt this in the golden flame lion. Species, lark monkey. Grade, S+. Cultivation, elementary level 5, currently level 3. Skills, 100 spirit transformation. Reinforces the body according to one's own strength. Requires 60 copy points. Experienced in battles, passive. Insight into the battle process requires 80 copy points. Unyielding, maintains a long-term fighting spirit. Requires 50 copy points. Introduction. This is a demon beast with excellent bloodline. It has been tempered in battle and has become a powerful demon within its species. The battle panel of Bailing Ape is not very gorgeous, but it gives him a strong sense of crisis. I'm afraid I may not be able to win this time. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, and Ari walked out of the beast taming space. It also has an S+ level aura, but it is obviously much worse than that of the Bailing Monkey. At least it doesn't have such a terrifying sense of oppression. There was no such terrifying wave of spiritual energy. From this point alone, it was clear that Qin Feng was at a disadvantage. As expected of someone who came from the battlefield, the concentration of his spiritual power, even if it is also suppressed to the 3rd level, is more than double that of Qin Feng. It seems that Qin Feng is going to have a tough battle. Qianlin looked at the two people who were ready to go and smiled excitedly. Such battles are rare in normal times, so it can be considered a good show. Did he suppress his spiritual power? Why do I feel like he's cheating and using spiritual power beyond the 3rd level? Wang Song was stunned when he heard the explanation, and then he questioned it. Qianlin shook his head and said, just watch carefully. Ningyun looked at the appearing Ali, with surprise flashing in his eyes. Although I had received the news, I was still shocked to see with my own eyes that a person without a contract heart could actually tame an S-level monster. There is no one before him and no one after him. That's the only way to describe it. But it's still a pity that he has no sense of contract. He looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression and smiled sarcastically again. If your monster is only at this level, I advise you to just take the fox away and accept the punishment directly, so that it won't suffer. This level? Of course, it's not just this level. Don't be surprised when you see it. Qin Feng smiled at the monster, squatted down, and stroked Ari. While stroking Ari, an imperceptible white light appeared inside his palm. Wherever the white light passed, ice blue flames attached to Ari's body. When he let go and stood up, Ari had turned into a 4-tailed beast covered in flames. The aura suddenly surged, instantly overwhelmed the Bailing Monkey, who was at a suppressed level. Ningyun looked stunned and pointed at Ari in shock. It is a double S? Chapter 77. Ari is always growing. SS level. Ningyun looked at Ollie in shock and lost his voice. Ari is wrapped in ice-blue flames all over her body, looking like an evil demon emerging from the flames of hell. The blazing flames also reveal a cool feeling, which is creepy. Its aura spread out from itself to the surroundings, beating the dust like waves, colliding with the bailing monkey, evenly matched. If this kind of spiritual energy wave is not SS level, then what else can it be? Your monster is actually double S level. Ning Yun's face was full of disbelief. It was amazing enough that someone without a heart for contracts could subdue an S-class, but I didn't expect that the one he subdued was an SS class. The students' faces were frozen, and they looked at each other, not knowing how to express their emotions. It hasn't been long since I accepted Qin Feng's S-level monster, and now you're telling me that Qin Feng's monster is SS level? Is this not enough to let people survive? Among those present, Qian Lin was the only one who did not show any surprise. Instead, he frowned. Why does the spiritual power of this monster feel so strange? But he was just mumbling. The people around him didn't hear what he said. They were all staring nervously at the two people in the open space. Confused. Seeing that Ning Yun was a little distracted, Qin Feng ordered Ari, who was wrapped in the Yin Fire Beast, to rush forward and use his signature skills on the bailing monkey, who had not yet fully recovered. When the bailing monkey saw Ari rushing up, his movements seemed a little slow. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly froze in place, as if he was distracted by something. Bai Ling! Ning Yun shouted immediately upon seeing this, and the Bai Ling monkey's eyes instantly returned to normal. This should be the so-called skill of perseverance, which is able to maintain a long-term fighting will and will not be easily affected by these confusions and illusions. Feeling the opponent's tricky ability, Qin Feng's expression became serious. If he didn't know the other party's abilities, he might be outmaneuvered. But now that he can see the panel, he naturally thought of the current situation. Ari, he called out, and Ari disappeared from the spot in perfect tacit understanding. Netherworld thunder and fire. Boom! A low roar was heard, and Ari disappeared from the sight of the bailing monkey. When she appeared again, she was already on top of its head. The sudden appearance of Ollie made Ning Yun's face change. Especially the bailing monkey who was fighting. His expression showed human-like panic. In a flash, Qin Feng used the strange cold fire to distract himself first, then used the abnormal state skills to delay, and then disappeared and reappeared. Even Ning Yun and his monster, who were experienced in battle, found it difficult to cope with it for a while. Ari turned directly into a ball of terrifying ice and fire, and smashed heavily on the neck of the bailing monkey. The ice-blue flame instantly enveloped it, and a roar came out from it. Roar! The angry roar and Ari's scream instantly echoed in everyone's ears. The ice-blue flame completely enveloped the two monsters, rising up, and no one could see what was happening inside. I am not seeing things. Wang Song's smile was a little stiff, and his voice trembled. Qin Feng killed Ning Yun's monster instantly? This is fucking incredible. Everyone was stunned. No one could have imagined that the situation would be like this. It was simply a dream battle. Lu Huitong clenched her hands excitedly, her pretty face filled with excitement and joy. On the other hand, Ning Rushua had a pale face and a look of disbelief in her eyes. Well, just when everyone was staring at the ice-blue flame nervously and thinking wildly, Qian Lin suddenly sighed. The sigh was very clear, and everyone held their breath. Everyone noticed it and turned their heads to look at him in confusion. Feeling everyone's gazes, Qian Lin smiled helplessly, a look of regret on his face. Qin Feng has a lot of combat experience, and this set of combos is very beautiful, but unfortunately, the opponent is Ning Yun. The excited Lu Huitong was stunned when she heard his words. Teacher Qianlin, what do you mean? Isn't Qin Feng in the upper hand? Everyone nodded in agreement, looking confused. Who knew Qianlin shook his head and said helplessly, just wait and see. You will know soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar and an ice-blue flame suddenly exploded. Boom! The spiritual energy spread, and the ice-blue flames were blown away like water splashes, scattering a little, revealing the intact bailing monkey. A few steps away from it, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Ari's mouth, and the ice-blue flame cloak on her body was also torn to pieces. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. An unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Just now at the last second, The bailing monkey relied on its rich combat experience to withstand the attack and counterattack the moment of contact. Although the damage Ari received did not affect the battle, it undoubtedly proved that she was no match for Ningyun now. Ningyun looked at the injured Ali, a smug smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. I think you have a misunderstanding. Even if they are of the same quality, there are differences in combat effectiveness. If your little fox wants to defeat Bailing, wait another 100 years. As he spoke, the sweat on his forehead flowed down his cheeks. In fact, he was also nervous at the moment just now. Qin Feng's fighting rhythm was too fast. If the one on the field was not the bailing monkey, but other monsters, they might not be able to avoid the previous attack. Qin Feng frowned, looking at the Bai Ling monkey with a very relaxed expression, and felt a strong pressure. As expected, it's Ning Yun. Is this the difference of 2 levels? If you can't win even if you do this, then you'll have to try your best. If you still can't win, he squinted his eyes and a faint white light rose from his palms. The white light appeared for a moment, and then he took it back, then regained his composure. Never use the blue sky unless you have no other choice. Ari also sensed his thoughts and let out a low growl. The ice and fire that fell on the ground began to gather around it, and after a dozen seconds, they returned to its body, and then golden flames appeared on its body. Gold-burning flame. The 2 flames intertwined, and Ari's aura rose again. The golden and blue flames intertwined and rose, and the air above was distorted. This time, the expression of the bailing monkey became serious. The smile on Ning Yun's face gradually disappeared, and he stared at the flames on Ari's body. The power of a flame of this magnitude is extraordinary. Even the white spirit ape may not be able to resist it. Isn't this the same flame we used to resist the golden flame lion? Wang Song exclaimed. Xiao Qingguang glanced at him and shook his head. No, this is even more terrifying than the original flame. It has merged with the ice blue flame just now. This kid's monster seems to be growing all the time, he said with a moving expression. What kind of monster is Qin Feng's fox? Topter seitsekument kohexa ning yunus virtual monster. Xiao Qingguang's words made everyone feel terrified. An S-level monster can actually grow. Could it be that this monster has the potential to become a sacred beast? The so-called holy beast is a demon beast above the 9th level. To reach that realm, only an SSS-level demon beast could do it. Since the revival of spiritual energy, only less than 10 holy beasts had appeared, and they were all of the entire grade. Are they about to witness the birth of a legendary monster? Everyone stared at Qin Feng's Ari with complicated eyes, except for one person whose eyes were filled with unwillingness. That is Ning Ruxue. Perhaps she was the only one present who didn't want to see the possibility that Qin Feng's monster was a sacred beast. If Qin Feng really has such great potential, after graduation it will not be the Ning family who proposes to cancel the engagement, but the Qin family. Not only that, rumors like this also appear. Qin Feng of the Qin family is soaring to the sky, and the daughter of the Ning family is not worthy of him. Ning Ruxue became panicked when she thought that this situation might happen. Brother, you must not lose. Ning Yun, who was not far away, heard her voice and looked over here, then turned his gaze back to Qin Feng. He admitted that he had underestimated Qin Feng before, and that such a flame must be extremely powerful. His own bailing monkey is a melee monster. All its combat skills are released through its physical body. It is most afraid of monsters that can control natural forces. But who is he? Genius Ningtun. He calmed down, looked at Ari, whose body was covered with enchanting flames, and raised the corner of his mouth. Void. As he spoke, the bailing monkey instantly disappeared from the spot, and then a little bit of black gas spread from Ning Yun's body, finally enveloping everyone. What's this? Everyone looked at the black air with horror on their faces. The black air was like a barrier, blocking everyone's vision, and their sight gradually dimmed. When Qian Lin saw this scene, his face suddenly changed. Gate of the Void. That's right, this is the Gate of Void. Ningyun Loket. This is a virtual beast I accidentally found on the battlefield. It may be a monster that can ignore restraint and suppress everything. As they spoke, everyone felt the vision in their eyes grow dimmer, as if they had stood up too suddenly and caused their vision to turn black. Qin Feng felt a familiar feeling and was stunned for a moment, with a strange look on his face. Gate of the Void? Although I don't know what it is exactly, The feeling of gradually losing my vision is exactly the same as the situation I encountered when I saw the corpse whipping bullhead. It was the Een Fire Beast who helped me at the beginning, and the virtual world mentioned in the introduction of the Een Fire Beast should have something to do with this void gate. Qin Feng, admit defeat. You are no match for him. Qian Lin's voice suddenly came from not far away. His face was extremely solemn, and he explained, the gate of void is the door to another world. Only the monsters over there can open this door. They have the ability to suppress all monsters, and they are able to strike at you from a lower dimension. Even the Dragon Clan, the king of all monsters, cannot win when facing an opponent of the same level. This is not a question of combat effectiveness. As he spoke, his voice paused, and he continued, once you fight with a monster from the virtual world, you will be marked with the aura of the void. Being contaminated by this aura will attract monsters from other virtual worlds. That's right. Once you are pulled into the virtual world by a virtual beast, you will never be able to come back. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Ning Yun laughed, his face full of pride. The fourth one is a demon beast from the virtual world, which is what many beast masters dream of. You know, owning a monster from the virtual world is a terrifying thing. Just look at Qian Lin's reaction, and you will know that even as a titled teacher, he is unwilling to touch this thing. Even Qian Lin, a titled teacher, didn't dare to do it, let alone Qin Feng. He finally vented his anger for his sister. The Qin family's trash is trash after all. Ningyan looked at Qin Feng expectantly, wanting to see his frightened expression, but when his eyes swept across his face, he was stunned. Qin Feng just stared at him calmly, his eyes full of disdain. That's right. It's disdain. How dare a loser look at him like that? The fire in his heart suddenly jumped up, like flaming fangs, and his expression was extremely ferocious. With a gentle wave of his hand, an extremely huge figure slowly emerged from the darkness behind him. The figure was similar to the one Qin Feng had seen before, blurry and seemed to be a giant, but no clear features could be seen. This huge shadow was at least 3 meters tall. It floated out from the black cloud behind Ning Yun and grabbed Qin Feng in the air. The speed is so fast that people have no time to react. Qin Feng, Lu Huidong shouted anxiously. Stop! Qian Lin's expression changed slightly. Damn! Gong Sun Yun lifted up his hat, and clouds of mist floated out from it. But there was nothing he could do at this moment. This huge figure was too fast. In almost the blink of an eye, it was only about 1 meter away from Qin Feng. However, just when everyone thought that Qin Feng was going to be taken away by the huge black shadow, the light on Ari's body became brighter and brighter in the darkness. When they were first shrouded by the gate of void, everyone's vision was extremely dark. Even with the light of fire, it was extremely dim. But no one knew when the fire suddenly became so bright, as if it restored their gradually lost vision. Moreover, the fire was getting brighter and brighter, so bright that it looked like a dazzling sun in the entire gate of void. The huge black shadow that was about to touch Qin Feng let out a painful and hoarse roar, just like the sound made by a human. Along with the cry of pain, the attack on Qin Feng also stopped. At this moment, Qin Feng looked at the dark shadow in front of him with an indifferent expression, his lips moving slightly. In fire, Netherworld thunder fire. Boom! A low roar sounded, and the dazzling sun in the center of the darkness rushed towards the huge black shadow like a huge fireball. Wherever the fireball passed, the darkness of the void gate gradually dissipated, and the light from outside slowly came in. The whole world became brighter, the vision gradually became clearer, and Ari became less dazzling in their eyes. In front of everyone's eyes, Ari slammed hard into the huge, illusory figure. Roar! The terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire open space, making people's eardrums hurt. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the illusory figure turned into black gas and scattered all over the ground. Puff! Ning Yun's face turned pale, his throat made a muffled sound, and he quickly covered his mouth. The black air completely dissipated, and bright red blood flowed out from Ning Yun's palm. Chapter 79. Ning Yun was defeated. Phew! Ning Yun finally couldn't bear it anymore and spurted out blood. Bright red blood flowed from his palm, which was covering his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Silence. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened, forming a non-static picture. Qin Feng actually defeated Ning Yun. Oh my god! Qin Feng, who had no contract heart, actually defeated Ning Yun, who had a level 8 contract heart. Am I fucking dreaming? Xiao Qingguang stared at Ning Yun blankly, his voice trembling. Ning Ruxiue covered her red lips with her hands, her face full of disbelief. Ning Yun lost? My brother, the fighting genius praised by everyone, actually lost? Lost to Qin Feng. Won. Lu Huitong stood there, with a happy expression on her face, muttering in disbelief. I'm afraid I'm not dreaming. The flames on Qin Feng's monster seemed to have the ability to restrain virtual beasts. Qian Lin said with a strange expression. When I said this, I found it a little unbelievable. Is there something in the world that can restrain virtual beasts? This is unlikely. After all, virtual beasts have been discovered for more than 10 years. So far, only virtual beasts have restrained other monsters, and virtual beasts have never been seen being restrained. But the facts are right in front of us, and we have to believe it. There was a surge of wild waves in Qian Lin's heart, and the look in his eyes as he stared at Qin Feng gradually became more admiring. Although this boy has no heart of contract, he can break the rules. With a monster beast with SS, he can break the rule that the non-beast can restrain the virtual beast. Maybe under the current Beast Master rules of Blue Star, he is a waste who has no desire to sign a contract, but that is not the case with him. Only those who can break the rules of reality are talented and deserve the title of extra high. This kid is extraordinary. Thinking of this, he looked towards the young man in the open space. At this time, Qin Feng had already heard the voice of the system. Congratulations on mission accomplished. Get 300 copy points. Current copy points, 420 points. Obtain Advanced Evolution Potion *1. Can make monsters evolve once in stages. Can be synthesized with Time Evolution Seed. Latest mission. Wherever the edge leads. Enter the top 100 of the college list. Gain 200 copy points. Get a master gift pack. Mission accomplished. Really? Even if the opponent suppresses your strength, as long as you exert your full strength at the current stage, it can be regarded as a cross-level battle. Qin Feng was extremely happy in his heart, but his expression was indifferent. He looked at the void gate that had almost completely retreated and slowly spoke to Ning Yun, who was in an extremely embarrassed state. I won. Don't forget to fulfill your promise. Boom! Before he finished speaking, terrifying spiritual energy instantly filled the entire open space. Even the air in some places began to distort. The sense of oppression contained in it is dozens of times that of the initial one. I'm going to kill you. Ning Yun had a ferocious expression and roared angrily. The spiritual power in his body has exploded to its maximum. This time he did not suppress his spiritual power at all and released all the strength of a 5th-level Beastmaster. The murderous aura all over his body told everyone that he was very angry. He was a hero on the front line, the Ning family's #1 genius, but he was defeated by a waste who had no sense of contract. Being so proud, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Qin Feng must die here. Thunder Beast! Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the sky, and dark clouds instantly covered the sky. The lightning actually fell straight on the open space. At the moment of thunder and lightning, a gray-white bear that was 3 meters tall appeared in everyone's sight. The bear's muscles were as strong as a mountain. Arcs of lightning flashed all over his body. Crackling sounds continued, and his scarlet eyes revealed cruelty and savagery. Roar! The bear roared at Qin Feng, and the gravel and sand on the ground instantly flew into the air. Everyone, except Qian Lin, was blown to the ground by the roar. If it weren't for Ari holding Qin Feng, he would have fallen to the ground. Race, Thunder Bear. Grade, S+. Cultivation, Elementary Level 5, 5,000 copy points. Skills, Thunder, control the power of thunder. Induce thunder, 500 copy points. Lightning, cast lightning ball, 300 copy points. Thunder Fury, spread the power of thunder and lightning all over the body. Greatly increase physical fitness, 200 copy points. Introduction, an S-class beast that is good at wave motion. Legend has it that it exists in the icy northwest region. Qin Feng stared at the strong wind blowing towards him, squinted his eyes to observe the panel, and took a breath of cold air. Is this a 5th-level monster? Not only is the panel terrifying, but just a roar has such terrifying power. Ning Yun, stop it, this is very high. Qian Lin was the first to come back to his senses and shouted with an unpleasant expression. Elder brother, you can't fight in school? Ning Ruxiue also shouted nervously. The height here is very high. Even the Ning family can't do anything wrong here. But now Ning Yun was so angry that he ignored them and pointed at Qin Feng, ordering the monster to roar. Kill him. I saw the thunder bear slowly open its mouth, lightning condensed inside its mouth. And within a few breaths, a thunderball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter appeared. The heart-pounding power contained in it can make people feel terrified, even if they are dozens of meters away. It's terrible. Qian Lin felt the murderous intent gradually solidifying, and he turned into a black shadow and rushed out. At the same time, white light began to surge around him. At this time, Qin Feng was squinting his eyes, staring at the ball of lightning. A faint white light appeared on his palm, and Qing Tian had already poked his head out from his sleeve with a smart look in his small eyes. Although he could not withstand a single attack from this 5th-level monster, it was still possible for him to interrupt the Thunder Bear's skills by borrowing the dragon's might. However, we have to wait until the last moment when the lightning ball is about to form, because that is when the monster is most focused. At this time, the external interference will definitely be affected. Even if the entire skill cannot be interrupted, the power of the skill will definitely be reduced. If you are lucky, the monster may even be counterattacked. As I was thinking, the ball of light grew bigger and bigger. The diameter has spread to 3 meters. There are crackling lightning flashing in the dazzling ball of light, and the terrifying temperature can be felt. If it really hits me, I will definitely die. The only thing I can worry about is whether I can keep my body intact. Kill him. Ning Yun roared again, and terrifying lightning instantly formed from the mouth of the Thunder Bear. Judging from its appearance, it only needed to inject a trace of spiritual power to control the direction of the lightning. The time is now. Qin Feng stroked the blue sky, his eyes bursting with determination. But just as he was about to raise his sleeves and let Qing Tian roar directly at him and perform the dragon roar, the temperature of the air around him suddenly dropped. At the same time, 1,000 forests appeared in front of him. And in front of Qianlin was a red wolf with a violent aura all over its body. Chapter 80. If you don't take action, he will spit blood again. If the aura of the thundering mad bear is that of a terrifying wild beast, this seemingly ordinary red-black wolf is actually an ancient giant beast. Qin Feng even felt the uneasiness in Qing Tian's sleeves. The monster that could make Qing Tian feel this way must be at least SS level. The moment the monster appeared, the skills of the thundering mad bear god were cancelled, and all his aura was restrained. Ning Yun, who had a ferocious expression, also calmed down and showed a look of fear. A white light flashed, and the red wolf disappeared without a trace in an instant. The whole process took no more than a dozen seconds. Qin Feng didn't even have time to see its panel before Qian Lin took it back to the beast-taming space. The air returned to calm. Qian Lin stood in front of him with a slightly angry expression. Ning Yun, you actually attacked openly here. Do you really want to cause trouble to your Ning family? Ning Yun shuddered and quickly asked the Thunder Bear to return to the beast-taming space, being extremely respectful. I dare not. I was so carried away that I lost my mind. Please forgive me, Master Qianlin. That's right. Even he and the Ning family are nothing but insignificant compared to an organization like the Special High. Maybe the Ning family has many masters, but in the Special High School, what they lack the least is masters. This place has existed for who knows how many years, and countless people have walked out of here and become supreme beast-taming masters. If Taegao is really in trouble, they will come from all directions. In this way, extremely high is no longer just extremely high, but a representative of a class. The representative of a powerful beast master. Qianlin looked very angry, but when he saw Ning Yun's attitude, his expression eased a lot. Seeing that he had calmed down, he turned around to look at Qin Feng, who remained calm and couldn't help but admire his extraordinary composure. That's all for today. Ning Yun, you're also a soldier on the front line. I won't tell you more about the principle of accepting defeat. This is also a matter concerning the reputation of your Ning family. Ning Yun's expression changed slightly, and he nodded. If he lost to Qin Feng and the news got back to him, he would probably lose all face. But what can we do? I indeed lost. He glared at Qin Feng fiercely, then turned around and left. Don't worry, Ning Yun, always keep my word. I will never cause you any trouble again before you graduate. Ning Ruxue and the crowd hesitated for a moment, then trotted after him. Looking at the two figures going away, Qin Feng turned his hands behind his back. The faint white light disappeared from his hands, and the flames on Ari's body also disappeared. The matter was finally settled, and Qianlin came to him. It's just like what Ling Fei said. You were a troublemaker, really a headache. You said you acted so impulsively. If I wasn't there, what would you have done? Would you have waited for death? Qianlin gritted his teeth, looking like he was disappointed with someone. Doesn't this kid know what it means to quit while you're ahead? Can't you see the gap between him and Ningyun? Do you really think that if you can injure Ningyun, who has suppressed his strength, by chance, you can really fight against a 5th-level beast tamer? When he thought about how such a good seedling was almost ruined because of his temper, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. I thought that after a good scolding, Qin Feng would repent, but this guy touched his nose and his voice became a little crazier. If you are not here, at least make him spit blood again. Qianlin was stunned, looking at Qin Feng with a serious face, and was furious. Crazy boy, come with me. Qianlin, who had calmed down, called him and turned to walk away. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed. No matter how you look at it, this new head teacher is pretty good. At least he is much better than the cold and indifferent Ling Fei at the beginning, and he cares about me a lot. However, this is also due to my current strength. Following Qianlin, they came to a place about 30 or 40 meters away from the crowd. Qianlin stopped, and his expression became serious. Seeing how serious he was, Qin Feng became somewhat nervous. Qin Feng, it seems that you don't know the seriousness of the matter yet. What's wrong with you, a fox, that you can even suppress the virtual beasts in the virtual world? Looking at Ari beside him, his voice was particularly solemn. When Qin Feng heard him asking about the fire beast, he didn't know how to answer. After a brief hesitation, he flickered his palm and summoned the unique white light of the monster from the beast controlling space, and then an ice-blue flame rose in the palm of his hand. Qianlin stared at the fire beast with some uncertainty and asked curiously, "This is not the skill of the monster, but the monster itself?" His eyes were filled with astonishment. This ball of fire turned out to be a monster. Although he felt that the breath of Ari wrapped in flames was a little strange during the battle just now, he really didn't think in this direction. Because it's unlikely. After the revival of spiritual energy, most of the monsters evolved from living creatures. There are also some special ones, but the probability of elementals themselves forming monsters is really too small. 99% of people only know about this monster from books. Boy, you really make me more and more curious. Qianlin observed the fire beast as if he had discovered a new continent, with a smile from ear to ear. After observing carefully, Qianlin seemed to remember something, and he slapped his bald head and returned to normal. You haven't told me yet why this fire, demon beast can restrain the virtual beast? Qin Feng did not hesitate and said, "This is a monster I accidentally discovered in the back mountain of the school. At that time, I encountered the whipping corpse soul bullhead. My vision suddenly became dark and a similar monster appeared. It was this monster that saved me." That's probably what happened. I didn't want to say it originally, but seeing that Qianlin seemed to know a lot about the virtual world and virtual beasts, I thought it would be better to speak out and ask. Moreover, he had a premonition that as long as the fire beast was by his side, there would be so-called virtual beasts coming to find him. So that's how it is? Rather than saying that you signed a contract with a monster without any intention, it's better to say that this monster chose you under special circumstances. Qianlin touched his head and muttered to himself. The muscles at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Although this is indeed the case, it sounds a bit awkward. A few minutes later, Qianlin stopped thinking about his own thoughts and told him seriously, "Qin Feng, remember, try not to use this monster again. Unless you have to, never summon it and don't let others know of its existence. Although you just used it, now no one else knows that it is a monster rather than a skill. As long as you keep it secret, there will be no problem. Also, if there is any abnormality, please contact me immediately." At this point, he paused and said in all seriousness, "Otherwise, even the special high may not be able to protect you." Chapter 81, The Latest Goal. Enter the top 100. This matter must be kept secret. If it gets out and something goes wrong, even the top officials won't be able to protect you. Qianlin's face was serious, and his voice was extremely solemn. Qin Feng opened his mouth wide when he heard this, not knowing how to answer for a moment. It's so serious that even the special high can't solve the problem? What's going on? He looked at Qianlin in confusion. Qianlin sighed helplessly. You should have heard what I said before. The virtual beasts in the virtual world have the attribute of restraining all monsters. It is precisely because of this that they have become the nightmare of soldiers on the front lines of the battlefield. To resolve the virtual beast can be said to be the biggest goal of China. At this point, his voice paused, and he continued. So if someone knew that you had such a monster, they would definitely come to you to study your ability to fight virtual beasts. But the problem is that not everyone gets this ability to help the country solve problems. Therefore, you must keep this secret until you have sufficient strength. Qin Feng was silent. He finally realized how serious this issue was. It would be good if he could find his own people to help the country. You may receive generous treatment and soar to success. But if the person who finds me is someone with bad intentions, I will most likely become a guinea pig in a laboratory. Of course, there could be even more dire situations. For example, although he was working for the country, for his own safety, he was locked up in a cage all day. Or they may be snatched away by various forces, completely losing their freedom, the opportunity to practice, and being hunted all day long. Either way, it would be very disadvantageous for him, so the best way is to shut up. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, he deeply regretted the fight just now. But now that things have come to this, there is no use regretting. I guess I have to be more careful in the future. In fact, you don't need to worry too much. The method is generally more difficult. The special high school is not completely unable to protect you. As long as you become a special grade title teacher, even the generals on the front line can't do anything to you. Perhaps seeing that he was too nervous, Lien spoke to comfort him. A teacher with a special title? He raised his eyebrows. Qianlin nodded. Every 3 years, the special high school will select a teacher with a special grade title. Teachers with the title of special grade represent the ultimate teaching staff of the highest level. They will be specially invited to the front line as command teachers. You can understand them as the highest power in our country's education, with the greatest authority. When Qin Feng heard his words, his eyes gradually brightened. If he gets this title, he will be extremely respected, and no one, whether it is the Qin family, the Ning family, or anyone else, will dare to offend him. How can I become a special grade teacher? Qianlin chuckled. It's not that difficult, actually. The first requirement is relatively simple, which is to graduate first in the academic year. First in the school year? This is not a high requirement. You have to know that all the people in the special high school are geniuses. In the outside world, they are among the best. There are at least 1,800 students in their class. It is extremely difficult to stand out among so many people. However, after witnessing Ning Yun's strength this time, his desire for power became even stronger. If I were a teacher with a special title today, Ning Yun would not dare to argue with me. In this case, the Ning family would be eager for me to become their son-in-law. This is the world of beast taming, where strength is respected. Okay, stop thinking about it and go back first. Qin Feng nodded and followed Qianlin back to the open space. Everyone go back. We won't have classes today. The first day of class is for everyone to get to know each other. Go back and have a good rest. My classes are not as easy as those of other teachers. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Qianlin gave instructions to everyone, said a few simple things, and then dispersed on the spot. Qin Feng did not go to train or to make potions, but returned to his dormitory. If you want to be the top student in the school, the first step is to enter the top 100 of the school list. It is easy to enter this list. You just need to defeat anyone on the list and replace his ranking. Qin Feng's target was set on Ma Feng and Wan Liang. He had come into contact with Wan Liang several times, but the other party obviously had not displayed his true strength. After a rational analysis, I estimated that the gap between me and him is not that big now. But to be on the safe side, I'd better find out more about him. Last time, Zhang Liang had agreed to investigate the situation of the two people. Because of his cultivation, it has long exceeded the agreed time, and he should be able to get the information he wants. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and hurried back to the dormitory. 20 minutes later, he returned to his dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ma Yulin walking around the room. Ma Yulin was walking back and forth in the room in his pajamas, his face full of anxiety. He was holding a cell phone in his hand, as if he wanted to make a call, but was hesitant. Seeing him enter the dormitory, Ma Yulin was stunned at first, then showed a look of joy. Brother Qin, you are finally back. Since the last dormitory incident, Ma Yulin's attitude towards him has changed drastically. What's wrong? What made you so worried? Qin Feng said lightly. Ever since his strength has been steadily improving, he feels that there is no problem in this world that cannot be solved. Even if there is, it is not a problem that can be solved hastily. Zhang Liang is in danger. These past 2 days, he kept telling me that Ma Feng and his men seemed to be targeting him. This morning, he received a phone call and left, and has not come back since then. He also does not reply to messages or phone calls. Qin Feng frowned. Is there such a thing? I didn't expect that Ma Feng and his people were so arrogant. They dared to attack Zhang Liang, even though they knew they couldn't afford to offend him. But it's a good thing this way. I was going to look for Ma Feng and Wan Liang anyway, and this is also an opportunity. His eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he clenched his palms, making crackling sounds. Do you know where Zhang Liang and the others are? I don't know, but I know where Ma Feng and Wan Liang live. 602, in another building. Ma Yulin said nervously. Qin Feng nodded and turned away. Another men's dormitory was less than 10 minutes away from him. Qin Feng rode his horse at full speed to the door of the men's dormitory. He flipped his hand, and 2 crossbows appeared in his hand. Just as I was about to enter the dormitory, a familiar figure walked towards me. This figure was none other than Lu Changqing, who had rescued them. Lu Changqing was wearing a clean white suit. When he saw him, he was startled at first, then he smiled. Qin Fengshu. Before he could finish his words, he saw Qin Feng had 2 crossbows in his hands, and he looked murderous. Forehead. This? Chapter 82 alone. Lu Changqing recognized Qin Feng at a glance. He left a very deep impression on this junior, because he didn't know what means he used in the end, but he was able to control by FAMO, who was difficult for him to deal with. So in his eyes, Qin Feng is definitely a junior with great potential. Just as I was thinking of saying hello to him, I saw him rushing in with 2 bows and crossbows in his hands, full of murderous intent. Junior, what are you doing? The smile on her face had completely frozen, and she looked at him with some fear. Isn't there a saying that goes, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the crazy, and the crazy are afraid of the desperate. Qin Feng was holding 2 bows and crossbows, his face full of gloomy, murderous intent, looking like a crazy man who was not afraid of death. Don't even mention how strong Lu Changqing is. Even if he is very strong, he would panic when he sees someone like this because of his poor mental quality. All Qin Feng was thinking about was digging a hole for Ma Feng. When he heard Lu Changqing calling him, he saw him and was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled friendlily. It turns out to be Senior Changqing. I'm here to do something, so I won't talk to you anymore. While he was talking, his footsteps didn't stop at all, but he went all the way to the 6th floor. Under Lu Changqing's gaze, he walked farther and farther away, and then went upstairs. When his figure completely disappeared from sight, Lu Changqing finally reacted, shuddered, and hurriedly chased after him. There are mostly senior people in this building. Could this guy have had a conflict with someone? Also, what was he doing with 2 crossbows that could kill people? He definitely couldn't let him mess around. Qin Feng didn't think so much at all, and his steps were also very fast. He was so murderous that everyone he met along the way stepped back and stayed away from him. This guy looks like a lunatic. No one will want to pay attention to him. Why bother with him? Are you looking for death? At this time in room 602, Ma Feng, Wan Liang, and a man with a flat head were smoking and sitting on the bed first. In the middle of the dormitory, Zhang Liang was holding a transparent glass cup in both hands. The quilt was filled with boiling water, and hot steam was rising from the rim of the cup. Zhang Liang held the cup, his hands turned red from the heat, and he kept switching hands. Brother Ma Feng, please forgive me. I had no choice. He begged Ma Feng, his face full of fear. Hearing this, Ma Feng raised his head and glanced at him with a sneer on his face. Snort. You dare to investigate our affairs and help Qin Feng? I think you are tired of living. As he spoke, he suddenly straightened up, picked up the kettle beside him, uncorked it, and aimed it at the mouth of the transparent glass cup. Hold on tight. If this cup breaks, you won't have a good life in school anymore. I will punish you every day. His eyes glared and his voice was cold. Zhang Liang was already frightened, and when he heard his words, he became panicked, and his voice began to tear up. Brother Ma Feng, Brother Ma Feng. No. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. If this boiling water comes down, it will definitely scald his hands. Even if this could be cured with medicine, it would probably cost a considerable amount of money, and the most terrifying thing was that Ma Feng would keep causing trouble for him. You don't have to believe what others say, but Ma Feng is known for his vengeance. He will definitely drive you crazy. At this point, he only hoped to save himself by begging for mercy. But Ma Feng didn't care about what he said at all. His palm was slightly tilted, and the hot water poured down directly into the bottle. The water splashed and instantly landed on his face and arms. He screamed in pain, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground. Snap! The cup shattered instantly, and the hot water splashed onto Ma Feng's pants, scaring him so much that he quickly stepped back. You fucking horse! He kicked Zhang Liang in the chest and kicked him under the window. Then he stepped on his chest with Ma Feng's expression ferocious. How dare you burn me? Are you tired of living? He roared, picked up the kettle in his hand again, and prepared to pour it on his head. No, 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 no. If you do this, I will report you to the school and have you expelled. Zhang Liang was so frightened that he roared at Ma Feng and struggled hard to get up. However, he was not as strong as Ma Feng. He tried his best to struggle, but failed. Seeing the boiling water about to pour down on him, his face was filled with fear. You don't even consider the relationship between Qin Feng and me, and you actually helped him deal with me. Now I'm going to give you this boiling water to bathe. See if Qin Feng can come to save you. When he heard Qin Feng, a trace of ferocity appeared on Ma Feng's face. He had suffered a lot from Qin Feng, but today he received news that Ning Yun had come to the school. I guess at this moment, Qin Feng has been severely punished by Ning Yun and is squatting in the dormitory obediently, wiping his tears secretly, right? Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on his lips. Even hummed a little song. Today is a good day, today. Bang! The sudden slam of a door interrupted his singing. The sound stopped abruptly. He turned his head and saw the person coming. His pupils suddenly contracted. Qin Feng was seen holding 2 crossbows in his hands, with arrows already loaded, emitting a long and cold light and pointing at him. He stared at everyone in the dormitory with an indifferent expression, scanned the room, and finally stopped at Zhang Liang and him. Seeing the kettle in his hand and Zhang Liang's miserable appearance, he showed his white teeth and spoke in a joking voice. Jill, a hornet's nest? Quite fun, huh? Qin Feng. Fear flashed in Ma Feng's eyes when he heard his voice. Let my roommate go, or I'll shoot you into pieces. Qin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold and murderous. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. If you beat his roommate, have you asked him? Even if he and Zhang Liang have a bad relationship, if anything happens to Zhang Liang, wouldn't that be a loss of face for him? So, absolutely not. One of the 3 people is Ma Feng's roommate, Kong Ping, who is also Ma Feng's good friend and can be considered his younger brother. He is sitting next to the bed. Hearing Qin Feng's arrogant words, he suddenly straightened up, pointed at Qin Feng, and roared. Who the hell are you talking to? Believe it or not, I'll tell you to get out of here on your knees. This scolding made Ma Feng break out in a cold sweat. Wan Liang even shrank into the corner. He was really afraid that Qin Feng would take out a grenade and throw it at him. This madman had done such a thing before. When Kong Ping saw that the room had become quiet, he thought he had frightened Qin Feng and couldn't help feeling complacent. He was considered Ma Feng's little follower, and he thought that he would finally get the chance to show off. I thought Ma would say something like, well done, but it was completely different from what I imagined. Kong Ping, who told you to yell? Ma Feng roared at him fiercely, raised his leg, and kicked him with an extremely ferocious expression. The smug Kong Ping stood there in confusion. Something is wrong. Chapter 83. Frightened by Qin Feng and jumped off the building. Who the hell told you to yell like that? Can't you just talk it out calmly? Ma Feng was so angry that his face turned red, and he pointed at Kong Ping's face and cursed. Kong Ping covered his face and looked at Ma Feng in confusion, his brain going numb. What's going on? Before he could figure out what was happening, something even more confusing happened. Ma Feng roared at him with a red face, then turned his head and looked at Qin Feng, who came in with a smile. He looked at Qin Feng holding a crossbow with a smile, rubbing his hands, and said with a smile, Qin Feng, don't get me wrong. This is a matter between us and Zhang Liang. It has nothing to do with you. Ma Feng said this, staring at Qin Feng's palm nervously. This made Kong Ping, who was already confused, even more dumbfounded. Is this still the same arrogant Ma Feng? Ma Feng was a well-known high school student who was not easy to mess with. Not only did he have a bad temper, but he was also very aggressive in a fight. As his roommate, I was often bullied. But now he has no temper towards a plain-looking freshman in high school. What is wrong with this world? Who on earth is Qin Feng? Feeling Kong Ping's incredulous gaze, Ma Feng's expression became a little embarrassed. Don't you have a temper? Have. If it were in the past, or if it were someone else, Ma Feng would not indulge you and would pour boiling water directly on your face. But Qin Feng was really a little scared. This guy is a fucking lunatic. Who knows if he will be able to shoot 2 arrows into his body and then throw 2 level 4 explosive bombs at him the next moment. When this kid first came in, he didn't feel anything, but when he pushed these 2 crossbows forward, he was reminded of this kid's violent temper. I have to bow my head. Fart. Let him go, he's my roommate. Qin Feng had no expression on his face, but his voice was obviously a little angry. Ma Feng's smile froze, and anger flashed in his eyes. This kid is too disrespectful to himself. Does he really think he is afraid of him? Looking at the crossbow and Qin Feng's hand moving forward slightly, he still felt scared. He felt that there was no need to bother with such a madman. So he turned his head and looked at Zhang Liang, who had a dull expression. Go away, and don't let me catch you again. Zhang Liang didn't react at first because he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Qin Feng is so powerful? Ma Feng even gave him 3 points. What on earth was going on? But now is not the time to think so much. He shuddered and crawled to Qin Feng's side. Looking at the young man with an indifferent expression, he recalled what happened that night and actually felt that this crazy guy was extremely reliable. Feng, Brother Feng. He called Brother Feng, and although it was a little unnatural and even awkward, the respect in his voice was extremely sincere. Qin Feng ignored him and instead fixed his gaze on Wan Liang, who was sitting in the corner of the bed behind Ma Feng, and a smile appeared on his cold face. It was an excited laugh because the thought of having a real battle with Wan Liang, who was ranked in the top 100, made him eager to try. However, this smile has a different meaning in the eyes of Ma Feng and Wan Liang. It was a very crazy smile, which made both of them feel creepy. Their first reaction was that this guy Qin Feng was going to blow up the dormitory. What the hell? Wan Liang roared with a trembling voice and felt the hairs on his body standing up. He grabbed the window and jumped out. Just jumped out from the 6th floor. Qin Feng looked at the figure disappearing in the air in astonishment and looked at Zhang Liang blankly. Why did he jump out? Zhang Liang's eyelids twitched when he was asked, and he looked at him in disbelief. You still ask me? I also want to ask you. Ma Feng, who was present, could understand why Wan Liang jumped out because he was afraid that Qin Feng would blow up the dormitory. To be honest, if his legs hadn't been weak, he would have jumped too. Qin Feng. What? What do you want to do? Ma Feng felt his voice trembling, but there was nothing he could do about it. This lunatic is so scary. I want to fight with Wan Liang and fight for his 100th place. I'll go find him now. Qin Feng said lightly, turn around and walk downstairs. Ma Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he was not looking for him. This guy can't be viewed with normal human logic at all. It's best if he doesn't look for me. By the way, let me tell you something. Qin Feng paused at the door, turned his head, and looked at him with a grin. Ning Yun came to see me, but he has gone back now. Having said that, he no longer paid attention to Ma Feng and disappeared. When Ma Feng heard that Ning Yun had already met him, he was stunned. Ning Yun has looked for him. He knew Ning Yun's character quite well. If he really met Qin Feng, he would never let him go easily. But now Qin Feng is standing here safe and sound. What does this prove? Proves that Ning Yun can do nothing about Qin Feng. Thinking of such an incredible thing, his throat rolled and made a gurgling sound, and his face became extremely ugly. Damn it, I won't care anymore. Whoever wants to care can do it. Qin Feng took Zhang Liang to the 5th floor and heard shouting coming from the corridor along the way. Someone jumped off the building. Someone jumped from the 6th floor. It seems to be Wan Liang from the next class. Shit, it's really him. There were screams coming from the surrounding dormitories, and Qin Feng frowned slightly. What's the big fuss about this? Isn't it just jumping off a building? They can summon monsters, and they won't kill people. Especially Wan Liang. He had seen his turtle before. Its defense ability was simply abnormal to the extreme. Even a few level 4 blasting mines could not do anything to it. Perhaps that's why this guy dared to jump. When he reached the stairs to the 5th floor, he saw Lu Changqing standing in the corridor, closing the window and looking down with a strange expression on his face. He didn't say hello, but continued walking down the 5th floor. He can't let Wan Liang run away. He doesn't want to miss this battle that he has been looking forward to for so long. Zhang Liang followed behind him and felt a chill in his heart when he saw that he remained calm. How cruel! He forced someone to jump off a building, and he acted as if nothing had happened, without even a glance at the noise he caused along the way. Hearing the shouts around him, he wanted to lie down on the bed to see how Wan Liang was doing. But the person involved in the incident was not curious at all. Qin Feng passed by, but Lu Changqing didn't notice him. At this moment, his attention was completely focused on Wan Liang below, and his expression was extremely stunned. Naturally, he also knew Wan Liang, who was a celebrity in the second year of high school. They often ran into each other as they lived in the same dormitory building, so he was quite familiar with him. How could such a carefree guy suddenly jump off a building? Just as he was thinking about it, Wan Liang, who was rubbing his waist downstairs and grimacing in pain, suddenly looked towards the first floor of the dormitory, as if he saw something horrible, and retreated in panic. Lu Chongqing looked curiously and saw a familiar figure walking out from the first floor. He was stunned. Qin Feng? Chapter 84. Fighting for the top 100. Qin Feng? Lu Chongqing leaned on the window, looking at Qin Feng, who walked out with a surprised expression. He just followed Qin Feng up. This guy had 2 bows and crossbows. No one knew what he was going to do, but he followed him because he was worried something might happen. I just didn't expect to hear someone shouting, "Jump off the building," when I reached the 5th floor. This attracted attention, and Qin Feng actually went down. But why was Wan Liang so scared when he saw Qin Feng? He narrowed his eyes and looked down with even greater curiosity. "Don't come over here. If you come over here again, I won't be polite to you." Wan Liang took more than 10 steps back, staring nervously at Qin Feng, who was walking out. Although he could summon monsters to fight in such a wide area, and his own strength was not weak, he already felt fear of Qin Feng in his heart. Once people are afraid, their fighting power and courage will be greatly reduced. He is like this now, and really doesn't want to provoke Qin Feng. When Qin Feng heard him say that he was rude to him, his eyes lit up. "That's great. It saves me the trouble of talking." With a wave of his hand, Ari appeared in front of the dormitory door and rushed forward excitedly. Zhang Liang, who was standing by, saw this scene and his eyes turned red. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng not only came to rescue him single-handedly, but was also willing to fight against a top 100 player like Wan Liang in order to stand up for himself. So touching. From now on, Qin Feng will be his brother Feng. If you tell him to go east, he will never go west. Qin Feng naturally didn't know what he was thinking. His attention was all on Wan Liang. "Fire!" Wan Liang waved his hand, and a red flame flickered in front of him, and then the horse he had seen in the back mountain appeared. Race, Fire Horse. Grade A. Cultivation level. Level 3 Intermediate. Skills. Horse of 10,000 flames. A horse made of flames gallops, with extremely strong impact, requiring 100 copy points. Head of Fire Horse. Controls a flaming horse, requiring 100 copy points. Introduction. This is a monster that lives in flames and is born from fire. The attributes of the panel are average, and the skill is to control fire, which has a good compatibility with Ari's skills. Directly copied 2 skills. The copy was successful. The current host has 220 copy points left. I have added the horse of 10,000 fires and the head of Fire Horse to my warehouse. Without any hesitation, he chose to fuse the 2 skills and then combine them with Jean Finian, who had a good relationship with him. The golden light flashed, and Jean Finian disappeared, replaced by a brand new skill. Thousand Fox Flame Body Technique, able to transform into a true body through flames. The initial number is 9, with strength being 1/3 of the original body, and the ability to withstand damage also being 1/3. Magical skills. Qin Feng was excited. The only advantage of the copy synthesis system is that skills will only become more powerful as they are synthesized, and will not become useless. Therefore, after multiple synthesized skills, they finally become the coveted magical skills. With new skills, he is confident of defeating Wan Liang. When he looked at the fiery horse again, his eyes were full of disdain. Ari's changes are internal, so Wan Liang can't see its changes at all, and can only sense its strength from its cultivation. Level 3, elementary level, same as me. He murmured and gradually calmed down. He was very confident in his own strength, but Qin Feng had been fighting in places where he could not display his strength. There's no way to deal with it. Now that the fiery horse is able to fight, its fear of Qin Feng begins to dissipate. He had fought against countless opponents of the same level, but he was able to stand out and become one of the top 100. Although the monster's panel strength was important, his command was more important. "Qin Feng, I have tolerated you for a long time. Let's put an end to it today." A giant rock turtle appeared beside him and protected him tightly. I was indeed scared by Qin Feng's bombing. That's exactly what I want. I came here today just for your ranking. Qin Feng smiled. The 2 of them had already closed the distance between each other, and lightning appeared faintly on Ari's body, and she disappeared from the spot in an instant. Wan Liang was not alarmed by Ali's disappearance, but instead showed disdain at the corner of his mouth. Today I will let you see the strength of the top 100. Fire, the horse of 10,000 fires. As his voice fell, a hoarse neighing sound that reached the sky echoed, and countless flames on the body of the fiery horse spread in all directions. In less than 10 seconds, the area in front of the dormitory gate became a sea of fire. The sea of fire extended and spread over nearly 100 square meters, forming a group of horse-like monsters made of flames. There were at least 80 of them. The flames rolled, and the sound of horses neighing continued, echoing in front of the dormitory building. Countless people poked their heads out curiously, wanting to see what was going on, and then they saw two people fighting below. Isn't that Wan Liang? Is it the Wan Liang who just entered the top 100 a few weeks ago? If it's really him, who is he fighting? I'm not sure, but he doesn't look very old. He should be a freshman in high school. The noisy sounds continued, and Qin Feng looked at Ari, who appeared at the edge of the sea of fire, and frowned slightly. This horse of 10,000 fires is much more powerful than he had imagined. Just based on its scorching temperature and the number of horses containing spiritual power, it is not something that any monster of the same level can resist. No wonder this guy was able to make it into the top 100. Relying on this skill alone, even those with stronger individual combat capabilities than the fiery horse would be unable to defeat him, unless you force your way up to the entire level or have means of group attack. Seeing that Ari was blocked outside by the horses formed by fire, Wan Liang's confidence soared. Looking at Qin Feng, who was frowning, he smiled arrogantly and was very happy. Ha! Qin Feng, I never thought that you would have this day. Now you know the gap between you and me. Do you really think that just because you have some bombs, you are a strong person? The strength of a beast master is naturally determined by the monster beasts. As he spoke, he controlled the 100-square-meter fire horse to surround Qin Feng tightly. The heat waves instantly forced Ari and him to the center of the sea of fire. Lu Changqing on the 5th floor's face changed when he saw this scene. Even if the fire didn't kill anyone, it would still keep Qin Feng in the hospital for a month. Thinking of this, he quickly turned around and ran downstairs. Zhang Liang, standing outside the sea of fire, looked at it palely with fear in his eyes. Such skills, such power. Is this the power of being ranked in the top 100? No, the gap is too big. Even Qin Feng couldn't win. It was true that Wan Liang, a sophomore in high school, was not someone they could compare to. They had just been enrolled for less than a semester. D. Wan Liang's roar was heard in the distance, and the sea of fire suddenly grew larger with a bang, the flames leaping to as high as 3 or 4 floors. Zhang Liang was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Brother Feng, Chapter 85, get the ranking. Mission accomplished. The sea of fire rose up, as if it was ignited a second time, and took off instantly. The sound of the explosion of flames and the neighing of horses mixed together. The scene was very terrifying, and Qin Feng's figure was completely submerged in it. Many people were horrified when they saw this scene. Such an attack might result in loss of life. Lu Changqing, who had just arrived on the 1st floor, also saw this scene, and anger immediately appeared on his face. Is Wan Liang crazy? If you do something like this in school, you will most likely be punished, and the punishment will be severe. You may even be expelled from school. This guy is really crazy. He actually dares to use such heavy hands. Ha 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 ha! Wan Liang was standing outside the fire at this time, looking at the rising flames and laughing excitedly. The madman Qin Feng was finally killed by himself, and the fear of this madman in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. He returned to his former self. He was still the famous Wan Liang. Serves you right. You deserve it. You deserve it. He was so excited that he couldn't help but roar and shout continuously. This was his most powerful attack so far. Whenever he used this move in the past, he had never achieved such a violent secondary ignition. This time there was a second ignition, probably due to excessive anger, which caused the spiritual power in the flame to burst out quickly, resulting in a second explosion. So from a certain perspective, he should also thank Qin Feng. He was so excited that he couldn't suppress his smile, and his laughter echoed. Boom! Just as he was immersed in the dual joy of becoming stronger and dealing with Qin Feng, the sound of spiritual power explosion was heard again in the sea of fire. This time, it was even louder, and the flames instantly expanded a full circle, with at least an additional 20 to 30 square meters of fire. The flames, which were originally 3 or 4 stories high, jumped directly to the 6th floor, and the scorching temperature also rose sharply. The sound of the explosion made people feel pain in their eardrums. They couldn't help but cover their ears and look at the sea of fire outside the dormitory building in horror. Is this Wan Liang's strength? Lu Chongqing was shocked by this sudden change. Even a high-level, third-order melee monster would not be able to withstand an explosion of this magnitude. If a mere primary third-order monster could achieve such a powerful attack, it would be too terrifying. With such strength, one could at least make it into the top 80. Even if he faced such an attack, there would probably be no good way out. It seems that Qin Feng is in great danger. He needs to find the senior pharmacist in the school, and he must be sent there as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will be in great danger. As he thought about it, he burst out his spiritual power and rushed towards the flames, with a faint white light appearing on his body. But when he rushed out a few steps, the flames exploded again, and sparks flew in all directions. The huge shock wave directly forced Lu Chongqing, who wanted to rush out back, and then the flames began to slowly dissipate. Lu Chongqing felt a little depressed, and his face looked grim. With such a shock wave, Qin Feng inside really needs to recuperate. As he thought this, the flames in front of him gradually faded away, and then several huge figures emerged. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figures. As the outlines became clearer, his ugly expression gradually turned into shock. The flames completely dissipated, and Qin Feng stood there expressionless. Not even the collar of his clothes was burned. Unharmed, faced with such a huge explosion in flames, he was completely unharmed. It was quiet upstairs in the dormitory. All those who were watching this battle opened their mouths wide with a look of disbelief on their faces. Bang! Beside Qin Feng were 10 foxes covered in flames. Their color was deeper than normal flames and was mixed with golden flames. Although their aura is not as strong as that of Ari in the middle, it is not weak either. When combined together, it is like several Ari standing in a sea of fire. What is this? Lu Chongqing looked at these clones, shock flashing in his eyes. There are actually 9 clones of such powerful strength. What kind of monster skill is this? It's so terrifying. Not to mention that he was shocked. Even Qin Feng himself was shocked. He originally thought that 1/3 of the power was not that scary, but when these identities really appeared, he realized how terrifying this skill was. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. For example, a peak first-level monster can kill a primary first-level monster in seconds, but can it kill 9 in seconds? No. And on the contrary, you might be killed by 9 monsters. What's more, there's a main body with full strength. A terrifying aura spread out, rushing towards Wan Liang in the distance and knocking him to the ground. Wan Liang looked at the fire horses that had all disappeared and looked at the Ari with an extremely pale face, pointing at them, his voice trembling. How is this possible? This was not his own extraordinary performance. It was clearly the fire ignited by Qin Feng's monster. And those multiple explosions occurred when his flame horse was destroyed, but he naively thought that they were just excessive performance. That's how it is. Get up and get on with it. Qin Feng's lips curled up into an excited smile. He took a step forward and approached him with Ari. You don't come over here. Wan Liang stepped back in fear, and in his eyes, Wan Liang turned back into that crazy lunatic again. Horrible. Don't risk your life. Invincible. Because of casting the horse of 10,000 fires, the fiery horse's spiritual power had been almost exhausted, and it kept making low, uneasy neighing sounds beside him. It seemed to be telling its beast master that it no longer had the ability to fight. No more fighting, no more fighting. I give up. When Wan Liang saw Qin Feng's crazy smile, he finally couldn't hold it anymore and screamed in despair. This madman is so scary. Qin Feng stopped, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. The battle had just begun, and he had already given up? He had not yet tested the power of Ari's new skills. Never mind. At least we know the lower limit of its power. Even if the upper limit is not that high, it is still more than enough to deal with monsters of the level of the fiery horse. Since you admit defeat, does that mean I will be ranked 100th in this school? Yes, it's you. You can go to the school to register now. Wan Liang said quickly, with a look of fear on his face. He swore that he would take a detour when he saw this madman next time. He had already jumped over the building, but he still chased him and beat him up. He was such an inhuman. Qin Feng smiled when he heard him admit it. Congratulations on completing the task. Gain 200 copy points. Current copy points, 420 points. Get a master gift pack. Latest task, I am a master. Ranking increased by 10 places. Gain 200 copy points. Obtain secrets to enhance the formation drawing. The formation can be used to enhance the ability of monsters. Chapter 86 Challenge Lu Changqing. The system's task was successfully completed, and Qin Feng received a new reward, and he also showed an excited smile. Such a smile was extremely terrifying in Wan Liang's eyes, and he crawled away in front of the dormitory door. Qin Feng. Lu Changqing came to his senses and ran over calling his name. Senior. Qin Feng replied politely, looking confused. Didn't he leave the dormitory? Why is he still on the first floor? Are you okay? Lu Changqing looked him up and down and was shocked to see that he was not hurt. There's really nothing happening. Not even a corner of the clothes is torn. He was totally unharmed in such an explosion. His strength is beyond imagination. He can no longer be considered a freshman in high school. Nothing. Qin Feng had a good impression of Lu Changqing, so he said a few more words to him. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes gradually brightened. If I remember correctly, Lu Changqing was also on the school list and seemed to be ranked quite high. Are you the opponent? I simply sorted out the things in my warehouse, and the bud in my heart grew wildly. The copy point is now 420 points. A gift package for experts where no one knows what will be revealed. Time evolution seeds and advanced evolution potions. When these things are added together, it seems that the combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. Thinking of this, his eyes looking at Lu Changqing became even more passionate. The reason why he was not in a hurry to use the time evolution seed was because he did not need it for the time being. I had originally thought of using it when I couldn't deal with Wan Liang, but now it seems I can only give it to Lu Changqing. After improving your ranking by 10, you can continue to complete tasks to enhance your strength. At this rate, he might be able to become top of the school before his senior year. Thinking of this, the fighting spirit in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he rushed towards Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing instantly sensed his fighting spirit, was stunned for a moment. His face gradually became ugly, and astonishment flashed in his eyes. This kid, do you want to fight him? Why? After thinking for a while, he instantly thought of a reason and looked at Qin Feng in shock. This kid is going to break into the top 100 in the school. Do I have to make a breakthrough in the first year of high school? Shocked by Qin Feng's fighting spirit, sweat beads appeared on his forehead and the corners of his mouth curled up. You kid, that's pretty crazy. More than just crazy, it's simply arrogant. He had been in school for 3 years and had heard that many first-year high school geniuses wanted to get into the top 100, but so far no one had succeeded. This can be seen from Wan Liang, who made it to the top 100. As a popular figure in the second year of high school, he barely made it into the top 100. Fighting against hundreds of people was already an incredible thing for a high school freshman, and now this kid actually wanted to challenge himself. He didn't know whether to say that Qin Feng was courageous or that he overestimated his own abilities. Senior Lu, what is your current ranking? Qin Feng smiled excitedly. If it was any other junior, Lu Changqing would definitely ignore it. But now, showing the same excited smile, he spoke slowly. 51. 51. He was not clear about Lu Changqing's strength, but after testing the dense forest, he heard that Bai Mo was injured by this man, which shows that he is very powerful. A person with such power is only ranked 51st in the school. What are the top 50 like? What are the top 10 like? He felt his blood boiling when he thought about the many mountains waiting for him to climb. Senior Lu, I want to duel with you, Qin Feng said firmly. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still found it incredible when he actually heard this sentence. After knowing his ranking, I still wanted to try it. Sure enough, he is a madman. Okay, but I have a request. He did not refuse and spoke slowly. What request? Qin Feng was confused. Let's have an open fight, and the time is set for a week from now. Lu Changqing spoke with a serious look on his face. No problem. Although he didn't know why Lu Changqing made such a request, he still agreed. It just so happened that he didn't understand Lu Changqing's monster and combat capabilities. This period of time can be used to prepare him. After all, only by knowing both yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Okay, see you in a week. I hope you won't let me down. Lu Changqing smiled slightly and walked straight past him. Seeing him disappear from his sight, Qin Feng showed an expectant look. 51. Brother Feng. While he was distracted, Zhang Liang ran over from a distance. The call of Brother Feng was as respectful as possible. If he was afraid of Qin Feng before, he now truly admires him. So horrible. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the extremely respectful Zhang Liang. Do you know Senior Liu? Don't look at Zhang Liang like this. This guy even dared to follow on Liang and others. He might know Liu Changqing's strength. Senior Liu, I know a little bit. Zhang Liang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It seems that he only has one monster beast that can fight. The rest of the monster beasts are auxiliary, but their combat power is among the best. Only one monster? I was shocked. He really hadn't thought of this. I knew that the 3 monsters before the 3rd level can be said to be the most important to the Beastmaster. Because these 3 monsters will be the ones who accompany a Beastmaster the longest, and they are the best 3 in terms of both affection and degree of compatibility. According to what the school teaches, if there is no special choice among the first 3 monsters, you must choose the combat type. So Liu Changqing was really surprised that he only had one fighting monster. How strong is his monster? Qin Feng asked curiously. Zhang Liang shook his head blankly, but then showed an expression of recollection. When Senior Liu was competing for the school ranking, one of my classmates saw it. I heard that it took him less than 3 minutes to finish in 51st place. Less than 3 minutes. Qin Feng's brows were instantly locked together. This news is too shocking. This means that Liu Changqing's fighting ability is still retained. He still thought that he might be able to defeat Liu Changqing, but it seemed that his idea was too naive. He rubbed his temple, his expression extremely serious. It seems that he needs to do something during this week. Go to the imagination room first and try out all the rewards of the system. Then go and ask Qianlin. He is a titled teacher, so he must have a way. Thinking of this, he quickly set off to the imagination room, the top floor of the school teaching building. Principal's office. Liu Qingjun pushed the door open and walked in. He looked towards the innermost desk and saw an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Before my foot had even stepped in completely, an unpleasant voice had already been heard. You old naughty boy, you accepted a disciple without even telling me.